Dedication. November 12, 1905. St. Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies. A middle-aged woman weaver from Maxwell's factory rose to speak. She had a fine, open face. She wore a faded cotton dress, although it was late autumn. Her hand trembled with excitement as she nervously fingered her collar. Her voice had a ringing, inspired, unforgettable quality. "We aren't afraid. We're prepared to die, but we'll get the 8-hour day. We'll fight to the end. Victory or death. Long live the 8-hour day." Leon Trotsky, 1905. Chapter 8. www.marxists.org. Nameless heroine of the international working class. Living confirmation of the theory of the permanent revolution. This book is dedicated to you. Forward. In 1949, the coming to power in China of the Communist Party under the leadership of Mao Zedong prepared the ground for the liberation of over 500 million workers and peasants from the yoke of landlordism and imperialism. By the mid-1950s, not only had the basic task of the bourgeois democratic revolution been carried out, i.e. the abolition of landlordism, the end to colonial rule, genuine national unification, and the establishment of the basic conditions for the development of capitalism, but capitalism itself had been snuffed out. This development reconfirmed the basic idea developed by Leon Trotsky of the permanent revolution that the capitalist class in underdeveloped countries, having arrived late on the scene of history, was incapable of carrying out its own bourgeois revolution. It remained tied to the feudal landlords on the one hand and subservient to its imperialist masters on the other. In the Russian Revolution, the Menshevik position was that all countries had to pass through a democratic bourgeois stage before they could move towards socialism. This idea stated that a period of capitalist development was first required to build up industry and with it a modern working class. Only after such a period would it be possible to contemplate struggling for socialism. That explains why the Mensheviks sided with the Russian bourgeoisie and ended up in the camp of the counter-revolution. The weakness in this idea was that it was based on a narrow national view of each country, which ignored the context of the global situation where the rise of powerful imperialist capitalist countries dominated the world market. This changed the conditions in which the fledgling nation bourgeois classes could develop in the underdeveloped countries into modern capitalist ruling classes. If Lenin and Trotsky had adhered to this view, they would not have insisted on all power passing to the Soviets, i.e. to workers' power, but would have sought an accommodation with a progressive wing of the Russian bourgeoisie and would have limited the workers' organizations to being in opposition within a bourgeois democratic setup. The reason why Lenin and Trotsky did not go down this road is that they understood full well that, in the conditions of Russia in 1917, this would not have been possible. Permanent revolution, i.e. the revolution beginning as bourgeois democratic but passing immediately to the socialist tasks under the leadership of the working class, is what happened in Russia. In spite of these essential lessons of the October Revolution, the Communist International under the leadership of Stalin reverted to the Menshevik outlook of stages. The first being the bourgeois revolution, which would open up the possibility of capitalist development, and only years later would this prepare the ground for the second stage, the socialist revolution. It was this idea that explains the role played by the official communist parties in Spain during the Civil War, and in Italy and France at the end of the Second World War. The communist parties raised the illusion that a progressive bourgeoisie existed, whose task it was to develop society. The defeat of the Spanish workers in the 1930s and of the Italian and French workers at the end of the war is the price the working class paid for this erroneous idea. By the time the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, took power in 1949, its leadership was steeped in this idea that after taking power the bourgeois democratic stage would begin. That explains why Mao initially did not move towards the abolition of capitalism. He sought sections of the Chinese bourgeoisie with whom the workers and peasants could form an alliance. This well-researched book by John Roberts provides source material which confirms that this was the perspective that Mao sought to act on post-1949. The problem Mao faced was that the Chinese bourgeoisie was not willing to oblige him in his perspective. The bulk of the Chinese bourgeoisie backed Chiang Kai-shek and fled with him as the Red Army advanced. Those that did remain tried to sabotage any attempt of the CCP to carry out genuine reform. The key element in understanding how the CCP ended up abolishing capitalism in China is to be found in the fact that it had state power, i.e. the armed bodies of men were not the police and soldiers of a bourgeois state, but the People's Liberation Army, mainly a peasant army under the control of the Communist Party. This meant the old semi-feudal/bourgeois state had been smashed by the advancing forces of Mao. This state attempted to reach a compromise with the bourgeois elements, but this failed to materialize, not due to any conscious move on the part of the Communist Party leaders towards socialism, but because the interests of the peasants and workers were irreconcilable with those of the corrupt Chinese national bourgeoisie. Step by step, Mao found himself having to take over the whole economy, and by the mid-1950s China had become what we would term as a deformed workers' state. By this is meant a state where the economic base of a worker state has been established, i.e. the expropriation of the landlords and the capitalists, state ownership of the means of production and centralized planning, but it is deformed because the workers do not hold state power directly, do not have control over the system as a whole. Initially, the planned economy proved to be enormously beneficial to the working masses of China. John Roberts highlights throughout this book the immense progress, for example, in the field of women's liberation, a key indicator in any revolution of the progress of working people in general. He also underlines the movements forward and the movements backwards in the winning of women's rights, in line with the general ebbs and flows of the revolution itself. The abolition of capitalism in China under Mao was achieved in spite of his initial perspectives and not because of them. Mao found that, in order to carry out even the most basic of reforms, he had to move against the capitalists. But what came into being was a system that was governed and controlled by the bureaucratic caste at the helm of the state. In essence, it was the same system that existed under Stalin in the Soviet Union, a tremendously progressive state-owned planned economy, but which was doomed to crisis at some point in its development under the control of the bureaucracy. The reasons for this can be found in Leon Trotsky's The Revolution Betrayed, an analysis of the Soviet Union in the 1930s, in which he raised the perspective of an inevitable crisis of that system, which would either lead to a movement of the working class to gain political power or, failing that, to a collapse of the system and a return to capitalism. With great foresight, Trotsky predicted that the forces of the bourgeois counter-revolution would come from within the Communist Party itself. Trotsky's predictions took several decades before they were proved correct. After the Second World War, the Soviet Union was immensely strengthened. Its economy had expanded many times over and it had taken control of Eastern Europe. To its east, the Chinese Revolution successfully put in place a system similar to its own. This was followed by the Cuban Revolution and then the victory of Vietnam over U.S. imperialism. Not only was the Soviet Union strengthened materially, but its authority within the working class internationally was also enhanced. The workers of the world felt that the Soviet Union was exporting revolution everywhere. However, all of this only served to hide the real process taking place. The Soviet economy, from the spectacular growth of the 1930s, was beginning to slow down and gradually grind to a halt, and eventually in the 1970s it was close to zero. It was this that determined the eventual collapse and the chaotic return to capitalism post-1991. In China, the move to abolish capitalism in the 1950s was not a conscious process, but was determined by objective factors. Once that process was in place, however, the rising Chinese bureaucracy became conscious of where they were going. In doing so, they also attempted to remove from the history books their previous positions in an attempt to show that all along Mao knew that his aim was socialist revolution, as John Roberts shows by comparing quotes in later versions of official party texts with previous versions. The return to capitalism in the recent period also did not start off as a conscious choice but came on the back of the worldwide crisis of Stalinism and the difficulties China was facing internally. Initially, the policy adopted by Deng was similar to the new economic policy the Bolsheviks were forced to adopt in the early 1920s. In an isolated backward economy, with international socialist revolution having been defeated in the immediate period after World War I, Lenin understood that some concessions to market methods were necessary, albeit within the context of overall state control of the commanding heights of the economy and with strict control over foreign trade. However, it is one thing for a relatively healthy worker state to adopt such policies. It is a completely different scenario when a privileged bureaucratic elite, standing above the working class, adopts the same policy. Trotsky explained that within the privileged bureaucracy eventually the desire would grow, not only to enjoy the fruits of their position within society, but also to be able to pass these on to their offspring, and that would only be possible by ceasing to be merely privileged administrators and becoming owners of the means of production. That is what we see taking place in China today. This book provides much information on what really happened in the build-up to 1949 and the period that followed. It shows how a Stalinist party, whose proclaimed aim was to achieve the first stage bourgeois democratic revolution, was forced in spite of itself to move very quickly to the second stage and abolish capitalism. This was a brilliant confirmation in practice of Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution, albeit in a deformed manner. The more recent return to capitalism, i.e. counter-revolution, also confirms Trotsky's perspectives as developed in his classic The Revolution Betrayed. Thus the title, China, From Permanent Revolution to Counter-Revolution, encapsulates the essence of 90 years of Chinese history and reveals what really happened. Today China is a very different country to what it was in 1949. Powerful means of production have been developed, and with it has come into being the biggest working class ever seen in history. But a capitalist China will inevitably be affected by the contradictions of capitalist production. Then the Chinese workers will seek an alternative and will begin by looking at their own past history. They will need to unbury the truth, which is covered in a mountain of official mythology. To do so, this book is part of that process of unburying. Fred Weston, London, October 26, 2015. Introduction. Despite its many faults and failings, the Chinese Revolution is second only to the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 as the greatest event of the 20th century and will have even greater impact on the 21st century. In 1949, the People's Liberation Army, PLA, led by the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, took power and within a short span of time snuffed out capitalism and landlordism. Hundreds of millions of human beings threw off their humiliating and degrading yoke and entered world history as citizens of an independent country. The establishment of the People's Republic of China marked a monumental change in world history. The sweep to victory of the PLA across the Chinese mainland was due to the collapse of apparently well-trained, well-armed, and well-funded nationalist armies. The speed of the communist victory stunned the bourgeoisie in Western Europe and the USA. The victorious Chinese Communist Party emerged as the only real power in the land despite its program of revolution by stages and its declared aim of a popular front government for a prolonged period with no central planning or state ownership of the key sectors of the economy. Petty bourgeois politicians, some claiming to be Marxists, were dazzled and hurried to hail Mao's success. This book argues that the victory of the Chinese Revolution under the leadership of a Stalinist party was possible due to the conjuncture of specific and unusual circumstances. American and British imperialisms were unable to intervene directly due to the wave of anti-war sentiment at home and, particularly, amongst the very troops that would have been used against the PLA. Also of enormous importance was the existence of a mighty worker state, the USSR, bordering China, which gave massive military aid to the PLA at a crucial stage in the military struggle against Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist Kuomintang KMT. The bourgeois regime of Chiang was so utterly corrupt and degenerate that it was unable to mobilize any serious resistance to the PLA. At the same time, and possibly most importantly, there was a massive wave of peasant revolts in KMT-controlled territories against starvation, landlordism, and corruption. The Communist Party, as the party of opposition, rode to power on this upsurge. The Stalinist theory of socialism in one country gave the CCP a narrow nationalist outlook. A revolutionary Marxist perspective would have been for China and Russia to have come together in a socialist federation with the countries of Eastern Europe to develop an international plan of production using, in a combined and rational manner, the human and material resources of all these countries. Instead, the nationalistic outlook of both the Chinese and Soviet bureaucracies eventually brought about the immensely damaging Sino-Soviet conflict as each sought to protect its interests in its own way. In spite of its shortcomings, the CCP managed to achieve what the effete Chinese bourgeoisie had abysmally failed to do, to create genuine national unity and a modern state. The growth of the Chinese economy after 1949 was spectacular, amply demonstrated by the relative economic development of China and India in the 30-year period after the revolution. In 1950, shortly after India acquired independence, its GDP per person led that of China by 36%. The Indian economy grew by about 7% annually, but by 1980 the GDP per person in China was 12% higher than in India, subsequently bounding even further ahead because China had a centralized, state-owned, planned economy that laid the economic base upon which modern China rests today. When taking power in 1949, the PLA and CCP were peasant in composition with a petty bourgeois ideology, and completely isolated from the urban working class. Mao Zedong and the CCP would construct a state in China in the image of Stalinist Russia, a monstrous bureaucratic caricature of a worker state. A worker state deformed from birth, but a worker state nevertheless. There were neither Soviets, nor workers' control, nor real labor unions independent of the state, nor an authentic Marxist leadership. The most elementary conditions for workers' democracy were lacking right from its very beginning. Such an event was a new and serious theoretical challenge for revolutionaries. The CCP had come to power espousing the Stalinist theory of stages, with the declared policy of establishing a bourgeois republic. And as part of that process it attempted, for example, to privatize the state-owned Big Four banks. Was this the way forward for the colonial revolution? Had stagism trumped Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution? The Russian Revolution of 1917 had clearly revealed the necessity of taking measures which were objectively socialist to solve the problems of Russia's democratic revolution. Since then, the theory of the permanent revolution is often described as the process whereby revolutions in backward countries have a natural tendency to transcend the bourgeois democratic phase and turn into socialist revolutions. Is this what happened in China? If so, what was the process and what was the nature of the regime between 1949 and the formation of a deformed worker state in 1953? This book investigates and answers these questions. The victory of the CCP resonated around the world and won many young people to Maoism. Closing their eyes to the lack of workers' democracy in China, they concluded that to be victorious, the Chinese CCP must have broken with Stalinism. Mao was prettified and romanticized even by sections of the Trotskyist movement. Mao was presented as the Asian version of Fidel Castro. He had freed the CCP from the dominance of Stalin and the Comintern. He was the inspired leader of the Long March. He was responsible for developing the strategy of prolonged rural guerrilla warfare, and he had led the revolution that successfully transformed China. Mao, it seemed, was a new kind of communist, a poet with an ideology firmly rooted in Chinese history. Was Mao, despite his faults, a true revolutionary? Even leading Marxists behaved as though hypnotized by Mao, and serious differences over the causes and significance of Mao's victory resulted in considerable theoretical confusion. Unfortunately, the confusion did not remain in the realm of theory, but became a serious practical problem for revolutionaries when determining what attitude to adopt towards the Maoist groups that mushroomed worldwide during the 1960s and 1970s. If Maoism could actually make a revolution, should Marxists give up the fight for a separate, revolutionary Bolshevik party? Was a communist party organized on Maoist lines an adequate instrument for achieving socialism? Was it better to act as a pressure group on existing leaderships, perhaps even merge with these forces? The same question is posed today in other forms. The Revolutionary Communist League, LCR, French section of the United Secretariat of the Fourth International, have long believed the party that would make the socialist revolution in France would be the result of recomposition of the left of the labor movement. That in February 2009 the LCR determined to dissolve itself and launch a new anti-capitalist party is simply this argument taken to its logical conclusion. Popular fronteism was imposed on the world communist movement by Stalin in the late 1930s, but its acceptance by Mao and the CCP has meant that it is still seen as a possible route to revolution. Today, its legacy threatens to undermine the gains of the Venezuelan revolution with calls from a section of the Bolivarian leadership for peaceful coexistence with the bourgeoisie, capitalists, bankers, and landowners who still control 2/3 of the country's economy. This book assesses whether a popular front strategy was necessary for Mao's victory and the establishment of the People's Republic of China, or whether it delayed the establishment of the Chinese worker state and laid the basis for a later return to capitalism. The economic growth of China was stupendous, but it was from a terribly low level. The outcome of the struggle between Russia, China, and the capitalist countries was not determined by the rate of economic growth. Rather, it was determined by the relative total economic power of the two camps as expressed in material accumulation, technique, culture, and, above all, the productivity of human labor. From this point of view, we see at once the extreme disadvantage of both the Soviet Union and China. Direct military intervention in China in 1949 may have been impossible, but a greater danger remained: the economic pressure of imperialism expressed most clearly in the production of cheap, high-quality goods. The economic achievements in China were made despite the disruption of adventures such as the Great Leap Forward, 1959 to 62, and the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 68. The Great Leap Forward was responsible for a national famine in which as many as 20 million Chinese starved to death. The Cultural Revolution meant a fall of industrial production of about 15% between 1967 and 1968, producing a sharp fall in the living standards of the masses. Nevertheless, the economy recovered swiftly from these two major disruptions thanks to state planning and control. Initially, although bureaucratic control restricted development, the planned economy rushed ahead. But the more sophisticated the economy became, the more the CCP became a fetter on its development. Within a generation, bureaucratic control had become an absolute brake on the productive forces. With the increasing complexity of the economy, it was soon evident that a top-down, bureaucratic command system could not manage every detail. A steady decline in the efficiency of state planning and a dramatic increase in waste and corruption were observed. This corruption has been a major factor in the internal decay of the CCP, many of whose members had plundered state resources on a vast scale for personal gain. The CCP leadership twisted and turned, seeking one empiric solution after another to its economic problems. The one consistent feature was the determination of the bureaucracy not to surrender its privileges and positions of power, so one measure they could have taken to solve China's problems was ruled out. There would be no workers' democracy or mass participation in politics. The framework in which the changes took place ensured that each individual measure taken became a step towards capitalism. This book describes how the CCP enacted a series of key decisions that meant a qualitative change in the nature of Chinese society. In the decade 1980 to 1989, the CCP ended the state monopoly of foreign trade and currency exchange, abolished state planning of the economy so that production for use was replaced by production for profit, and privatized the great bulk of state-owned enterprises, retaining only those with strategic importance for the state. The Chinese Communist Party, while retaining the name communist, is, in fact, a bourgeois party. The return of capitalism is an inescapable fact and means the task of revolutionaries is a social revolution. To be meaningful, any analysis of the Chinese Revolution and Mao's role in it must face the living facts, whether desirable or undesirable, particularly the decisive influence of the conditions in which a revolution takes place. The specific contribution of Stalinism to the Chinese Revolution, the direction it imposed on events, and the consequences must be recognized. Events must be seriously evaluated, their causes and effects analyzed to obtain a correct understanding of the role of Stalinism in the development of the victorious Third Chinese Revolution, and then the subsequent return of capitalism. This book addresses important issues for those interested in the processes of revolution and counter-revolution as they happened in China. How could an essentially counter-revolutionary force with an explicitly class collaborationist strategy come to power in a peasant revolution in the era of imperialism? What were the motor factors which pushed the Mao regime, against its own predictions and wishes, to take measures which were objectively socialist and to establish the Chinese worker state? The Third Chinese Revolution was a rigorous practical test of Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution and Mao's theory of uninterrupted revolution by stages. Which theory passed the test? The degeneration of the Chinese People's Republic to capitalism has been a second rigorous practical test of Trotsky's analyses. Has his prognosis that without a political revolution to overthrow the regime, a Stalinist bureaucratic state would return to capitalism, been proved correct? However, in addition to the above, this book attempts something else. Before 1949, the peasant woman in China was especially oppressed. Isolated in the family home, not allowed to speak to any stranger. Her feet physically deformed the better to control her, the subject of socially approved continuous domestic violence, she was often treated no better than a domesticated animal. The Chinese Revolution, to which women made a substantial contribution, made big changes in the lives of Chinese women. This must be recognized and applauded. However, with the return to capitalism, many of the gains made by Chinese women have been, and are being, taken away. The social revolution cannot be achieved without the day-to-day struggle for women's advancement. This the ABC of women's liberation. The book will show that from an excellent start, the more the CCP became enmeshed in popular frontism, the more ready it was to surrender women's liberation to the interests of the male peasant, who for many centuries considered his wife to be his property and little more than a beast of burden. Today, the CCP, despite its formal declarations, Is sacrificing women's interests the better and faster to entrench capitalism in China? This book advances the thesis that the policies a regime or political party adopts towards women is a direct measure of its revolutionary commitment. How the activities of the CCP impinged upon the mass of Chinese women is used as a measure of its socialist credentials. The First Chinese Revolution, Early Years of the Chinese Communist Party. 1.1 Introduction. This chapter describes the conditions under which the Chinese peasants had lived for centuries and explains why they were the most rebellious on the planet. It also describes the development of the Chinese working class and how a group of dedicated revolutionaries inspired by the October Revolution and aided by the newly formed Communist International, Comintern, CI, founded the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. The role of the Comintern is key to the history of the CCP because its representatives determined when and how the CCP was launched and what its structure, program, strategy, and tactics should be. They did this supported by the prestige of the October Revolution, the authority of Lenin, and the provision of substantial funds. The Executive Committee of the Communist International, ECCI, under Xenophev's leadership assessed the Kuomintang, KMT, as the most revolutionary of the bourgeois forces struggling against imperialism for national unity and independence. The ECCI accepted at face value reports from China that the KMT had mass popular support and that the overwhelming majority, 9/10 of the KMT rank and file, were workers and peasants ready to march hand in hand with the CCP. The ECCI concluded that working with the KMT could give the CCP ready access to those masses. Only under severe pressure from the Communist International did the small group that was the emerging CCP agree to enter the KMT. Lenin had insisted that communists active in national democratic revolutions must retain their political and organizational independence. But the CCP soon found that to follow the instructions of the ECCI and remain within the KMT, they had to sacrifice their political freedom. 1.2 Conditions for the Chinese peasants. Typically, the traditional Chinese village was dominated by a small number of families. In many villages, the major landlord or his agent, dogleg, was the nominal chief, and an unelected village government had the responsibility for collecting taxes, supplying labor for public works, and keeping the peace with the right to arrest, try and punish, even execute offenders. The rest of the population was kept subservient by the inculcation of Confucianism and a vigilante group, Mingtuan, comprised of the sons of the gentry and hired thugs, both of which insisted on deference to one's betters. Such an arrangement allowed the rich to evade all responsibilities. The village head would also, naturally, be a merchant and moneylender. Collective punishment and near universal misery was the norm. If a landlord clashed with one of his peasants, then the peasant and his family, possibly even his extended family, would be thrown off the land to starve. Thus, only the most severe and life-threatening provocation would overcome the peasants' reluctance to act against their landlords. At the same time, the intransigence of the landlords could, under extreme conditions, make revolution the only means of survival. The absolutist regimes that had existed in China for over 1,000 years were inherently corrupt. Tax officials sent Beijing its due, and their own incomes came from what they collected over and above that. In 1927–28 in the province of Hubei 77% of the monies collected were pocketed in this way. Tawney pointed out a major difference between China and Europe. There was no landed aristocracy in China in the sense it existed in Europe. The laws of inheritance required the land to be divided equally amongst the sons. With the head of the family siring as many sons as possible, there were severe practical restrictions on the size of landed estates. It meant the lack of a hereditary landowning nobility, so the land question did not have the characteristic of serf against feudal lord, or noble standing in opposition to the bourgeoisie as seen in the West. Instead, the peasants stood against a coalition of interests that reached from the local landowner and moneylender, via state officials to the capitalist entrepreneur and the international financier. In the specific conditions existing in China, land could not be taken by the peasant without overturning all existing property relations. The native bourgeoisie could not carry through the agrarian reform necessary for an anti-feudal revolution, since that would be a revolution against itself. The local bureaucrats ensured their own and their families' continuing privileges by squeezing as much as possible out of the peasants and becoming part of the local gentry. The easiest way was to seize land for non-payment of taxes. This widespread land seizure was important in undermining social order, systematically driving the peasants into violent uprisings to save themselves from starvation. In extreme cases, the uprising would succeed in overthrowing a dynasty, the peasants' land rights would be re-established and corrupt. Self-seeking mandarins would be replaced by radical officials devoted to the ideals of the new regime, after which the cycle started again. But Oriental despotism had an important characteristic that made the position of the Chinese peasant significantly different from that of the European serf. Due to climate and territorial conditions, especially large deserts, artificial irrigation was the basis of Oriental agriculture. Canal systems were created and maintained by coordinated labor on a mass scale. In China, these public works required huge armies of laborers organized by the government. Social stability depended on local villages being largely self-sufficient, able to rely on their own agricultural and handicraft production. But as each dynasty decayed, the irrigation projects fell into disrepair, causing widespread hunger and famine, with the armies of laborers forming seedbeds of rebellion. These factors combined to make the Chinese peasants rebellious on a scale dwarfing anything seen in Europe. Peasant armies of hundreds of thousands, composed largely of the lowest layers, rose in revolt. These rebellions were more successful than any in Europe, violently overthrowing governments and setting up new regimes. Two of the great dynasties in China, the Han and Ming, were founded by commoners as the result of peasant uprisings. Marx described the process in an article on the Taiping Rebellion. Oriental empires always show an unchanging social infrastructure coupled with unceasing change in the persons and tribes who manage to ascribe to themselves the political superstructure. The rebels are not conscious of any task except the change of dynasty. They have no germ of a new formation. Nevertheless, a collective memory of past rebellions was a living tradition in the minds of the peasants, which provided support, for example, for the Taiping Rebellion and later the rural strategy of the CCP. China remained comparatively untouched by Europe until the Opium Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860, when the British bombarded Chinese ports and massacred Chinese people to ensure the continuance of the opium trade, a major source of revenue for the British East India Company. These wars forced China to import opium, imposed vast sums as indemnities, and opened up Chinese ports to British trade in perpetuity. The indemnities were paid by borrowing from British banks and increasing taxes on the peasantry to pay off the loans. The drain of silver to pay for opium and the loans, coupled with the progressive ruin of the Chinese handicraft industry by cheap British imports, especially cotton goods, crippled the country and put an end to village self-sufficiency. The closed nature of the communal system, which had been the mainstay of Chinese social stability, was coming to an end, and the greater the loss of self-sufficiency, the greater the poverty of the peasants and the greater the resulting political unrest. The Taiping Rebellion that swept through China from about 1849 to 1863 threatened the overthrow of the Qing dynasty thanks to the popularity of its program, which included national integrity in the face of imperialism, radical agrarian reform, suppression of the opium trade, and the abolition of foot binding. Its support came from the lowest layers of urban artisans and peasants, both devastated by the impact of cheap goods produced in Britain. But for the upper reaches of society, this rebellion had a profoundly conservative effect. They discovered they could rely on British cannons to keep them in power and maintain the mutually profitable status quo. Russia, France, Japan, and then America joined the plunder and supplied, at a good rate of interest, the military and financial support needed to prop up the Qing emperor. The forces of European capitalism neither wanted to, nor could, erase the archaic social relations that existed in China. Just the opposite. The agents of capitalism that arrived in China sought to assimilate pre-capitalist forms and exploit them for their own profits. Direct or indirect, capitalist exploitation gradually extended to the great majority long before capitalist relations were established in Chinese society. In the process, existing social forms were gradually given a different content. When R.H. Tawney arrived in China, he found a country with less than 56,000 kilometers, 35,000 miles of gravel or tarmac roads. Some provinces, e.g. the southwestern province of Guizhou, had no roads at all, not even sufficient for ox carts or any wheeled vehicle, even though the Chinese had invented the chariot, and all goods were transported on human shoulders because their labor was cheaper than that of animals. The recurrence of local famines was inevitable since a surplus in one area could not be transported to offset deficiency in another. Such lack of transport also meant that peasants had no choice where to market their goods, and were tied hand and foot to local dealers who cornered the market and fixed prices. With no financial reserves and loaded with debt, the vast majority had to sell their produce immediately after harvest when prices were at their lowest. It was common practice for rich peasants to form an important link in the chain of exploitation and engage in commerce, running small stores and peddling farm produce, buying when prices were low and selling when prices were high. Mao's father was one such. Naturally, these activities extended into lending at usurious rates. The rich peasants also made sure they had responsibility for managing common land, which thus became yet one more means of exploitation. The adobe castles of the landlords surrounded by the miserable huts of the peasants were a visual representation of the divisions within the villages. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it became common practice for landowners to move to the city for a more pleasant lifestyle, and their interest in their lands became more exclusively the extraction of rent and debt payments. The nearer to a great city, the higher the proportion of tenant farmers, between 85% and 95% in the case of Canton, Guangzhou, in Guangdong province. This did not mean that landlords ignored the possibility of making profit from other sources, but the proportions were low. In Jiangsu, 10% of landlords owned small handicraft factories meeting local needs, but only about 3% held shares in large modern plants. Everywhere, population growth and pressure of peasant numbers enhanced land values and made landlordism an ideal form of investment, with the small size of the peasant farms an indication of an economy in which the landlords were not concerned with efficient food production but in parcelling out the land to maximize rents. The well-to-do formed companies to buy up land and sublet. As the peasants became ever more impoverished, those exploiting them resorted to increasingly brutal techniques. By the 1920s, in the rich rice farming country between Canton and Hong Kong, the peasants were the landlord's slaves. Rent was collected with the aid of ropes, chains, whips, and other instruments of torture. It was a common sight on rent collection days to see wives and or children lined up for sale to offset family debts. The local gentry sent their sons to participate in the highly lucrative foreign trade, using the massive profits to buy additional land and or lend at usurious rates. The growth and integration of merchant capital with imperialism, the coming together of local gentry with native capitalists, compradors and Western capitalists combined to produce an unholy amalgam which was buying vast tracts of land, renting them out at extortionate rates backed by an extensive system of loans and heavy-handed debt collection. Chinese capitalism as a whole was tied to imperialism, and though it would, on occasion, attempt to gain a greater share of the spoils for itself, it was unable to play any independent progressive role in the economic development of China. Of the Chinese population, roughly 80% were driven by one of the most consistent and powerful of revolutionary forces in all history, the hunger of starving peasants for land. The continuous expropriation of the small peasants due to very high rates of rent, usury and taxes ended in the concentration of property in the hands of the village chiefs, usurers and merchant usurer compradors, and it was not rare to find landlords possessing 20,000 mo, about 1,500 hectares, nearly 4,000 acres or more. 10% of the agricultural population of China possessed as much as 2/3 of the land. In the province of Shanxi, 0.3% of the families possessed 1/4 of the land. In Zhejiang, 3.3% of the families possessed half the land, while 77% of the poor peasants possessed no more than 20% of the land. And in Guangdong, where 2% of the families possessed over half the land, 74% possessed only 19% of the land. These figures explain why the land hunger of the peasant became transformed into a class hatred of the landlord and all those allied with him. Those lucky enough to be tenants paid from 25 to 66% of their crop to the landlord for the use of the land. Given the small land areas involved, this meant perpetual hunger for the great mass of peasants who found it impossible to accumulate any reserve fund. Any natural disaster or poor harvest and the tenant would be unable to pay his rent and taxes, with the consequence he was obliged to borrow money from his landlord or a member of his landlord's family. In fact, tenants were often obliged to borrow to pay for seed for the coming season or even food in order to feed their families a meager diet of millet. Tenants who had to borrow inevitably lost their land. A good moneylender charged only 25% per annum, but rates of 40 to 80% were more typical, with 150% not unknown. These interest payments to the moneylenders on top of all the other debts were the principal cause of the ruin of peasant families. Surveys of the livelihood of Chinese peasants, 2021, found even the more prosperous peasants lived near the margin of subsistence. The families of small peasants could not support themselves on what their farms produced. The gap was made up by working on the lands of rich peasants, or wives and daughters who undertook handicraft manufacture, which traditionally had earned as much, or even more, than laboring but was being hard hit by Western imports, giving Chinese peasants one of the lowest per capita incomes in the world. The poverty of the peasant masses was such that an entire strata of the rural population was reduced to the condition of animals, but poorly fed and badly treated animals at that. The result was a life expectancy of about 35 years. Landless peasants, who were about one-third the total, were in an even worse situation. These semi-slaves were forever hungry and their clothes were rags. A family would have one pair of trousers shared between them. When the father went out, he left his wife naked. Belden estimated that, in a bad year, a family of 7 could expect 3 or 4 of its members to starve to death. The nature of the Asiatic state proved to be a problem for the Russian Stalinist bureaucracy. In the Asiatic state, the officials had no inheritance rights to their positions. They were appointed, promoted/demoted, and discharged by a supreme authority. Chinese officials, just like Soviet bureaucrats, owed their privileges to their position in the state apparatus and not to their property, and so did not form a possessing class. Analyzing and describing this fawning and corrupt bureaucracy was a sensitive issue for the Soviet regime, and so it was excised from the analysis of China. In 1931, at a conference held in Leningrad, it was officially denied that Marx had ever recognized a special Asiatic mode of production, and the history of the Orient was explained in Western terms as a development of feudalism. Hence, the ECCI emphasized that the National Democratic Revolution in China was a struggle against feudalism. This concept distorted the thinking of the CCP even after its taking power, to the extent that the major banking conglomerates were declared feudal because of their links to the leaders of the KMT and their involvement in the practice of usury. 1.2.1 Women in pre-revolutionary China. The degree of emancipation of woman is a natural standard of the general emancipation, and the changes in a historical epoch can always be inferred from the comparative freedom of women. In China, a peasant woman was lucky in the sense she had not been strangled at birth or put on one side to die. The widespread suicides of wives and daughters were convincing proof of the degraded state of women in China. Women were denied social contact outside their family, a position reinforced by physically deforming girls through the practice of foot binding. Women were confined to the home and handicraft work, and over large areas of China women did not work the land. That was done by men only. Folklore reinforced patriarchy and the restriction of women to the home by such sayings as, "Potatoes planted by women won't sprout," and "melons planted by women are bitter." The woman's sense of isolation and vulnerability was enhanced by having the young bride marry outside her natal village, after which she might never see her parents or siblings again. The marriages were arranged by family heads, and neither groom nor bride had any say. Because women were seen by their birth family as temporary residents who left home as soon as they were productive, they were denied the right to own property and little or nothing was invested in their education. Rather, daughters and wives were sold as cheap labor and/or concubines to meet family debts. In China, the groom's family paid a body price to the bride's family, implying they were paying not for a young woman but a chattel. On entering her husband's home, a bride would find herself examined by curious neighbors who pawed her, felt her arm muscles, turned her this way and that, examining her to see if she were worth buying. Peasant women lived in semi-slave conditions, often on a level with the domesticated animals owned by the family. The practice of wife-beating by the husband and his mother was both accepted and almost universal. Many wives were crippled or died as a result of these beatings. The position of the wife was reinforced at every turn by such customs as the husband's family eating first and the wife eating what little food was left over. Widows were not allowed to remarry, and an exemplary wife committed suicide to show loyalty to her dead husband. In reality, this was a mechanism for killing off older women before they became a burden on family resources. The inequality of women was deeply reflected in Chinese philosophy and religion, in which it was a law of nature that woman should be inferior to man and, before the arrival of the CCP, Chinese society accepted its horrendous treatment of women as natural. Confucianism was the ideological basis of this oppression, as this decreed that a woman should live her life subject to her father's authority, after marriage her husband's, and after the husband's death her son's. It is said that there is not one line in all that Confucius wrote which praises women. The lowly position of Chinese women not only had a terrible effect on the women themselves, but also succeeded in degrading all human relations within Chinese society. Little wonder that the reaction of many a woman whose landlord husband was killed by militia or villagers was not grief but joy. So badly were wives treated in the more conservative sectors of society that the death of the perpetrator was an occasion for celebration. One can imagine, then, the impact of the scandalous behavior of young communist women who cut their hair short, were able to walk freely, and spoke in public to those who were not members of their immediate family. The subjugation of women, their misery and degradation, was an essential prop for Chinese society. Jack Belden has described how, in agrarian China, rich peasants with more than one wife and numerous concubines had many sons to act as their Ming Tuan. Belden gives the example of one landlord who used his 68-strong family to control nearly 1,000 small holdings. Any genuine attempt to emancipate women was revolutionary because it threatened the whole rotten social pyramid. All the more praise, then, to women such as the anarchist He Yin-zhe, who helped found Natural Justice, a feminist journal which carried the first Chinese translation of the Communist Manifesto. It is said that He Yin, who died in her mid-30s, would often claim that feminism brought Marxism to China, not the other way round. 1.3 Industrial development in China. Industrially, China was a country of enormous contradictions. For example, railways had developed rapidly after its defeat in the First Sino-Japanese War, as the military saw their enormous strategic advantage, but as late as 1925 there was still only about 12,300 kilometers, 7,500 miles of track. Nearly all railways were in the eastern half of the country and used for military purposes or by foreign imperialist interests to service industrial and mining complexes. 5 provinces had no railways at all and many only a few miles. Goods produced by the world's most developed technologies flooded into China and pauperized many of the rural population, creating a pool of cheap labor, ideal for exploitation by industry. After 1905, Chinese cities grew rapidly. By 1919, the population of Shanghai had reached over 1.9 million. In the 4 years from 1919 to 1923, Beijing grew from around 600,000 to over 1 million. Other cities such as Canton and the Wuhan complex grew into major urban centers. The new working class was composed largely of peasant immigrants. Industrialization offered the peasant not only additional income but the chance for an independent existence outside of a large family unit. This separate existence undermined the absolute authority of the head of the family, and with it obedience to officialdom, leading to greater receptiveness towards new and revolutionary ideas, a process that had much in common with the growth and radicalization of the Russian working class some 50 years before. The Great War of 1914 to 1918 had an enormous and sudden impact on China. Chinese-owned factories, mills, and shipyards based on the latest capitalist technology and methods developed in places like Shanghai and Canton. A modern working class was being created. Nationally, industrial workers grew rapidly to 2 million in 1922 with another 2 million miners, railway workers and seamen, and an additional 10 million or so handicraft workers. In Shanghai in 1923, 57 factories employed between 500 and 1,000 workers each, and another 49 employed over 1,000 workers each. By 1927, the number of factory workers in Shanghai was estimated to be about 250,000. Of the 12 million non-agricultural workers in China, around 3/4 worked in large enterprises employing more than 500 workers. Nearly half of Shanghai's workers were women in silk, yarn, and cigarette factories, but at this time the CCP tended to see them as a factor lowering the militancy of the workforce, rather than as an ally in the liberation struggle. In the Shanghai cotton mills, women between 14 and 19 years of age made up over half the workforce. These women were, if possible, treated worse than the men. Gang masters took 40% of their earnings. They slept 30 to 40 in a room. They could be beaten for errors in their work. They could be locked in cages on public display for infringements of discipline. This was the alternative to forced marriages or being sold into slavery by starving parents. It is understandable that the major complaints of these workers were not about pay but the conditions in which they worked and lived. The rise of Chinese production brought aspiring Chinese capitalists into collision with entrenched foreign interests. The national bourgeoisie faced serious problems due to the domination of foreign capital made worse by the concession whereby foreign goods paid no duty while Chinese goods did. Foreign capital owned nearly all the railways, either outright or as mortgages, more than half of the shipping in Chinese waters, and almost all merchant shipping. Foreign capitalists had a stranglehold on Chinese industry, sucking it dry. In such a situation, the more entrepreneurial sections of the national bourgeoisie were prepared to support anti-imperialist parties which called for revolution. Once above a certain minimum number, the specific weight of the working class in a social revolution is the dominant factor, and there was a general equivalence between Russia in 1917 and China in 1927. Although relatively small proportionally, a few million in a population of over 400 million, these concentrations of proletarians had two qualities that, given the correct political leadership, would be decisive in national democratic and socialist revolutionary struggles. They were located in the cities, and they were the only social group which could offer the peasants a solution to the land question. 1.4 The First Chinese Revolution, Sun Yat-sen and Nationalism. From 1840, it was increasingly clear to all sections of Chinese society that something in China was fundamentally wrong and big changes were required. By the beginning of the 20th century, dissatisfaction with the old regime and demand for change were reaching boiling point. It was increasingly apparent that the old regime could not reform itself but was determined to cling to its power and privileges. Organizations with the goal of the revolutionary overthrow of the Qing dynasty and the establishment of a national bourgeois Chinese republic proliferated, especially in the south and east of the country centered on Canton and Shanghai. Between 1905 and 1912, Sun Yat-sen built a political movement for the military overthrow of the Qing regime. Sun's prestige came from his successful merging of small revolutionary groups into a single larger party, providing a more effective base for the nationalist struggle. Sun was dedicated to the bourgeois democratic revolution, and between 1900 and 1908, he led or organized no fewer than 5 failed uprisings. In early 1911, another Sun attempt in Canton failed, but on October 10, 1911, soldiers in Hubei province rebelled and proclaimed a republic. This did not ignite any popular response, but coming as it did from within the military bureaucratic apparatus, this tap was sufficient to knock over a thoroughly rotten structure. Politically, Sun Yat-sen was a petty bourgeois who presented socialism as a vague state of well-being rather than a social and economic system. His famous 3 principles for the liberation of Chinese society from imperialism specifically exclude the idea that this might require a class struggle. Instead, the concept of people was used to obscure the idea that China might have different classes with different interests. With the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty, Sun's supporters in Nanjing, capital of Jiangsu province, declared themselves a national assembly and elected him president of a loosely federated Republic of China. In this capacity, he did a deal with the representative of the old dynasty, General Yuan Shikai, a warlord from the north with large forces at his disposal, offering him the presidency if he arranged the permanent departure of the Manchus. Rather than mobilize the masses throughout the country on a social program to overthrow the regime, Sun Yat-sen, in a classic example of the Asiatic mode of rebellion, simply changed the personnel at the top. The party of the liberal bourgeoisie and National Democratic Revolution entered into a reactionary compromise with the counter-revolution. After the Taiping Rebellion, the authority of the emperor had been more nominal than actual, with real power held by the provincial governors. The Republic in 1911 finally severed any remaining loyalties to the emperor, and the provincial governors, representing themselves alone, assumed both military and civil power. These regional warlords corresponded closely to the spheres of interest of the great powers, and the incessant civil wars reflected the conflict of interests between those powers. In Manchuria, Japan supported Chang Tso-lin, while Britain supported Wu Peifu in northern China, and Sung Chanfong in central China. Despite the disintegration of the country, the Beijing government remained the symbol of China's national sovereignty, and thus its capture continued to be the goal of Sun Yat-sen and the nationalists. The failure of the 1911 revolution, known as the First Chinese Revolution, demonstrated the weakness of the national bourgeoisie. Forming a stable national government, creating a national market, and carrying through radical land reform were beyond the capacities of this social group on its own. Sun Yat-sen bowed to reaction with the result that 2 years after 1911, the Party of the Revolution found itself outlawed and Sun forced to seek asylum in Japan. Confusion, disorder, and turmoil would now be the order of the day until the CCP victory in 1949. After the First Chinese Revolution, the situation of the national, middle, and small bourgeoisie became ever worse due to disintegration of the country and continuous civil wars. The previous general hatred of the monarchy was now directed at the warlords and their backers, the imperialists. The energy that had previously gone into peasant revolt now fueled a nationalist movement of tremendous force for reunification of the country and against imperialism. 1.5 The Communist International 1919–1923. At the Second World Congress, 19 July 7 August 1920, the CI addressed the 3 major problems faced by communists in colonial and backward countries: how to avoid adopting conciliatory and opportunist positions with respect to the national bourgeoisie, how to avoid ultra-leftism, and what should be their general strategic approach. Lenin published Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder, to guide and educate the young and often ultra-left leaders of the emerging communist parties in a non-sectarian approach towards social democracy, parliamentary elections, existing trade unions, and nationalist parties in the colonial world. It was at this Congress that the CI adopted a centralized structure and agreed that the international strategic line would be binding on its member parties, but the national section would be free to determine its implementation, particularly tactical and day-to-day activities. Lenin may have seen October 1917 as a model for future revolutions, but he stressed that concrete events in each specific country had primacy in day-to-day struggles. 1.5.1 The United Front Strategy. A major development in the strategic orientation of the CI was the adoption of a United Front strategy at the Third World Congress, June-July 1921. The concept of the United Front had been advanced by Paul Levi, leader of the German Communist Party, KPD, based on the lessons of the Kapp Putsch. On the morning of March 13, 1920, a brigade of soldiers led by Wolfgang Kapp marched into Berlin and declared the German SD government to be overthrown. Not a shot was fired, the government simply fled. The putsch was challenged instead by the workers. Karl Legion, a right-wing leader of the main trade union federation, issued the call for a general strike. At first, the KPD vacillated, but the great mass of workers threw themselves unhesitatingly into the struggle. By March 15, the strike was solid, and faced with united action by trade unionists, social democrats, and communists, the putschists gave up and fled. We should note that the United Front was not a new concept. It was certainly present in Lenin's writings as early as February 1905. Here Lenin called for a united front of all revolutionary forces to prepare the uprising, on the basis of the slogan "March separately and strike together." But, as in all his other articles on this topic, he emphasized the absolute necessity of maintaining the complete political independence of the working class party. A well-known and classic example of Lenin's United Front stratagem in action was in September 1917 when General Kornilov, at the head of a white army, was advancing on Petrograd. Despite the counter-revolutionary and repressive nature of Kerensky's provisional government, in July it had attempted to outlaw the Bolsheviks. It was necessary to participate wholeheartedly in the struggle against the open forces of reaction represented by Kornilov. Throughout 1917, Lenin's strategy was to attack the main enemy, the landlords and capitalists, and the reaction, not directly attacking the reformist leaders but outflanking them, demonstrating in practice that the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries were incapable of acting decisively in the interests of the workers and peasants. A united front had defeated reaction both in Russia and Germany, and Levi, supported by the majority of the CC of the KPD, issued an open letter on January 8, 1921, proposing a new strategy for winning the mass of workers to communism. Zinoviev and Bukharin, both advocates of the theory of the offensive, European capitalism was so weak it needed only a good push to collapse, sharply attacked the open letter, and without Lenin's intervention the ECCI would have issued a public condemnation. Zinoviev, using the ECCI, sent emissaries to Berlin who, by demanding loyalty to the CI and blocking with the ultra-lefts, removed Levi from the leadership and had the KPD agree to launch an armed revolt. The first step in the insurrection was for the KPD to call a nationwide general strike. Ill-prepared, the strike was limited to KPD members and close supporters who made the classic ultra-left mistake of attempting to close factories not by gaining a majority vote but by fighting with those workers going to work. The strike was a fiasco which allowed the SD trade union leaders to indignantly denounce the splitting tactics of the KPD. Thousands of militants were thrown in prison, tens of thousands lost their jobs, and the membership of the KPD fell from nearly 400,000 to less than 150,000. Events in Germany convinced Lenin and Trotsky of the need for a discussion on strategy and tactics as a major topic at the Third World Congress of the CI. After much heated debate, Lenin and Trotsky obtained a majority for the policy of the United Front, but with the supporters of the theory of the offensive unrepentant. 51. This policy signified a new approach toward social democrats and nationalists. Common actions should be proposed where it was possible to reach a minimum agreement on practical measures. In this way, communists hoped to demonstrate to the masses that they were in the forefront of the class struggle and stood for the long-term interests of all the working masses. For such a strategy to be successful, there had to be in place a leadership sufficiently mature not to succumb to either impatience, ultraleftism, or to bend to opportunist pressures. Another precondition of any united front was the independence of the Communist Party. Any agreement which restricted CP freedom of criticism and agitation was absolutely unacceptable. 1.5.2 Collaboration with national revolutionary movements. National liberation struggles in the countries of the East, particularly China, were of major concern to the Communist International, and Lenin spent considerable time and effort in developing a general strategy for communists participating in anti-imperialist united fronts in colonial and semi-colonial countries. In November 1919 and again in June 1920, Lenin described how feudal oppression in Russia was ended after the proletarian revolution overthrew the bourgeoisie, after the proletariat had demonstrated in practice that as a government they would complete the agrarian revolution. 54-55 The agrarian revolution might be the motor force for the peasants' revolutionary struggle against imperialism, but only the dictatorship of the proletariat, supported by the poor peasants, could fully satisfy the peasants' three most heartfelt demands: for land, for cancellation of mortgages and debts, and for an end to feudal oppression as expressed in e.g. corvée labor. This analysis was presented to both the CI and communist organizations of the East, and Lenin meant it to be taken seriously as the strategic basis for the International's orientation towards the peasant masses in the colonial countries and as guide to action in e.g. China. Despite being a backward semi-feudal country, Russia had a sufficiently strong and politically advanced proletariat to drive the revolution to success under Bolshevik leadership. How could the same perspective be proposed for countries such as China, where the proletariat, while growing rapidly, had not reached the social or political weight it had in Russia in 1917? Lenin's answer was twofold. The national liberation struggles were an integral part of the world proletarian revolution. Each national revolution had to be seen in the international context, which had transformed the present stage of capitalist development into an era of proletarian socialist revolution. The second part of his answer was that it had been demonstrated in the most remote and backward of the former Tsarist colonies that even with no proletariat but with the help of the Soviet Union, peasant Soviets could exist and govern without passing through a capitalist stage. It was the duty of the national CPs to propagandize and organize Soviets suited to local conditions as soon as practicable. Lenin emphasized, "The idea of Soviet organization is a simple one and is applicable to peasant, feudal and semi-feudal relations." At the Second CI Congress, 11 countries from Asia were represented. The discussions on the agrarian, national and colonial questions were dominated by Lenin's personal interventions. Lenin urged the young communist parties in the colonial countries to actively participate in the emerging national revolutionary movements, but specifically warned of the need for determined struggle against the attempt to give a communist coloring to bourgeois democratic liberation trends. The Communist International must enter into a temporary alliance with bourgeois democracy in colonial and backward countries, but must not merge with it, and should under all circumstances uphold the independence of the proletarian movement even in its most embryonic form. Mering, Henk Sneevliet, expanded on Lenin's report and explained that opposition to imperialism required the overthrow of the rule of the landlords. Only an agrarian revolution can arouse the vast peasant masses. It was emphasized that the struggle against patriarchy and backwardness was an essential component of the struggle against imperialist domination, and such struggles greatly assisted the Soviet Union and the proletarian revolution in the West. The CI expected that the initial period of revolution in the colonies and semi-colonies, and China was included here, would be nationalist in character. During this initial stage, indigenous communists could and should enter into temporary alliances, but in the process found workers' and peasants' councils to address the aspirations of the broad masses of the peasants. In his report, Mering again emphasized the importance of the demand for the seizure and distribution of the land by the peasants to the peasants. The struggle to carry through these revolutionary measures would mean that, with the help and guidance of the Soviet Union and the CI, the national revolution could progress to socialism without passing through a capitalist stage. The Baku Congress of the Peoples of the East, held in September 1920, was definite that the poor peasants of the East did not have to pass through bourgeois democracy in order to acquire the capacity for self-government, did not have to pass through a phase of capitalist development before they could go over to a Soviet system. The masses of peasants of the East should form revolutionary peasant Soviets with the poorest peasants as the leading elements and immediately destroy the system of landlordship. It was accepted that the Russian experience had shown that the middle peasants would support socialist revolution if the resulting regime approved the seizure of the landed estates and their distribution to the peasants by the peasants. This strategy would never be applied in China but would, instead, be willfully distorted by subsequent Soviet leaderships to meet the needs of the leading faction in the Russian party in inter-party struggles. 1.5.3 May 4th Movement, Labor Radicalization and the Founding of the CCP. In the horse trading at the peace negotiations after World War I, the victors trampled on China's sovereignty. Popular illusions in Anglo-American democracy were shattered, and there was a widespread recognition that whoever won the war, imperialist exploitation of China and other colonial countries would continue. In such a situation, the October Revolution became a topic of interest, especially after the Soviet government relinquished the territories, rights and privileges that the Tsarist government had taken from China in the past. Such a stark contrast to the Versailles Treaty had a profound impact on Chinese radicals, students, and intellectuals. The warlords were deeply unpopular, and their supine attitude when they acquiesced to the transfer of German concessions in Shantung province to Japan and the expansion of Japanese control over Manchuria was the final straw in generating open mass opposition, beginning with the May 4th movement. On May 4, 1919 in Beijing, some 5,000 university students attacked the residences of those ministers particularly submissive to Japan. Documents seized by the students revealed that the Versailles decisions were based on prior agreements between the Beijing government and the Japanese. The next day, students in Beijing as a whole went on strike, and students across the country followed. China had sent over 150,000 workers to labor for the Allied armies in France, Belgium, Mesopotamia, and Africa, and these returned with experience of labor organization. Radicalized by the May 4th movement and with experience of trade unions, the returned workers played a key role in early June, when labor leaders declared a strike in Shanghai. It is claimed some 100,000 industrial workers participated. In a few days, the Beijing government was compelled to remove the offending ministers and release those arrested. The example of the workers in Shanghai was followed by workers throughout the country and was a turning point in the emergence of Chinese labor as an independent political force. The strikes placed the question of class at the center of post-May 4th political thinking. The older, traditional radicals thought the arrival of the uneducated masses undermined the Chinese national revolution. The left of the KMT sought to integrate the workers' upsurge into a corporatist strategy to render class struggle unnecessary. KMT thinking was, generally, that China's backwardness meant the class struggle was a diversion from the national revolution. But the more radical saw class struggle as a means of freeing Chinese society from imperialism. In September 1919, the Chinese Returned Laborers Association was set up in Shanghai to fight for better wages, the right to hold meetings, and the right to make public speeches for promoting the welfare of workers, etc. Between 1919 and 1923, Shanghai would have over 450 strikes. The May 4th movement was a mass crusade against imperialism, feudalism, and corruption. Its failure astounded and polarized the movement into the gradualists and the radicals led by Chen Duxiu, Seichen Tusu, dean of the College of Liberal Arts at Beijing University. Chen had a national reputation gained from his founding of the radical quarterly magazine New Youth, which was published in common speech, not classical Chinese. The most politically advanced came to the conclusion that a revolutionary organization was required to achieve the aspirations of the people, and turned to Leninism and Marxism. Impressed by the Russian Revolution, Chen decided to devote a special issue of New Youth to Marxism. It was published on May 1, 1919, with Li Dezhao, head librarian of Beijing University, as acting editor. At the university, Li had quietly and secretly organized a Marxist study society of which Mao Zedong was a member. The collaboration between Chen and Li had a profound effect on Chen, who, soon after, declared himself a Marxist. For distributing a leaflet critical of the Chinese president and prime minister, Chen was arrested by the Beijing authorities on June 11th and had to resign his post. He was released in November and moved to Shanghai the following January to become a full-time revolutionary. In March 1920, Grigory Voitinsky, chief of the Far Eastern Bureau of the Comintern, met with Li Dazhao to assess the possibility of launching a communist party in China. Upon Li's recommendation, Voitinsky proceeded to Shanghai to meet with Chen Duxiu, who had already formed a loose political grouping. By the end of May 1920, Voitinsky had persuaded Chen to formally found a Chinese Communist Party, had helped him draft a program, establish a provisional central committee, and construct the first official communist cell in Shanghai. Voitinsky participated directly in all phases and aspects of party formation and organization and may, justifiably, be viewed as the architect of the CCP in its initial phase. The aid provided by the Comintern was essential for creating a disciplined Bolshevik organization in such a short time. Chen Duxiu was from a family of wealthy government officials. Li Dazhao was from a peasant background. For both of them, the material and theoretical aid of the Comintern in establishing the CCP substituted for decades of theoretical studies, debate, and practical party building. The problems faced by Chen and Li were considerably heightened, and the study of Marxism made more difficult because, for example, there was no Chinese equivalent for such terms as proletariat, which made expressing central Marxist concepts doubly problematic. Fairbank makes the point that this confusion in the translation of Marxist terms was given a particular slant by Mao to enhance the appearance of orthodoxy in his writings. For example, Mao translated the word proletariat as propertyless class, in which he included landless laborers and very poor peasants who comprised the majority of the Chinese population, and in this way justified his so-called peasant orientation. China's communists celebrated May Day 1920 with great fanfare in Shanghai, Beijing, and a number of provincial cities. In August 1920, World of Labor, Voice of Labor, and Laborers were launched by the communist groups in Shanghai, Beijing, and Canton respectively to spread communism among workers, explain the causes of their oppression and exploitation, and urge them to organize labor unions. In November 1920, the Shanghai Group made New Youth its official organ and established a clandestine monthly, The Communist, the first publication in China devoted to the propagation of communism. Soon, other communist groups were established in Wuhan, Changsha, and Canton. A socialist youth corps was founded by, amongst others, Peng Shuji, Peng Shutze. The CCP did take the decision to launch a daily paper in Beijing, Far East Daily, but immediately realized that the party's strength was insufficient to maintain such an enterprise and instead launched the Guide Weekly. 38 years of age, Mering had been a leading member of the Indonesian Communist Party, initially the ISDV and later PKI, from its founding, and had been instrumental in persuading it to adopt an interest strategy into the mass nationalist movement Syarikat Islam. Mering believed this was the root cause of the success achieved in building the ISDV and had vigorously promoted the same strategy for other countries at the Second Congress of the CI in July 1920. As secretary to the Commission on the National and Colonial Questions, he worked closely with Lenin, was elected a member of the ECCI and later delegated to represent the ECCI in China, arriving in Shanghai on June 3, 1921, where he immediately began to promote the entry strategy. Mering initially concentrated on organizing the first National Congress of the CCP. The party was constituted secretly in Shanghai in July 1921, with 12 delegates representing 57 people from 7 local communist groups in China and 1 in Japan. The party secretary was Chen Duxiu and Li Dazhao was head of propaganda. The party program that was adopted closely followed the Bolshevik program and called for joining the Communist International. The following month Chen became full-time party secretary, a post he would keep until July 1927. The delegates at the first Congress discussed the nature of the Chinese Revolution, predicting it would be national democratic but that it was extremely unlikely that the KMT could carry it through successfully, implying that the CCP would take the lead of the bourgeois democratic revolution, much as had happened in Russia. With his own perspectives in mind, Mering worked hard to tone down the more virulent anti-KMT statements to keep the door open for CCP-KMT cooperation. Communist nuclei around the country were soon organized into party branches. Beijing, Canton, Hong Kong, Hunan, where Mao Zedong was local leader and created the largest and best organized branch in the CCP, Jinan, Shanghai, Sichuan, Tianjin, and Wuhan. These branches operated at 3 levels: the illegal small group of party members, the Socialist Youth Corps operating semi-openly, and the open study societies. The CCP recognized that women were confronted with specific problems which made them the most oppressed section among the oppressed classes, and the battle for women's emancipation was closely tied to the battle for social revolution. The CPC set up a special women's department at the Second Party Congress held in 1922 to organize and lead women in revolutionary politics. This department was directed by Xing Qingyu, one of Mao's fellow student activists from Hunan and the only woman on the Central Committee of the CPC. The department produced a list of democratic demands, including the right to self-determination in marriage, equal husband-wife relations, the right to vote, to hold office and to education, protection for female and child labor, and the abolition of all restrictions on women. With these demands, Xing drew large numbers of women around the party. The Women's Department, with its limited resources, concentrated on supporting the industrial activities of women, such as the first strike by women workers in the silk factories of Shanghai in 1922 for a 10-hour working day and 5 cents wage increase per day. The first rally of women under party leadership was held on Women's Day, March 8, 1924 in Canton, where a group of female students and women workers raised the slogans: equal pay for equal work, protection for child labor and pregnant mothers, prohibit the buying of girl slaves, equal education for all, no more child brides, down with warlords, down with imperialism. 1.6 Summary. The importance of the disciplined party, with a clear, implacable revolutionary position, was fully grasped by Lenin only as a result of years of experience, so it is not surprising that Chen Duxiu should not instantly come to the same conclusion based purely on his own experiences. The first Bolshevization of the CCP, which introduced the concept and practice of democratic centralism, e.g. accepting the authority of the CI, and which was widely welcomed by the CCP leaders, was carried through under the guidance of Mering. CCP Central Committee accounts and financial receipts show that before the establishment of the CCP, Chen Duxiu had found the funds needed for the functioning of his radical group from publications, sales, and donations, but with the formation of the CCP there was a steep increase in outlay and a major shortage of funds. In 1921, expenditure reached the equivalent of almost 18,000 Chinese silver dollars. The CCP managed to raise only about $1,000 and received $16,650 from the ECCI. In 1922, it is reported that the CCP raised no money at all and expenses were met by $15,000 donated from Moscow. The Kremlin not only funded Chen Duxiu, whose monthly salary was $30, but also all the regional organizations of the party. Mao is reported to have received $60 to $70 a month to support himself and his activities in Hunan. Thus, the ECCI representatives not had only the prestige of the October Revolution, the collective experience of the Bolshevik Party and the authority of the CI behind them, they were also the source of material resources which would be a major factor in the ongoing control that the CI exerted over the CCP. The Communist International, the Kuomintang, and the CCP. 2.1 Introduction. Sun Yat-sen returned to China from Japan in 1917 determined to lead the struggle for reunification, but with a military, not a political perspective. By 1921, he had established himself as a leading member of a regional military government based in the city of Canton in South China. Real power was in the hands of Chen Jiongming, Sijin Qiangming, supposedly the leading KMT general, but really the local warlord upon whose tolerance the KMT depended, and who supported the KMT as long as it suited him. Sun was convinced that unifying China required military conquest. This would start in the south, but to gain control of Beijing required the overthrow of the northern warlords. At that time, Qin was Sun's preferred route to victory. The CI was determined to persuade him to take another route and was prepared to make considerable concessions to win him over. 2.2 The Communist International and Sun Yat-sen. In late December 1921, Mering met with Sun Yat-sen to propose an alliance between the KMT and the CCP. While Sun did not dismiss the proposal outright, he was more interested in Mering's suggestion that the KMT could be reorganized along Russian lines as a disciplined, centrally controlled party, and a KMT military academy be established by the Soviet Army. However, Mering's proposal that the CCP join the KMT was met by the almost universal opposition of the CCP members. On January 13, 1922, some 30,000 Hong Kong seamen struck for union recognition and a pay increase to bring their pay more into line with that of Europeans. The Hong Kong seamen held out for 8 weeks in a bitter and bloody struggle. The British imperial authorities in Hong Kong were finally forced to raise wages by 20 to 30%, lift the ban on the seamen's union, release arrested workers, and indemnify the families of the martyrs. The crews of the Yangtze steamers went on strike soon afterwards for 2 weeks and also won victory. This successful strike by seamen in Hong Kong was an inspiration to all those working to unionize labor. The strike had been led by KMT militants and publicly supported by individual leaders of the KMT. The CCP participated in and actively aided the strike, and this raised its prestige enormously, but the strike demonstrated that the CCP was not yet in the same league as the KMT even within unionized labor. It is claimed that as many as 12,000 sailors from Canton, Hong Kong and Swatow joined the KMT as a result. It was on the basis of the strike that Mering convinced the ECCI that the KMT had serious and important links with working-class organizations and understood the need for mass action in support of the anti-imperialist struggle. This was certainly not true at the top of the KMT, but Mering believed that the loose structure of the KMT made it easy for the CCP to enter the KMT, convince its left wing of the need for mass action in support of the nationalist struggle, win a majority, and change the composition of the KMT. CCP members within the KMT would educate so-called ideologically independent elements who would eventually be recruited into the CCP and use KMT contacts to organize caucuses within the trade unions. The discussions within the CCP were over whether, if it entered the KMT, it could maintain its own identity and establish its own independent activity amongst the workers. The majority of the CCP leadership opposed any agreement which did not meet these Leninist conditions. In March/April 1922, Chun wrote to the ECCI insisting, "In any struggle which we may take up or any combination we may make with other parties, we must always show our true face to the masses. Furthermore, we must maintain our complete independence in any arrangement we may make in a united front." He would receive short shrift at the Fourth World Congress, where he would be accused of ultraleftism. However, it turned out that Chen Jiongming opposed Sun's scheme, and in 1922 Sun had to flee to Shanghai, where he once again sought support from Canada, Germany, Great Britain, the United States, and even Manchurian warlords. They all refused. The Western powers were too attached to their special privileges to support a united independent China. At this critical moment, Voitinsky visited Sun. Sun's situation and that of the KMT had changed radically since Mering's visit the previous December, and now Sun welcomed collaboration with the Soviet Union even if it meant some form of unity with the CCP. At the first National Congress of the CCP, it had been decided to establish a trade union secretariat. This soon became the most important undertaking of the party. In May 1922, on the back of the Hong Kong strike, it organized the first National Labor Conference in Canton, which was attended by 160 delegates claiming to represent 300,000 union members. The CCP was now very active in building trade unions. For example, in September 1922, Li Lisan would lead the Anyuan miners to an important victory. The gains included recognition of the union. It claimed 11,000 members. Foremen no longer allowed to physically beat workers, and no withholding of wages as a punishment. CCP members approached the Second National Congress, 16 to 23 July 1922, with great confidence. Present were 9 delegates representing about 123 members. Prominent among the delegates were communists who had recently returned from participation in the First Congress of the Toilers of the East held in Moscow and Petrograd. And with their support, the CCP Congress adopted a manifesto which endorsed a united front with the KMT while warning that workers must not become an appendage of the petty bourgeoisie, but must fight for their own class interests. This was fully in accord with Lenin's guidance given in his draft theses on the national and colonial question. At the Second World Congress, Mering had heard Lenin define the British Labour Party, a party founded by the trade unions to protect the trade unions and composed largely of workers, as a thoroughly bourgeois party. Lenin insisted a party had to be judged by the men who led it and its actions. The British Labour Party was an organization of the bourgeoisie which existed to systematically dupe the workers. By Lenin's criteria, the KMT was a bourgeois party. However, prior to the Second Congress of the CCP, Mering had attended the ECCI meeting of July 17, 1922, and presented a report describing the KMT as a national revolutionary movement, a bloc of intellectuals, liberal democratic bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, and workers. Mering proposed the CCP enter the KMT even if this meant joining the KMT as individuals, and then find ways of preserving their independence and organization. Zinoviev and the ECCI endorsed this new strategy and sent a message to the CCP ordering it to move its HQ to Canton and to carry out its work in contact with IE under the supervision of Mering. Mering took the United Front proposal to Sun Yat-sen, who stubbornly insisted that CCP members would be allowed to join the KMT only as individuals who had to abide by its rules. A United Front of Equals was out of the question, a condition that Mering and the ECCI had already accepted, but the CCP leaders had not. Adolf Joffe, later to be a leading left oppositionist, was in China heading a Soviet diplomatic mission. After meeting Sun Yat-sen, he wrote to Moscow in July 1922, "Support the Chinese Communist Party even more than Sun Yat-sen. Irrespective of the weakness of this party, regard its complete independence as necessary, and the efforts of certain agents of the ECCI to fuse this organization with the party of Sun Yat-sen as completely incorrect." There was stiff and universal opposition to Mering's proposal within the Central Committee of the CCP on the grounds that joining the KMT as individuals would curb the independence of the CCP. The CC argued that any alliance with the KMT should be temporary, based on specific issues, and include the continuing independence of the two parties. Mering called the members of the CC to a meeting on August 17, 1922, at which he strongly argued that the KMT was the only serious national revolutionary group in China, that it was not a party of the bourgeoisie but a strong national revolutionary political party with members in all strata of Chinese society. Mering argued that the proletarian party should join the KMT in order to advance the revolution, that a small weak party such as the CCP could enormously and quickly expand its membership and influence if it entered the KMT. It took 2 days of argument and, ultimately, the threat of expulsion from the CI before the CC agreed to accept the ECCI instructions to join the KMT. As a face-saver, it was agreed that the matter would be raised again at the next Congress of the CCP. The discussions between Chen, Mering, and the KMT took place between the Third and Fourth World Congresses, both of which were concerned with advancing the United Front strategy. Thus, the discussions within the CCP were couched in terms of a United Front, but that was not what was being proposed for China. A United Front was a temporary alliance between independent parties for specific goals, but here was a strategy in which CCP members entered the KMT and worked within its subject to KMT discipline for an unspecified period to achieve goals set by the KMT. For communists with little experience of any kind of political work, the bloc within carried serious dangers. The organization of the party had to change to match that of the KMT. There were limits on what the CCP could publicly say or do. The CCP both formally and informally was being tied into relationships with members of the KMT and tempted to make all kinds of concessions to be accepted and, possibly worst of all, the major work being undertaken by many if not most CCP members was to build KMT branches, often from scratch. There was a real danger of these inexperienced and untested CCP members adapting to the KMT and of alien ideologies finding their way into the CCP. Mering met Sun on August 25, 1922 in the French concession in Shanghai, and the terms of the collaboration were endorsed, i.e. Sun again refused the United Front on equal terms but would accept Soviet and ECCI assistance. Soviet military and financial assistance would begin arriving the following summer. On September 4, 1922, coincidentally the day 4 CCP leaders symbolically joined the KMT as individual members, Sun Yat-sen announced his intention to reorganize the KMT with a tighter discipline. The plans for a new program and constitution had been drawn up by a committee headed by Mering and Qin Duxiu. The CI gave its support to any genuinely revolutionary national movement against imperialism in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. But before joint actions, the Communist Party had to establish itself as an independent factor, and only after its complete political autonomy had been secured could it make temporary agreements with revolutionary bourgeois democratic forces. The theses were at pains to point out that, in the so-called backward countries, the struggle for the land was a key element in the revolutionary national liberation struggle against imperialism. The Congress received a report from the Chinese delegate to the effect that the CCP was establishing an anti-imperialist united front with the Revolutionary Nationalist Party. The form of the united front is that we enter the KMT in our individual names and capacities. Instead of the Congress reminding the CCP that it was absolutely unacceptable to enter any arrangement which restricted the freedom of the CCP to criticize and agitate, the Congress was treated to Radek, session leader and supporter of the bloc within, pronouncing that social and economic development in China was so backward that not even a national republic was on the order of the day. The prestige of the Russian leaders was so high that when Radek spouted this nonsense, the Chinese Revolution, which had overthrown the emperor and established a republic, had taken place 11 years previously. The anti-imperialist May 4th movement, which radicalized an entire generation of workers and students, had exploded 3 years previously. No one spoke up to contradict him. Instead, Qin Duxiu was upbraided for ultra-leftism for arguing for a politically independent CCP. At the Fourth World Congress, the machinery of the center was considerably strengthened with an enlarged ECCI scheduled to meet once every 4 months with a presidium, on the pattern of the Russian Politburo. Lenin had generally played an important part, in many cases, the decisive part, in the decision-making process, but with Lenin increasingly incapacitated, weakness at the center combined with the weaknesses in the leaderships of the national communist parties would prove fatal in Bulgaria, Germany, Estonia, and China. Opposition in the CCP remained so strong that in early January 1923, Zinoviev took the matter before the Politburo of the Russian Party where, following Lenin's death, he was in an unholy alliance with Stalin and Kamenev, and gained its approval for the bloc within. Trotsky voted against. On that basis, he drafted a resolution approved by the ECCI on January 12, 1923, justifying the desirability of cooperation between the CCP and the KMT. Zinoviev may have honestly considered the bloc within to be the most appropriate tactic for building the CCP and developing the National Democratic Revolution, but there was a sleight of hand in the ECCI resolution which designated the KMT as a group, and this allowed the authors to emphasize its multi-class membership. The text of the resolution referred to the KMT as a party only in quotation marks, and in this way the document avoided having to define the class nature of the KMT as bourgeois. The policy Zinoviev was proposing for China reflected the class collaboration he had shown in October 1917. The resolution reaffirmed the central task for China as the national revolution against imperialism, repeating that the KMT was the only serious national revolutionary group, so the activities of the KMT and CCP should be coordinated. The members of the CCP were to remain within the KMT and avoid conflict with it as long as it maintained an objectively correct policy. The CCP was supposed to preserve its own organization and apparatus and not lose its identity within the KMT, not furl its own banner. The CCP was instructed to work independently and openly to create trade unions and lay the foundations for a strong mass communist party, but how it could do so while its members were limited by KMT discipline was not described. Implicit in the ECCI resolution was the assumption that the Chinese National Revolution would be a self-contained stage in which the national bourgeoisie remained steadfastly anti-imperialist with the CCP playing a supportive role. Ignored was the possibility that the bourgeoisie might have stronger links with the imperialists than the proletariat and peasantry, and align themselves accordingly. In the event, the Chinese National Democratic Revolution, just as in Russia in 1917, would have to be carried though against the national bourgeoisie. The CCP would have to choose capitulation or conflict. Pressure from the ECCI ensured it furled its banner. Inspired by the First National Labor Conference, enthusiastic railway workers attempted to unionize North China. During 1922-23 strikes took place on all the trunk lines with CCP members playing a leading role. On February 7th, the warlord Wu Peifu ordered his troops onto the railway stations in Hangzhou, part of the Wuhan complex, where they opened fire on the strikers. 60 railwaymen were killed and the strike collapsed. This became known as the February 7th massacre. This failure of a CCP-led trade union initiative was used by Mering to justify his argument that the CCP was not yet strong enough to go it alone and needed the KMT. With the defeat of the strike, there was widespread persecution of militants, but trade union organization recovered surprisingly rapidly, and by 1925 the number of unionized workers had reached 570,000, and a year later had risen to 1,023,000. Mao was an active and able leader. In response to the February 7th massacre, the Hunan branch of the CCP organized demonstrations, memorial meetings, even an attempt to get the local railroad workers to strike in sympathy. In March, in protest at Japanese territorial demands, the branch organized a protest demonstration of some 60,000 people. However, Mao's policy was towards a radical bourgeois democracy, not socialism. In April 1923 he wrote, "If we analyze the influential factions within the country, there are only three: the revolutionary democratic faction, the non-revolutionary democratic faction, and the reactionary faction. The main body of the revolutionary democratic faction is, of course, the Kuomintang. The rising communist faction is cooperating with it. The Communist Party has temporarily abandoned its most radical views in order to cooperate with the relatively radical Kuomintang. This cooperation is the source of peace and unification. It is the mother of revolution. It is the magic potion of democracy and independence. Everyone must be aware of this." Convinced the CCP needed further and more comprehensive direction, Mering traveled to Moscow, and largely on the basis of his report the ECCI issued the famous 13-point directive of May 24, 1923 as instructions for the forthcoming Third National Congress of the CCP. The directive repeated that the central task for China is the national revolution against the imperialists, and, in the light of the recent strikes, declared that the chief demand to be made by the CCP on the KMT was for unreserved support for the labor movement in both North and South China. This would supposedly rally the forces of the working class and enable the CCP to grow into a mass party of the proletariat while it remained within the KMT. In this directive, the ECCI, for the first time, publicly recognized that the success of the national bourgeois democratic revolution depended on the millions of small peasants. It proposed that the CCP urge the KMT to adopt a program the most important demand of which was seizure of large private estates and church and monastery lands, and their distribution to the peasantry. The KMT responded by agreeing to a token gesture of calling for a 25% reduction in land rent. This minor concession, which made little difference to the lives of the peasants, was praised to the skies by Borodin and used as a fig leaf to hide his failure. It would be wrong to draw too close a parallel between Russia and China, but the 1917 revolution in Russia had demonstrated clearly that peasants do not limit their demands to those acceptable to the landlords. Indeed, Lenin had concluded that the Russian bourgeois democratic revolution could cross over into the socialists precisely because no party of the national bourgeois or petty bourgeoisie was prepared to satisfy the peasants' hunger for land. The same situation existed in China. The different sectors of the bourgeoisie, comprador, banker, factory owner, and, especially, the families of army officers all had large holdings in the rural areas. The CCP was allied with a bourgeois party, and if its demands undermined the economic and social position of the entire bourgeois class, the KMT would inevitably break that alliance. The ECCI directive sounded great, but could not be enacted in any meaningful way without confrontation between the CCP and KMT. 2.3 The bloc within. At the Third National Congress of the CCP, 12 to 20 June 1923, there was considerable opposition amongst the 40 delegates, representing 432 members, of whom only 19 were female and over 100 were in prison, to the bloc within. Two reasons predominated. Firstly, despite the statements calling for the CCP to maintain its independence, the actual restrictions being placed on the CCP made independence more an illusion than reality. Secondly, CCP members were having to spend considerable valuable time and effort setting up KMT branches before they could join them. The discipline of the International prevailed, but the hostility of the membership to their submergence in the KMT resulted in 3/4 of CCP members quitting, so that by November 1923, party membership had fallen to only about 100. The party manifesto proposed that the KMT should be the central force of the national revolution and should assume its leadership. We hope that all the revolutionary elements in our society will rally to the KMT, speeding the completion of the national revolutionary movement. We also hope that the KMT will resolutely discard its reliance on foreign powers and concentration on military action, in order to create a true central force for the national welfare and a true leadership for the national revolution. The qualitative difference from the first manifesto is obvious. From now on, as CCP members led the most radical workers' struggles, they increasingly did so under the blue and white banner of the KMT and moved towards a class collaborationist perspective for China. A 5-person Central Bureau was elected at the Congress with Chen Duxiu as chairperson. Mao Zedong was elected to the Central Bureau, CB, and took control of the organizational department and so became secretary of the CB, gaining this post because he was one of the few on the CB who personally endorsed the ECCI line. Within the party, Mao was second only to Chun. Soon after the Third National Congress, Mao wrote an article for Guide Weekly. An important passage reads, "The current political issue in China is the single question of national revolution. To topple, by our own efforts, the warlords and foreign imperialists. Due to historical inevitability and current circumstances, the role of merchants in national revolution is more urgent and important than that of others. As we know, semi-colonial China is under the dual political pressure of warlords and foreign imperialists who colluded with each other to suppress the people of the whole nation. It is, however, the merchants who are most sensitive to such pressure and suffer the most. The more the merchants unite, the greater their role in leading the nation, the more chances for the revolution to succeed." Mao now used his position on the CB to actively promote the formation of KMT branches by CCP members, particularly in Hunan, and in mid-September 1923, he returned to Changsha to help in successfully establishing a KMT branch with 3 local cells, and by January 1924 claimed a membership of nearly 500. Only the branches in Canton and Shanghai were bigger. Mering returned to Moscow and was replaced by Mikhail Borodin, who arrived in China in September 1923. Borodin's primary role was as advisor to the KMT, not the CCP, and was responsible to Stalin, not the ECCI. Borodin was sent to Canton to work with Sun. Both were fluent in English and so needed no interpreters, and this helped in forming a close personal bond between the two men. In due course, the Central Executive Committee, CEC, meetings of the KMT would be in English, with Borodin an accepted and active member. Borodin was to carry through the reconstruction of the KMT on the Russian lines proposed by Mering and Chen, and turn it into a disciplined, efficient instrument for carrying out Sun's orders. The nature of Borodin's appointment suggests that Moscow saw little or no likelihood of a clash of interests between the CCP and the KMT, which says much about Moscow's perspective for China both in terms of timescales and politics. Guide Weekly now carried dutiful articles from leading party members such as Chen Duxiu and newly elected CC member Chiu Pai, publicizing, embellishing, and concretizing the new general line. The KMT was the party of the common people, though it had certain negative feudal aspects. The KMT was the center of power. The KMT could throw off warlord and imperialist oppression and establish a true people's republic. The corollary was all work should go towards building the KMT, to form a left wing within it which would push and guide the KMT onto a revolutionary path. Borodin's influence within the KMT was considerable, due not only to his organizational abilities, but also because during 1924, he paid about 35,000 Chinese dollars a month into the KMT. At Borodin's suggestion, and under his direction, the first National Congress of the KMT was called for January 1924 in Canton. The entire Congress was stage-managed by Borodin. He convened it, wrote the major documents, ensured Sun was elected leader for life, had the Congress agree formally to take communists into the party as individuals who must abide by the rules of the KMT, and arranged for 3 communists to be elected as full members and 7 as alternate members to the 41-strong CEC. Amongst these 10 CCP members were Li Dezhou, Li Lisan, and Mao Zedong. However, the CCP was excluded from holding positions on the party secretariat and in the general staff of the armed forces. On Borodin's urging and with the experience of the Hong Kong strike, Sun's Congress speech included the declaration that the nationalist movement in China could not succeed without the support of workers and peasants. But behind the scenes, the conservative elements within the KMT were coalescing and increasing their power. To protect their interests, landlords and factory owners raised the demand that KMT members limit their work to purely nationalist goals, i.e. KMT/CCP members could unionize a labor force but not take strike action for better conditions and higher pay. To present his strategy in the best light, Borodin arbitrarily divided the KMT into a left and a right on the basis of those who approved the entry of the CCP. This, of course, presented a picture of an overwhelmingly left party with a few dissident right-wingers. The class basis of the different groupings was deliberately ignored to better disguise the bourgeois nature of the KMT. From January 1924, all rank-and-file CCP members were expected to join the KMT on an individual basis subject to KMT discipline. Within the KMT, the CCP members openly organized themselves into fractions and were acknowledged to be the most energetic party workers and organizers. Even Li Lisan, who had been a key and major figure in building the trade unions, was reassigned to help reorganize the KMT. However, from the very outset, the KMT resisted any political suggestions the CCP members made. Sun Yat-sen was of the opinion, since the Chinese CP has joined the Kuomintang, it should obey the discipline of the Kuomintang and should not openly criticize it. If the communists do not obey the Kuomintang, I shall expel them from it. If Soviet Russia stands on the side of the CCP, I shall immediately oppose Soviet Russia. It was statements such as these and the demand by Sun that he vet all communications from the ECCI to the CCP, which pushed Qin Duxiu into reassessing CCP policy. Previously, Sun had maneuvered between warlords, but now with Russian support, he began a determined attempt to build the KMT's very own National Revolutionary Army, NRA, capable of defeating the warlords. The Whampoa Military Academy in Canton, modeled on the military academies of the Red Army and the basis of Chiang Kai-shek's rise to power, was established and staffed largely by Soviet advisors. In China, with its history of mercenary armies, this was an entirely new concept. Expecting moral integrity, honesty, and loyalty had an effect similar to the introduction of Cromwell's Ironsides into the English Civil War. Chiang became commander of the Whampoa Military Academy in May 1924, with the communist Zhou Enlai Chou Enlai as his nominal second in command. The majority of the cadets, the future officers in the NRA, came from the families of the landed gentry, a class bias which would erupt as soon as the peasants laid claim to the land. For the moment, the communists took as much advantage as possible of their opportunities and continued to organize the proletariat, but as the process of reorganizing and restructuring the KMT advanced, the CCP found itself more and more constrained by the bloc within. However, in 1924 no one could have foreseen that the emergence of Stalin as leader would mean the CCP would be ordered to cling to the KMT until hacked away by the swords of NRA officers. From 1924, the ECCI was empowered to issue directions to national sections that were binding, and to annul resolutions passed at national congresses with which it disagreed. Between the Fifth World Congress in 1924 and the Sixth World Congress in 1928, most talented and independent-minded communist leaders had been replaced by the servile and the fifth-rate. As a starting point, the Congress internationalized Lenin's temporary 1921 ban on factions and raised it to a principle. From then on, open dissent was impermissible. Peng Shuji had spent some time in Moscow as a student and then lecturer. He returned with a number of others in August 1924 to help remedy the shortage of trained CCP personnel. They found a party they considered loose and proposed 3 actions to the CC. That the returnees take responsibility for renewing party organization and discipline, that Li Lisan return to trade union work aided by, amongst others, Peng Shuji, and that a more critical attitude be adopted towards the KMT. This second wave of Bolshevization was generally welcomed because it was accepted by the CCP that it needed trained and experienced cadres. However, the contradictions arising due to the fundamental class nature of the KMT abounded and fueled antagonisms towards the CCP so much so that in 1924, leading members of the CC were again pressing for the CCP to end the bloc within. Peng Shuji in December 1924 published an article in the party theoretical journal New Youth, of which he had become the editor, emphasizing the need for the proletariat to take the lead in the Chinese national revolution. The article was clearly meant to influence delegates to the forthcoming Fourth Party Congress, as was the accompanying article by Chen, The Lessons of the National Movement Over the Past 27 Years, which concluded that the national revolution could be victorious only if led by the proletariat. Borodin and the ECCI used the success of a number of joint activities between the CCP and KMT to counteract the arguments of Chen and Peng, to hide the fundamental political differences between the two organizations, and so justify the continuation of the ECCI line. For example, in the summer of 1924, the KMT's rule in Canton was challenged by the merchant volunteers, armed and funded by the British and their comprador lackeys. KMT militants, including CCP members, seized a boatload of arms intended for the volunteers, and on August 26, in a short, sharp engagement, defeated and disarmed them. A few months later, in February 1925, a local warlord threatened Canton, but joint action by KMT forces and peasant militias forced him back. The working class was recovering from the May 7th massacre of the previous year and strike activity was increasing, particularly in Canton and Shanghai. CCP and KMT militants often worked together to build trade unions, and between May 1924 and May 1925, union membership rose from 220,000 to 540,000, and by May 1926, was over 1 million. The Fourth National Congress of the CCP, 11 to 22 January 1925, voted to maintain the bloc within, but there was significant criticism of those communists who were considered too subservient to the KMT and who placed the interests of the KMT before those of the CCP. At the same Congress, the CCP, then numbering just under 1,000, on the basis of the rising class struggle, relaxed its membership conditions and attempted to begin the move towards a mass proletarian party rather than remain a mainly intellectual group. Within 18 months, the membership would double. This proletarian hegemony line was presented at the Fourth Congress by Peng and Chen Duxiu, in stark contrast to the arguments of those such as Chiu Pai that the CCP should be engaged primarily in recruiting to the KMT. Peng Shuji was elected to the Central Committee of the CCP and then became the Politburo member in charge of propaganda activities. It was after the Fourth Congress that leading figures such as Li Lisan gave up building the KMT as their primary task and returned to their original activities. Under pressure of work, Mao fell ill, was given sick leave just 2 weeks before the Fourth Congress, and was not re-elected to the Central Committee. During this time, Mao's support for the national as opposed to the socialist revolution was developing and hardening. In the autumn of 1925 he wrote, "I advocate making use of the national revolution to realize the joint rule of the proletariat, the petty bourgeoisie, and the left wing of the middle bourgeoisie, that is, the rule of the revolutionary popular masses." Mao was developing the idea of a bloc of 4 classes independently of Stalin but based on the same misconception, that the KMT could be won to revolution. Sun died suddenly in March 1925. With his death, the social tensions within the KMT, which he had kept under control, came into the open. During 1925, membership of the KMT rose to about 250,000, recruited from all sections of society, and was led by 2 men, the leftist Wang Qingwei, who, at the start of his political career, had favored distributing the land equally among the people, who held all the nominally important civilian posts, and Sun's protege, Chiang Kai-shek, backed by the army and the cadets of the Whampoa Military Academy. In 1925, workers and enterprises all across Shanghai were striking sporadically against appalling working conditions and low wages, and on May Day 1925, the Second National Labor Conference opened in Canton with 230 delegates representing over 500,000 union members. On May 15, 1925, a Japanese foreman in a Shanghai cotton mill, which had been on strike since February, shot and killed a leader of the Chinese workers. On May 28, the CCP called for coordinated protest demonstrations, and on May 30, 1925, thousands of workers and students marched in protest and several were arrested. The march went straight to the police station to demand the release of their comrades. There, a British officer ordered the police under his command to open fire, killing 9 people and wounding dozens. This May 30th incident triggered an unprecedented eruption of the working class. More than 100 separate strikes involving 400,000 workers arose directly out of the shootings and culminated in a general strike across Shanghai. "Down with the imperialists" was the slogan of the day, but the local government in Shanghai, egged on by foreign imperialism, met demonstrations and meetings by shooting and wounding scores of people. At this time, the CCP branch in Shanghai was led by Qian and Peng and remained sufficiently independent to severely criticize the attempts by the local KMT to compromise with the factory owners. What started as a dispute about wages and a protest against imperialist injustice flashed into a political battle for national liberation. As the strength of the Shanghai proletariat showed itself, it drew behind it the whole people. The students, the artisans, shopkeepers, small traders, merchants, and businessmen, and, in the special conditions of China as a country struggling for national independence, even sections of the Chinese bourgeoisie. Between the end of May and the middle of September, the class forces that would struggle for mastery during the coming revolution differentiated themselves. Initially, all the urban classes seemed to support the strike and merchants and businessmen joined the protests. But the workers predominated. The Chinese proletariat was the leading component of the struggle right from its start and, as the strike developed, The necessity of a proletarian party which retained its political and organizational independence was confirmed with startling clarity. The foreign capitalists who owned the electrical power stations retaliated by shutting off the power to Chinese factories. The Chinese bourgeoisie, who had never been very ardent, unable to operate their factories and seeing the growing radicalism of the working class, rapidly ceased to support the strike and began secretly cooperating with the imperialists against the strike movement, a characteristic of the bourgeoisie ever since the Revolution of 1848, when the German bourgeoisie had been prepared, even eager, to compromise with the aristocracy. During July and August 1925, the petty bourgeoisie and those with an intermediate position in society began to vacillate. Some minor victories were won, and Li Lisan was important in organizing the end of the strike in such a way that the Shanghai workers returned to work in good order, with a living, vital experience to help them in the future. In Shanghai itself, the strike was over by the end of the summer, but the strike wave had reached Hong Kong and Canton via seamen working for British shipping companies, who had walked out on June 18th. A week later, during a demonstration in Canton, over 50 students and workers were killed by Anglo-French military police. A general strike and boycott of British goods followed immediately, and all foreign industrial activity ground to a halt. To avoid being forced back to work, strikers left Hong Kong for Canton, 90 miles up the Pearl River. The movement was well organized through a 13-member Canton-Hong Kong strike committee, responsible to a delegate conference which had one representative for every 50 strikers and met twice a week. In a show of workers' power, the committees set up a hospital, organized 17 schools, and with some 2,000 armed pickets, they captured, tried, and imprisoned strikebreakers and other hooligan elements. They organized patrols of pickets. Many of these patrols were peasants, along the entire frontier of Guangxi province to keep out British ships and British goods from Hong Kong. The organization became known as Government No. 2 and was the first Chinese Soviet in embryo. Its presence forced the KMT government in Canton to give solid support, legalizing trade unions and providing food kitchens for the strikers, earning for itself the label left. The Canton-Hong Kong strike lasted for 15 months and remains one of the greatest strikes in history. It was anti-imperialist in its demands, proletarian in its methods. It raised the question of who would hold state power if the workers and peasants, guns in hand, seized governmental power. Would they voluntarily hold back, or would they flood over the limits set by the bourgeoisie? The main leaders of this tremendous revolutionary movement were communists. The leaders of the powerful Chinese Seamen's Union joined the CCP. From being a party composed largely of students and intellectuals, the CCP increased its membership tenfold, and of these between half and two-thirds were workers. The CCP moved from being a few intellectuals to a party rooted in the working class with mass support. During the strike, the CCP targeted agitation at specific sections of the population, especially women and youth, and helped set up peasant unions in alliance with the urban workers. The CCP was still small numerically compared to the KMT, but its leadership of large-scale proletarian actions posed the question of how long it could continue to subordinate itself to the discipline of the bourgeois party. The radicalism sweeping China had also greatly benefited the KMT, and within 2 years it had grown into a mass force, in many areas due to the work of communists. And simultaneously it had been transformed from a loose association into a structured party with an effective army. At the end of June 1925, with Guangdong province solidly under its control, Chen Jiongming had been driven out. The KMT proclaimed itself to be China's national government. The KMT now set its eyes on Beijing. During 1925, the left wing of the KMT had displayed much sympathy for the workers' movement, and had begun to organize peasant leagues to fight against the Ming Tuan and militias of the warlords in the countryside. But, just as the SRs in 1917, they vacuously promised the land would be redistributed lawfully in due course, insisting the peasants took no action to seize the land. However, the formation of even reformist peasant leagues caused dissatisfaction among the rightist elements in the KMT. If the communists supported peasant demands for seizure of the land, then that would place the CCP and the KMT on opposite sides of the barricades, the former with the oppressed and the latter with the landlords and imperialists. The revolution was entering a new phase. The right wing was organizing to oppose strike action by workers, oppose organization of the peasants into peasant leagues, and oppose the right of communists to be in the KMT. At the October 1925 Central Committee (CC) of the CCP, Chen Duxiu argued that the Chinese bourgeoisie was going over to the side of counter-revolution and urged that the CCP should not allow itself to be held hostage by its bloc with the KMT. The CCP should have a public political face and should be ready to withdraw from the KMT at a moment's notice to be able to lead the workers' and peasants' struggles independently. His position was rejected by the Comintern representative Voitinsky, who won the support of a majority of the Central Committee on the grounds that such a policy would lead to exclusion from the KMT at a time when the benefits of the bloc within were about to be reaped. Voitinsky pointed out that the KMT-CEC was dominated by the left, that the political bureau of 9 members was also dominated by the left, that Wang Jingwei, a key left figure, was head of the party and of the Canton/Wuhan government and had supported the Canton-Hong Kong strike, that Borodin was so highly favored by Wang that he was drafting the resolutions for the forthcoming KMT conference, that CCP members were to be the secretaries of the Peasants Section, Propaganda Section, Women's Section, Workers Section, and Youth Section. To many in the CCP it must have sounded wonderful. Voitinsky also pointed out that the bloc within had assisted the CCP to grow enormously and rapidly. By November 1925 it claimed 10,000 members, and this would triple in the next 6 months. However, Voitinsky played down the response of the bourgeoisie to the Shanghai strike and the demands for the expulsion of communists from the KMT. He closed his eyes to the very sharp differences regarding the policy of land distribution that were exposed during the initial stages of work amongst the peasants. That the peasants were demanding the land, but the social composition of the KMT made it impossible for it to carry out land redistribution. He closed his eyes to the fact that sooner or later the CCP would have to choose between supporting the starving Chinese peasantry or the bourgeois KMT. The theoretical justification for the bloc within and its continuation was provided by Bukharin, who argued that the Chinese national bourgeoisie would play an objectively revolutionary role in the bourgeois revolution against feudalism and imperialism, ignoring the Russian example which demonstrated just the opposite. He presented the KMT not as a bourgeois party but as a neutral academic arena which could objectively discuss and, by a majority vote, determine the best way forward for the national revolution. He used Mehring's argument that if the CCP succeeded in recruiting enough workers and peasants into the KMT, it would change its social composition and political nature and move its center of gravity leftwards. Even at the strictly organizational level this was untrue. The ECCI, including Bukharin, had only recently provided the model and means for reorganizing the KMT into a tightly disciplined organization controlled from the top down, which effectively blocked such a transformation. An even more fundamental error was the supposition that the Chinese bourgeoisie would accept democratic constraints when its essential interests were threatened. Bukharin's view was quite the opposite of Lenin's, who defined the fundamental task facing communist parties in backward countries as being to give special support to the peasant movement against the landowners, to strive to lend the peasant movement the most revolutionary character. It is particularly necessary to exert every effort to apply the basic principles of the Soviet system in countries where pre-capitalist relations predominate, by setting up working people's Soviets. Bukharin's scenario failed to recognize that bringing the revolutionary masses into struggle against imperialism was to invite the seizure of the land. It was inevitable that, in the end, the Chinese bourgeoisie would join with imperialists and militarists to crush the revolution. Mao was now regarded both in the CCP and the KMT as the expert on the peasantry, and in October 1925, Wang Jingwei personally invited Mao to join the KMT propaganda department and edit the KMT weekly paper Political Weekly. Here, Mao enthusiastically endorsed the ECCI line dictated by Stalin that communists should form a bloc with the petty bourgeoisie, a bloc which would have the form of a single party. Naturally, Stalin laid down conditions. No restriction on the freedom of the CCP to conduct agitation and propaganda work, and the bloc must facilitate the CCP taking the actual leadership of the revolutionary movement. However, for Stalin and the ECCI, the collaboration between the CCP and KMT was essential and the conditions optional. The activism of the rank-and-file CCP members meant the left and communists dominated the Second Congress of the KMT in January 1926. This was trumpeted within the CCP as demonstrating the success of the bloc within. The following month at the 6th plenum of the ECCI, Tan Pingshan, the chief Chinese delegate, claimed that the left and communists had 166 out of the total of 278 votes, and that the Congress had adopted many of the communist demands for social reforms to the benefit of workers and peasants. This was just what the ECCI wanted to hear, and its members took the report as verification of its strategy. However, Tan's parliamentary-style appraisal was self-deception, which held great dangers for the CCP as it omitted from consideration the very real power base of the right wing, the armies of the KMT and the warlords, and it overestimated the strength of the KMT lefts and communists by omitting the very real differences between them over the key question of land to the peasant. It was this meeting that the ECCI, with only Trotsky voting against, approved the admission of the KMT to the CI as an associate party and elected Chiang Kai-shek as honorary member of the ECCI. In Lenin's time, the idea that a bourgeois party would be admitted to the Comintern was something no proletarian revolutionary would have dreamt possible. Fraternal delegates from the KMT attended the two plenums of the ECCI held in February and November 1926. The KMT associated with the CI to better control the communists within its ranks and deceive the masses. But this parity of an association meant the ECCI was even more opposed to any suggestion that the CCP leave the bloc within, and it urged the CCP to avoid engaging in class battles in which they would be opposed to the patriotic bourgeoisie of the KMT. 2.4 Summary. The ECCI's advice and material support, which ensured the successful launch and initial growth of the CCP, would become its antithesis with the coming to power of the Bukharin/Stalin bloc in the Russian Communist Party, after which the ECCI would systematically misdirect the CCP. The ECCI would go so far as to justify in advance the failure of the KMT to solve the land question by revolutionary means because its multi-class composition meant it could not be expected to undertake the confiscation of private property. With such an appraisal, the efforts of the young CCP to lead an agricultural revolution were doomed before they began. In the Second Chinese Revolution, many workers were organized in such groups as the Canton Hong Kong Strike Committee and the Shanghai General Labor Union, which for a time were functioning practically as Soviets. The workers were mobilized, and communists occupied leading positions in a nationwide movement, launching a number of large strikes and giant demonstrations. The coming months would see the working class engaged in several victorious armed revolts, as when the worker masses in Hankow and Chiuchang seized the British settlements, and in Shanghai, where they occupied the entire city with the exception of the foreign concessions. While the young CCP was weak and composed almost entirely of intellectuals, and while the KMT had the support of large numbers of workers, the bloc within was an acceptable tactic. Indeed, the entry tactic, if treated as an episode on the road to an independent party, could have been a magnificent success. Unfortunately, its ongoing application in a distorted form in completely changed conditions would prove disastrous for the Chinese Revolution. Stalin had a track record of successful manipulation and maneuvering within the Russian Communist Party, RCPB. But his successes in Russia had been due to the ebb of the revolution. In China, the revolution was on the rise, and bureaucratic calculations of who would be voted onto what committee and which resolution would be passed by the KMT Congress were worthless in the face of class war. It would not be the communists and the left who would eject the right from the KMT, but the right and left of the KMT who would eject and massacre the communists. The KMT's Second National Congress in January 1926 had, apparently, been for the CCP a huge success. On March 13th, the ECCI declared that the KMT identified ideologically with the CI. Just 1 week later, on March 20th, Chiang Kai-shek carried out his first coup against the communists. Stalin sets the pattern for the Chinese Revolution. 3.1 Introduction. The advice and material support of the Communist International (CI) was essential to the successful formation of the CCP. At first, the CCP received genuine help and guidance, but after Lenin's death, with the rise to power of Stalin and his faction first in Russia and then in the CI, a new political line was systematically imposed on the CCP. As practice proved the new line disastrously wrong, factional interests within the Russian party became the determining factor and guidance gave way to direct orders. If challenged, the representatives of the CI threatened individuals and even the entire organization with expulsion from the CI to force acceptance of their proposals. Individuals who attempted to organize opposition were expelled, and dark rumors persist that some in the leadership of the CCP actively betrayed oppositionists to the KMT's secret police. Such actions were quite compatible with the methods used by the Stalin faction in Russia. During the Great Purges, carried out to maintain the Stalin faction in power, more Russian communists were killed than during the Civil War. From the mid-1920s, Until at least the start of the Korean War in 1950, Stalin's wishes were decisive in determining the policies of the CCP on all important matters. The results were major political and military defeats for the CCP, the loss of any significant proletarian support, and a 20-year detour during which the Chinese people were subject to horrendous suffering. Knowledge of the development of the Stalin faction within the Bolshevik Party, and how its policies for the Chinese Revolution derived from its own needs, not the reality of China, are essential for an understanding of the defeat of the Second Chinese Revolution. 3.2 Russia after the October Revolution. 3.2.1 Stalin becomes General Secretary. The 8th Congress of the Bolshevik Party, March 1919, agreed to Zinovьev's proposal, made on Lenin's behalf, that the CC should establish a Politburo, also known as the Political Committee, and an Orgburo. The former was intended to be the real leadership in the party, and because of its relatively small membership could decide all issues that mattered quickly and efficiently. The latter would allocate resources to carry out CC decisions. With Lenin's strong support, the 8th Party Congress also endorsed Stalin's appointment as Commissar of the newly created Rabkrin, Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate. Before 1920, Stalin had played no direct role in leading the party machinery, but from now on his attention was on party affairs, and via these 3 posts Stalin participated in making policy decisions, was responsible for allocating party resources to implement them, and then in charge of the commissariat which assessed how well he had done. Lenin's promotion of Stalin to such a decisive position may have been the advancement of an efficient functionary, but it betrayed a calamitous misappraisal of the man. By the 10th Congress, March 1921, Stalin was sufficiently powerful to have his supporters elected to the CC and its secretariat in place of those friendly to Trotsky. The Orgburo was expanded to 7 members to give Stalin an inbuilt majority. The first plenum of the CC 2 days after the 10th Congress, March 1921, unanimously accepted the proposal of Kamenev naming Stalin as the General Secretary who could direct the work of the Secretariat of the CC. This included the selection and allocation of cadres to party posts. With this extension of Stalin's power, the office of General Secretary became the de facto control center of party activities and the hub for the emerging party hierarchy. There is no doubt that Stalin was able to point to a number of successes in streamlining party organization and making the party more effective in carrying out Politburo and CC decisions. However, Stalin began to use the resources of the party to strengthen a clique personally loyal to him. This unprincipled grouping began as all such groups do, based on gossip and backstabbing, with the principal target Leon Trotsky. Stalin's undoubted organizational abilities were changing from a positive force for building the party to a destructive force, making the party apparatus a factor which would eventually destroy the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet Union. By the 13th Party Conference, 16 to 18 January 1924, Stalin was the real power within the party. 3.2.2 Ban on political parties and war communism. Prior to October 1917, no leader within the Bolsheviks had ever suggested that after the revolution there would be a one-party political system, and in the period immediately after the insurrection even the bourgeois cadet party remained legal. The only political organization which was suppressed was the neo-fascist Black Hundreds, infamous for inciting pogroms. This was to be expected since the Bolsheviks had, until 1917, the governmental goal of a freely convened constituent assembly of the whole people, to which every class of the population would turn. In such a schema, only die-hard czarists and landed aristocrats would seriously oppose the revolution, so the notion of banning political parties had never arisen. But, contrary to expectations, the October Revolution had been a socialist revolution, which meant that the urban middle-class allies anticipated by Lenin in 1905 now opposed the Bolshevik insurrection. The initial response, on November 9, 1917, was a decree banning hostile newspapers, but the decree specifically stated that the ban was of a temporary nature and would be rescinded as soon as normal conditions were re-established. However, under the protection of the whites who were resourced mainly by England and France, and no fewer than 13 armies of intervention which included Americans, French, Czech, and Japanese, the right socialist revolutionaries, SRs, and some Mensheviks, with support from cadets, were proclaiming their own governments in a number of places such as Archangel, Omsk, Samara, and Ufa. These people spoke in the name of democracy but, in fact, ceded real power to the counter-revolutionary armies. This made it impossible for these parties to have freedom of propaganda and agitation within Soviet-controlled areas. A sharp polarization took place in the Soviets. The Civil War gave the Bolsheviks no choice but to exclude right SRs and Mensheviks from the Soviets. By November 1918, of the 950 delegates at the 6th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, 933 were communists. But with party monopoly of power, the separation of party and state became unrealizable. Whatever was determined in a party caucus was binding on all party members attending the Soviets. Generally, by 1921, at local level the party branch secretary had replaced the chairperson of the Soviet as the leading official. This situation posed a serious problem because less and less distinction between party and state could only lead to a weakening of Soviet democracy and a bureaucratization of the party. The 12th All-Russian Party Conference, 4–7 August 1922, formalized the actual situation, and the resolution on the registration of associations and unions meant the prohibition of all parties but the Bolsheviks. The ban was necessary because of the counter-revolutionary activities of all the so-called socialist parties, but it was a signal warning of the effects of imperialist pressure on a socialist revolution in a backward country. During the Civil War, the Bolsheviks were forced to adopt the policy of war communism with intense centralization and party control of virtually every aspect of society, nationalization of industries necessary to maintain supplies to the armies, and the removal of decision-making authority from state institutions and non-party organizations. War communism included the forced requisitioning of grain. However, once the whites were defeated and they considered their land safe, the mass of peasants vigorously resisted requisitioning, which they viewed as theft by the state. The peasants responded by planting only what they needed for themselves. This meant there was little or no grain to requisition. The food situation in the towns went from bad to worse, to near starvation. On March 1, 1921, the sailors at the giant Kronstadt naval base rose in revolt, a reflection that the relations between the Soviet state and the peasant masses had reached an all-time low. The mutiny was the final straw in demonstrating war communism as unsustainable, and at the 10th Congress of the All-Russian Communist Party, ARCP-B, 8–16 March, it was agreed to move towards a new economic policy, NEP. However, war communism had adverse long-term consequences. The replacement of internal party democracy by top-down command, and the introduction of a system of appointment rather than election of local party leaders. That these changes occurred in parallel with the banning of opposition parties meant war communism brought into existence a hierarchical social system based on the Bolshevik Party, which simultaneously became the gateway to a secure job. 3.2.3 The new economic policy and character of the new members. The NEP meant that the peasants paid a tax on what they produced and sold their surplus on the open market. This move to a market economy satisfied the immediate demands of the peasantry but represented a turn by the Communist Party to the middle peasants and kulaks, who were the most efficient and biggest producers of foodstuffs. With the adoption of the NEP by the Soviet regime, the process of equalization of landholdings that had taken place after October and intensified during war communism was reversed. The NEP, with its reliance on the market, strengthened the kulaks and NEP men, capitalist speculators, to the detriment of the poor peasants and the proletariat. The kulaks had the largest and most fertile farms and the capital necessary for equipment, horses, and fertilizer. They made huge profits. Under the NEP, the difference between the rich and poor in the villages began to grow at an alarming rate, with the parallel danger of growing political opposition to the worker state. The NEP gave the Soviet regime the opportunity to catch its breath, but at the cost of increasing social differentiation. Production of goods and produce for a market economy led to the rapid enrichment not only of petty bourgeois kulaks, shopkeepers and traders, but also a number of sticky-fingered party officials. Alongside the re-emergence of class divisions, the budding bureaucracies of the state, industry, and party began to coalesce and flex their muscles. Material inequalities began to widen rapidly. In 1920, the government ruled that the highest-paid managers should earn no more than 4 times the minimum wage. With the advent of NEP, that ratio was increased to 8 times. A survey conducted in 1924 showed that more than 80,000 state officials admitted to earning more than the upper limit, 15,000 were on more than 15 times the minimum, to say nothing of corrupt and illegal earnings, which everyone believed were widespread. Private trade flourished, but state enterprises were constrained by government policy to make good war damage while working without loss, and to fund any wage increases from higher productivity. This imposed considerable pressure on such revolutionary gains as the 8-hour day and women's right to receive paid maternity leave or to take breaks to feed their babies being looked after in the factory nursery. Factories reduced their costs by layoffs, increasing the number of unemployed industrial workers from about 500,000 to 1,250,000 between autumn 1922 and summer 1923. Women were particularly hard hit. A wave of strikes and disturbances swept the country, sometimes led by stalwart party members who, as active trade unionists, felt a responsibility to their workmates. The response of the party machine was to have the secret police, GPU, step in and arrest a number of such activists who were then summarily expelled. Felix Dzerzhinsky, head of the GPU and a devout supporter of Stalin, demanded the members of the Politburo inform the GPU of any known oppositional activity. This was the first time the GPU had been openly used against party members, though it would soon be normal practice to spy on activists in the factories. The NEP generated a mood of personal aggrandizement, which often contaminated proletarian party members returning home from the Red Army. Most of these would be given administrative jobs in the new state apparatus or factory management, cut off from the factory floors from which they had come. During this period, party functionaries, particularly the new influx, were finding their feet and beginning to forge relationships across and within government organizations, industrial management, and the state apparatus. In part, they were coalescing into an elite that would become the rulers of the Soviet Union. Over the period of the NEP, the majority of rank-and-file party members went from supporting the actions of the factory workers in defense of wages and conditions to, under pressure from the local party secretaries, siding with the factory managers against the workforce, supporting cuts in pay and working conditions and increased workloads. In many cases, this led to disillusion and demoralization of the rank and file who quit the party. Those who remained had to develop a tough skin, and all too often these were the most politically backward members. The continued failure of a revolution to take place in a technologically advanced country left Russia isolated and provided the conditions for the growth of both alien class forces and internal bureaucratic degeneration. The membership of the Bolshevik Party had been overwhelmingly proletarian in October 1917 and the early days of the Civil War, when capture by the whites meant a certain and cruel death. During this period, there was an open-door policy towards recruitment. However, at the 8th Party Congress, it was recognized that many of the enthusiasts who had joined did not have the necessary integrity, honesty, commitment, or political understanding. The decision was taken to sift out those who were unworthy, and within 6 months party membership was reduced from about 250,000 to about 150,000. However, by the autumn of 1919 the situation had changed again and the regime had its back to the wall, threatened by a ring of white armies. In such a situation the doors were again thrown open, and between October and December 1919 nearly 200,000 new recruits entered the party. By the 9th Congress in March 1920, the membership was over 600,000, and by the 10th Congress in March 1921, almost 750,000. The large numbers flooding into the party mean that by the 10th Congress only about 10% of members predated 1917. The new members were in their vast majority honest communists, prepared to risk life and limb for the revolution, but their political education was more military manual than Marxist text. It was a party literally steeled on the fields of battle, where some 200,000 lost their lives. In the Civil War, the resolution and solution of problems had to be immediate, with centralization of decision-making and a non-elected command structure. The very purpose of the Red Army and the central role of the party within it had enhanced the fusion of state and party and increased centralization of decision-making within the party itself. After 1920, the demobilized communist soldiers who became administrators in the local Soviets and the economy everywhere enhanced the trend towards expecting submission to one's superiors and expecting obedience of one's own orders. The need for communists in senior positions in government and industry meant that on demobilization, a large proportion of party members were directly appointed to administrative posts. Pirani gives figures for the latter half of 1922 when in Moscow alone nearly 2,000 party members were appointed to local and central state bodies. By the end of 1921, the proportion of members who were still factory workers was no more than 20%, while the proportion of members in peasant cells was 30%. From the Party Congress of 1922 to the Party Congress of 1923, gigantic strides were made in increasing the domination of the Russian Communist Party, RCP, over all aspects of Russian life. The proportion of regional leaders of trade unions who were members of the party increased from 27% to 57%. The proportion of commanding staffs in the army from 16% to 24%, the proportion of managers of cooperatives from 5% to 50%, and so on in all important institutions of public life. To marshal its forces, the party secretariat now had a personnel department with branches spread throughout the country and which kept detailed files on all members. It had the power to order members to change their occupation and place of residence at short notice, and this was used not only for promotion but also for maintaining discipline. A shift from the capital to the wilderness of Siberia could be the punishment for voicing dissent. 3.2.4 Ban on factions and authority within the party. After the Civil War, a party card was almost a guarantee of a secure job, and careerists flooded in. Lenin warned again and again against the dangers of careerist, capitalist, white guard, Menshevik, and SR infiltration of the party, and was for their wholesale expulsion. Despite this, one estimate had former Mensheviks and SRs comprising about 1/4 of the active higher cadres by 1927. One cannot properly understand the policies pursued by Lenin and supported by Trotsky in this period without remembering the actual situation in Russia: hunger, partial atomization of the proletariat, economic catastrophe, very low cultural and technological levels of the population, and pressures from the petty bourgeois peasant masses, which had doubled due to the NEP. All consequences of the delay of the international revolution. In the face of such stresses, how was the Soviet state to be maintained? Lenin was convinced that class enemies who had entered the party were consciously using the differences raised by genuine Bolsheviks, e.g. the workers' opposition, to weaken the party for counter-revolutionary purposes. Lenin's fear was that with one-party rule, the RCP would begin to reflect the pressures of alien classes, which, if allowed to express themselves as factions, would eventually split the party on class lines. This would mean the overthrow of the workers' state, since it was the Communist Party that held it together and guaranteed its continued existence. Hence, the 10th Party Congress in early 1921, with the Kronstadt revolt taking place almost at its door, banned factions within the party. Lenin made it clear that this was a temporary measure brought in to deal with an exceptional situation and, moreover, favored a flexible interpretation of this rule, rejecting attempts to make it definitive. This emergency measure, which circumscribed the democratic rights of party members, strengthened the bureaucratic tendencies within the party. As a necessary evil imposed upon the party, it should have been lifted and full democratic rights restored as soon as conditions eased. But in fact, after Lenin's death, this temporary measure was made permanent as part of the maneuvers by the troika of Kamenev, Stalin, and Zinoviev in their struggle against Trotsky. Ultimately, the ban on factions would be extended internationally and be a major weapon in defeating oppositionists in, e.g., China. The party had leapt from the underground to the heights of power, and as times changed, so too did people. More and more, Stalin was using his increasing domination of the party organization to recruit to important posts people who were personally obligated and loyal to him. In his position of general secretary, as he dispensed favors and fortune, he was losing his moral integrity. The foundations were being laid for an inevitable conflict with Bolshevism. With the ban on internal factions, power within the party became progressively centralized in the Politburo and CC. This centralization inevitably had its organizational form. The Secretariat under Stalin, increasingly supervised, i.e. controlled, the appointment and allocation of party personnel. As Kremlin files have become public, much attention has been concentrated on the details of the growth of a centralized system of party functionaries effectively appointed by, and beholden to, the General Secretary. The wealth of detail now available only confirms the essential analysis made at the time by opposition currents within the RCP. The major difference is that the bureaucracy proved more servile and self-seeking than the oppositionists ever dreamed. By the time of the 9th Party Congress of September 1920, the appointment of secretaries of provincial committees was well established, though at that time local recommendations for the posts were still preferred. Serge described how by the winter of 1920-21, a state of we were at a loss to find a remedy for this bureaucratization. Most leading members of the Stalin group were old Bolsheviks with numerous personal links going back, in many cases, to before 1903. They were efficient, capable organizers, hard-working, often patient and prudent, creatures of the apparatus and well aware of their own importance. They shared a common conservative outlook. Stalin, as general secretary, embodied this new group, united them and brought them together. It was around him that they formed a growing Freemasonry. To these practical men, these realists, these committee men, the time and energy spent reaching a democratic decision was a waste of effort that delayed, even threatened necessary work. At the 10th Congress, March 1921, it was reported that the party secretariat had been responsible for the transfer and/or appointment of 42,000 members to their posts. It can be argued that from this Congress, Stalin was in such a strong position in the party that only Lenin's direct opposition could have removed him because of the mechanisms he had in place for controlling who attended the decision-making conferences, ensuring the right people became branch officers, etc. The 10th Congress had sanctioned a purge of careerists whose behavior was too gross and blatant to tolerate, but after the 11th Congress, March/April 1922, which placed great emphasis on unity and party discipline, the purge was also directed at crushing criticism and dissent. The 11th Party Congress was the last Congress in which Lenin participated and the first at which appointment rather than election of Congress delegates was practiced on a mass scale. After the 11th Congress, from the summer of 1922, the Secretariat rapidly increased its control over the party and state apparatuses, and extended the selection and imposition of elements loyal to Stalin. The practice of appointments had become so widespread by the 12th Congress, April 1923, that Preobrazhensky protested that some 30% of the secretaries of local committees had been recommended for their position by the Secretariat. In fact, Preobrazhensky seriously underestimated the extent of the appointments. Recent data shows 94 of the 191 secretaries of provincial committees had been recommended or directly appointed. Soon all secretaries of district and provincial committees would acquire their positions in this way. Publicly, Stalin called for the free election of regional and provincial party leaders, but behind the scenes he was busy ensuring the domination of the center and appointment from above. Any remaining element of internal democracy in the party was strangled when the Secretariat appointed unelected provincial bureaus to oversee the work of the elected committees. The final organizational requirement for the bureaucratization of the party was the Secretariat's takeover of the control commissions. These bodies, initially composed of independently minded party members, could act to protect the rank and file from overbearing and bureaucratic officials. At the 11th Party Congress, however, it was agreed that the Central Control Commission should play a much greater role in guiding the work of local commissions. Of course, a majority of the 7 members elected to the Central Control Commission were strong supporters of Stalin. In this way, the Control Commission was made a parallel mechanism to the party secretaries for control of the members. The function of the commission was turned on its head. From defending the rights of the membership, it became a mechanism for tighter control. Even the pre-revolution old guard was now coming under attack. A 1922 Secretariat report on cadre distribution harangues the old boys as not being sufficiently malleable and argued that post-Civil War recruits were much more amenable and therefore preferable. The young, active worker, elected at some all-Russian Congress, meeting or conference, having attended and got the hang of things there, already has a great advantage over an authoritative, respected old cadre. The dissatisfaction with old Bolsheviks was precisely because of their independence of mind, which inevitably brought them into conflict with the practices of the Stalin faction. 3.2.5 Privileges and their enshrinement. In 1920, some tens of thousands of Bolshevik party members were attempting to bring order to Soviet society. Grossly overworked and with few, if any, material privileges, these party officials were trying to lay the foundations of Soviet rule. Serge, who was one of these, described the situation. Our salaries were limited to the communist maximum, equal to the average wage of a skilled worker. I would have died of hunger without the sordid manipulation of the black market, where I traded the petty possessions I had brought from France. The eldest son of my friend Yanov, Zinovyev's brother-in-law, an executive member of the Soviet, died of hunger before our very eyes. All this while we were looking after considerable stocks and even riches. After 1921, one-party rule was assured, and these same party members, together with specialists inherited from the Tsarist regime, industrial managers and technical intelligentsia, now directed the administrative machinery of both state and industry. As this layer exercised its authority, it began to accumulate material benefits, first surreptitiously and then legitimized by the party. As Lenin talked of the proletarian nature of the Bolshevik Party being determined by the thin layer forming the old guard, he was agreeing to take a step that would later be corrupted and used to legitimize material privileges in a way that broke with Bolshevik tradition and advanced the development of the bureaucratic elite. The 11th Congress instructed the CC to examine the material conditions of active comrades and, at all costs, ensure them tolerable living conditions. The CC formed a commission, headed by Molotov, a close ally of Stalin, which reported back to the 12th Party Conference in August 1922 with a resolution providing for about 15,000 senior party officials to receive I. Salaries equivalent to middle and senior management grades plus 50%, 2. Guaranteed housing and medical support, and 3. Child care and education for their children. The conference, many of whose delegates would have qualified for the benefits, enthusiastically endorsed the proposals and then called on the CC to work out a similar system for party officials in rural subdistricts who had not been included. Before the 12th Conference, there was a strong material disincentive preventing factory managers from joining the Communist Party, but afterwards membership of the Communist Party provided substantial additional benefits. Carr considered the data for industrial managers who gave their background as non-worker, finding two trends: that the number of such managers almost doubled between 1922 and 1923, and the proportion of such managers who joined the Communist Party increased sevenfold. Managers now saw joining the Communist Party as a means of protecting their material interests. It is no surprise that at this time there was the gradual abolition of all those activities in and around the party where free discussion on political matters took place. The first to go were the party discussion clubs and study circles, but later all free discussion, even pre-Congress, would be discouraged and then disappear. In an organization where votes are cast on the basis of factional loyalty and material interests, an objective, free discussion is not something that can be tolerated. The party press had to be tightly controlled. Pravda and Izvestia became a means of hiding the very sharp struggles taking place inside the Central Committee and the Politburo. The exceptions were those occasions when the party machine mobilized to launch an attack on an opposition current, as occurred in the New Course debate against the Trotskyist opposition's demands for greater internal party democracy. The CC soon extended such control nationally and after 1925 regularly sent instructions to local newspaper editors about what should and what could not be published. 3.2.6 International setbacks. The period before and immediately after the first Congress of the Communist International was hugely optimistic. A wave of mass strikes and street fighting swept across Europe, and many of the sections of the CI transformed themselves into mass organizations. By the end of 1920, the German, Czech, and Italian CPs each claimed membership of over 300,000. The French section had 140,000, and the Bulgarian section over 21,000. But the revolutionary wave was beaten back. The most decisive defeats were in Germany and Hungary. On January 5, 1919, the German CP, KPD, allowed itself to be provoked into premature armed conflict. The result was a catastrophe. Right-wing army units ran riot, killing hundreds of working-class militants including Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. In Hungary, a Soviet regime existed from March 21 to August 1, 1919, but collapsed in a mix of opportunism, agreeing to share power with the Social Democratic Party, which promptly betrayed the revolution, and ultra-leftism, refusing to distribute the landlords' estates among the peasantry, giving them no reason to defend the Soviet regime. In response to provocation, the Red Army had advanced into Poland, generating enormous expectations of revolution in Poland or even Germany, only to retreat in confusion. These events strengthened every conservative and inward-looking trend in the Soviet Union. By 1923, the situation in Germany was again rapidly approaching revolution due largely to the total collapse of the Deutschmark. In 1923, a barrow load of notes was needed to buy a cup of coffee, with the resulting pauperization of the working class and the ruin of the petty bourgeoisie, but with the export industries making fabulous profits. The trade union apparatus collapsed, belief in the parliamentary system evaporated, mass strikes led by factory committees erupted throughout the country. Support for the KPD grew at an enormous rate, particularly amongst factory workers, largely because the party had adopted a united front strategy. The ECCI assessed the situation as rapidly heading towards a revolution and approved an overly complex plan for the revolutionary seizure of power. Incredibly, despite the example of Hungary, the plan was based on the premise that the left SD governments of the Central German states of Red Saxony and Thuringia could be transformed into bastions of revolution. In many factories, the KPD military organization, the M-Apparat, began openly organizing armed defense squads known as the Proletarian Hundreds. The central government moved quickly to demand they surrender their arms within 3 days. The ultimatum was ignored. On October 21st, troops entered Saxony. In Saxony, the left SD government refused to back armed resistance and rather than call for a general strike, abandoned office. The KPD hastily called a trade union conference in the great workers' city of Chemnitz to launch the call for a national general strike. Invited to sit on the platform was SD Minister of Labor George Graup who, when time came to vote for the strike, opposed the proposal on the grounds that it was unconstitutional. A poorly supported general strike simply petered out. The KPD leaders abandoned the plans for an insurrection, and the German October ended not with a bang but a hiccup. The consequences had a much bigger impact on the political situation in Russia than in Germany. During the summer and early autumn of 1923, an internationalist, revolutionary fervor had shaken the party. Meetings, banners, and articles celebrated the approach of the German October and the end of the isolation of the Soviet Union. The younger generation responded with revolutionary enthusiasm, and under their stimulus the party temporarily revived. But the shock of the defeat of the German Revolution without a struggle and the disillusion it provoked reverberated through the discussions in the Russian party. The disillusionment, all the deeper because the Russian leaders had presented the victory of the revolution as guaranteed, was to weigh heavy on the morale and confidence of the Bolsheviks, strengthening the isolationist and inward-looking tendencies to the great benefit of Stalin. 3.3 Socialism in one country. We can date Stalin's adoption of the theory of socialism in one country TSOC very precisely. In April-May 1924, Pravda published a series of 7 lectures by Stalin entitled Foundations of Leninism, which accurately expressed traditional Bolshevik policy. The overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of a proletarian government in one country does not yet guarantee the complete victory of socialism. For the final victory of socialism, for the organization of socialist production, the efforts of one country, particularly of such a peasant country as Russia, are insufficient. The lectures were published as a booklet, but a few weeks later, in August 1924, the booklet was withdrawn, and in October a second edition was produced bearing the same title and date as the first but expressing the opposite view. The first edition does not appear in Stalin's collected works, the second does. But the overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of the power of the proletariat in one country does not yet mean that the complete victory of socialism has been assured. After consolidating its power and leading the peasantry in its wake, the proletariat of the victorious country can and must build a socialist society. The TSOC is at the heart of Stalinism. It is the justification for the existence of the bureaucracy and its material benefits. It was a doctrine created in response to tiredness and disappointment. It would lead to the return of capitalism, first to Russia and then to China. Stalin's immediate purpose was to counter what was, to the nascent bureaucracy, the ugly conclusion flowing from Lenin's view expressed many times that the final victory of socialism in Russia alone was impossible and inconceivable. Lenin and Trotsky argued the Russian Revolution had to spread to Western Europe or it would eventually succumb to capitalist counter-revolution. Stalin now stated that Russia by its own efforts could achieve socialism because of its vast spaces, riches of raw materials, and the advantages of a planned economy. Stalin had turned Lenin on his head, but from now on oppositionists would be presented as lacking confidence in the Russian Revolution, as being faint-hearted and pessimistic. In preparation for the 13th Party Conference, Stalin opened an attack on his opponents that was as simple as it was illogical for Trotskyists. The only choice that remains for the revolution in Russia is either to rot away or to degenerate into a bourgeois state. The either-or dichotomy was completely false. The historical legitimacy of the Russian Revolution derived not from attempting to create an isolated socialist Russia, but as the start of the world socialist revolution. The TSOC was to become the nationalist doctrine of the rising bureaucracy, a barrier against socialist internationalism and Marxism. Stalin's theory provided the theoretical basis for the belief of the new masters that nothing, barring a war, would shake their hold on Russia. In its early stages, Stalin's theory was posed defensively, claiming to enhance the world revolution by providing a stable base of support, and couched in terms which excluded achieving the complete and final victory of socialism in Russia alone. However, the attraction of the theory was plain to all practical people. Under the leadership of the RCP, Soviet Russia could move forward from its present misery towards prosperity without having to wait for a revolution elsewhere. It must have sounded like music in the ears of the bureaucrats and officials. We now know it was a siren song. It is amazing that Stalin was able to progress so far with such an obviously anti-Leninist policy before being challenged. The TSOC was presented at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, where it was overwhelmingly approved. Stalin then deliberately placed the TSOC as the central issue before the 15th conference to lance the boil of opposition criticism. He was eminently successful. The conference literally howled down opposition objections that the theory rested on an obvious misinterpretation of Lenin. From now on, a loyal party member would be one who unquestioningly accepted Stalin's interpretations of Leninism. The TSOC replaced Lenin's requirement for socialist revolutions in at least several advanced countries before socialism could be achieved in Russia, with the need to stop imperialist intervention so the Russians could get on with the job on their own. With such a perspective, it was just one step to seeing the national sections of the CI as bargaining chips to protect the USSR from imperialist attack. Today, when we examine the theory of TSOC, it is, at first sight, difficult to understand how so many hundreds of thousands of honest communists in the international movement could accept such damaging and reactionary nonsense. But, for a time, this theory appeared to have behind it the authority of the October Revolution and was supported by the material resources of one of the world's superpowers, which was prepared to use any methods to silence its opponents. Mao and the CCP accepted the TSOC unquestioningly and would carry it to the extreme of a short, sharp war with the Vietnamese worker state in early 1979. Mao adhered so strongly to the policy of peaceful coexistence that in February 1972, Nixon, the most despised of all American presidents, was invited to Beijing, after which he felt able to take a much stronger line against the Vietnamese War of Independence, bombing rail links with China. 3.4 Stalinism and egalitarianism. The founders of the Bolshevik regime accepted that post-revolutionary society would need a professional bureaucracy, but only for a limited time. It was expected to decline in importance and soon die away. After the defeat of the counter-revolutionary forces, society would have no need for internal state violence. However, the actual development of Soviet society was in the opposite direction. The level of bureaucracy was increasing, material inequalities between citizens were becoming greater, not less, repression by the state instead of dying away was increasing by leaps and bounds, real democratic rights were withering, not growing. The regime appeared to be heading in exactly the opposite direction to socialism. The goals of the October Revolution had been strongly egalitarian, but the reality of Soviet society was a new privileged layer and increasing social stratification and differentiation, creating conflicting social interests. The Russian bureaucracy was built on a pyramid of privileges, and thus Stalin was consistently hostile to egalitarian ideas. After Lenin's death and throughout the 30s, wage and salary differentiation was pushed to extremes. On January 5, 1931, the CC announced an increase in wage differentials, and Pravda led a press campaign against egalitarianism. The regime used legitimate arguments against petty bourgeois ideas of egalitarianism during the transition to socialism to justify pay differentials within the workforce. In this way, they hoped to gain support amongst the more skilled and better paid workers for the system of pay differentials and privileges of which they were the main beneficiaries. In 1932, Stalin condemned egalitarianism in remuneration as anti-socialist and approved the removal of the part maximum, which had limited the maximum salaries of party members to about 250 to 300 rubles a month. This opened the floodgates of privilege. 77. 78. 3.5 Women and the family. In all major countries in 1917, women not only lacked the vote but were enmeshed in a thick web of discriminatory laws and sexist oppression. The Soviet government of October 1917 took swift action. Women in Soviet Russia achieved full legal and political rights, including the right to hold property, act as head of the household, leave the marital home, and obtain a divorce on request. Soviet law guaranteed women equal pay for equal work, while also providing on-the-job protection for them. Other laws protected and assisted mothers and assured full rights for children born outside marriage. Abortion became legal in 1920. Women's freedom of choice was also strengthened by the Soviet law, adopted in 1922, legalizing homosexual relations among consenting adults. Europe's most backward country achieved more in 5 years than most advanced capitalist countries would accomplish by the new millennium. In 1919, the Bolshevik Party created the Zanatal, Women's Department, an organization that united women in struggle to affirm their newly acquired legal rights. Thousands of Zanatal personnel went to workers' districts and rural villages. They organized women's clubs and through these enabled the election of tens of thousands of women delegates to local Soviets and other organizations. For the first time, women served as judges and were appointed to important positions in the state apparatus. However, a large proportion of the membership of Zanatal were party members or the wives of party members, and this tended to make it a female auxiliary of the party. With the rise of Stalinism, these moves were reversed. The International Women's Monthly magazine was closed in 1925, the Women's Secretariat in 1926, and the Zanatal in 1930. These were part of a deliberate policy by the Stalinist regime to strengthen conservative attitudes and structures within Soviet society. The question of women's rights was pushed off the agenda. The bureaucracy found the traditional family useful because it provided what the state did not: domestic work and child care, and also because it helped meet the bureaucracy's need for conservative supports throughout society. Thus, the regime now trumpeted the sanctity of the family. Marriage and family laws established by the October Revolution were rewritten. In the years immediately following the revolution, the government's priority was the protection of children from stagnant traditions, including the natural authority structure of the family. Now the Soviet regime made a sharp turn. Becoming a wife and mother was the goal lauded by the state propaganda machine. In 1934, homosexuality was made a criminal offense, punishable with up to 8 years of imprisonment. An energetic nationwide campaign was launched against sexual promiscuity, quick and easy marriage, and adultery. In 1936, legal abortion was abolished, except where life or health were endangered or a serious disease might be inherited. A campaign was opened against too frequent and easy divorces, and in 1935 to 36 a tax for divorce was introduced. Fees of 50, 150, and 300 rubles for the first, second, and subsequent divorces. The massive industrialization and collectivization of agriculture, launched in 1929, brought millions of women into the workforce. Employment of women creates conditions for their liberation, but it is not necessarily liberation itself. Because improving the lives of women workers was not a political priority for the Stalinist regime, it never really progressed beyond seeing it as an economic problem, a cost on production. Thus, the condition of the social dining halls, e.g. factory canteens, and social laundries continued to be appalling. The better-off workers virtually stopped using them, meaning the return of workers' wives to their pots and pans. The number of creches and kindergartens continued to be much lower than the demand, and quality was dismal. A clear indication of the conservative attitudes of the bureaucracy and the reaction as regards the family reached its climax with the law of July 8, 1944, which made divorce virtually impossible to obtain and which re-established the legal differences between a child born in wedlock and one born out of wedlock. The latter could no longer claim the surname, the support, or the inheritance of his or her father. 3.6 Stalin, Mao, and theoretical innovations. Mao is credited with a number of original theoretical contributions to Marxism. However, careful study of his writings confirms the observation that Mao was a premeditated Stalinist and many of his so-called innovations were simply the conscious transfer to China of maneuvers that Stalin had developed empirically in response to the need to protect the bureaucracy. In Russia, social inequality was growing with the advance of a new privileged layer, yearning for power, thirsting for the good things in life, fearful of their positions, mortally fearing the masses, and filled with hatred toward any opposition. To defend its material interests, this layer was turning the Soviet regime into a bureaucratic tyranny and smothering protest with ever-increasing repression. The Soviet state was becoming a mechanism for the protection of privilege, while the ordinary citizen was overworked, underfed, and inadequately housed. The existence of a so-called socialist state which supervised its citizens so closely and was so clearly repressive had to be justified. Stalin's justifications would be taken up, one way or another, and developed and applied by the Mao regime. Against the expectations of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, Stalin declared the class struggle does not die away but becomes sharper in the period of transition to socialism. In 1933, Stalin argued that the bourgeois elements in the Soviet Union were weak and impotent, but, somehow, as their social weight declined and society progressed further down the path to socialism, they became a bigger problem. This required increased state repression, including imprisonment, exile and execution of class enemies, suspension of democratic rights, and further strengthening of the repressive mechanisms of the state for the common good. Later, Mao would cite the danger of capitalist restoration, i.e. criticism of the excesses of the regime, especially by intellectuals, to justify the anti-rightist campaigns and the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. In reality, the degree of repression and the strength of the police state reflected the fear of the bureaucracy of the working class and those remaining revolutionary communists who might act as sparks in a political crisis. Stalin prettified the bureaucratic regime by redefining socialism. The successes of the first five-year plan and the steps made in liquidating the kulaks as a class marked the final and irrevocable victory of socialism in the land of the Soviets. Property ownership, e.g. nationalized industries and collectivization, was deemed of overwhelming importance in defining the stage of development of the Soviet Union. Ignored was the horrendous state of poverty in which the ordinary Soviet citizen lived in order to pay for the five-year plans. Ignored were the millions who had died of hunger due to mismanagement, the breakneck speed of industrialization and forced collectivization. Ignored was the low level of productivity and technique relative to the capitalist countries. The Soviet worker produced about 1/10 as much as the American worker at this time. The means of distribution, the gross social inequalities which existed, and, most importantly, the lack of any genuine Soviet democracy. Parallel concepts would underpin the CCP definition of Chinese socialism. On June 11, 1936, the Central Executive Committee approved the draft of a new Soviet constitution. The first section, entitled Social Structure, concluded with, "The principle applied in the USSR is that of socialism. From each according to his ability, to each according to his work." This would be a major consideration in the debates within the CCP on just when and how the Chinese worker state came into existence. The formula was intended to justify the existing inequalities in the USSR. From each according to his ability was the extraction of the maximum labor by any means possible, including the whip of police intimidation, and to each according to his work meant the majority of the working population living in general want and on near starvation wages while preserving privileges and luxuries for the tops. Stalin equated socialism in the USSR with the principle to each according to his work, a capitalist principle most obviously seen in piecework in factories. In parallel, in the army, the hierarchy of officers was re-established from lieutenant to marshal. The changes were not limited to the introduction of titles. These reforms had a purely political aim, to give a new social weight to the officers, to differentiate them from the ranks and to bind them closer to the ruling elite. Zhou Enlai proudly boasted that, in China, the socialist revolution in the ownership of the means of production was fundamentally completed by 1956. How socialism was interpreted by Zhou and his co-thinkers is indicated by their introducing a formal system of ranks into the PLA just 1 year previously. Stalin transformed the concept and theory of the Revolutionary Party. In a series of iterations, the Democratic Centralist Leninist Combat Party was transformed into a mechanism whereby the General Secretary controlled all aspects of political life within the USSR. From open and frank debate on the most important questions of policy, which took place even when fighting a civil war, through the replacement of free debate with slander and lies, through the use of bully boy and hooligan tactics, through the anti-Leninist concept that the majority could never be wrong, through the use of the secret police to silence the opposition, Stalin moved step by step to a position where the Secretariat was everything and the party purely subsidiary. This was also Mao's understanding of the party, save that chairman replaced secretary. Stalin introduced anti-Marxist voluntarist concepts into party work. He declared to the 17th Party Congress, "The strength and prestige of our party and its leaders have grown to an unprecedented degree. It is their work that now determines everything or nearly everything. The part played by so-called objective conditions has been reduced to a minimum, whereas the part played by our organizations and their leaders has become decisive, exceptional." What does this mean? It means that from now on 9/10 of the responsibility for the failures and defects in our work rest, not on objective conditions, but on ourselves and on ourselves alone. This puffed-up, vainglorious, and anti-Marxist view was accepted by Mao and taken to extremes in the forcible imposition of communes and the so-called Great Leap Forward. 3.7 Chinese students in Moscow 1923 to 1929. The opening of the Soviet Communist Party and Comintern secret archives has given access to a mass of new information on the training of revolutionary cadres in the USSR. There were a number of important training centers such as the International Lenin School, which was for top party officials, but it is the Sun Yat-sen University, UKT, which is of interest here because for an important period after 1930 this was where many of the key leaders imposed by the Comintern on the CCP were educated and trained. From 1925, hundreds of young Chinese communists began to flock to Russia to study at the UKT, which attempted to completely mold a student's thinking, starting from philosophical fundamentals and her worldview, but central was a thorough training in Stalinist concepts of party organization and discipline. It is no surprise, then, to learn that the most important course was the study of Stalin's problems of Leninism. After 1927, students were also expected to attend courses on Trotsky's mistakes. In November 1925, Sun Yat-sen University for the Toilers of China was officially opened in Moscow with nearly 300 students. The lifespan of this university was only 5 years, and at its height it had less than 1,000 Chinese students enrolled, but it was a crucial element in the domination of the CCP by the leading faction in the Russian Communist Party. Its students dominated the leadership of the CCP from about 1930 until 1935, and many continued to occupy important posts thereafter. For example, of the 95 members of the CC elected by the 8th National Congress of the CCP in 1956, more than a quarter had studied at the UKT. It is necessary to describe events at UKT to understand what practices these future leaders of the CCP accepted as normal to Bolshevism, and how they gained their authority. Karl Radek was appointed rector at the founding of the university. However, beginning with Chiang Kai-shek's coup in March 1926, he questioned the CCP policy of entreism and suggested it might be weakening the prospects of revolution. Stalin criticized him personally in Pravda of April 21, 1927, and he was removed as rector. Radek was replaced by Pavel Mif, a keen Stalin supporter who was first promoted to the directorship of the Chinese section of the Comintern and then to rector of the UKT. In 2 years, Mif successfully organized around himself a group of students which would become known as the 28 Bolsheviks, and whom Mif, as the CI representative in China, would place into the leadership of the CCP. Mif quit as rector in the summer of 1929 to go to China, and the university was closed the following year. When Mif assumed his post as rector, a student by the name of Wang Ming, Chun Xiaoyu, made every effort to become associated with him and win his confidence. Wang Ming had joined the CCP after becoming a student at UKT, so he had little or no experience of Communist Party work in China. He had been a member of the first class to graduate in 1927, aged about 23, but he remained at the university as a translator, occasionally assisting Mif in studying the reports and other documents sent by the CCP to the Comintern. Mif recognized Wang Ming as someone who could be useful to him, and from then on Ming acted as Mif's mole, reporting on university and party affairs. Initially, the Chinese communists in Moscow formed their own party branch, probably as a matter of expediency as so few spoke Russian. However, in late 1926, the Moscow branch of the CCP was dissolved and its members transferred to the Russian party, although most were demoted to candidate members with no vote on policy decisions. From this time on, all party meetings within the university were attended by Russians employed or vetted by the secret police, and all key party posts within the university were held by Russians. Usually there were 20 or so students in each party cell, each with a Russian overseer. At meetings, every student had to speak on the topic under discussion. No one was allowed to remain silent, an approach designed to single out and deal with deviant ideas before they developed and ensure everyone adhered to acceptable views. In February 1927, Krupskaya was invited to speak at the university and gave a talk, the formal topic of which was communist education. The party branch had an especially tyrannical attitude towards women students, which was codified in its document A Concrete Guide to the Work of Training, and from what Krupskaya said, it would appear that she had been briefed about what was going on. Krupskaya was concerned to demolish the guide's insistence that party members had no right to individual free will, a common attitude amongst the bureaucracy at that time. In communist organizations there has to be discipline and direction, but it should be the self-discipline generated through carrying out mutually agreed tasks for a common goal. Krupskaya argued that a communist worked according to party instructions, but beyond that a communist had her own life to live. After all, both joining and leaving the party were individual acts. It was quite incorrect to see free will as a manifestation of lack of discipline. Party unity could not be achieved by the terroristic imposition of ideas on party members. Rather, it required the conscious agreement of party members on the issue involved. Creating an atmosphere in the party whereby members were suspicious of each other could seriously damage the party as a whole. Party unity, she said, should be based on trust and understanding. Such arguments implicitly criticized the party regime and helped many potential oppositionists make up their minds. After the hall was cleared of men, she met with the women students of the university. An important topic raised was the heavy criticism of female party members if they became pregnant. The party branch had taken the position that communist women must not bear children. To do so, the branch contended, turned them into mere housewives, who gave a higher priority to raising a family than carrying out revolutionary work. Some students had been intimidated into having abortions. Krupskaya conceded that having a child could make working in the underground difficult, but argued that forced abortions were not the solution. She suggested that the university nursery for the children of female students, located in suburban Moscow, should be extended for this purpose. Krupskaya's visit gave the women students enormous intellectual and emotional support. The upsurge in spirits felt by the students at the March 1927 seizure of power by the workers in Shanghai made Chiang Kai-shek's subsequent betrayal all the more shocking. See section 6.3. The students were expected to accept that Chiang's coup was for the best because the slaughter of thousands of communists represented the KMT getting rid of its right wing. Dutifully, the student body followed the party line and declared its support for the truly revolutionary, left KMT government in Wuhan headed by Wang Qingwei, Wang Yongwei. However, Stalin's previous policy of cuddling up to Chiang, the Moscow party had planned to display a huge effigy in honor of Chiang at the May Day demonstration, led inevitably to questions being asked about Comintern Chinese policy. On May 13th, Stalin attended the university to explain policy on China. Stalin's obvious faith in the left KMT government in Wuhan as the center of the struggle of the Chinese laboring masses against imperialism, and his projection that it could become the organ of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, would soon be shown to be dangerous nonsense. The party bureau arranged for all party cells in the university to hold meetings to discuss the speech. The cell directors were instructed to use the meetings not to defend Stalin's speech, but to criticize the opposition. There was to be no attempt to discuss the Chinese Revolution from the standpoint of seeking valid answers to pressing issues, the meetings being solely to support Stalin in the faction struggle taking place within the AUCPB. This approach did not go down well with the students. Within 2 months, the killing of communists began in the area governed by the truly revolutionary left KMT. The students, now numbering over 550, asked the obvious question: what was wrong with the Comintern policy that it had led to the slaughter of thousands of CCP members, not once but twice? To many students it was incomprehensible that the ECCI had passed a resolution, July 14, 1927, instructing the Chinese communists to remain within the left KMT at a time when left KMT generals were killing communists. They also found it hard to stomach the idea that free discussion of these events and differences within the party were so severely repressed. The attitude of the party branch committee became more repressive. Reports at meetings were now largely limited to the crimes of the opposition. Reading material to gain an objective view of events was actively discouraged. Attempts were made to ensure opposition documents did not enter the university. Only material expressing unreserved support for the Central Committee was approved. Such restrictions served only to increase the natural interest of many students to discover what the opposition was really saying. Faced with a disaster in China, Stalin moved quickly and decisively. On November 11, 1927, the CC announced that meetings of oppositionists, even in private dwellings, would be broken up by force. 3 days later, a special session of the CC and Control Commission expelled all oppositionists who were members of the CC: Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rakovsky, Smilga, and Yevdokimov. In the days that followed, hundreds of oppositionists were arrested. The 15th Party Congress, 2–19 December 1927, opened with not one of the 1,600 delegates from the opposition, and unanimously declared the program of the opposition to be incompatible with party membership. To demonstrate to his own followers that his policies on China were correct, Stalin had the CCP organize a stunt to coincide with the Congress. An uprising was to take place in Canton as proof that his political line for China was correct and had enabled the CCP to launch a successful bid for power. The Congress accepted the news at face value and enthusiastically hailed this victory. The reality was very different. With little or no preparation, with no support either from the urban masses or the surrounding peasants, and with many thousands of KMT soldiers in and around Canton, the Communist International demanded the CCP seize the city. See section 6.3 for details. Elliman has described how the dates of Congress and insurrection were juggled so that the insurrection would have greatest impact, and argues that over 7,000 workers paid with their lives to hide Stalin's mistakes in China. By December 14th, the last of the defenders of the Canton Commune had been wiped out and the reign of terror began, although that news was not brought before the Congress. While formally endorsing all party resolutions, there was a growing mood in the student body that the CI could not be relied upon to correctly guide the revolution in China. Under pressure of events, many students opened their minds and searched for answers to their questions. Many of these would become members of the Trotskyist opposition. However, those students on the right, e.g. the 28 Bolsheviks, were coming to very different conclusions. That it was the unrealistic demands made by the peasants for freedom and land that had triggered Chiang's two coups. At the beginning of 1928, a number of veterans of the failed Canton, August Harvest, and Nanchang uprisings together with activists from the women's movement began to arrive at the UKT. The reports and stories these people provided did much to radicalize many independently minded students and cause them to doubt the official line. Due to MIF's absence in China, with Wang Ming in attendance, there was a short hiatus between Radek leaving and MIF taking up the post of rector. In that short time, a bitter struggle for personal authority erupted between two factions. On the one hand, the party branch faction dominated by the ousted leaders of the Moscow CCP branch, the survivors, and on the other, the academic affairs faction led by senior academics supported by a significant number of students. MIF returned, and with Wang Ming rallying the uncommitted majority of students, the rector was soon in charge. In this brief struggle, Wang Ming emerged as the rector's spokesperson and thus a leader in the student body. In this capacity, he began to form alliances that would be the basis of the 28 Bolsheviks. Almost immediately afterwards, the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution took place, and during the celebration, students from UKT staged a public demonstration of support for the opposition. With the help of a member of staff, Bela Epstein, who would be shot in the spring of 1938, 10 or 11 students constructed placards with the slogan, "Long live the leaders of the world revolution." Zinoviev, Radek, Preobrazhensky. These students marched with the KUTK contingent and then, when opposite Lenin's mausoleum, unfurled their banner and began to shout slogans in support of the opposition. A shocked Stalin instructed MIF to conduct a thorough investigation of Trotskyist activities at the UKT and to report his findings promptly to the CC of the AUCP-B. The subsequent hurried investigation unanimously decided to expel from the party Epstein and those students they managed to identify. Staff members found to be Trotskyists or even Trotskyist sympathizers were expelled from the party and fired. It was during this episode that the political crystallization of the 28 Bolsheviks took place. Importantly, the 28 Bolsheviks did not need a separate organization of their own because with the support of the Russian authorities they now controlled the party branch. MIF did not create the 28 Bolsheviks. Their performance in this, the first anti-Trotskyist struggle at UKT, was a self-selection process whereby they came to MIF's attention as a force which could be useful to him. Once formed, the 28 Bolsheviks determined to root out any potential threats to their dominance, and moved against the remnants of the academic affairs faction, now under the name Second Line, which was beginning to reassert itself. The charge was that second-liners, the majority of whom came from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, had formed an illegal anti-party association, the Jiangsu-Zhejiang Friendly Association, based on provincial loyalties. Whilst leveling this charge, the 28 Bolsheviks worked hard to hide the fact that nearly every one of them came from the Yangtze River Valley. The 28 Bolsheviks could produce nothing solid, and finally the Central Control Commission of the AUCP-B resolved that there was inadequate evidence to support the anti-party accusations. As one of the 28 Bolsheviks, later admitted, some slight evidence was uncovered to suggest the vague possibility that such an organization may have been formed, although at the time I did not believe that it existed formally. But the use of exaggeration as a weapon in power struggles is not an unusual undertaking anywhere, and perhaps this weapon is used within communist parties more freely than elsewhere. The tactics of the 28 Bolsheviks went beyond unfounded accusations to include using the GPU against their fellows. This alienated the student body, which in its majority now rallied to the second line. Such behavior speaks volumes on the mindset of the 28 Bolsheviks who, to further their positions within the university and party, were quite prepared to make unfounded accusations that would result in a number of the second-line leaders being sentenced to years of forced labor in unspeakable conditions. It should be remembered that this was a struggle for positions of personal authority between two Stalinist groups, and that Wang Ming stopped at nothing to achieve his goal of top place, considering any tactic legitimate, no matter how shameful. Wang Ming now prepared to challenge the authority of the entire Chinese Comintern delegation by tying it to the second-liners and spicing the charge of provincialism with allegations of Trotskyism. The 28 Bolsheviks now extended the critique to include an attack on Chou Pai on the grounds of left opportunism. Chou Pai had been elected General Secretary of the CCP on August 7, 1927, and now, as was becoming common practice in the CI, he was being deemed responsible for the recent failures of the CCP. MIF took these criticisms to the ECCI, and Chou was removed from the post of General Secretary in July 1928 at the 6th Congress of the CCP and kept in Moscow as Chinese delegate to the CI. Zhou Enlai, who had been present, assessed just how ambitious was the attack made by Wang Ming. In opposing the Chinese delegation, the Wang Ming faction was in fact opposing the Central Committee of the Chinese Party, asserting that it was no longer competent and its members must be changed. After receiving Zhou Enlai's report, the CC of the CCP formally accepted the judgment of the Comintern. By the 6th World Congress of the CI, Stalin had concluded that the CC of the CCP did not contain a single Marxist mind capable of understanding the events now occurring. In a letter of July 9, 1928, he spelled out his solution. It's time to really busy ourselves with the organization of a system of party advisors attached to the CCP Central Committee, the Central Committee departments, regional organizations in each province, the departments of these regional organizations, the Party Youth Organization, the Peasant Department of the Central Committee, the Military Department of the Central Committee, the Central Organ Newspaper, the Federation of Trade Unions of China. The structure has to be set up so that all these party advisors work together as a whole, directed by the chief advisor to the Central Committee, the Comintern representative. The party advisors will compensate for the enormous shortcomings of the CCP Central Committee and its top regional officials. They will serve, for the time being, as the nails holding the existing conglomerate together as a party. This proposal revealed Stalin's approach toward fraternal relations with the CCP, which was to take control of it from top to bottom through his agents. MIF, who was Stalin's appointee, would be well aware of Stalin's wishes. It is obvious that the 28 Bolsheviks were an important step in that direction. The 16th Conference of the AUCP-B of April 1929 initiated a purge within the Russian Party, and it was decided to extend this to a vigorous purge of all foreign communists in the Soviet Union. In the autumn of 1929, iron-faced purge commissars, experienced secret policemen toughened by numerous opposition witch hunts, descended on UKT. A series of meetings was scheduled over which these commissars presided. Wang Ming carefully selected members on whose loyalty he could count, and these members were given the task of bombarding anti-party elements with accusations. The purge meetings at UKT were shattering experiences. The slightest political or personal blemish was publicly and endlessly questioned until an atmosphere of hysteria prevailed. This witch hunt resulted in at least one suicide amongst the students. By the end, the GPU had the names of some 80 to 90 students. These were arrested as suspected leaders of the opposition and immediately taken to the underground jail beneath the GPU HQ on Lubyanka Square in Moscow. The automatic method of interrogation was sleep deprivation while being forced to stand to attention until a confession was obtained. Members of the 28 Bolsheviks participated in these interrogations. The interrogation techniques used on those who did not immediately confess are not described. The purge increased in intensity and sophistication, and by its end, the GPU had arrested 171 Chinese as Trotskyists. The fate of most of these is not known, but the overwhelming majority were immediately expelled from the party. A good proportion was sent to concentration camps, such as the forced labor camps of the Altai gold mines in Siberia, where it has been reported many were worked to death. Few were sent back to China as there was no wish to spread Trotskyism. Wang Ming returned to China in early 1929. The main force of the 28 Bolsheviks returned by the end of 1930 and made Shanghai their headquarters. In November or December 1930, MIF went to Shanghai, where he secretly met with the 28 Bolsheviks to plan a leadership coup within the CCP to overthrow and replace the party secretary, Li Lisan, and establish the Wang Ming Empire, with Wang appointed general secretary at the 4th plenum of the CC in January 1931 at the tender age of 26. With no practical experience of political work in China. During a key period in the growth and development of the CCP, its leadership was largely in the hands of those who had been thoroughly trained in the ideas of the TSOC. But these people had also been trained in the Stalinist methods used during the purges in Russia. They had practical experience of suppressing internal party democracy, of using outright lies, smears, blackmail, threats, intimidation, and even physical violence as acceptable means of settling political disputes within the party. These people had, in many cases, personally participated in brutal GPU interrogations of Trotskyists and others. 125. 3.8 Summary. The degeneration of the Russian Communist Party began with an unprincipled alliance of Lenin's closest collaborators to prevent the promotion of Trotsky, and ended with the coming to power of the Stalinist bureaucracy. From personal slanders, political lies, and suppression of the truth, the Stalin faction descended to organizational and physical intimidation of political opponents, then torture and execution. A witch-hunting hysterical atmosphere was deliberately created to isolate and silence oppositionists. It was in this atmosphere that the Chinese students at Sun Yat-sen University received their training. To their credit, it was a magnificent achievement that as many as a third sided with the Trotskyist opposition. However, from the remainder, who were prepared to stain their hands with the blood of oppositionists, the Stalinists chose those who were to lead the CCP for the next period. The course of events in the Soviet Union was determined by historical causes far deeper than the personal qualities of those leading the Bolshevik Party. The mood and orientation of the Russian working class changed in reaction to the enormous effort expended in the Civil War. Tired from their heroic efforts, downhearted after the defeats of socialist revolutions internationally, and in a predominantly peasant country where the proletariat maintained close links with the peasants, there was an inevitable revival of petty bourgeois tendencies in the proletariat itself. The formation of the Troika marked a qualitative change in the nature of the leadership of the Bolshevik Party. Previously, the differences that arose had been corrected as events proved one side or the other right or wrong, but from now on matters would be decided on a factional basis. It would soon become common practice for loyalty to the majority faction to replace loyalty to the party, and for those opposing the faction to be treated as opposing the party. To defeat the opposition became more important than reaching correct conclusions and projecting a line that matched the needs of the situation. Events that gave the lie to the faction line were hidden from the membership. At the very top of the party, personal considerations replaced political, and this gave the struggle between the Troika and Trotsky its bitterness and led to the rapid degeneration of the party leadership. Stalin immediately took pole position in developing the cult of Lenin, and the party propaganda machine went into a frenzy of activity. Lenin had always been correct on every issue, every question, every dispute, and the comrade always at his side had been Stalin. In this, the natural affection and esteem, love and respect felt for Lenin by all his old comrades was cleverly used by Stalin to transform Lenin into an icon, to whitewash away all his mistakes and give his political thought a linearity that had never existed in reality. Criticism of Lenin became impossible in the world communist movement. Completely wiped out was the dynamic of Lenin's political heritage. Importantly, this meant Lenin's change in 1917 from a stagist to a permanentist perspective was erased. Lip service was paid to all Lenin's proposals while moving in the opposite direction. At the end of the 12th Congress, the situation in the RCP was such that Stalin was, de facto, irremovable as General Secretary. His narrowness of outlook, lack of creative imagination, empiricism, personal aggrandizement, and vanity came to the fore and made him the natural leader of the rising bureaucracy. The rise of the Second Chinese Revolution. 4.1 Introduction. Stalin's perspective for China was that the national bourgeoisie would lead a successful democratic revolution against feudalism and the imperialist and colonial powers. The leadership residing in the Kuomintang was, despite the personal wishes of those involved, an objectively revolutionary force that would not betray its own revolution. This perspective was based on the assumption that in China, workers, peasants, artisans, intellectuals, and national bourgeoisie, including the officer caste of the NRA, had more in common with each other than the imperialists. It was assumed that this multi-class bloc could become the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, proposed by Lenin in 1905 but firmly rejected by him in 1917, which would carry through the national revolution and create a bourgeois state friendly to the USSR. Chiang Kai-shek and his generals had a more correct appreciation. They understood that revolutions do not stop when commanded but could flow right over them to a Soviet regime. They planned and then acted accordingly. On March 20, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek staged his first coup in a clear and unambiguous statement that the bourgeoisie intended to control the Chinese Revolution to protect its interests, which were most definitely not the same as those of the proletarians or peasants. Despite this warning, Stalin continued to argue that a single national revolutionary front was a necessary condition for the successful anti-imperialist revolution, and to achieve this, the CCP must sacrifice its organizational and political independence and adopt a subservient role to the KMT. To keep the bourgeoisie in the united front, the CCP should restrain the rebellious peasantry to within bounds acceptable to the KMT, i.e. stop land seizures. As the national struggle progressed and the KMT armies moved northwards and took control of major industrial centers, the class struggle between the bourgeoisie and sections of the petty bourgeoisie on the one hand and the proletariat and peasants on the other could no longer be contained within one political party. This problem would be resolved by the KMT, both left and right unleashing a white terror and massacring all the communists it could. CCP membership had peaked at 60,000, of whom about 12,000 were women. By the end of 1927, the vast majority would have dropped their membership or be dead. This would mark the end of the Second Chinese Revolution. 4.2 Chiang Kai-shek's first coup. March 20, 1926. After Sun's death on March 12, 1925, sections of the Chinese bourgeoisie came out openly for the exclusion of communists from the KMT and opposed the radical elements in the policy of the Canton government. The immediate cause of the right-wing concern was the mobilization of the working class in the Canton Hong Kong strike. The Chinese workers were becoming a powerful and leading force in the democratic revolutionary movement, giving the movement a powerful impulse and greatly strengthening the left in the KMT. In July 1925, the first open test between the right wing and the left, including communists, came in the elections to control the party in Canton. The left won a sweeping victory. Wang Jingwei, who had made a point of being seen to support the Canton Hong Kong strike, declared a national government based on Canton with himself as its chairperson. At once the right wing met separately and demanded the KMT 1. Expel the communists 2. Give power to the military 3. Dismiss Borodin and his Russian military advisors and 4. Move the seat of the Central Executive Committee to Shanghai. Tai Chi-Tao, a member of the Central Executive Committee of the KMT, produced an anti-communist pamphlet as a rallying call to the right wing. There followed a relentless campaign against communists and leftists. The campaign was particularly successful amongst the cadets of the Whampoa Military Academy, where the anti-communists, the majority, formed themselves into their own separate society. In response, Peng Shuji published the article "Who is the Leader of the Revolution?" in the December 1925 issue of New Youth. Here, he openly argued that the Chinese bourgeoisie, including the industrial capitalists, were too closely tied to imperialism to lead a successful revolution for national independence. The leftists and CCP dominated the Second KMT Congress in January 1926, and Wang was confirmed as leader. With communist support, Chiang Kai-shek was elected to the Central Executive Committee (CEC) for the first time. The Congress condemned the behavior of the right wing and emphasized the need for a KMT-CCP alliance. Borodin and the ECCI took all this as further proof of the success of the bloc within and the weakness of the rightists within the KMT. The great dream of Sun Yat-sen and Chiang Kai-shek was the Northern Expedition, in which the NRA, under Chiang's leadership would march against the northern warlords, defeat them militarily, and unite the country. Chiang understood that the northern expedition was impossible without massive material support from the Soviet Union. However, the Soviet advisors in China opposed the expedition, expressing instead a preference for the People's Army of Feng Yuxiang, the so-called Christian general. Chiang was worried that the military supplies he needed for his expedition might be diverted. Nor did Chiang wish to go marching off to Beijing and leave behind him a KMT government under the political influence of Borodin. It was necessary to administer a sharp smack to the communists and their allies to ensure the military wing of the KMT held the leadership of the revolution but without provoking too much of a reaction. If handled correctly, such a move could also eliminate his rivals within the KMT. On the night of March 19th and 20th, Chiang discovered a conspiracy supposedly organized by a communist naval officer. Chiang's troops surrounded the quarters of the Soviet advisors. All CCP political workers attached to army units under his command were arrested, and in a move that was especially significant and unambiguously showed the motives for his actions, the Canton Hong Kong strike was at its height. Local trade union premises were raided and closed down. On the morning of March 20th, 1926, Chiang was master of Canton. All railway stations were occupied, all telephone communications were cut, and martial law declared. Chiang had demonstrated he held the real power within the KMT. His next step was to minimize the incident to ensure the ongoing material and political support of the Soviet Union necessary for a victorious march on Beijing. Publicly, Chiang dismissed the incident as a misunderstanding. He apologized to the Soviet advisors, who blamed the CCP for using inappropriately radical propaganda, and withdrew his troops to their barracks. Chiang's coup was kept secret within the USSR, but news of it slipped out 1 year later when it was mentioned by Radek in an article that appeared in Izvestia. Pravda hurriedly published a reply in the form of a report from Wuhan affirming Chiang's loyalty to the national revolution and proclaiming the absence of any inter-party disputes within the KMT. 4.2.1 Outcomes of the coup. Stalin, confused and confounded, made no public response, but behind-the-scenes deals were done. The northern expedition was unequivocally endorsed, and the coup was minimized or denied. On March 22, Solovyev, counselor of the Soviet embassy, met with Chiang. The next day, Wang Jingwei, pleading illness, left for France. On March 24, many Soviet advisors, including the chief advisor at the Whampoa Academy, took their leave of China. Chiang placed his own men in key positions within the KMT. The ECCI instructed the CCP to support the military dictatorship of Chiang Kai-shek and assist the forthcoming northern expedition. Action against Chiang or a break with the KMT having been ruled out, the CCP Central Committee passed a resolution pledging its support to Chiang. Right-wing politicians and businessmen rushed to acclaim the man who had so easily established bourgeois hegemony over the mass movement. But the inaction of the CCP had demonstrated a serious weakness which undermined any possible future alliance with the left within the KMT. In the face of the coup, Peng Shuji and Xichen Pailon, editor of Chinese Women and Peng's partner, traveled to Canton to convene a meeting of leading communists with Borodin to consider whether the CCP should withdraw from the bloc within and replace it with cooperation of independent organizations, expand the military units under its leadership, and unite its military forces with those of the left wing of the KMT. Borodin won the support of the majority of the meeting by revealing that Stalin had personally ordered that CCP-KMT collaboration be maintained, and the proposals were rejected. Stalin, Bukharin, and Soviet advisors not only closed their eyes to the warning given by the coup, they actively hid it. The international communist press published deliberately misleading material. When news of the coup appeared in the bourgeois press, the international press correspondence of April 8, 1926, called it a lying report, and in the May 6 issue Voitinsky called it an invention of the imperialists. Chiang's next step was to camouflage himself as a champion of the masses. On May Day 1926, the Third National Labor Conference representing 1.25 million workers had as its honored guest Chiang Kai-shek, now generalissimo of an army with an efficient, well-trained officer corps. With CCP approval, this representative of the bourgeoisie appeared before the masses as a revolutionary leader. In uniform, Chiang punched the air and shouted, "Long live the world revolution!" Chiang Kai-shek took Wang Jingwei's place as head of the KMT, and at a special plenary session of the CEC on May 15, 1926, conditions were laid down for continuation of the bloc within. 1. The CCP press must not criticize the anti-class struggle principles of Sun Yat-sen. 2. The CCP must hand over a list of its members in the KMT. 3. Communists could not control more than 1/3 of the seats on any of the higher KMT committees. 4. Communists could not serve as heads of departments in the central KMT organization nor government. 5. Without approval from above, no member of the KMT could call any meeting in its name to discuss party affairs. 6. Without authorization from a higher body, no member of the KMT could be a member of any other political organization or engage in any other political activity. 7. If the CCP wanted to send instructions to its members in the KMT, such instructions had first to be submitted for approval to a joint committee of which the majority was non-communist. Any members of the KMT wishing to join the CCP had to resign and could not rejoin the KMT. At the very moment when the revolution needed Bolshevik leadership, the ECCI imposed restrictions on the CCP which constrained it to act as the left wing within a bourgeois party. In the eyes of Moscow, the KMT was a unique workers' and peasants' party, a revolutionary bloc of workers, peasants, intellectuals, and the urban democracy, i.e. the bourgeoisie, on the basis of a community of class interests in the struggle against the imperialists and the military feudal order in general. The ECCI continued to hail the KMT as a friendly, revolutionary party and allowed its delegates to remain on the ECCI with a consultative voice. After the coup, the activities of the CCP were fatally constrained. It could not issue any public criticism of the KMT, could not form a faction within the KMT to fight to change the official line. It had to publicly subscribe to the capitalist principles of Sun Yat-senism. It was prevented from arming the people, forming Soviets, disarming the bourgeoisie, and it could not work to win over the soldiers of the NRA. Borodin, quoting Bukharin, said openly that the activities of the communists were restricted to doing coolie service for the KMT. From this point, the CCP acted as a brake on the Chinese Revolution, a role that would cost many communists their lives. However, for a large proportion of CCP members, recruited on the basis of the bloc within and subjected to continuous bombardment with the idea that a break with the KMT would sabotage the anti-imperialist struggle, these sacrifices appeared worthwhile. Stalinist miseducation, which included demanding unquestioning obedience to the CI, would end with the collapse of the revolutionary movement. Landlords took the March 20th coup as a green light to attack peasant associations, and the murder of peasant leaders became widespread. In a tactic that would be used again and again, communists played a disgraceful role by placing the blame for the killings on individual corrupt officials, avaricious gentry and hooligans rather than the landlord system. In Guangdong province, the attacks were particularly severe. On June 26, 1926, Chen Duxiu in his appeal reported that the leadership of the CCP requested that Borodin take 5,000 rifles from those allocated for Chiang Kai-shek to allow the Guangdong peasants to protect themselves. He refused on the grounds that the peasants might use the guns to seize the land, and that was quite unacceptable. In late 1926, Borodin addressed a peasant congress in Hankou, central China. The Northern Expedition was to be supported as the first step to unifying China. The warlords and imperialists had to be defeated. After that would come the formation of a national government. This would 1. Establish minimum land allocations for peasants, 2. Lower rents, and 3. Establish popular government at county, provincial, and national level. This was the same wait-and-see message the Russian SRs had delivered in 1917, and the reason for their obliteration. 4.3 The Northern Expedition, from Guangdong to Shanghai. On July 9, 1926, just over 4 months after his coup, believing he had made his rear safe from revolution, Chiang began the Northern Expedition for the military unification of China. The NRA was not large, it numbered only about 100,000 soldiers, against over 500,000 warlord troops. Its successes came from its dynamism and its popular support. The NRA was accompanied by a swarm of agitators, organizers, and propagandists who so well prepared the ground that often the armies needed only to advance on a village or town for the warlords' forces to evaporate. In support of the NRA, railway and telegraph workers attempted to paralyze the warlord's communications, peasants spied on warlord troop movements and made them immediately known to the NRA, and formed guerrilla bands to attack the rear of the warlord's armies. There were even cases where the local peasant association staged an uprising ahead of the NRA. The NRA proceeded in two columns, the western column headed for Wuhan, strategically placed in the middle of the Yangtze Valley, on the river and an administrative, industrial and transport center, and the eastern column, led by Chiang, headed for Nanchang, capital of Jiangxi province. As the NRA began its march, the Central Committee of the CCP met in Shanghai, 12 to 18 July 1926. It received and again rejected a motion submitted by Peng Shuji, supported by Qin Duxiu, for the withdrawal of communists from the bloc within and the establishment of a united front with the left wing of the KMT. The published proceedings of this meeting were permeated with a desire to convince the bourgeoisie that the CCP was no threat to its interests. The resolution on the peasant question was typical. It proposed restricting the CCP policy to what was believed acceptable to the KMT, rent and interest rate reduction, lower taxes and removal of corrupt officials. Such an obsequious approach could only lead to further retreats. The leadership of the CCP had voted to accept the instructions of the ECCI not only because the latter had behind it the prestige of the October Revolution and provided most of the resources that kept the party afloat, but also out of loyalty to a body which been a major factor in its foundation, providing essential leadership over its difficult first days. But now the ECCI was proposing a course of action that cut right across Leninist norms. In public, Qin Duxiu, as secretary of the CCP, followed discipline and declared the KMT one of the pillars of the National Revolutionary Movement, but within the CCP worked hard to separate the two organizations. In opposition to Chen and Peng, ECCI representatives made every effort to win the CCP leadership, one obvious method being to promote onto the CC those who agreed with ECCI perspectives. Under Comintern pressure, the weaker, the opportunists, those jealous of their positions, and those who genuinely believed in a stagist approach followed Borodin's lead. Incrementally, the character of the Central Committee was changed. Each time Chen and Peng raised the question of breaking the bloc within, they received less support, and within the party most new recruits, the vast majority given the rapid growth of the party, were joining on the basis of support for the Northern Expedition in Chiang. M.N. Roy, ECCI representative in China and second only to Borodin, would later claim that by this time the majority of the leadership of the CCP endorsed the Stalinist perspective. Almost all the communist leaders believed the stories about the excesses of the peasants and declared that the most effective method of combating the counter-revolution would be to check them. Wang Fanshi was in Beijing as the NRA progressed northwards. He described how the CCP deliberately miseducated the membership by fostering the idea that, apart from a few old men, the KMT was solidly on the side of the revolution. Not one word of criticism was voiced against Chiang at CCP meetings. Soon after, Wang moved to Canton, where he discovered reality was very different from what he had been told. He found the strength of the so-called left wing of the KMT was largely illusory. The numbers of left-wing individuals within the KMT prepared to stand up for their ideas were so few that they would never constitute a force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, Chiang and the forces of the right had real power, military power in their hands. As he gained confidence, Chiang suppressed trade unions, peasant leagues, and the activities of communists in the area under the control of the NRA. On July 29, 1926, he declared martial law. All labor disturbances were forbidden for the duration of the Northern Campaign. The NRA's triumphant progress continued, and by September the Yangtze Valley was in Chiang's hands. The ECCI was delirious with joy. On August 9, 1926, the KMT declared compulsory arbitration in all labor disputes. Workers were forbidden to bear arms of any description, to assemble or to parade. Military patrols took possession of the streets. Stalin said, "The withdrawal of the Chinese communists from the Kuomintang at the present time would be a profound mistake. The whole course, character, and prospects of the Chinese Revolution undoubtedly testify in favor of the Chinese communists remaining in the Kuomintang and intensifying their work in it." In flagrant opposition to the facts available to him, but as a smokescreen to justify his own policies, he presented the advance of Chiang's troops as meaning freedom of assembly, freedom to strike, freedom to organize for all the revolutionary elements in China in general, and for the workers in particular. The victories of the NRA and the propaganda of their own party convinced many doubters within the CCP that the curbing of peasant attempts to seize the land was justified. In Canton, the local government had been under the control of the left KMT and initially had been supportive of the Canton-Hongkong strike, but it soon moved to the right as the consequences of Chiang's coup became clear. The bloc of four classes began to reveal its true face. In May, the Canton government offered to ensure the complete cessation of the boycott and of all other anti-British manifestations throughout the territory controlled by the Canton government, in exchange for a $10 million loan from the British. Squads of soldiers and police patrolled the streets of Canton and the food kitchens were discontinued. The betrayal by the Canton government broke the back of the strike, and on October 10, 1926, the strike and boycott were called off unconditionally. No loan was given. The strike and boycott had opened the door to an independent working-class perspective and had demonstrated the capacity of the Chinese workers to organize and function in their own interests. The CCP described the abrupt termination of an historic 15-month struggle without a single concession as not a defeat but a great victory. The CCP had allowed an historic opportunity to slip without even realizing it. The workers of Canton would pay dearly for this victory. The gangsters of Canton were mobilized into a central labor union and carried the offensive against the revolutionary workers onto the streets. Against the advice of the CCP, militants defended their organizations, but with the masses disheartened and defeated, this was to no avail. In early October, the NRA took one of the most important of China's industrial areas, the Wuhan complex comprising the three cities of Wuchang, Railroad Center, Hanyang, Industrial Center, and Hankow, important commercial port on the Yangtze, each with a substantial industrial population. In November, Chiang took Nanchang, which then became the center for the rightists within the KMT. Borodin successfully persuaded the remaining left KMT leadership in Canton to move their government to Wuhan to take advantage of the working class base that existed there. No doubt the defeat of the Canton-Hongkong strike weighed on his mind. The move coincided with the 7th plenum of the ECCI, 22 November 16 December 1926. This was the first plenum since the counter-revolutionary coup of March 20th, and incredible as it might seem, not one word was said about the coup, not one word about the shootings of the workers and peasants carried out by the KMT in a number of provinces, not one word about the withdrawal of support for the Canton-Hongkong strike, not one word about the efforts made by the Canton government to strangle and denigrate the peasants' movement, to prevent its spread and development. The 7th plenum passed over in silence the Central Committee of the CCP's public undertaking not to criticize Sun Yat-senism, effectively endorsing the CCP's renunciation of its right to function as an independent workers' party. The plenum was guided by a resolution passed at the meeting of the Politburo of the Soviet Communist Party on October 26, 1926, which had decided the CCP should make a significant shift to the right. The plenum issued a manifesto drafted by Martynov, against whose ideas Lenin wrote "What is to be done?", who, by ignoring basic Marxism, that the power of a state was bodies of armed men, e.g. the NRA, was able to conclude that China was heading towards a multi-class state. On the key question of land to the peasant, the manifesto declared national liberation was impossible without agrarian revolution. Nationalization of the land was fundamental. This sounded wonderful, but the lands and property of KMT leaders and the officers of the NRA were excluded. The heart of the CCP's land program was reduced to demands acceptable to Chiang Kai-shek. Martynov proposed that communists penetrate the new government and use the state apparatus to confiscate land, reduce taxes, and invest real power in peasant committees. But the March 20th coup had been precisely to stop such things happening, to ensure that real power would be kept out of the hands of peasant committees. In such a situation, taking posts within the state apparatus meant party members punished peasants for revolutionary acts. That CCP members were volunteering to become magistrates to enforce bourgeois laws even before the manifesto arrived, demonstrated the level of miseducation within the CCP and the political level of the people being recruited. The public face of the CCP was class collaboration, and this naturally attracted recruits who favored such a policy. Martynov justified the CCP entering the left KMT government by arguing that it would strengthen the revolutionary left wing against the right, that it was possible to change the KMT into a real party of the people. His classification of revolutionary left was demonstrated by the first on his list of desirable participants, the KMT government in Canton, which was at that moment disarming workers, protecting yellow unions, and attempting to strangle the peasants' movement. Without independent bases in the proletariat and peasantry, which required the clear slogan of land to the peasant, the CCP did not have sufficient weight within the KMT to counterbalance the right wing, which had military support. The CCP was enmeshed in a net of contradictory requirements. The only way to break out and save the revolution was to support the peasants' seizure and distribution of the land, and that required Soviets. But by Stalin's direct order, Soviets were excluded. Instead, the CCP was instructed to use the apparatus of the National Revolutionary Government, a formula for achieving nothing. In the army, for example, this was interpreted as maneuvering individual sympathizers into command positions rather than winning the soldiers to a revolutionary position by setting up communist nuclei of rank and file soldiers. The plenum did warn that the bourgeoisie were trying to smash the revolution, but failed to say who these people were. Stalin personally declared Chang was loyal. When they would act, under what conditions they would do so, where they would act, and what they would do. The ECCI warning was abstract in the extreme, but the actions it demanded were immediate and concrete: capitulation to the bourgeois KMT. As the leadership of the CCP tried to square the circle of supporting the peasants without introducing Soviets and without offending the officer corps, it became caught up and partners in spinning a web of deceit. The CCP had to choose support for the KMT or support for the peasant revolution. Rather than risk a break with the KMT, it decided to block the revolution. On December 13, 1926, in Hankow, in the presence of Borodin and Voitinsky, Chun Duxiu delivered a report on the current situation to the party leadership. The published version of the report had the CCP bowing to ECCI discipline. Unity with the KMT would be maintained and the disease of left naivete eliminated from the body of the CCP. The report argued that the rightists had been frightened by the CCP success in mobilizing the mass movement, and by the dominance of the CCP at a rank and file level in the KMT. The solution was for CCP members to call for confidence in the KMT leadership and in particular, to try to stop the leftward movement of the masses. The political goal was to establish a left civilian government headed by Wang Jingwei. 4.4 peasants and workers self-mobilize. But the Chinese proletariat and millions of land-hungry peasants were moving into action. The CCP placed itself, the authority of the October Revolution and the Communist International as barriers to this movement. In Hunan, Mao put the party line to a meeting of more than 300 peasant delegates. The time for us to overthrow the landlords has not come. Now is the time to reduce rents, to reduce interest, and to increase the wages of farm laborers. The response was not reported, which in itself is significant. As the summer progressed and the NRA advanced, it became clear that the Chinese countryside was on the verge of widespread revolt. Behind the NRA, the peasants spontaneously organized to demand rent reductions and an end to arbitrary taxation. But such moves have a logic of their own, and the peasantry in Hunan and Hopei, having unilaterally reduced their rents, soon took the obvious next step of paying no rent and then seizing the land. 1926 saw not only a spectacular growth of the peasant movement, but a parallel strike wave of great depth and intensity in all the major industrial centers, with the Canton Hong Kong strike acting as an example. Well over 1 million workers were directly involved. In Hunan, trade union membership increased from 60,000 to 150,000. In Wuhan, 300,000 workers were organized, and nationally there were 2,800,000 unionized workers, a greater number than in the Russia of October 1917. Naturally, the great majority of the strikes were fought for wage increases and improvement in working conditions, and most were wholly or partially successful. The workers of China were raising their heads as never before. By the end of 1926, despite the defeat in Canton, the strike wave was stretching beyond economic demands into open political struggle, which demonstrates that individual defeats, even major ones, can be overcome when the mass movement is on the rise. In a single leap, the workers of Hankow took the lead of the anti-imperialist struggle. On January 4, 1927, a demonstration took place at the boundary of the British concession in Hankow. Spontaneously the cry went up, "Take it now!" Teams of workers tore down the barbed wire barricades and joyful crowds stormed the concession and claimed it for China. This was done without any leadership, either from the KMT or the CCP. When the KMT politicians in Hongkong recovered from their fright at the nerve of the workers, the British retreat gave them courage. They stepped in to negotiate and emerged with agreements which returned the Hongkong and Zhejiang concessions to China. A diplomatic victory made possible by the actions of the Hongkong workers and their comrades. James, OPCIT. The reaction of the CCP to these events was a short period of silence and then a statement to the effect that the actions had been incorrect. This is an object lesson in the harm a revolutionary organization can inflict upon itself when it moderates its program to obtain unity with non-revolutionary forces. In its attempts not to damage the bloc within, the policies of the CCP became less revolutionary, less anti-imperialist than those of the local KMT. As Chiang's troops swept into new territories, the peasants self-mobilized, and between November 1926 and March 1927, over 10 million peasants joined peasant leagues in the southern provinces of Jiangxi, Jiangxi, Guangdong, Guangdong, Hunan, the most radical, and Hebei alone. In Hunan, peasant associations grew to over 2 million. In a manner similar to Russia in 1905 and early 1917, the peasants organized themselves, with rural agitators eager to push way beyond the limits set by the CCP or KMT. It was in this context in February of 1927 that Mao wrote his report of an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan, and it was referred to at the 8th plenary session of the ECCI, 18 to 30 May 1927, by Bukharin as excellent. Sections were published in Communist International. The report made Mao's name within the CI. Mao presented his report first to the leaders of the CCP in Wuhan, and then to the third enlarged plenary session of the CEC of the KMT on March 10, 1927. The report, written as advice to the revolutionary authorities in Hunan, was first published in a condensed form in the weekly organ of the Central Executive Committee of the KMT on March 15. The writings of Mao Zedong as they appear today are often not the same as when first published. Cohen has demonstrated that many of the claims for the originality of Mao's ideas come from the rewriting of important texts years later when the questions had been decided by actual events, and Mao's report is one such. It contains Mao's supposed innovation that it would be the middle and, particularly, the poor peasants who would be the most important and reliable allies of the proletariat in the democratic revolution. In fact, Lenin had stated this a quarter of a century earlier and had carried through a successful socialist revolution based on just such an analysis. The political content of the original text was in line with the ECCI and CCP decision to designate the KMT, not the proletariat, as the leader of the national democratic revolution. Thus, the original report makes no mention of the industrial proletariat being the leading force in the Chinese Revolution, nor of a worker-peasant alliance. These concepts were added in 1951. Importantly, in the original version of the report, Mao avoided discussing the land question as part of the agrarian revolution, no doubt because of the curbs the CCP imposed to maintain the bloc within, but a very significant omission when viewed from post-revolution China. In 1951, Mao added the words in italics, "An economic struggle should also be started immediately in order that the land problem and other economic problems of the poor peasants can be completely solved." The lack of any mention in the original version of the CCP as an independent body was another serious omission. Mao had exhorted all revolutionary parties to face up to the leadership test presented by the rising peasant movement. In the 1951 version, the Communist Party suddenly appears in numerous places, such as "the poor peasants are the most responsive to Communist Party leadership." The language of the report was militant and strident. In a very short time, in China's central, southern, and northern provinces, several hundred million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. In force and momentum, the attack is tempestuous. Those who bow before it survive, and those who resist perish. As a result, the privileges which the feudal landlords enjoyed for thousands of years are being shattered to pieces. The form was militant and radical, but the content was class collaborationist. Private ownership of the land would remain with rich peasants and even some landlords as suitable allies. It was the feudalists who would be swept away, and quite acceptable to Moscow and the left KMT. Other texts received similar treatment, so it is difficult to take current publications as a genuine expression of what was said at the time. Rewriting historic texts is a feature of a regime in ideological crisis, a dishonest regime that cannot face its own past. It is a de facto admission that its policies at the time were wrong, and it shows a total lack of respect for its own party members. Rewriting took other forms. In 1930, a booklet was published in Russia entitled A Brief History of China's Labor Movement, written by Deng Zhongxia, a labor leader executed by the nationalists. It made no mention of Mao. When the booklet was republished in Yan'an during the rectification campaign in 1943, a passage was inserted. In 1922, thanks to the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong, the workers' movement in Hunan developed stormily. Taking his lead from Stalin, Mao also had the military history of the Long March rewritten. Every defeat was due to those who did not follow his lead. Successes such as the great victory at Pingxingguan against the Japanese army were credited to Mao. In early 1927, Chiang established himself at Nanchang. Pending the conquest of Shanghai, Chiang Kai-shek attempted to take absolute control of the KMT. He demanded that the seat of government be moved to Nanchang, but the petty bourgeois radicals, buoyed up by the victory over the British, refused. The January 4th events had stiffened the resolve of the left leaders at Wuhan and demonstrated how important it was for the CCP to have an independent base outside the KMT if the left was to be won to an anti-imperialist position. In response, Chiang announced his intention to root out the communists from the KMT. No more differences or tendencies among us. Every true member of the KMT must be just that and nothing else. Whoever goes against the aims and methods indicated by Sun Yat-sen will not be a comrade but an enemy who must not remain among us. The left KMT held its own Central Executive Committee in Hankow on 10 to 17 March, its decisions reflecting its buoyant mood. It took back the powers assumed by Chiang Kai-shek just a year before. Resolutions were passed in support of an agricultural policy which reflected Mao's report in sounding militant in its attacks on local bullies, bad gentry and the feudal landlord class, but in content was mildly reformist. The left was all for cooperation with the CCP and called upon the latter to send responsible comrades to join in the nationalist and provincial governments. In open opposition to Lenin's principle that the CCP must retain its freedom of criticism, it was agreed, the press organs of the Third International, of the Chinese Communist Party, and of the Kuomintang shall not violate the spirit of cooperation in their reports and criticize one another. The KMT in March 1927 launched a land commission which began its sessions on April 27. It was composed of the principal Kuomintang leaders, with Tang Pingshan representing the Communist Party. This was supposed to find ways of enacting the KMT platform for workers and peasants which had been approved the previous October and promised the peasants a 25% reduction in land rent and the prohibition of usury, limiting interest on loans to 20% per annum. Instead of taking the movement forward, this commission stepped back even from the 25% reduction in land rents by recommending that land rents should not exceed 40% of the harvest. During these discussions, the CCP replaced Marxist class-based analysis by moral categories such as good and bad gentry. Unity with the former was essential so their land was inviolate. But it soon turned out that the KMT could find something good to say about every landlord. The Mensheviks and SRs had got themselves into just such a swamp of inaction in 1917 from which Lenin had deduced that a Bolshevik government was necessary to complete the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia. As in Russia, so in China, the commission proved wholly ineffective and demonstrated to the peasants that partial reforms would not work. The question that had to be addressed was who owned the land. Even the mild reforms demanded by the left KMT terrified the possessing classes. This fear, supported by the anxious imperialist powers, expressed itself in the murder of workers, peasant agitators, and communists in the areas controlled by Chiang, Dorland, Opsit. The nearer their protector and ally got to Shanghai, the clearer became his intentions on taking power. On the ground in Jiangxi province, strikes were squashed, workers and peasants disarmed. The bourgeoisie was allowed to organize its own forces, gangsters and the Ming Tuan militias, to suppress strikes and kill workers. At the time, no reports of these events appeared either in the left KMT or communist press. Both were too anxious to maintain their links with Chiang and the NRA. It would be revealed later that Chiang waged a terror campaign against the peasant unions from at least the beginning of 1927. But these acts were covered up by the CCP on the grounds that at a critical time in the national revolution it was imperative to maintain the united front, and this meant the crimes of those who fight against imperialism could be temporarily overlooked. The strategy of the bloc of four classes demanded unity with these reactionaries for the success of the anti-imperialist struggle, and this led to the CCP and ECCI deceiving themselves and the world communist movement. Wuhan simply closed its eyes to Chiang's activities and declared that the national revolutionary movement was moving forwards unhampered by any suggestion of inner conflict. This fitted well with Chiang's strategy. He would break with the left when he was ready. What could the left KMT and CCP have done to halt Chiang's counter-revolutionary moves? The best course would have been to launch a campaign among the masses exposing Chiang's actions, to promote the most radical social reforms, above all land to the peasant, so that if Chiang Kai-shek fought back he would have had to do so from an openly reactionary position and against the mass movement. Instead, with Stalin's praise for Chiang ringing in its ears, the CCP took no action and left the way open for him. Lenin's advice was to get the peasants to form Soviets as soon as practicable. In China there could have been no better time than from the spring of 1926 to the summer of 1927 to form Soviets. In the urban centers the workers were already on the move, and in the countryside Soviets could have been based on the peasant leagues around the slogans, "Land to the peasant" and "End debt repayment." This would have given structure to the mass opposition to the bourgeois and begun the task of creating a genuinely revolutionary army based on the actual movement unfolding in the liberated areas and in the cities. 4.5 Summary. The ECCI imposed on the CCP the stages theory that China had to complete the democratic revolution before proceeding to the socialist, and that the appropriate strategy was the bloc within. Maintenance of the KMT-CCP bloc was deemed essential for a successful anti-imperialist revolution, and as this was a stage that could not be bypassed, the CCP had to surrender its own particular interests and submit itself to the Nationalist Party, foregoing an independent, critical voice. The way to hell is paved with good intentions, so it is said, and the attempt to form an unbreakable anti-imperialist front with the national bourgeoisie was one such. The newly founded CCP, as a member of the CI, accepted its discipline and the leadership of Moscow, even though the ECCI perspective was increasingly clashing with reality. The Russian proletariat and the peasants in the army garrisons spontaneously created Soviets in February 1917 based on democratic demands. The Soviets were key to destroying the army as a functioning counter-revolutionary force. It was through Soviets that the Bolshevik Party was able to make contact with the masses, assess their revolutionary spirit, mobilize them for action, and realize the slogan "Land to the peasants." The Soviets mobilized the masses that neither the party, nor trade unions, nor even peasant associations could reach, and educated and organizationally prepared them for insurrection. During 1905 and 1917, based on its own experiences and guided by the Bolshevik Party, the Russian proletariat rose from lower to higher levels of understanding. However, in China such a perspective meant a break with the bloc within, with the concept of stages and with the bloc of four classes. The NRA advance to the Yangtze and the gigantic upsurge of the mass movement had brought the class contradictions in the nationalist movement to breaking point. The communists hid the issues from the masses and, especially, from the Shanghai workers. Unwarned and unprepared, they would first become Chiang's pawns and then his victims. Chiang Kai-shek, for his part, had concluded that this time the mass movement could be halted only by decapitation. The defeat of the Second Chinese Revolution. 5.1 Introduction. As the NRA advanced, the northern warlords were divided into two groups which were waging a war between themselves, a situation which greatly enhanced Chiang's chances of success. Shanghai itself had changed hands twice in the previous 3 years, and was now ruled by Sun Quanfang, whose army had taken the Chinese districts. European districts were, of course, almost untouched. In late 1925, the advance of the NRA inspired the Shanghai workers to action. Despite being under the rule of a warlord, over 200,000 Shanghai workers had bravely engaged in some form of strike action, often successfully, in the 9 months after the start of the Northern Expedition. By February 18, 1927, the vanguard of the NRA was within 40 kilometers, 25 miles of Shanghai. The bankers, compradors, national and industrial bourgeoisie in Shanghai saw Chiang not only as a stabilizing force but as curbing the mass movement, and prepared to welcome him as their savior. Only the workers were ignorant of the role Chiang would play. Chen Duxiu recognized that a successful uprising by the Shanghai workers would pose the problem of the ruling power. At the Central Committee, CC, basing his arguments on the revolutionary upswing amongst the peasants and the militancy of the proletariat, he argued, "The Chinese Revolution has two roads. One is led by the proletariat, then we can reach the goal of the revolution. The other is led by the bourgeoisie, and in that case the latter must betray in the course of the revolution. And though we may cooperate with the bourgeoisie at the present, we must nevertheless seize the leading power." The proposal was, of course, rejected. The peasant unions and workers' organizations were growing rapidly, and as they grew they made ever more radical demands. Rather than unleash revolution, the CCP held the peasants back from taking the land, and workers from political strikes. Stalin's policies of 1917, unifying the Mensheviks and Bolsheviks into a single party and limiting the revolution to national bourgeois demands under the banner of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, were now being enacted in China. But revolutionary situations do not last forever, and with no Bolshevik party to direct the action, the situation in China changed rapidly, and for the worse. The Far Eastern Bureau of the Comintern in Shanghai unanimously opposed Chen, arguing that if a Shanghai uprising succeeded, the ruling power should be handed to the bourgeoisie and it was unnecessary to have any participation in the government by workers' delegates. This argument was word for word that used by the Mensheviks in St. Petersburg in February 1917. As KMT armies advanced towards Shanghai, the General Labor Union called a general strike to commence on February 19, 1927. The strike involved practically every worker in Shanghai. A section of the petty bourgeoisie shut their shops and joined in the strike. Between 500,000 and 800,000 people were directly involved. The CCP was taken by surprise and immediately contacted the local KMT to discuss what to do. Spontaneously, the strike began to develop into an armed uprising under the slogans, "Hail the Northern Expedition, Hail Chiang Kai-shek." This first stage of the Shanghai uprising was quickly beaten back by the warlord's troops even as the CCP and KMT discussed their options. 5.2 Chiang prepares his second coup. Chiang understood the threat the uprising posed to the Chinese bourgeoisie and took the political offensive against both the CCP and the left KMT. Coordinated gangster attacks on trade unions and peasant associations in the territories controlled by Chiang accelerated. Local union HQs were attacked and smashed up and those defending them beaten and even killed. Peasant associations received the same treatment. In those cases where the pickets successfully defended themselves, police or the NRA would appear and in a neutral capacity disarm and then arrest them, after which the gangsters would take over and reorganize the union. In all cases, the unions soon reappeared as yellow unions. Despite the frequency and widespread occurrence of these attacks, the CCP was so blinded by the desire to keep Chiang on side that they closed their eyes to their coordinated nature and limited themselves to resolutions urging the military to protect the workers. On March 21, 1927, the General Labor Union led the Shanghai workers in a second insurrection that took control from the local warlord, and within 2 days armed workers controlled the city. However, the workers fought under slogans provided by the CCP and local KMT. "Hail the National Revolutionary Army. Welcome to Chiang Kai-shek." Internationally, the Stalinist press rallied to praise Chiang. Rote Fon in Germany and Luminite in France went so far as to claim that Chiang's entry into Shanghai would not only be the liberation of Shanghai, not only inaugurate the Chinese Commune, but would be the beginning of the liberation for the workers of the world. This complete misreading of the situation flowed quite naturally from the anti-Marxism of the bloc of four classes. The ECCI and CCP voluntarily restricted the workers' and peasant struggles, limited the goals to what was acceptable to the bourgeoisie, and paved the way for Chiang to carry out in Shanghai the destruction of the mass movement, but in a more thorough and determined manner than he had been doing elsewhere. While the Shanghai proletariat fought, Chiang Kai-shek delayed his march, waiting for the warlord's troops to drain the blood of the workers. However, the workers took the city and held it, spontaneously declaring they did not want Chiang to enter. Despite the CCP, they were prepared to fight to stop him. It was this victory of the Shanghai workers that confirmed to Chiang that he could wait no longer. Simultaneously, the ECCI sent a telegram instructing the CCP to avoid clashes with the National Army and its leaders in Shanghai at any price, Arms were to be surrendered and control of Shanghai given to the NRA. 6. 7. On March 26, Chiang entered the city. On March 28, martial law was declared. Chiang did everything to hide the assault he was planning. A veritable avalanche of statements was produced denying any split with the left KMT or CCP. Chiang even invited Wang Jingwei to return to China and vowed to show explicit obedience to the Wuhan KMT. These devices worked better than he could ever have hoped because the left KMT leaders and ECCI wanted to believe him. On March 31, 1927, Trotsky, on the basis of a permanentist analysis, wrote to the CC and in complete antithesis to Stalin. He argued that without extending and deepening the agrarian revolution through Soviets, there was a real risk of a Chinese Bonapartist coup based on the officer cadre. The ECCI and the majority of the CC of the CCP followed the Stalinist line and insisted that feudal forces, not the bourgeoisie, were behind the reactionary activities. The result was that they disregarded the main and immediate enemy of the revolution, Chiang and the NRA. Their hopes rested on Wang Jingwei, who returned to China, Shanghai, from France, via Moscow, on April 1, 1927. On April 3, in an unpublished article, Trotsky argued that in giving up its political independence and submitting to the discipline of the KMT, the CCP was failing to act as a pole of attraction not only to militant workers and peasants but even to radical petty bourgeois elements within the KMT. This inaction meant, de facto, the strengthening of the power and authority of the bourgeois wing. The consequences of their actions would be just the opposite of what the ECCI expected. At a time when class divisions were accelerating rapidly, the ECCI policy of appeasing Chiang was preparing conditions for a military coup. Stalin offered the alternative perspective in a speech on April 5, 1927, when he told 3,000 party members in the Pillar Hall of the Kremlin that Chiang Kai-shek cannot do otherwise than lead the army against the imperialists irrespective of his lack of sympathy for the revolution. Stalin and the ECCI, in a major misassessment, evaluated the left KMT government in Wuhan as key to the national revolution. Events in Shanghai were secondary. Peng Shuji and Chen Duxiu pointed out, to no avail, that Chiang Kai-shek had proved in March 1926 that he was the more important factor in the Chinese Revolution and that the Shanghai workers had to defend themselves and their city against the NRA. Chen considered Wang Jingwei the secondary force who would, most likely, fold if tested in action. To allay the concerns of the workers, the CCP and KMT issued a joint manifesto in Shanghai on April 6. In all the documents of Stalinism, this stands out as one of the most criminal. Counter-revolutionaries both inside and outside China are spreading false reports that the leaders of the KMT intend to make war on the Communist Party, to suppress the labor unions and to dissolve the workers' defense organizations. The military authorities in Shanghai have declared their complete allegiance to the Central Committee of the KMT. If differences of opinion exist, they can be amicably settled. The Communist Party is striving to maintain order in the freed territories. There is no basis whatever for these malicious rumors. Wang Jingwei arrived in Wuhan on April 10. With full support promised by Borodin, the CCP and the Soviet government, and with Chiang a safe distance away, he sought to re-establish himself as leader of the KMT. Wang called a KMT Central Executive Committee in Hankow at which Chiang, in his absence, was removed from his party posts but allowed to keep the title of Commander-in-Chief. Chen Duxiu arrived to meet with Wang Jingwei and found him surrounded by known anti-communists. The weakness of the CCP, demonstrated by its failure to organize opposition to the attacks on workers and peasants in the area controlled by Chiang Kai-shek, pushed Wang and the leaders of the left KMT rapidly to the right and closer to Chiang. Until spring 1927, the CCP had a wonderful opportunity before it. If it had followed the proposals of Chen and Peng and assisted the peasants to launch Soviets to coincide with and lead the wave of land seizures, there was every likelihood that the CCP could have gained governmental and state power, certainly in southern and central China. The rebellion might initially have had the form of a traditional peasant uprising, but with Soviets to act as organizing centers, structuring demands on the key and essential agrarian and anti-imperialist questions, the rebellion would soon have become a revolution because only proletarian leadership could ensure the Soviets carried through the agrarian revolution to completion. 5.3 Shanghai Massacre. Amongst the first troops to enter Shanghai April 10 was a division that sympathized with the workers, the 1st Division of the Canton Army. The commander, So you proposed to the CC of the CCP that he should remain in Shanghai and fight together with the Shanghai workers against the military overthrow that was in preparation. The CCP leaders, Chun Duxiu included, replied that they knew that an overturn being prepared, but that they did not want a premature conflict with Chiang Kai-shek. The 1st Division left Shanghai. At 4:00 a.m. on April 12, 1927 in Shanghai, the NRA, assisted by gangster elements and with the support of foreign authorities, began slaughtering thousands of communist and CCP sympathizers. Chiang's detachments marched through the streets, executing on the spot any worker who offered resistance. The CCP, trades union movement, and all workers' organizations were annihilated and made illegal. When Chiang Kai-shek openly betrayed the revolution, it was a signal to the bourgeoisie of the entire country. The defeat in Shanghai was the beginning of a defeat throughout China. The coup in Shanghai was followed by similar blows against the workers in Amoy, Canton, Fuzhou, Ningpo, and Swato, Shantou. Counter-revolution, backed by imperialism, reigned triumphant in the areas under Chiang's control. The Shanghai events had enormously emboldened the reactionary forces across the country, and an undeclared civil war was breaking out in those provinces where the peasants had made the greatest gains, Hunan and Hebei. So widespread were the killings that women with short hair or unbound feet were executed as communists. A young Stalinist functionary, Raphael Shidorov, had been sent as an ECCI representative to China, and he later presented a report at the 15th Congress of the AUCP-B, December 11, 1927. From that report, it is clear that the situation could have been saved even at the 11th hour. The workers in Shanghai were in power. They were armed with the possibility of gaining support from at least one division of Chiang Kai-shek's army. There was also the communist regiment led by Ye Ting. But the top of the CCP was paralyzed. Rather than prepare for the decisive struggle against Chiang Kai-shek, they proposed to give him a triumphal reception. Shidorov's report made it clear that the CCP ministers had followed the ECCI line, and the leadership of the CCP was praised as devoted to the cause of communism. 5.4 The Wuhan debacle. Shidorov confirmed that the Shanghai coup made it clear to everyone that the bourgeoisie was retreating from the revolution. Even at this stage, a Stalinist could not admit that the Chinese bourgeoisie was actively counter-revolutionary. That was the role of the feudalists. The slaughtering of tens of thousands of workers was a retreat. Following Stalin's lead, the majority of the CC of the CCP continued to present the Wuhan government as the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry in embryo. On April 17th, the left KMT expelled Chiang from the KMT, and southern and central China separated into provinces controlled by the Wuhan left KMT, supported by the CCP, and those controlled by Chiang. Stalin now adopted the position that Chiang Kai-shek's coup was good riddance to bad rubbish and not a major defeat for the workers. The KMT had divided into a revolutionary center in Wuhan and a counter-revolutionary center in Nanjing. The left KMT was now free to lead a decisive struggle against militarism and imperialism. In close collaboration with the communists, it would eventually transform itself into the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Completely ignored was the fact that the counter-revolution in Shanghai had been carried out not by feudal elements and northern warlords, but by bourgeois forces which Stalin and Bukharin had proclaimed could not betray the revolution. In Moscow, Stalin determined that attack was the best form of defense and presented the Shanghai coup as a communist victory, as evidence of the correctness of his policies. He almost went so far as to present the massacre of the workers in Shanghai as part of a plan by the CC of the AUCP-B to expose the rightists and remove them from the KMT. As is known, the Central Committee of the CPSU was already at that time of the opinion that the policy of keeping the CCP within the Kuomintang must be maintained, that the withdrawal or the expulsion of the rights from the Kuomintang must be propagated. The events which followed have fully and entirely proved the correctness of this line. The Comintern and communist parties around the world published articles proposing the remarkable argument that the slaughter of the Chinese workers in Shanghai was entirely in accord with the prognosis of the ECCI. Stalin had predicted the inevitable desertion of the bourgeoisie from the United Front. He had been proved correct. That Chiang had been personally endorsed by Stalin, the ECCI and the CCP was totally ignored. that the coup had not been against the KMT but represented the direction in which it was traveling. Completely missing was any explanation of why a correct analysis and prognosis had instructed the CCP to politically and militarily disarm the Shanghai working class in the face of the coup, had left the CCP paralyzed, had left the largest city in China in the hands of the class enemy without a fight, and had led to the deaths of over 5,000 communists. During the following months, Chiang's coup was presented as having cleansed the KMT of the counter-revolutionary elements amongst the bourgeoisie. The official journal of the Comintern went so far as to talk about the revolutionary government of Wuhan as nothing less than the communist Kuomintang. Forgotten was Lenin's warning of the need for a determined struggle against attempts to give a communist coloring to bourgeois democratic liberation trends in the backward countries. Stalin continued to argue that Soviets were a danger to the success of a bourgeois revolution because they would stand in opposition to the Wuhan government. This fundamentally incorrect assessment ignored the experience of Russia in both 1905 and 1917. It also misevaluated the actual class relations within the Chinese Revolution. Stalin insisted that the left KMT was the only governmental authority in the region around Wuhan, when all that really existed was a small number of self-proclaimed leaders resting on the remains of the old, reactionary and mercenary bureaucracy, temporarily supported by a number of local warlords. In Wuhan's territory, the trade unions were still legal and the workers still enjoyed the opportunity to voice their demands, but the Shanghai events gave the employers in Wuhan new heart to resist. They passed over to a counteroffensive. They closed down factories and made every effort to sabotage and paralyze economic life. Peasants were refused loans on any terms, meaning they were unable to buy seed and other necessary supplies to tide them over until the next harvest. Speculators drove up the price of rice to unaffordable levels. Foreigners cooperated by closing down their enterprises, curtailing their river steamer schedules, and instituting a virtual blockade of Wuhan. Beginning in May and throughout June and July, the KMT-CCP coalition crumbled under conflicting revolutionary pressures. Not because the CCP was insufficiently subservient, but because the bourgeoisie were no longer prepared to tolerate even the possibility of organized opposition. This counteroffensive could be defeated only with the unleashing of the mass movement. Seizure and operation of the closed factories, shops and ships, the establishment of peasant cooperatives, and support for the peasants' drive to seize the land. But for such measures, revolutionary force was needed based on workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils/Soviets in both town and countryside. For the left KMT, such measures were unthinkable because they violated the existing property relations. For the Communist Party, such measures were unthinkable because the bloc within excluded them. To make matters worse, the workers in Wuhan insisted on struggling for a living wage. Between January and April, women and children working in the textile mills fought for and won increases from 12 to 20 cents a day. Dock workers increased their wages from 3 to 7 Chinese dollars a month, and silk factory workers won a reduction in the working day from 17 to 12 hours. The CCP and the General Labor Union issued call after call to the workers not to make unjust demands, to make a supreme effort to preserve the all-class nature of the revolution, to suspend struggles against the Wuhan capitalists because the success of the revolution depended on the support of manufacturers and merchants. In the cause of a revolution that was becoming a counter-revolution, the CCP aligned itself with the exploiters against the exploited. On reflection, it seems unbelievable that the CCP implemented precisely the same policy in Wuhan with respect to Wang Jingwei and his generals as it had in Shanghai with Chiang Kai-shek. The CC of the CCP instructed the workers to be obedient to the left KMT, which was presented not as a Kerensky-type regime to be overthrown, but as a potential democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants that could grow into socialism. Shidorov described policy during the Wuhan period. The CC of the Communist Party invented the so-called theory of retreat. They declared, "We must immediately retreat in order to save the possibility of legal work. If we defend ourselves or attempt to advance, we will lose everything." The Communist Party surrendered one position after another without a battle. They agreed to subordinate all the trade unions, all the peasant unions and other revolutionary organizations to the KMT. They rejected independent action without the permission of the Central Committee of the KMT. They voluntarily disarmed the workers' pickets, etc. The policy of the CCP would help the national bourgeoisie crush the masses and annihilate the best proletarian and peasant fighters. The Fifth CCP Congress opened on April 24, 1927 in Wuhan with Wang Jingwei as guest of honor. About 100 delegates represented over 50,000 members. The Congress formally blamed Qin Duxiu for the Shanghai disaster but re-elected him as Secretary General. Peng was demoted from the Politburo but remained on the CC. Mao was elected to the CC but removed from leadership of the Peasant Commission. The Comintern was advising bold measures, especially for agrarian revolution, but within the constraints of maintaining the bloc within. Across central China, and especially in Hunan and Hupa, the peasants were in revolt and seizing the land. Against such a background, the Congress could do no less than call for nationalization of the land without compensation. However, the seizures were to be of only the largest estates, those of more than about 30 hectares, 80 acres, an area so large it certainly excluded the rich peasants, and even most landlords. The estates of the military men upon whom the power of the Wuhan government depended were, no matter what their size, exempted. The manifesto of the Fifth Congress described the Shanghai massacre in terms of the big bourgeoisie seceding from the revolution, a departure which was supposed to have transformed the left KMT into a revolutionary bloc. This doubly confused the situation because it prevented any realistic analysis of the left KMT while sowing illusions about revolutionary harmony between the left KMT and the CCP. The overarching slogan for the Congress was, "Long live the cooperation of communism with the Three People's Principles," of Sun Yat-sen, to the end. For many of the delegates, their end was rapidly approaching. The ECCI met, April 27, 1927, and Roy reported from China without once referring directly to the massacre in Shanghai. Wang and his Wuhan national government were presented as the new revolutionary leaders despite Wang having consistently avoided introducing any radical policies which would have meant conflict with the KMT conservatives. Not one jot of evidence was presented that the left KMT in Wuhan would wage a determined fight against militarism and imperialism, let alone be converted into the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the peasantry. Just as the peasant movement in Hunan and Hupa was reaching its height, the CCP affirmed its support for the new, supposedly better, supposedly more left-wing KMT. The same rules applied. No agrarian revolution, no anti-KMT agitation, no excesses, no provocations. Peasants were clearing out the landlords and taking over the land, establishing peasant associations which were embryo Soviets, taking over the local rural administration and organizing armed units to battle with the landlords' militia. Many of the soldiers of the NRA under the control of reactionary officers were influenced by the peasants. They needed an organized connection with the peasants, and the only practical way of doing this was to form soldier-worker-peasant Soviets and then soldiers' Soviets. With the revolutionary movement on the upswing, such a move would have destabilized the Kuomintang armies and halted the reaction. Instead, the CCP accepted the KMT invitation to nominate two communists to the government posts of Minister of Labor, Su Chaozhen, the Canton Trade Union leader, and Minister of Agriculture, Tan Pingshan. With this, the CCP formally introduced a class collaborationist policy in which communists took governmental responsibility in bourgeois governments. This would become known as the People's Front and be formally adopted at the 7th World Congress of the CI. Cohen has suggested that the idea of people's democracies that rose in Eastern Europe after World War II and developed in parallel with the new democracy established in China originated here. The KMT paper People's Tribune explained that the offer was made to tighten the bonds tying the Workers' Party to the bourgeois KMT. The present cooperative plan is important because it signifies greater control by the Kuomintang over all the forces participating in the national revolution. The Communist Party will have to fulfill its obligations to enable the party, the KMT, and the government to exercise full control over the mass movement. The KMT's plan worked. Far from pulling the government to the left, these ministers were used to hold back the revolution. Now, at last, Stalin made a call for the arming of the workers and peasants, but this was done in exactly the same way as his warning to beware the bourgeois counter-revolution made before the Shanghai massacre. While sounding like basic common sense, it cut right across everything else he was saying. Arming the workers and peasants was the correct thing to do, but it would inevitably have led to the formation of Soviets, and that is why it was not done until too late and then in a distorted, bureaucratic, and self-defeating manner. The agrarian question was becoming increasingly pressing for both the left KMT and CCP as the excesses of the peasants were met with forcible repression. As petty bourgeois radicals, the Wuhan leaders were sensitive to the needs of the masses. But now their earlier radical pronouncements on the agrarian revolution needed to be translated into action. It turned out that the bonds binding the left KMT to the landlords, whose sons made up the officer corps of the armed forces, were infinitely stronger than the claims of the peasantry. On May 13, 1927, Stalin met with students at Sun Yat-sen University to consider the issue. Should Soviets of workers and peasants deputies, in general, be created in China? Stalin's answer was, yes, they should, absolutely they should. They will have to be created after the unfolding of the agrarian revolution, in the transformation of the agrarian revolution, of the bourgeois democratic revolution into the revolution of the proletariat. That is, the formation of Soviets would take place at some unspecified time in the future. Historical experience said just the opposite. Soviets had been key in initiating the democratic phase of the revolution in Russia. The problem for Stalin was that if they came into existence in China, no force on earth could stop them posing demands that could be met only by a proletarian regime. 1 week after Stalin's visit to the university, generals loyal to the left KMT made their first anti-communist move. What happened is almost unbelievable. In Changsha, capital of Hunan province, a town of about 250,000 people, 250 miles from Wuhan and served by a railway, the KMT force consisted of 1,700 soldiers, while the armed detachments of peasants around the city numbered about 20,000. When the peasants heard that the counter-revolution had started, they gathered round Changsha and prepared to march on the city. This march was set for May 21st. It was clear that the peasants would seize the city without great effort. But at this point a letter came from the CC of the CCP, who countermanded the attack and told the peasants to await instructions from the government in Wuhan. The military command succeeded in seizing power, shooting the leading activists, dispersing the revolutionary organizations and establishing its dictatorship, only because of the irresolute and conciliatory actions of the CCP leaders. Similar episodes occurred elsewhere. In northwestern Hupa, as many as 20,000 people were killed by reactionaries, many of them executed publicly. The dynamic of events in the real world was reducing the situation to its essentials. Would the CCP support the workers and peasants, or would it support the KMT landowners and armed forces? News of the countryside killings reached Wuhan. Communist ministers joined KMT officials in complaining that the peasant unions were not observing discipline. According to Tan Pingshan, the peasants had been making excessive demands, and while these demands were a logical result of their long suppression, it remains a matter of necessity that they be controlled and checked. Tan Pingshan would later admit that the CCP sacrificed the interests of the workers and peasants. The government always sided with the landowners. As a result of our wrong tactics, the right wing won the possibility to act. In the reality of the class struggle, the block of 4 classes was consistently found to be a mechanism which disarmed the workers and peasants and then handed them over to the generals to be slaughtered. The 8th plenum of the ECCI, 18 to 30 May 1927, again rejected most determinately any suggestion that the CCP leave the KMT. Ignoring the lessons of the Shanghai coup, the ECCI continued to assert that because the revolution was bourgeois and anti-imperialist, those sections of the Chinese bourgeoisie in whose interest it was to overthrow imperialism could not step aside. This would be ridiculous if it were not so tragic. Stalin ordered the Chinese communists to subordinate themselves to the Wuhan government which, according to Shidorov, did not even think of leaving the bourgeoisie. On May 24, 1927, 3 days after the crushing of the workers' and peasants' organizations in Changsha and the surrounding areas, Stalin explained to the plenum why no Soviets should be formed in Wuhan. It is clear that whoever calls at present for the immediate creation of Soviets of workers' deputies in this Wuhan district is attempting to jump over the Kuomintang phase of the Chinese Revolution, and he risks putting the Chinese Revolution in a most difficult situation. The Wuhan government is not yet a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. It certainly will become a democratic dictatorship if the agrarian revolution develops to the full. Even as the generals trusted by the left KMT gathered to bury the CCP, Stalin and the ECCI demanded the CCP remain its loyal servant and try and transform it, into a mighty mass organization of the revolutionary petty bourgeois democracy and the working class. As part of this process, it was to deepen the agrarian revolution while halting peasant land seizures. The bloody lesson of Shanghai passed without leaving a trace. On June 1, 1927, Roy received a telegram from Stalin in response to the Changsha events, laying out the course he had in mind for China. Reading the telegram today, it is clear that an important function was for it to cover all possibilities so that Stalin could later cite passages from it in defense of whatever actually ensued. This can be seen from the fact that the tasks proposed were mutually exclusive and, in any case, well outside the capacity of the CCP to complete. Fine phrases abounded, but the conditions imposed on the CCP by the ECCI robbed them of any real meaning, i.e. the CCP had to preserve its independence while continuing to be subservient to the left KMT. The comments made here on the contents of the telegram are based on Chen Duxiu's appeal to all the comrades of the Chinese Communist Party dated December 10, 1929. The ECCI was in favor of the land actually being seized by the masses, but the estates of the KMT officers should not be disturbed, and excesses must be combated. There was not a single major landlord in the Hunan and Hupa provinces who was not related to army officers and protected by them. If seizing the land of such people was an excess, how could there be an agrarian revolution? It was necessary to stiffen the backs of the KMT leaders or replace them with new leaders. If the CCP could replace the KMT leadership at will, then why remain in the subservient position of the bloc within? The CCP should mobilize about 20,000 communists and about 50,000 revolutionary workers and peasants from Hunan and Hupa to form a new reliable army before it is too late. How was a new army to be created and armed without coming into immediate and direct confrontation with the left KMT and its generals? If the CCP had the perspective, strength, and resources to organize its own army, what was the purpose of continuing the bloc within? Punish officers who maintain contact with Chiang Kai-shek or who set soldiers on the people, the workers and peasants. The scoundrels must be punished. This was bombastic nonsense intended only for public consumption. The problem was not how to place these officers before tribunals, but how to escape their firing squads. The telegram was revolutionary phrasemongering which offered no fundamental change to existing policy. To carry out a genuinely left, revolutionary policy, the CCP had to withdraw from the KMT and assert its independence. It had to establish Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers, initiate a truly revolutionary agrarian policy, and in that way seize the initiative from the KMT. The Political Bureau wired the ECCI. We accept the instructions and will work according to their directions, but they cannot be realized immediately. Roy showed Stalin's telegram to Wang Jingwei, apparently in the belief that Wang would take it as confirmation of Russian support for the left, and that a joint program of action could be worked out. Wang had no intention of opposing the generals, and with his closest supporters he began immediate preparations for the expulsion of communists from the KMT. On June 8, the leaders of the left KMT left Wuhan for Chengchao, the capital city of Honan province, to confer with their generals. It was at this conference that the decision was taken to break with the communists once and for all. The CC met on June 20 to discuss how to respond. Li Lison's proposal was accepted. A mass demonstration was to be staged to welcome the return of the national leaders. Its slogans would support the reformist demands that the CCP was asking the KMT to adopt. A week later, two delegates from Wuhan met with Chiang to strike a deal. Stalin adamantly continued to present withdrawal from the KMT as undermining the revolution, as playing into the hands of the enemies, demanding that the left KMT in Wuhan must be converted into an organ of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, which would carry out the agrarian revolution. The ECCI, of course, followed his lead. The situation in Wuhan quickly deteriorated. Wang Jingwei and his supporters got to work preparing the expulsion of communists from the KMT, and ever more boldly attacked what they described as the excesses of the peasant movement, and called more and more on the CCP to curb the activity of the Wuhan workers. The party leadership retreated step by step. There was no political counteroffensive, nor any attempt to organize even in self-defense. One afternoon, while I was walking down a street in Hankow, I saw a large fleet of rickshaws stacked high with rifles and accompanied by a group of trade union militiamen. The trade unions had volunteered to surrender their arms to the commander of the local garrison, to avoid misunderstandings and convince the government of our loyalty. On June 23, Wang Jingwei was loudly cheered when he appeared on the platform of the 4th National Labor Conference representing 3 million organized workers. The leadership of the CCP continued to prostrate itself before the left KMT. On July 3, an emergency meeting of the CC issued a statement reaffirming the KMT's leading position in the national revolution. Then, in a ghastly replay of what happened in Shanghai, ordered the armed labor pickets and other worker and peasant forces under CCP leadership to submit to the KMT. Agreed that the workers' and peasants' mass organizations should accept KMT control. Ceased all communist agrarian activities, stopped workers' defense squads patrolling the streets or taking any actions without KMT permission, forbade labor unions to make excessive demands, or to question the right of employers to hire and fire, and then to crown it all emphasized that communists in the Wuhan government were participating as members of the KMT and not as Bolsheviks. Mao's record at this time was not good. Roy remembers the chairman of the Federation of Peasant Unions, Mao Zedong, in the critical days of 1927, represented the extreme right-wing view in the leadership of the Communist Party. Mao was one of the 5 members of the KMT's Standing Committee of the Provisional Executive Committee of the All China Peasant Association, and no contemporary records show that he in any way dissented from the policy of keeping the peasants in check while the counter-revolution advanced upon them. Later, Mao would attempt to rewrite history, as in his interviews with Edgar Snow when he claimed that he had vigorously advocated a radical land policy. The official assessment of Mao, written during his lifetime and with his approval, was that he was a popular frontist from the beginning. Mao considered that the Chinese Democratic Revolution must be carried out to the end. He regarded the opinion then held by the Communist International that the character of the Chinese Revolution remained bourgeois democratic as completely correct. Within the party, Chen and Peng were again arguing for withdrawal from the Kuomintang on the grounds that the left Wuhan KMT was following in the footsteps of Chiang Kai-shek, and if the CCP did not change its policy they would end up dead. But, as Borodin put it, "I quite agree with your idea, but I know that Moscow will never permit it." For the first time Chen stood his ground. He was in a deep depression because his son had just been executed by the KMT, and he tendered his resignation to the CC. Chiu Pai became acting general secretary. Yes, the left KMT did represent the petty bourgeoisie. But the petty bourgeoisie was extremely heterogeneous, stretching from the poor peasants barely able to feed themselves and who genuinely supported the revolution, to petty exploiters whose families were intertwined with the landlords and capitalists. Too many of the leaders of the left KMT were the latter. Their differences with the bourgeoisie were of scale, not of kind. They would never support the demands of the peasants for land. The counter-revolution was moving rapidly through the countryside around Wuhan, but the ECCI remained in a state of denial. On July 3, 1927, Pravda presented a photo of the disarming of Chinese workers by troops under the headline "Fraternization of the Soldiers with the Workers." On July 15, the left KMT issued an ultimatum to the effect that all CCP members of the KMT and NRA had to resign from the CCP or face punishment. This action ended the bloc within. The military backers of the Wuhan government now began their own murderous coup against the communists, arresting and killing as many as they could find. Those Stalin had anointed as leaders of the national revolution had metamorphosed from standard-bearers to butchers, first in Shanghai, then Changsha, and now Wuhan. The blame for the disaster was placed on Chen and the CCP. From the beginning to the end, Stalin and the ECCI had shouted loudly about the Kuomintang as the leadership of the revolution, and this continued until both right and left wings of the KMT became openly reactionary. Now came the most bizarre stage. The ECCI instructed the CCP by telegram, "Only withdraw from the Kuomintang government, not from the Kuomintang." The communists were to make a big show of resigning from the very Wuhan government that was busy expelling, disarming, arresting, and shooting them, and then because Bukharin was still convinced that the left KMT had a mass peasant base, and to save his face, the CCP had to claim the stained and tattered remnants of the KMT banner as its own. Somehow, the communists, after being scattered, on the run and hiding from arrest, torture, and death, were to obtain a response from the very movement they had betrayed and destroyed. They had to gain the trust of those they had only recently led to the slaughter, and they had to do it under the same KMT banner that was flying over the columns of soldiers, destroying the peasant unions in the countryside and the trade unions in the towns. 2 new agents were sent to China in July 1927. Besso Laminades and Heinz Neumann, with instructions to convene an extraordinary conference of the party, select a new CC, ruthlessly blame the CCP leadership for the disasters resulting from Stalin's policy, and to organize putschist uprisings at Nanchang and Canton. Without any discussions with those leading the CCP, these representatives went directly to the Hunan Provincial Committee, which was eager to revenge the killing of peasants around Changsha, and began organizing an uprising at Nanchang. Remnants of communist units of the KMT 4th Army in the area were included in the forces brought together for the attack. The Nanchang uprising commenced the night of July 31st and was over by August 5th. It is described in more detail in the next chapter, section 6.2, as part of the autumn harvest uprisings. The ECCI representatives then called an extraordinary meeting of the CC on August 7, 1927, in the name of Chiu Pai, a member of the Politburo only since May and who was prepared to accept the new ultra-left line of the ECCI. The meeting was called in great haste and attended by only 12 or 13 party members, of whom 2 were members of the local branch and 5 were from the CC of the Communist Youth Organization. Pantsov claims Mao attended this meeting, spoke in support of Laminades, and used the occasion to argue that political power comes from the barrel of a gun, a contribution that the Comintern representative must have welcomed given his perspective of military putches. The meeting of August 7th marked a substantial change in the form of the relationship between the ECCI and the CCP. Previously, the CCP had followed the instructions handed down by the CI, but after discussion with the ECCI representatives in which it had been permissible to criticize the application of the line, though never the line itself, it was possible to maintain a semblance of joint agreement. This mask was now discarded, and it was clear to all that Moscow intended to crack the whip and expect immediate, complete obedience. The extent of the decay within the CCP was unmistakable when this rump meeting, subsequently upgraded to a conference the better to deceive the world communist movement, blamed the party's failures on Chen Duxiu's and Tan Pingshan's opportunism. Chiu Pai was confirmed as the new de facto general secretary. Those dropped from the leadership included Mao Zedong. Stalin's prestige had to be maintained, and a circular letter from the conference declared that the new leadership agreed with the criticisms of the CCP made by the ECCI, and that its policy regarding China had been proved entirely correct. Blame lay with the past leadership, which had implemented an opportunist, non-revolutionary policy. However, the perspective proposed beggared belief. The Chinese Revolution is not only not on the ebb, but has entered upon a new higher stage. The strength of the toiling masses of China is only now beginning to manifest itself in a new advance of the revolutionary struggle. In reality, across China, in all the territories under KMT control, there were mass exterminations of communists and militants. The defeat of the movement was not simply the huge number of dead. Roy later estimated 25,000 communists lost their lives. But there was also the psychological and moral demoralization. The masses had been led to defeat by those they trusted and believed in. Who could they trust now? Decimated, dispersed, and demoralized, with the masses retreating into passivity, the communists were told that the Wuhan defeat had propelled the revolution to a new and higher stage. The ECCI instructed the CCP to launch a series of hopeless putschist actions that would be presented to the world communist movement as victories to act as a cover for the disastrous decisions of Stalin and the ECCI. Even as CCP members who argued against this new ultra-left line were being expelled, the ECCI sought to protect itself and ensure against all eventualities by warning against the tactics of skirmishes. Succeed and the ECCI would take the credit, fail and the CCP would be blamed. Pravda of September 30, 1927 reported a revolutionary elan in the peasant guerrilla movement and in revolutionary elements of the Canton Army, which were winning victories with the help of the peasant risings over the oppressors of the Chinese people. This Pravda article, confirmed by an ECCI directive on October 26, marked a change in Comintern policy with respect to peasant insurrections. The CCP now had so little strength left in the towns that the ECCI and CCP leadership were desperately looking for an alternative that they could present to the world communist movement as a natural extension of the struggles and not have to admit a retreat. Guerrilla warfare was presented as a natural and desirable growth of the struggle of the Chinese peasants. Naturally, to protect itself, the ECCI set conditions. Such actions must be integrated into the armed struggle of the masses and be capable of creating revolutionary base areas which could be expanded. Integrated into and capable of were, of course, value judgments to be made by the leadership of the CCP, and thus, whatever it did could be repudiated by the ECCI unless successful. The result was a noticeable shift in CCP activities away from the city and into the countryside, attempting revolution using peasant guerrilla tactics, peasant risings, and military operations. Laminads and CHU pies. Perspective was that a revolutionary situation existed in China and would continue for at least some years independent of the mistakes of the CCP. The CC, in November 1927, even passed a resolution to the effect that, by its character, it constitutes what Marx called a permanent revolution. The Chinese Revolution was no longer bourgeois democratic. It was a workers' and peasants' revolution which could and should largely bypass the democratic stage and move to the socialist revolution immediately. This terminology has caused some confusion in the academic world, where well-known authorities on China confuse Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, where the democratic revolution flows over into the socialist because the national bourgeoisie cannot carry through the agrarian revolution, with the ultra-left misdiagnosis of the ECCI representative in China. 61. 62. The new line decided at the conference was a dramatic about-face, substituting isolated attempts at violent insurrection for the previous policy of subservience to the KMT. Soviets, inadmissible in May, were now the immediate task to be created in a period when revolution was in a downturn. Following the ECCI instructions, the CC accepted that the CCP should proceed to take military action against the forces of the KMT while flying the blue-white banner of the KMT. The new ruling clique was led by CHU Pai and supported by, amongst others, Li Lisan and Zhou Enlai. In its turn, the August 7th conference would take the blame for Stalin's new mistakes and be criticized for the serious error of raising false hopes for the emergence of a left KMT by calling for action under its banner. 5.5 Summary. The ECCI imposed on the CCP the stages theory that China had to complete the democratic revolution before proceeding to the socialist, and that the appropriate strategy was the bloc within. The newly founded CCP, as a member of the CI, accepted its discipline and the leadership of Moscow. As the ECCI perspective increasingly clashed with reality and the CCP leadership objected, advice gave way to orders and the true relation of the national sections to the center in a Stalinist organization was revealed. Maintenance of the KMT-CCP bloc was seen as essential for a successful Chinese national revolution, and as the national revolution was a stage that could not be bypassed, the CCP had to surrender its own particular interests and submit itself to the Nationalist Party, foregoing an independent, critical voice. To a degree and to an extent, there will be genuine common interests of the different classes in a colonial country against imperialism, but Marxism starts from concrete reality, and by 1925 at the latest, it was clear that the common interests were fracturing. It was absolutely correct to support the struggle of Chiang Kai-shek against the northern warlords for a united China. But the nature of the support should have been such as to prepare the proletariat to struggle for its own political independence and to overthrow the Chinese bourgeoisie. By the spring of 1927, the NRA had swept north through the provinces of Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi to the city of Nanjing. The mass movement exploded, and the generals determined that it was necessary to settle accounts as soon as possible in a military manner, and began recruiting as many mercenaries as possible from the defeated warlords. It beggars belief that the CCP assisted in this process. In China, a communist party of nearly 60,000 and a young communist league of about 35,000 were thrown into the class war not to take it forward, not to give the mass movement a revolutionary character and direction, but to side with the bourgeoisie against hungry peasants desperate for land, against women and children fighting for a living wage. The result was the almost complete destruction of the party. The Stalinists insisted on pursuing a policy that resulted in one disaster after another, from Chiang's March 20th coup to the Wuhan debacle, because the interests of the bureaucracy within the Soviet Union were more important in determining Stalin's policy than the success or failure of the Chinese Revolution. For their own factional interests, the response of the bureaucracy to events in China was to cover up, to lie, and finally to blame others for the disasters. The bureaucracy withheld from the CCP any knowledge of Trotsky's proposal to break the bloc within out of fear that the Chinese communists would compare and weigh the two policies and, in view of their own experiences, might favor what Trotsky proposed. This could have brought victory to the Chinese Revolution, but would have destroyed the Stalinist faction's control of the AUCP-B, an outcome intolerable to the reactionary, privileged Russian bureaucracy. Peng Pailon has argued, the Second Chinese Revolution was sacrificed for the sake of preserving the privileged position of the bureaucrats in Russia. Finally, in a time of retreat by both workers and peasants, CHU-CHIU-PAI and Laminads opposed a united front strategy based on democratic and transitional demands that could mobilize the masses. In a time of reaction, democratic and economic activities such as the call for the right to belong to a union and demands for higher wages were thrown overboard. The result was a rapid decline in worker support of the CCP. This confirmed that the ECCI and the CCP did not understand the importance of the defeats at Shanghai and Wuhan. First, the mass of the proletariat recoiled from the policies of the CCP, and then so did the peasantry, though this took a little more time. Borodin, after the Wuhan debacle, said, "The big bourgeoisie can never unify China because they are not really against the imperialists. They are allied with them and profit by them. The small bourgeoisie cannot unify China because they vacillate between the workers and peasants on the one hand and the big bourgeoisie on the other and, in the end, go over to the latter. The workers and peasants did not unify China because they trusted too much to the small bourgeoisie." Roy offered much the same opinion. Rather than sacrifice the sectional interests of the reactionary landlords and capitalists, the bourgeois nationalist leaders betrayed the revolution. Class solidarity cut across national solidarity. The Second Chinese Revolution had confirmed Lenin's analysis that in colonial and semi-colonial countries, the major tasks of the bourgeois revolution could not be solved under the leadership of the national bourgeoisie. It also demonstrated a basic tenet of the permanent revolution, that the interests of the imperialists, compradors, national capitalists, and landlords were integrated to a much greater degree than were the interests of the national bourgeoisie, the peasants, and the workers. From the Canton Commune to the Jiangxi Soviet. 6.1 Introduction. For the Chinese Communist Party, the leadership of CHU-CHIU-PAI and the ECCI representatives, Laminads and Newman, meant objectivity and realism went out of the window. Each setback was hailed as an advance. Chiang Kai-shek's coup of March 1926 had elevated the revolution to the higher stage of the Shanghai massacre of April 1927, which in turn had raised the revolution to the still higher stage of the Wuhan debacle, and this had advanced the revolution to the insurrectionary plane. This Alice in Wonderland approach was the basis for a series of attempted uprisings, each of which proved disastrous, but from which the CC of the CCP deduced that conditions were ripe for an immediate uprising across an entire swathe of China and, in particular, in Canton. It is important to assess the reality of these uprisings because, in a truly Stalinist manner, the CCP has prettified these events, rewritten history, and today presents them as the start of a new, carefully considered and successful strategy largely due to the efforts of Mao Zedong. The disasters engendered by its policies did not weaken the ECCI's hold on the CCP. Rather, they gave it greater control. Almost the only source of support for CCP members, food, clothing, accommodation, and travel, was the money supplied by the Comintern, which quite coldly used the situation to advance its control over the party. Those who demonstrated their pliability obtained material help and thus, to a certain extent, they and their families were protected from the terror. Critics such as Peng Shuji found themselves with no job, denied living expenses, and in constant danger of being arrested and shot. Stalinist organizational norms were promoted. As a known oppositionist, even though a member of the CC, Peng was denied access to party meetings for fear that his criticism of the adventurous actions of the party would infect others. Chinese events were a foretaste of Stalinism's third period, which was formally adopted at the 6th World Congress of the CI in the summer of 1928. It was accepted that world capitalism had begun to disintegrate and a revolutionary wave would soon engulf the capitalist world. For communists active in the trade union movement, for example, this meant establishing separate, radical, so-called red unions under CP control. Even if it had been successful, such a move could only have resulted in splitting the very weak workers' movement that existed in China. Worse, the CI imposed a program and strategy for these red unions that demanded offensive actions at a time when even being a member of a union could mean being badly beaten or shot. In China, the adventure with the red unions would finally destroy the party's remaining proletarian base, assisting Pavel Mif, Wang Ming, and the 28 Bolsheviks to take control of the CCP. With the virtual extinction of the party in the cities, the CC would move from Shanghai to the Peasant Soviet in Jiangxi in south-central China, and the CCP would become overwhelmingly peasant in composition and petty bourgeois in politics. 6.2 Autumn Harvest Uprisings. Under ECCI direction, the CCP planned a large-scale program of peasant uprisings for the autumn harvest time when the class struggle would normally be most acute in the rural districts. The term uprising was a complete misnomer. There were no uprisings. Armed detachments made a military assault on a town and then invited support from local workers and peasants. Those familiar with subsequent Maoist guerrilla activities in Latin America and elsewhere will recognize the tactic. It was agreed that conditions were not ripe for a nationwide insurrection, so the uprisings were limited to the 4 provinces of Hupa, Hunan, Jiangxi, and Guangdong, with particular emphasis on Hunan, where the peasant movement was considered the most radical. Unfortunately, Hunan had been subject to a particularly vicious cleansing, and the peasant associations, previously the most radical and effectively organized in the country, had been smashed by white terror. Such armed uprisings as did occur were often initiated by cadres who had been hiding out in the hills and countryside, and generally resulted in their deaths and the deaths of many peasants, for no gain. However, there were immediate and serious obstacles in the way of such a change in perspective. Events in Shanghai had had a debilitating effect on party members, workers, and peasants generally. CCP members had been miseducated for years into accepting opportunist methods and perspectives, and were now expected to make a sudden and abrupt volte-face and lead armed insurrections. The CCP would discover, too late, that its own personnel were not up to the task of engineering insurrection. CCP members themselves had been continuously dampening the revolutionary sentiment of the masses, and communists were widely distrusted as opponents of peasant seizure of the land. This distrust surfaced when orders to begin the uprisings arrived, and the support promised by the peasant associations evaporated. Attempting uprisings in such unsuitable conditions would only weaken the party and increase its isolation from the masses. However, the CC believed, like so many ultra-lefts before and since, that they were administering a shock treatment that would immediately correct the opportunism of the past. The first uprising under the new policy took place on August 1, 1927 at Nanchang, capital of Jiangxi Province, about 250 kilometers, 160 miles, southwest of Wuhan, under the overall direction of Laminads, but with Chiu Pai and Li Lisan in command on the ground. The attack was a purely military affair by a force of up to 20,000 soldiers drawn predominantly from mutinous KMT units, many of which had been commanded by communist officers. The town was taken easily as the garrison was heavily outnumbered. Once taken, the town was placed under a revolutionary committee of 25 members, which included both KMT and communists. The nonsense of an uprising against the KMT made under the KMT banner was demonstrated by the inclusion on the committee of the general Chang Fakui, who at that very moment was rushing to crush the uprising. The town was evacuated by August 5 to avoid any serious engagement with KMT troops. What was quite clear was that no uprising occurred either in Nanchang or in the surrounding areas, despite the CCP announcing that agrarian reform shall be carried out. Only estates of more than 3 hectares, about 8 acres, which did not belong to the families of NRA officers, were to be seized, meaning it was unlikely that many local landlords were affected. But the lack of support amongst the peasants had deeper roots, the track record of the CCP. During the remaining months of 1927, the communists were to stage 2 more equally unsuccessful insurrections. An ineffective attack on Changsha, Mao Zedong arrived too late to participate, and an attack made by the remnants from the Nanchang uprising on the treaty port of Swatow, Shantao, which was defeated. During this period, the Communist Party continued to march under the blue and white banner of the left KMT, further miseducating CCP members in the principles and organization of a Leninist party. Worst, it presented to the peasant masses the appearance that the fighting was limited to a fight between the left and right of the KMT. In all areas, the uprisings were defeated after a day or two of success. The uprisings were little short of fiascos, a series of military misadventures with little or no peasant support. The few CCP military forces that remained after the defeat of the Second Chinese Revolution were being destroyed by blind adventurism. When it became clear that these putsches had failed to spark a revolution, responsibility was pinned not on Stalin, the ECCI or its agents or even CHU-CHIU-Pai, but on Tan Pingshan, who was denounced and expelled for promoting illusions in the left KMT. On September 19, 1927, the Politburo of the CCP finally announced, "Uprisings can under no circumstances take place under the Kuomintang banner," and formally laid to rest the stinking corpse that had been the bloc within. Otto Braun describes how individuals and small groups of rank-and-file troops who survived these adventures fled to isolated rural areas such as the Qingqin Mountains on the border between Hunan and Jiangxi, often taking up a semi-bandit existence in order to stay alive. 6.3 The Canton Uprising and its Aftermath. Pravda of September 30, 1927 reported, "After the Southern Revolutionary Army had achieved important successes, it became perfectly clear that there would be a new revolutionary elan in China. The communist-led troops which had occupied Nanchang and marched on Swato were routed the very night the Pravda article was published. The original plan had been for these forces to proceed from a communist-controlled Swato to Canton to participate in a major urban uprising. This warning of the strength of the reactionary forces was, of course, ignored. In one last attempt to correct the ultra-left policy and abandon the proposed Canton uprising, Peng Shuji and Chen Duxiu wrote to the CC on October 26, 1927 arguing that the situation in China was no longer revolutionary and that the correct and key slogans for drawing the masses into action were democratic demands such as the 8-hour day, the confiscation of land, with the governmental slogan, "Convoke a National Assembly." Such slogans would bring the broad masses into activity again and prepare the ground for raising revolutionary slogans, in particular to establish Soviets. The proposal was summarily rejected. Later Liu Shaochi, when making an overall assessment of the work of the CCP, would conclude that the question of government had, indeed, been the central practical question among the masses and indirectly admitted that democratic slogans were what had been required. He explained that the CCP had condemned the use of legal means as rightist and had done its best to encourage adventurous activities. "The losses we have suffered on this account are countless." The CC of the CCP met in enlarged session 7 to 14 November 1927 to assess the outcomes of the program approved at the August conference. However, as Liang, the corresponding secretary of the party, would later admit, the Comintern sent telegrams daily urging the CCP to bring about uprisings in Canton and other large cities. These telegrams were all extremely emphatic in tone and allowed no room for argument. Obediently CHU-CHIU-Pai and Laminads blindly accepted that the rising revolutionary wave was continuing and demanded more dramatic actions by the CCP. Scorning the evidence that China had entered a counter-revolutionary period, the sequence of bloody failures was taken not to be the result of an erroneous political line but due to the personal inadequacies of those involved. For example, Mao's late arrival and consequent non-participation in the attack on Changsha resulted in his being kicked off the Politburo. Without any sign of a peasant rising, with the urban masses still reeling from the Shanghai massacre, with thousands of Kuomintang soldiers in and near Canton, the Communist International insisted that the CCP lead the workers in an attempt to seize the city. The insurrection, 11 to 14 December 1927, was timed to coincide with the 15th Congress of the Russian Party, and its primary purpose was to allow Stalin to claim a victory in China, the better to denounce the Russian oppositionists. Elliman has described how the dates of insurrection and Congress were juggled so that the Canton insurrection would have greatest impact in Moscow. To enable the uprising to meet the timetable set by the ECCI, the call for a general strike, an essential prerequisite of any communist insurrection if the urban masses are to be roused to action, was omitted. Over 7,000 workers paid with their lives to provide a smokescreen to hide Stalin's mistakes. The Canton uprising was heroic in the conduct of party members, criminal in the adventurism of the leadership. It was immediately clear that the revolt had little mass support. Ye Ting, the communist officer in de facto charge of the insurrection, later said, "The masses took no part in the insurrection. The workers of the power plant cut off the light, and we had to work in the dark. The river sailors placed themselves shamefully at the service of the whites." The railway workers of the Hong Kong and Canton-Hankow line transmitted the telegrams of the enemy and transported their soldiers. The peasants did not help us by destroying the tracks and did not try to prevent the enemy from attacking Canton. The workers of Hong Kong did not display the least sympathy for the insurrection. By December 14th, the last of the defenders of the Canton Commune had been wiped out and the reign of terror had begun. This latter news, of course, never reached the Russian Congress. During the 4 days in which the Communists controlled the city, Pravda did indeed claim that a Soviet government had been established in Canton. But this Soviet was a handful of unelected individuals. Blick claims 16 persons in a city of millions, each of whom had been handpicked by the ECCI representative acting under Stalin's direct instructions. The workers of Canton knew nothing of its existence until the uprising was well underway. The Canton Soviet, or Canton Commune, was a Stalinist fiction, a smokescreen to conceal a failed putsch. During the Wuhan debacle, the concept of the Soviet had been distorted to avoid its implementation. Now, in this perverse application, it was being mangled further and turned into a tool of the bureaucracy instead of organizer and expression of the exploited. A Soviet is above all a body elected by the widest franchise from workers, peasants, and soldiers. In times of tremendous revolutionary upheavals, Soviets emerge organically from the mass movement, from strike committees, action committees, peasant leagues, and other representative bodies. Soviets bring into action the broadest sections of the masses and directly express their will. The self-activities of the Soviets educate the masses by direct action, providing a training ground that can carry the masses through revolution to the capture of governmental and state power. This concept of the Soviets disappears under Stalin and the CCP. Instead, Soviets appear by bureaucratic decree only on the very threshold of the capture of power. The educational dimension and representative nature of the Soviet were entirely excluded. The confidence of the masses in the Soviet gained by testing it out over a period of time, both when advancing and retreating, was missing. The CCP put on the uniform of the Soviet after the insurrection had begun, but its role was that of spectator watching a doomed adventure. The sad fact was that by the time of the Canton insurrection, the movement was in a downturn, too debilitated both politically and numerically to launch Soviets. The ECCI and CCP had a stages perspective for China, which was to first complete the bourgeois democratic revolution against imperialism and feudalism, and then at some later date to carry through the socialist. This made it necessary to distort the concept of the Soviet to make it a tool of the party rather than have it as the most democratic mass organization possible. If, during 1926–27, Soviets had genuinely existed to represent the wish of the majority, then those Soviets would have demanded seizure of the land. But this could only have been effected against those the CCP had designated the leaders of the revolution, and would have inevitably have posed the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lamanadze was in China between July and December 1927, faithfully following Stalin's orders and being largely responsible for the Canton disaster, which he reported to the 15th Party Congress of the RCP as a victory, confirming Stalin's analysis and inaugurating an era in which the Chinese workers and peasants would struggle directly for state power. For that, he was elected a candidate member of the CC. Later, Lamanadze was bitterly assailed by Pavel Mif, Stalin's new man in China, who inherited the mess he had left behind. Lamanadze soon fell out of favor and committed suicide in 1935 rather than be a defendant in the forthcoming show trials. Mif was executed 3 years later. The Political Bureau of the Chinese Communist Party, in its resolution The Significance and Lessons of the Canton Uprising, adopted on January 3, 1928, declared, "Only cowardly opportunists can call such an uprising a premature act, a putsch." The Canton uprising in mid-December was an inevitable outgrowth of the development of the class struggle as a whole and the conjuncture of the objective conditions. This analysis was completely in accord with the facts. In flagrant contradiction of every fact before them, it was declared that the revolutionary forces had not diminished but were uninterruptedly growing, and that the question of armed insurrection was still directly on the order of the day. The general situation, it was claimed, made Soviet power a practical and immediate question. As the CCP was pushed ever harder to adopt an increasingly unrealistic assessment of the situation in China, Moscow's domination became ever more obvious. But, of course, Stalin could not be associated with the disasters that followed. A smokescreen of lies was published in the International Communist Press. On February 7, 1928, Pravda wrote, "The Chinese Communist Party is heading toward an armed insurrection. The whole situation in China speaks for the fact that this is the correct course. Experience proves that the Chinese Communist Party must concentrate all its efforts on the task of the day-to-day and widespread careful preparation of the armed insurrection." The Communist, March 1928, carried an article by British communist Ralph Fox which described an immense, but entirely fictitious, wave of peasant insurrections following on from Canton that had established Soviet governments in eastern Guangdong, between Canton and Swato, the districts of Haiphong, Lufeng, Pulin, Hoyuan, the island of Hainan, in Hunan province, the Tsalin, Qitong and Linqing districts have Soviets, in western Jiangxi, in Sichuan and Hailing districts, and in eastern Hupa. The 9th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI, 9 to 25 February 1928, foresaw the imminent approach of a new revolutionary upsurge which posed before the CCP the practical task of organizing and carrying out the armed uprisings of the masses and the overthrow of the present power. The party must consider as its principal task the preparation of general and combined actions in the cities and in the countryside in several adjoining provinces. The ECCI approved a policy of irresponsible adventurism which meant the destruction of the best revolutionary elements in new adventures, further separating the CCP from the masses and further weakening the party. The same February 7th issue of Pravda had the effrontery to write, "The provincial armies fought undivided against Red Canton, and this proved to be the greatest and oldest shortcoming of the Chinese Communist Party. Insufficient political work decomposing the reactionary armies." But 1 year previously, just a month and a half before the Shanghai massacre, the Communist International central organ of the Comintern had written, "The Chinese Communist Party and the conscious Chinese workers must not under any circumstances pursue a tactic that would disorganize the revolutionary armies." Chiang Kai-shek was, of course, already actively planning the Shanghai massacre. We now know that given the weaknesses in his forces, to have disorganized the NRA as proposed by the opposition would have placed the Shanghai workers in a much stronger position, and with Su Yu's and Ye Ting's troops, would almost certainly have tipped the balance in their favor. The best illustration of the nonsense of the arch-left line of the opposition is in the slogan for soldiers' deputies as one of the forms of the dual power. To proclaim it now for the army fighting for the Wuhan government would be consciously to seek to decompose this army. As it turned out, decomposing this army was just what had been required. Instead, the CCP paid little or no attention to the concerns of the rank-and-file soldiers nor made any attempts to form links between the soldiers, workers, and peasants. Now these armies crushed the Canton insurrection. 6.4 The 6th Congress of the CCP. The 6th Congress of the CCP, June 18–10 July 1928, was held in Moscow not only because the situation in China was so dangerous, but also to allow the ECCI to better stage manage the proceedings for public consumption. The Congress took place on the back of a series of policy failures of disastrous proportions and of major changes in international policy. Internationally, the third period line had been adopted at the 9th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI, February 1928, and confirmed at the 6th World Congress, 17 July 1 September 1928, which decreed that a revolutionary mass armed uprising was imminent in China and outlined a revolutionary program based on urban revolts similar to the abortive Canton insurrection of the preceding December. These ideas naturally flowed into the 6th Congress of the CCP and meant the CCP placed an anathema on democratic demands and rejected any meaningful United Front activities. The CCP had to immediately and consistently advocate seizure of state power, organize Soviets as organs of insurrection, a la Canton, expropriate landlords and big property owners, and expel the foreign imperialists. There were two serious problems with this perspective. The first was that the movement was in a severe downturn and proposals of this nature simply alienated any remaining support amongst the urban masses. The second was that the goal of the armed insurrection was given as the overthrow of the Kuomintang and its replacement by the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Another cycle of betrayal was in the making. In political terms, and for the healthy development of the CCP, the Congress was a disaster. The Congress resembled a bare pit with accusations flying in all directions, except at Stalin. as the different trends vied for Moscow's support. The defeats suffered had been the result of the policies accepted and enacted by the CCP itself. But the Congress did not attempt to come to grips with the fundamental errors underlying the defeats, the mistaken assessment of the revolutionary role of the national bourgeoisie in China, and the need for a truly independent Communist Party. From these had flowed the mistakes of failing to support the formation of workers' and peasants' Soviets, and of submitting to the discipline of the bourgeois and petty bourgeois politicians of the KMT. At the Congress, Bukharin's 9-hour speech heaped the blame for the party's defeats on those who had implemented Moscow's instructions, Chen Duxiu and Sichuzichiu Pai, appointed less than a year before. Within the party, those who attempted to objectively review events were expelled. The new-style Bolshevization, which had begun with the August 7th conference, advanced significantly during the 6th Congress when the delegates accepted Stalinist-style self-criticism as acceptable behavior. Lenin's democratic centralism meant the minority was required to accept the decisions of the majority and then allow the test of events to determine who was right. Such a procedure could not be tolerated under the bureaucracy because the desired outcome was not a political line best matching events but a policy that best protected the bureaucracy. Indeed, a political line matching reality would have meant the end of the bureaucracy. The new-style Bolshevization meant any minority had not only to enact the majority line, it had to publicly confess and repent its errors, promise to expunge its erroneous thoughts, and swear unquestioning loyalty to the majority, bureaucratic line. This self-flagellation became accepted procedure within the CCP and would grow into the rectification campaigns extensively used in Yan'an and later. Having to defend Stalin's line and cover up the mistakes of the recent past meant the CCP sank into a self-contradictory mess. It formally condemned putschism, but endorsed the continuation of the policy of isolated uprisings. It formally endorsed the need for a democratic program for China, while its ultra-left activities prevented united actions. It condemned the call for a national assembly as an opportunist error and so lacked a central focus for democratic demands. By default, the call to establish Soviets, intended as a propaganda slogan to be actioned at some indeterminate time in the future, became the governmental slogan of the party at just the time when the proletariat needed defensive slogans. The Congress defended the policy which produced the Canton tragedy. A resolution declared that the Nanchang insurrection, the Autumn Harvest Uprising, and especially the Canton Commune, did not constitute adventurism. Rather, the Canton Commune opened the Soviet period in the Chinese Revolution while simultaneously, and contradictorily, being a heroic rearguard action. The CCP formally accepted Stalin's view that Soviets should only appear when the solid victory of the uprising is assured, but warned that allowing elections in these Soviets would give a voice to petty bourgeois democratism, which would be dangerous for the leadership of the party. Given the history of the CCP, free discussion was anathema and so was classified as petty bourgeois and a threat to the revolution. That the CCP believed it had the authority to decide when and how to launch Soviets and who would be elected, starkly revealed how far its bureaucratic and anti-democratic views had developed, and was an open warning of how Soviets in the base areas being set up by the Red Army would be managed. The 6th Congress chose a 40-year-old laborer, Xiang Cheng-fa, as new General Secretary because of his proletarian background, a dedicated but not overly clever man. The real authority within the party would soon lie with Li Lisan as head of the Propaganda Bureau, aided by Zhou Enlai as head of the Organizational Bureau. During the 6th Congress, Li Lisan was called to the Kremlin to be interviewed by Stalin, and it was on that basis that he was given the leadership. We can be confident that Stalin assessed how loyal Li Lisan would be to him personally and the new ultra-left third period line. The Congress agreed that work amongst the peasantry was essential, but its general outline was determined by events in the Soviet Union, not what was happening in China. Over the summer of 1928, the struggle between Bukharin's right opposition and the Stalinists had not been finally resolved. Thus, the 6th World Congress of the CI and the 6th Congress of the CCP agreed that the party should unite with the petty bourgeoisie and rich peasants, kulaks, to oppose all reactionary forces. In June 1929, the struggle against the right opposition was over and the political line of the CI changed to one of resolute struggle against the kulaks for leadership of the peasant masses. These changes were transmitted into the CCP and caused considerable friction between those such as Mao who favored the softer line, and others who would try to force the adoption of the more radical. The Congress, with ECCI guidance, adopted a long resolution on the organization of Soviet political power, which declared the central issue in the peasant movement was the need for an amalgam of the CCP, peasant soviets, and the Red Army to establish military-style bases in the countryside which would grow to encircle the cities and give an impulse to the rising tide of revolution. Interpretation of this resolution would lead to differences between those who emphasized the building of bases in the countryside, Mao, against those, Li Lisan, who wanted to use the Red Army to attack urban centers, sparking an urban, proletarian revolution. Mao's defining strategy, which would later be paraphrased as "from the periphery to the center," originated with the ECCI and was, to a degree, a desperate attempt to hide the failure of the CI and CCP to win the urban proletariat. The CCP was in disarray everywhere. Communications between groups, cells, and individuals was difficult and slow. Mao, thus largely freed of central direction, took advantage of the situation to push his own perspective. In April 1927, he persuaded Zhu De to join forces with him to set up a communist-controlled area in the border region between Jiangxi and Hunan. Subsequently, Mao would claim that nearly 20,000 fighters had joined him. This move was approved by the local party committee and later by the 6th CCP Congress. In his absence, the Congress elected Mao Zedong a full member of the CC as a representative of the tendency that demanded the prompt carrying out of an agrarian revolution. Certainly up until the end of 1928, the Red Armies generally did not remain in one place for long enough to be able to carry out the CCP's agrarian policy. Mao had attempted it in the Jiangxi/Hunan border area but had been driven out and moved south to the even more remote area of the Jiangxi/Fujian border. However, during 1929 the CCP was able to begin affecting land distribution in a number of areas, thereby gaining a social significance that it had lacked previously. In line with the resolution passed at the 6th Congress, the land confiscated was limited to that of the larger landlords and public land. It will be shown that the benefits of this distribution often went to the better-off peasants who rushed to join the Red Army and staffed the administrative apparatus in the territories controlled by the CCP. Mao's land program sounded radical and revolutionary. The old tax offices were destroyed and many tax collectors, KMT officials, military men, gentry, and missionaries were killed. The policies of no rent to the landlords, no taxes to the KMT authorities, and no debts to the usurers were implemented. All deeds, land titles, debt registers, tax rolls of the old regime were completely destroyed. By allocating ownership of the land to the peasants who had previously farmed it, the policies remained within bourgeois democratic limits. We should not, however, belittle the progressive nature of these measures as far as the individual peasants were concerned. For many it represented a significant improvement in their lives and the basis of their support for the CCP. In the meantime, Chiang had captured Nanjing, boastfully declared it the capital of a unified China, announced an all-China government had been established, the aims of the revolution achieved, and an end to military rule. 6.5 The Li Lisan Line. Li Lisan had a genuine base within the party because of his heroic role in a number of workers' struggles, and with the support of Moscow came the support of the ECCI representatives and those such as Zhou Enlai who followed every twist and turn of the Moscow line. It cannot be stressed too strongly that the so-called Li Lisan line was the Chinese version of third-period Stalinism. Ultra-left and adventurous policies were pursued which further isolated the party from the proletariat and effectively destroyed the CCP in the major urban centers. Shanghai had brought to an end the period of rapid party growth. With the Wuhan and Canton massacres, the prestige of the party plummeted and workers turned their backs on it. The exodus of party members turned into a flood with the policy of putschism, launched not to match Chinese circumstances, but to maintain Stalin's prestige in Russia. On February 8, 1929, the ECCI sent a letter to the CC of the CCP claiming that a new revolutionary wave was clearly detectable in China. The June 1929 plenary session of the CCP formally endorsed Stalin's line of the collapse of capitalism and confirmed Li Lisan's leadership. On October 26, 1929, the ECCI sent another letter to the CC, announcing the beginning of the revolutionary wave in China. The party was to take over the leadership of this new revolutionary wave by overcoming its petty bourgeois waverings. The Comintern reinforced this view by declaring that rightism was the most dangerous trend internationally and in the CCP. The CCP responded by adopting resolutions on December 20, 1929 and January 11, 1930 that fully accepted the Comintern's position and hailed the arrival of a fresh revolutionary upsurge in China. Li Lisan affirmed that China was in an immediately revolutionary situation and that insurrection by any means at any cost was the order of the day. Preparatory work organizing and mobilizing the masses was not considered necessary, a mistake that proved fatal for many CCP members in the urban areas. Opposition to Li Lisan's overly optimistic estimation of the revolutionary high tide was led by members of the Party Committee for Jiangsu Province and the Shanghai-based National Labor Federation, both of which had their headquarters in Shanghai. This opposition was overcome only when the June 1929 Second Plenum of the CC reformed the Jiangsu Committee and expelled several Trotskyites, including Peng Shuji. One of the first victims of the attack on rightism was Chen Duxiu, who was expelled from the party in late 1929. He was denounced viciously for his Trotskyite, liquidationist, and rightist tendencies. Given his enormous prestige, his conversion to Trotskyism had created a crisis in the party, and in true Stalinist fashion, a major purge was launched. Chen Duxiu had been a staunch defender of internal democracy, and he warned party members that the suppression of dissident views would lead to a regime of bureaucratic centralism. He was proved correct immediately, as the party marked his expulsion by formally implementing the resolution banning factions, i.e. democratic discussion and debate, passed at the 6th Comintern Congress. Chen himself was finally excluded from the party on November 15, 1929, after which the leadership then expelled hundreds of members who supported him. This was a great purge in the Russian manner. Oppositionists were cleared out. Every week the party newspaper, the Red Flag, published a long list of the latest to be excluded. Strike figures for 1928 and 1929, reported to the 16th Congress of the AUCP-B by the Chinese delegate, made it clear that there was an upsurge in union activity, largely due to an economic upturn. The CCP, with the correct tactics, could have made contact with these workers and re-established itself amongst the proletariat. But the party had abjured democratic slogans such as, "For the 8-hour working day," when posed as part of a defensive program. Instead, the CCP attempted to set up red trade unions, actively dividing the working class, just as was being done in Germany in the face of the Nazis. Party members in the urban areas worked hard, intervening in every labor dispute, e.g., on May 13 in Shanghai, about 300 strikers, urged on by party militants, attacked and disabled trams on Ferry Road. But a total of about 100 were arrested, most of whom were badly beaten. At the end of 1929 and the start of 1930, there were numerous small-scale violent skirmishes between groups of workers and the police. For example, police in the French concession had openly attacked striking women mill workers who fought back and went on to win their strike. The ultra-left Li Lisan saw enough activity to justify his belief in an approaching revolutionary situation. Li had a very simple plan. The objective situation was directly revolutionary, so the party would increase agitation from May Day up to the glorious anniversary of May 30th, when a CCP-initiated general strike would start the revolution. At that time, in order to coordinate and if possible hasten the imminent nationwide high tide of revolution, we frantically searched everywhere for the slightest sign of a struggle. Sometimes top-level conferences would be called, with members of the CC, the district committee and the provincial committee, to discuss some trifling altercation between shop owner and employees. From early morning to late at night, we searched high and low for the spark to light a prairie fire, keeping ourselves in a state of artificially induced tension. We would get up at the crack of dawn and hurry down to talk to the shop workers before business started. Then we would hold a meeting, rush around making contacts, and so on until the early hours of the following morning. The public actions taken by CCP members required a high degree of heroism. Some historians have described such displays as suicidal and put the fall in membership in Shanghai, in particular, down to the resulting arrests and executions. The outcome of this frenetic activity was not the expected general strike, but the wholesale arrest and imprisonment of CCP members and, in many cases, their immediate execution in the Longhua barracks. Despite the setback experienced in May, which clearly demonstrated that the workers were not in a revolutionary mood, Li continued to push the line that world capitalism was on the brink of collapse, and that any incident could start the Great Fight. How could Li Lisan have been so blind to the results of his policies? Probably because, as with so many ultra-lefts, he knew his analysis was right, the membership just wasn't trying hard enough. Looking for ways to recapture its influence in the cities, the leadership decided to use the undoubted relative successes of the party in the countryside. This was spelled out in the Politburo resolution of June 11, 1930, entitled The New Revolutionary High Tide and an Initial Victory in One or More Provinces, which proposed Wuhan be seized as a part of a military takeover which was predicted to grow rapidly into the Chinese Socialist Revolution. The revolutionary years had trained quite a few rural local leaders, and the counter-revolution had not succeeded in eliminating them all. Also, a significant number of revolutionary workers hid in the countryside from the militarists. Quantities of small arms had been obtained by the peasants, and guerrilla bands, calling themselves Red Army units, had been organized by soldiers who deserted to the side of the peasants individually, in groups, and sometimes in whole companies. Thus, even after the defeat of the revolution, peasant rebellion continued in a number of areas, often with communists at the head, to the extent that in isolated areas, armed peasant bands drove out local landlords, usurers, and rich peasants. For example, the remnants of the troops defeated at Swato formed the very first Chinese Soviet in Heilongjiang in Guangdong province. Li Lisan believed these forces could be combined to spark the proletariat into activity. To implement his scheme, Li determined to take more direct central control of the armed struggle. To counteract this threat to his position, Mao called his own conference of Red Army delegates in December 1929, which approved the building of rural bases and made substantial, though implicit, criticisms of Li Lisan. This undermining of Li was couched in terms that appeared in complete harmony with the declared aims of the CC: against egalitarianism, for tighter organizational discipline, for correcting mistaken ideas in the party, and for the subordination of personal interests to the political needs of the party. Mao's pamphlets at this time made great show of endorsing the decisions of the 6th Congress of the CCP and claimed to enact ECCI directives. Without naming Li, Mao criticized his strategy by emphasizing the positive gains to be made from establishing base areas in the countryside and the risks of attacking urban centers. Mao had already made a name for himself as a military strategist and was well known for his 4 tactical principles. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy halts and encamps, we harass him. When the enemy wants to avoid battle, we attack him. When the enemy withdraws, we pursue him. Braun insists that these principles represented Mao's interpretation of the Treatise of the Art of War by Sun Tzu, a Chinese general of antiquity. Braun also pointed out that Mao's famous 8 rules for the good behavior of Red Army troops, which won them so much support from a peasantry used to mercenary troops that pillaged and raped as a matter of course, were an updated version of the rules of the Taipingji rebellion of the 19th century. To counteract Mao's maneuvers, to establish better central control over the disparate groups that made up the Red Armies, and to present his strategy for implementing the Politburo resolution, the New Revolutionary High Tide and an Initial Victory in One or More Provinces, Li Lisan called a conference of delegates from the Red Armies in Shanghai in May 1930. Despite difficulties of terrain and distances, Li wanted the disparate forces of the Red Army to prepare for the new strategy by combining into 4 armies, and to be prepared to move from guerrilla and bandit tactics to mobile warfare and capturing of urban centers. Mao Zedong and Zhu De showed their opposition by failing to attend. In June 1930, the political secretariat of the ECCI wrote to the CCP appraising Li's proposals. There was no suggestion that Li Lisan was deviating from either ECCI general policy or practical strategy, and the letter was taken as an endorsement of the Li Lisan line. With the apparent support of the ECCI, Li now called a national conference of the CCP and its front organizations in Shanghai on July 18 and informed them that the immediate task was armed uprisings to seize political power. The initial focus was the Wuhan complex. As the Red Armies converged on Wuhan, it was expected that there would be urban uprisings in the central Yangtze area which would spark a nationwide series of revolutionary strikes which would turn into a civil war and link the Chinese and world revolutions. Accordingly, after victory at Wuhan, uprisings would take place in Beijing, Canton, Hong Kong, Nanjing, Shanghai, and numerous other cities. International press correspondents reported that in all the big towns, such as Shanghai, Hankow, and Hong Kong, Workers' Defense Corps were being founded in preparation for an armed revolt. The preparation of the 4th insurrection in Shanghai has become the general slogan of the workers of the town. This nonsense was used to deceive workers all around the world as to the success of Stalin's third period line. Li Lisan knew there were only 200 party members and 150 members of the Red Trade Union in the Wuhan area on which to base any military organization of armed workers in the three cities. The baselessness of the Li Lisan strategy was emphasized when the call, "The time for insurrection has come. Organize yourselves," was issued. In all of Shanghai, for example, only 125 persons came forward to enlist in the Red Guard. The 5th Red Army Corps was given major military responsibility for carrying out the attack on Wuhan. This was a small but experienced army of about 10,000 men, of whom possibly 7,000 were armed. It left its bases in the Hunan-Jiangxi-Hupa border region and seized the small town of Yachao on July 5, after which it marched to take Changsha, capital of Hunan, prior to moving on Wuhan. On July 28, 1930, Changsha was captured. The gains made were magnified totally out of proportion to justify the strategy. The international press correspondents boasted, "Changsha, the capital of the province of Hunan, one of the most important provinces in the heart of China, was captured on the 28th of July by the victorious 5th Red Army of the Chinese Soviet territories. Supported by insurgent workers and peasants in town and country, and by the mutiny of some of the government soldiers. The Red Workers and Peasants' Army was able, after heroic fighting, to achieve a tremendous victory. In a surprisingly short time, the whole of Changsha was covered with a sea of red flags. The Soviet power, the power of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, was proclaimed. The capture of the three sister towns, Hankou, Wuchang, and Hanyang, the largest industrial towns of central China, is the aim of the Red Army. All around Wuhan there already exist Soviet districts. The Red Army is endeavoring, with the aid of the insurgent peasants, to extend its field of operations more and more to the center and to encircle Wuhan. Initial reports completely divorced from reality boasted of the largest mass meeting ever held in Changsha with 100,000 of its half-million inhabitants attending. It was later admitted by Li Lisan that only about 3,000 had attended. The masses had not rallied to support the Red Army or CCP. Similarly, the claim that within 3 days 50,000 workers were organized into trade unions was fiction. The CC of the CCP on September 30, 1930, would admit there was insufficient connection between the attack of the Red Army and the mass struggle in Changsha. This was especially damaging because the reception given to the Red Army and CCP was fundamental to the success of the Li Lisan line. Without active popular support, the campaigns could never be more than military adventures. The passivity of the urban population had again demonstrated unambiguously that the line would not succeed, but Li Lisan blindly stuck to his predictions that, given a proper chance, his adventures would rally the masses to the revolution. The 5th Red Army, now joined by Mao's 4th Army to form the First Front Army, withdrew from Changsha on August 3 to avoid being surrounded by KMT forces which, on entering the city, killed some 5,000 of the local inhabitants for being too friendly with the Reds. Moscow strongly condemned the withdrawal but not the attack and ordered Li Lisan to instruct the Red Army to attack Changsha again. But it was unable to retake the city, and that was the end of the adventure. At no time did Red Army forces come close enough to pose a threat to Wuhan. The Changsha episode bared the fatal weakness of the whole project. The military forces had no connection with the workers in the cities. The attack on Changsha was such a disaster it was the end of Li Lisan as leader of the CCP. The only question was how and when to deal the coup de grace. The ECCI had CHU Pai and Zhou Enlai investigate the reasons for the defeat. But CHU and Zhou found that Li Lisan had made only tactical mistakes in the application of Comintern policies in the attack on Changsha. They did not ask the CC to remove him, but merely to criticize him for having overestimated the tempo of the revolution. They stated his general line was in complete harmony with the Comintern. Such a conclusion was unacceptable because it linked Stalin too directly to failure. CHU Pai and Zhou Enlai were sidelined, and in the spring of 1930 Pavel Mif was delegated to be ECCI representative to the CCP. Pavel Mif prepared to remove Li Lisan and enthrone Wang Ming and the returned students group. This group, the 28 Bolsheviks, would be significantly different from all previous appointments. They had no independent base within the CCP and relied totally on MIF for their positions. They were completely Moscow's creatures. Steeped in Stalinist methods and ideology, they had proved themselves loyal to the Stalinist bureaucracy by being prepared to spill the blood of fellow Chinese students for personal advancement. Wang Ming's opposition to Li Lisan had little to do with politics. Prior to arriving in China, Wang Ming's publications showed no significant differences from Li Lisan and, after assuming leadership, the line proposed by this group differed in few, if any, significant ways from that of Li Lisan. In October 1930, the ECCI made a devastating attack on Li Lisan, raising the stakes by labeling him anti-Comintern and semi-Trotskyite. The CCP Politburo declared its solidarity with the Comintern on November 25, and Li Lisan resigned in disgrace. MIF arrived in China in mid-December and proposed that the CC be convened as soon as possible so the leadership of the CCP could be reorganized. The plenum was held in Shanghai on January 7, 1931, and was dominated by MIF and Wang Ming, who harshly condemned Li Lisan for betraying the correct instructions of the Comintern and bringing havoc to the party. Wang was elected to the Politburo and 2 of the 28 Bolsheviks were elected as alternates to the CC. The nominal head of the party continued to be the innocuous but esteemed Xiang Chung Fa until he was captured and executed in Shanghai in June. Zhou Enlai recanted his views, degraded himself in a way that was now a feature of Stalinist party methods, but, due to his organizational skills, vast experience, and knowing everyone, managed to retain a top position. Mao was seen by Moscow as a rising star, and the Far Eastern Bureau of the ECCI wrote to the Politburo of the CCP complaining that Mao was confined to military matters and suggesting that he be given a greater political role. Li was summoned to Moscow, where he remained in exile for some 15 years, leaving the field open for Wang Ming. 6.6 Red Unions. In 1926, almost 2/3 of CCP members had been proletarian, with only 5% peasants and 2% soldiers. But by the early months of 1930, the proletarian element had dropped to less than about 5%. After the communists in Shanghai had handed power to Chiang Kai-shek, the party suffered continual repression. Party membership in Shanghai had been around 8,000 in April 1927, no more than 2,000 in 1930, about 500 in 1932, and a mere handful in 1934. The errors of adventurism in a time when reaction was triumphant meant members deserted just to stay alive. By 1930, the pressure on Li Lisan to correct this deficiency was compelling, both because of his personal background of union work and because the CI was warning of the dangers of a peasant mentality and urging the party to strengthen its work in the cities. The organized labor movement was a shadow of its former self, and the overwhelming majority of China's industrial workers had no organization of any kind. In the areas controlled by the Kuomintang, yellow unions were grudgingly permitted. The Wang Jingwei group was in the leadership of most of these and was moderately successful in channeling and containing the democratic demands of a significant stratum of the petty bourgeoisie and workers. Li Lisan was assuming a Herculean task in seeking to rebuild a communist base in the trade union movement. He was determined to successfully apply the third period policy of the CCP, building its own red unions, and was confident his own experience would be invaluable. However, Li attempted this ultra-left policy at a time when the great mass of the workers had already turned their backs on the party. In the end, the red unions consisted of CCP members and a few close collaborators. In conditions of white terror, frightened workers turned away. The yellow unions preached class collaboration, compromise and submission, but by disdaining to enter them and conduct a struggle from within, the CCP left the field clear to the Wang Jingwei group. In 1928, a brief economic revival helped restore confidence, and workers fought a number of battles for better wages and shorter hours. They would have responded readily and positively to agitation for elementary democratic rights, freedom of assembly, of organization, of speech, slogans flowing from their immediate needs and reinforced by every economic conflict. The slogan for a national assembly, elected by universal suffrage, was a focus for such a program and offered common ground to every section of the population oppressed and terrorized by the KMT military dictatorship. But the CCP failed to gain any ground either among the thousands organized in unions or among the millions of the unorganized. The communists remained impotent because the third period method was to transplant in a wholesale fashion our party's entire program and basic slogans, into each and every leaflet, effectively turning the small groups around the Red Unions into a second party. Abstract calls for a general strike, support for the Red Army, and Soviet power fell on deaf ears. On November 8, 1928, the CC received a report which stated, "The party does not have a single healthy party nucleus among the industrial workers." So antagonistic were the workers to the CCP that communist cadres often concealed news of an impending strike from the party. The work and influence of the Red Unions shrank to almost nothing, and the masses were left under Yellow Union influence. In the Stalinist Communist International, it was quite impossible to accept that the Third Period Line had been a disaster. For self-protection, Communist Party leaders made extravagant and preposterous claims in public as to their successes. It was standard practice to blame scapegoats for the failures. The ECCI blamed the central committees blamed the provincial committees would blame the local organizations, and the local organizations would blame, and so on. As each new leadership was appointed, it revealed the false claims of its predecessors. This went on year after year, the leaders continuously complaining that their followers were failing to carry out the party line. It was never suggested that the party line was itself responsible for the stubborn unwillingness of the workers to follow the party. In February 1929, a letter from the Comintern stated, "In most cities, even in great working-class centers like Wuhan, Tientsin, and Canton, no work has been done at all. In the big and important enterprises, there are no nuclei whatever." The letter went on to say there were only 4,000 workers in the whole party, 1,300 of them in Shanghai and the rest scattered elsewhere. In November 1929, the Fifth National Labor Conference was held. It claimed to represent a mere 30,000 workers, about 1/100th of the number represented at the Fourth Labor Conference in Hankow 2 years earlier. In September 1930, Zhou Enlai told the CC that the party could claim only 2,000 factory workers. The workers had turned their backs on the CCP, which never re-established a foothold of any consequence in any of the great urban centers until after the end of the Civil War. While the workers departed from the political arena, peasant revolt, which had burned brightly during 1925–27, continued to flare episodically. Putschist methods found more response in the countryside, in areas where peasants were taking up arms or where mutinous soldiers were breaking from the armies of the KMT. The remnants of the Communist Party reemerged from the 1927 debacle at the head of a scattered, diverse insurgent peasant movement largely confined to the least advanced areas of central China. In just such an area, it would establish the so-called Chinese Soviet Republic. 6.7 Wang Ming and the 28 Bolsheviks. The policies of both Li Lisan and Wang Ming were variations of the same ultra-left third-period strategy. Li Lisan was an experienced militant, while Wang Ming was a self-serving bureaucrat. Li Lisan had the courage to actively participate in carrying out his policies, whereas Wang Ming did it by telephone, telegram, or radio. Despite all the name-calling and heat generated, the political policies of the two men were no different in matters of principle or ideology. The differences were who would carry the can for past mistakes and who was the more subservient to Moscow. In the eyes of the ECCI, a major crime of Li Lisan had been his dangerous spirit. He had dared to suggest that the Chinese were better placed to understand the local situation in China than those in Moscow. The appointment of Wang Ming and his adjutant Paku Qin Bangxian was part of the worldwide trend within the CI to have lapdogs leading the national CPs because, as their authority came from their Moscow links, they were quite prepared to act as tools of Soviet diplomacy. This Bolshevization was a classic Stalinist intervention intended to transform the party and would have a lasting impact on its politics and internal regime. With Wang Ming's accession, the CCP was no jot different in principle from the Stalinist communist parties of Italy, France, or Spain. Wang Ming and the 28 Bolsheviks were not to supplement the existing leadership but to replace it. Wang was particularly groveling. Li Lisan had spoken of China as the weakest link in world imperialism, stating that a revolution in China would spark a worldwide class war. Wang's criticism was that such an analysis made China the center of the world, denying the Soviet Union as that center, and thus was in opposition to Stalin and the theory of socialism first in one country. Could there be a clearer statement of abject submission to Moscow, either directly or through Paku, acting General Secretary between 1932 and January 1935? Wang Ming held power within the CCP for 4 years and, in accord with the analysis of the CI and with its approval, would take the CCP leadership from the cities to the relative safety of rural areas controlled by the Red Army. Wang possessed all the necessary qualities for a Stalinist policeman, being personally ambitious, strong-willed and intelligent, but also narrow-minded and conformist and with a talent for maneuvering. His ideological rigidity expressed itself as an absolute intolerance of the slightest stirring of intellectual curiosity or innovation, enforced by a regime of ruthless purges and absolute regimentation. In January 1931, the CC approved Wang Ming's document The Struggle for the CCP's Further Bolshevization, also known as the Two Lines. This document, which extolled the Comintern's direct intervention in CCP affairs, was a joint enterprise with MIF and had as a central feature the replacement of experienced cadres with those loyal to Wang Ming, hence so much opposition within the party. Pavel MIF and Wang Ming completely dominated the January plenum, so it is interesting that Mao was elected a candidate member of the Politburo, and Zhu De as candidate member of the CC at that meeting. Mao and Zhu obtained these positions largely because of Stalin's support. Both had been extensively praised in the Russian press as heroes, and the Far Eastern Bureau of the ECCI in Shanghai had recommended Mao for membership of the new CC and chair of the Revolutionary Military Committee. After the CC meeting, a group drawn from the remnants of the trade union leaderships formed to oppose Wang Ming, calling his policies an extension of the Li-Lisan line. For this action, they were expelled from the party. On January 17th, the leaders of this group met in the international settlement in Shanghai, where it was raided by British police and over 20 executed. After these deaths, the CCP could be said to have lost its last concrete link of any consequence with the urban proletariat. Rumors persist that Wang Ming informed on the dissident trade unionists to remove a potentially embarrassing opposition. Rumors that were strengthened when Wang Ming called for the death penalty for Chen Duxiu after his arrest by the KMT. At that time, all manner of vile slanders and provocations against Trotskyists were being put about by the CCP press to rob them of support, create confusion, and provide a cover should a Russian agent kill Chen or Peng. Within the party, the 28 Bolsheviks implemented what they had learned in Moscow. To ideologically remold the membership and eliminate dissent, they began a rectification campaign of criticism and self-criticism which bore a striking similarity to the purge meetings at Sun Yat-sen University. This was accompanied by expulsions of dissident party members. However, the effectiveness of these measures was greatly hampered by the hostility to the new leaders generated by their preoccupation with hierarchy and rank, bossing subordinates around, making others do their chores, and refusing to take responsibility for the consequences of their own directives. In the party, there was considerable bitterness over the manner of the removal of Chen Duxiu, Li Lisan, and the trade union group, and it is reported that opposition to Wang Ming was so strong that as many as a quarter of the members were expelled on the pretext that those who opposed the Comintern's representative opposed the party, and those who opposed the party should be expelled. These expulsions were at the heart of Wang Ming's Bolshevization, after which the party was as good an example of monolithic centralism as any. 6.8 Peasant Soviets. The failures of the CCP in the urban areas and the relative successes of the Red Army, the July 28 attack on Changsha was highly influential, had their effect on the ECCI. The resolution on the Chinese question by the Political Secretariat of the ECCI, June 1930, again recommended the CCP to concentrate its efforts on the Red Army and Soviet government, but now placed this as a top priority. Any idea of immediate insurrection in the towns, as envisaged by Li Lisan, was abandoned. Trotsky's statement to the 8th plenum of the ECCI that the Chinese Revolution would go forward in form of Soviets or not at all was being proved correct, but as the antithesis of what he had intended. By the early 1930s, most of the cadres of the CCP were corralled in these Soviets, which had a high degree of autonomy due to their isolated locations and the lack of an effective central leadership after the dismissal of Li Lisan. There were 3 Soviet areas in the Wuhan area of central China: the Yuan Soviet to the north, the Xiang Exi Soviet to the west, and the largest and most important, the Jiangxi Central Soviet, to the south of Wuhan. These Soviets existed where the borders of 2 or more provinces came together, where administrative responsibility was unclear, where the KMT presence was weak or non-existent, in hilly or mountainous areas which were economically backward, considered not important and thus left alone. An ECCI letter of November 16, 1930 confirmed earlier instructions to concentrate the best forces of the party into building the Red Army and establishing a Soviet government which, given the defeats in the cities, meant a peasant Soviet. The most important task for the CCP was to muster support for the Red Armies, in particular to recruit fresh troops. When Wang Ming and his allies followed these ECCI instructions, they adopted a policy even more destructive than the Red Unions. Instead of seeking to build party cells in the factories, they transferred working-class militants to the Soviet areas in an attempt to proletarianize the Red Army. Industrial activities were used not to build the labor movement but to act as recruiting drives for the Soviet districts. The 28 Bolsheviks refused to shoulder any responsibility for the policies they proposed, and passed the buck by accusing party members of abandoning, especially in the heavy industries, attempts to organize the Red Unions. In February 1931, the CCP admitted that, now there are no real Red Unions. They have been wiped out. All work has been abandoned. 1931 was the year of the Japanese invasion, and there was a wave of protest strikes in factories with close ties with Japan, but the party had to admit, we have not succeeded in organizing a single anti-imperialist strike. For a short period, 1932 to 33, after the Japanese invasion, there was increased militancy amongst workers and a small but significant boost to party membership. However, Wang Ming and his allies threw this opportunity away when they followed ECCI instructions and continued to call on working-class militants to leave industry and move to the Soviet areas. The Politburo, CC, and Secretariat remained in Shanghai as long as possible, but were forced to transfer to the Central Soviet, a move that was complete by the spring of 1933. Many of the 28 Bolsheviks and all of the CC were elected to the Central Executive Committee of the new Jiangxi Soviet government. In 1934, the Young Communist League noted, "Our comrades are unaware of impending struggles in the factories. As a result of this isolation, we not only cannot lead the mass struggles, but we cannot even grasp them by the tail." 6 years of Red Unions and Red Army recruitment had been 6 years of urban impotence. This policy so weakened the CCP in the cities that when the KMT made a series of arrests in March 1934, and again the following year, CCP activity in major cities such as Shanghai virtually ended. 6.9 Summary. Peasant rebellion and partisan warfare has a long tradition in China, and these traditions were alive in South and Central China in the aborted revolution of 1925-7. The millions who stood up and made an effort to take the land for themselves were in direct line with those who had founded the Han and Ming dynasties and marched in the footsteps of the long-haired Taipings. Yet the peasants who rose in 1926-7 could have succeeded where all their ancestors had failed. Out of a society dissolving under imperialist penetration, the elements of a new solution were taking form. The peasants, backward, scattered and socially stratified, could supply the motor force of change but play no independent role. The Chinese bourgeoisie was bound into the system by rent and usury. The new class of urban workers seeking to change society in its own interests could, by linking its fortunes to those of the agrarian workers and poor peasants, break through the vicious historical circle by leading the struggle for seizure of the land and its redistribution to the peasants by the peasants. Shortly after its founding, the CCP was confronted by great revolutionary questions. The immaturity of the leadership, the lack of grounding in Marxist theory or practice, combined with the speed of development of events, meant there was little possibility of it developing its own independent policy. The leadership of the CCP sincerely believed their only hope of avoiding very grave errors was the guidance of the Communist International. They subordinated themselves to the policies of the ECCI and in so doing surrendered the independence of the party to the bourgeoisie. As a result of ECCI advice and instructions, the Second Chinese Revolution, 1925-27, was crushed in 3 distinct stages: Shanghai, Wuhan, and Canton. The completely opportunist line of the Comintern, which was accepted by the majority of the CC of the CCP, was expressed in 5 issues. The question of the party. An absolutely independent party of the proletariat is a first and decisive condition for communist politics. The CCP entered a bourgeois party and became subservient to it, depriving the working class of its own party at the most critical period of the class struggle. Stalin and the ECCI considered the KMT to be a multi-class party, but no matter what the proportion of workers and poor peasants within the KMT, It was a party of the bourgeoisie because of its leadership and its actions. The question of imperialism. It was quite correct for the CI to state that the agrarian feudal remnants in China were inextricably linked with imperialism, but the CI refused to accept that the fundamental interests of feudal elements, compradors, landlords, bankers, factory owners, and businessmen were all linked together in a network based on usury and rent. Of course, the Chinese bourgeoisie conflicted with the most reactionary feudal militarists and occasionally with imperialism, but such conflicts always took second place at the decisive moment to its irreconcilable antagonism towards the workers and poor peasants. The only hope for the success of the anti-imperialist revolution was for the proletariat supported by the poor and middle peasants to crush the bourgeoisie's attempts to compromise with imperialism. The question of the KMT. The Comintern leadership mistook the petty bourgeois intellectuals at the top of the KMT for allies in the class struggle. However, these people were more closely linked to the bourgeoisie than the rural and urban poor, selling them out at the decisive moment to the big bourgeoisie. It was not a question of alliance with Wang Jingwei against Chiang Kai-shek, but of an alliance of the toiling masses against Wang Jingwei and Chiang Kai-shek. The question of Soviets. Soviets can and must be created from the very first stage of a broad revolutionary upsurge. Soviets can arise from strike committees or peasant associations and then grow and extend their functions and increase their authority in the eyes of the masses. Finally, they become the organizations of a revolutionary uprising and, if victorious, they become the organs of revolutionary power. When the revolution was on the rise, the Stalinists denied any place for Soviets in the democratic struggle, and the CCP actively opposed their formation. Then, with the revolution in retreat, in a sudden and complete about-face, the CCP declared Soviets to be the immediate task of the Chinese Revolution and launched them, bureaucratically deformed and short-lived. The Stalinists were completely out of phase with reality. An international smokescreen of lies and deception was used to conceal the fact that Stalin's policies, especially regarding Soviets, had resulted in defeat for the Chinese Revolution. What strategy to adopt in a counter-revolutionary situation? Trotsky proposed a defensive policy of democratic demands to preserve the revolutionary forces, unite and re-energize the masses. These would have been along the lines of demands for an 8-hour day, freedom of speech and assembly, the right to strike, capped by the demand for a national constituent assembly elected by universal suffrage. Instead, Stalin proposed as an immediate practical task the preparation for and carrying through of armed insurrection as the sole path to the completion of the bourgeois democratic revolution and to the overthrow of the Kuomintang. Millions of peasants would die as a result of this directive, about 1 million in one encirclement campaign alone, not to mention the many millions of peasants left to the tender mercies of vengeful landlords. The defeat of the revolution placed Chiang Kai-shek in power and ushered in a period of counter-revolutionary terror, economic disintegration, impotence in the face of imperialism, and military invasion by the Imperial Japanese Army. In these circumstances, the bourgeoisie were unable to develop democratic institutions and could hold on to power only through brutal military dictatorship. Chiang Kai-shek adopted a policy of non-resistance to the Japanese invasion, but there was no policy of non-resistance towards the Chinese masses. For them, it would mean ruthless suppression of any attempt to organize resistance to the invasion. It meant extermination of whole sections of rebellious peasantry in central China, and it meant handing over large sections of the country to the Japanese imperialists. These were fruits of the defeat of the revolution of 1925–27. From the Jiangxi Soviet to Yan'an. 7.1 Introduction. This chapter describes the so-called peasant Soviets created by the CCP as it retreated from the cities. The Stalinist nature of the CCP dominated the character of these Soviets from their start. The political and organizational structures supposedly for the self-rule of the peasants by the peasants were, in fact, forced on the local populations by a communist party which was, in effect, an invading and occupying force, although a benign one. These so-called Soviets were set up in the most backward and isolated areas and had little or no basis in the experiences of the peasants involved. At all times, the needs of the Red Army and the CCP overrode the wishes of the indigenous peasants, and ultimately the Red Army would march out, leaving them to the tender mercies of Chiang Kai-shek. Nevertheless, the Soviets did become popular with the middle and poor peasants and even amongst many rich peasants. The KMT bandit extermination campaigns are presented insofar as they reflected the balance of power in China between Chiang Kai-shek and the CCP, forced the communists to quit their major base in Jiangxi, and commenced the Long March. The destruction of the Jiangxi Soviet Republic and the flight of the Communists was both a military and political defeat for the CCP. It was the end of the first attempt to establish a revolutionary power based exclusively upon peasant rebellion. However, the idea that Soviet power could be transported in the baggage train of the Red Army from Jiangxi to Yan'an was totally bureaucratic and one further step in dissolving the socialist revolution into peasant revolt. Map of China showing major Soviet areas remaining after the 4th bandit extermination campaign. At start of Long March, 1934 to 35, Map of China showing major Soviet areas remaining after the 4th bandit extermination campaign. At start of Long March, 1934 to 35. Note: areas of the Soviets are not to scale. The CCP, in true Stalinist manner, has rewritten its history to iron out the wrinkles, give it linearity and continuity, and place an omniscient Mao in the lead role. As the bureaucracy became more established as an independent factor and gathered to itself more power over the organization, it increasingly required its own pope to resolve disputes that arose from the inevitable conflict of interest between individuals and groups within the bureaucracy. The very nature of bureaucracy means it cannot submit such disputes to the democratic process of discussion and action by the masses without endangering its own existence. The official history presents Mao taking the helm at the Zunyi Conference, 15 to 17 January 1935, soon after the start of the Long March, at which the brilliance of his military strategy won the day, and after which he was always right and the undisputed leader of the CCP, ousting the 28 Bolsheviks who had led the party almost to extinction. This rewriting began in 1945 when Mao Zedong presented the resolution on some questions in the history of our party to the CC. This document rewrote party history to present the defeats of the CCP as due to the opportunism of Chen Duxiu and the left adventurism of Chiu Pai, Li Lisan, and Wang Ming. Nowhere does Mao rebuke the architect of CCP policies, Joseph Stalin, because Mao accepted socialism in one country, the theory of stages, the block of 4 classes, and the bureaucratic structure that allowed Stalin to force his strategies onto the CCP. At the end of the Long March, the Communists would arrive in Shenxi province, an area which many considered to be outside China proper. The final stages of the Long March coincided with the 7th World Congress of the CI and the launch of the Popular Front strategy. This meant an about-turn for the CCP, leaving ultraleftism behind and returning to class collaborationist policies. The CCP's base area would be declared a special administrative region of the KMT and not a Soviet, and its social policies would be limited accordingly. 7.2 Soviets and land reform. The move to peasant Soviets was a public admission that by the end of 1930 the CCP's adventurous course had converted it into an overwhelmingly peasant party with few roots in, and little or no influence among, the urban workers. These Soviets could exist only in areas where the central state authority was virtually non-existent, far removed from any military center, isolated with few roads, no railways, and of little interest to the national government. These Soviets were formed, at least initially, by the remnants of communist military units, local CCP members, impoverished peasants who had fled their debts, mutinous NRA units and peasant organizers known to the secret police and on their death list. They were islands in the sea of nationalist China and, of necessity, had to be as self-sufficient as possible. However, given the nature of China in the late 1920s and 1930s, they could be large. Braun claims that the Jiangxi Soviet was a contiguous area which varied between 40,000 and 60,000 square kilometers, 15,000 to 20,000 square miles, with a population of up to 4 million peasants, significantly greater than that of Albania. In total, throughout China, up to 10 million people were in Soviets. The Communist International had published considerable material on the invincible Soviet Revolution that was supposed to have been advancing across the whole of China as a result of Stalin's policies. It continued to present the events in China in this light. Communists outside the highest levels of the Comintern were denied accurate information on what was actually happening in China. The Communist International needed victories to continue to boost Stalin, so the Soviets in China, where it was almost impossible to confirm or contradict reports, were hailed as a great success. This means that the public record was overly positive about the achievements of, for example, the Jiangxi Soviet. The myth of glorious Soviets glamorized the reality and prettified those associated with them, particularly Mao Zedong. The First Chinese Revolution of 1925-7 had been a genuine proletarian revolution, but the isolated and backward areas in which Soviets would be formed were the traditional hunting grounds of bandits. In Jiangxi, attempts were made to incorporate many thousands of armed bandits into the revolutionary ranks. However, bandit gangs were not Robin Hood-like figures standing in opposition to the local power structure. More often the gangs were tied to the local landlords and judiciary, who accepted bribes to turn a blind eye and even fence the stolen goods. Few of the gangs made the transition from bandits to communists. Thus, when Mao arrived in Jiangxi in 1929 and began concentrating local power into his own hands, he had to fight on three fronts: physically battling reactionary forces and local bandits, fending off the centralizing efforts of National Party leaders in Shanghai, and overcoming the resistance of local CP leaders to his taking over their base area. By the time of the founding of the Jiangxi Soviet, Zhu De and Mao Zedong were the leaders of probably the most powerful armed force in the Chinese Communist movement. Zhu was commander and Mao was political commissar, and articles praising them and their actions were appearing in the journals of the Communist International. The decision to form Soviets was taken while the party was passing through its third period phase, and that determined initial policies implemented within the Soviets. For example, enforced land confiscation and its redistribution, which greatly appealed to the poorest peasants. Generally, the judicial and social measures taken were hugely progressive, but it must be remembered that the most basic requirement for a Soviet was missing from their very inception. There was no real democracy. The Soviets were the artificial, bureaucratic creations of the CCP, and in all important matters decisions were determined in advance by the party. With the Soviet Union as their example, this was seen as a quite natural and correct way of proceeding. Everybody over the age of 16 was supposed to participate, but there was neither experience nor understanding of the processes of democratic decision-making, and administration was constantly hampered by the almost universal illiteracy of all but the rich peasants and landlords. The Soviet areas were not fertile and the peasants had a hard time feeding themselves, so there was considerable pressure to maximize food production to feed the occupying Red Army, and the high workload on most peasants left them too tired to participate in lengthy communal meetings. Nevertheless, the Jiangxi Soviet was an important testing ground for administrative structures and methods of governance, tax collecting, child care, judiciary, etc., which would serve as the foundations for later Soviet governments. During the 1926-27 peasant upsurge, the real authority in much of the countryside resided with the peasant associations, which maintained peace and order, settling disputes between peasants. In Hunan province, People's Justice made its appearance when the peasant associations adopted a series of measures to enforce land redistribution, reduce interest rates, abolish exorbitant levies, advance women's rights, prohibit gambling and opium smoking, and eradicate corrupt officials and landlords. In the initial stages of the Soviets, the remnants of these peasant associations, many containing CCP cadres, provided important experience, and a number of radical measures were taken that gradually won for the Soviets the support of the great majority of the peasants. Land deeds were destroyed, taxes on poor peasants abolished, official corruption, foot binding, child slavery, and infanticide were made illegal. Much good work was done in bringing the peasant masses into action, and the measures taken formed a natural basis for the legal codes introduced by the CCP. It was made plain that people's justice was to be administered from a class viewpoint. Account had to be taken of the class of the offenders and their accomplices. Counter-revolutionary elements with capitalist backgrounds, landlords and rich peasants were to be punished severely, including death, while all those from the ranks of workers, peasants, and the toiling masses were to be treated relatively leniently. For 1500 years, ever since the middle of the Tang dynasty, peasant uprisings had been characterized by the determination of the insurgents to fight the landlords for the land. As many as 1,800 landlords were executed within a few months and the seized land distributed at village meetings. The earliest land law promulgated by the Jiangxi Soviet government was the Land Law of December 1928, prior to Mao's arrival. This called for the seizure of all land and stated all men and women, old and young, shall be entitled to equal redistribution, provided they were able-bodied and could work the land. An important element was a move towards communalization. Land ownership was turned over to the local Soviet government. Later Mao would call these actions left extremism. However, the seizure and redistribution of the land was not welcomed by all peasants. Not only landlords and rich peasants lost land, some of the better-off middle peasants had also suffered and were worse off. After his arrival, Mao had the land law modified to give greater protection to rich and middle peasants, citing the political resolution adopted at the 6th Congress of the Party of not forcing the struggle against the rich peasants because to do so would confuse the fundamental contradiction between the peasant and landlord class. This fitted well with the need to feed the Soviet population, particularly the Red Army troops. Redivision of the land for the benefit of the poor peasants was effectively abandoned in order not to unsettle crop production, and the land of rich peasants was often left intact. By the end of 1931, confiscation of land without compensation was limited to public land, and the lands of the gentry, militarists, and big private landowners. The lands seized were to be distributed equally irrespective of sex, but now the tenant, not the Soviet, was confirmed as owner of the land previously rented. Such a policy meant there was little land available to allocate to the semi-proletarian agricultural laborers and village craftsmen. Initially, the wives and children of the landlords were allocated land as individuals, but as the family remained the unit of production and because the richer peasants tended to have larger families, they benefited relative to the poor peasants. It was also true that the landlords' wives shared the land they were allocated with their husbands, so this aspect of reallocation was soon curtailed and landlords' wives, sons, daughters and daughters-in-law were formally denied any share of the seized lands. However, in many places the rich peasants adopted a radical face, speaking loudly about non-payment of rent and taxes, and in this way, with their experience of public speaking, became the village spokespersons. With their better education and ability to write, they often became the office personnel in the very organs created to execute the land reforms and were often able to direct their efforts in ways that preserved much of their former positions, frequently acquiring the best land for themselves and retaining their farming implements and draft animals. This process was greatly helped by the composition of the party in Jiangxi in early 1931. From first to last intellectuals, and of these the children of rich peasants and landlords constitute an important component. Isolated in purely rural and economically backward pockets, the communists gradually became integrated into the rural hierarchy in the districts under Red Army control. Despite all its pious resolutions and exhortations to the contrary, the CCP had to lean upon the merchants whose contact with the external market was indispensable to the maintenance of even a minimal existence in the Soviet areas. In this way, the CCP leaders did largely succeed in keeping the base area economies functioning. Propaganda was made against the rich peasants, but day-to-day the CCP leadership surrendered to their economic interests because they were the major producers of surplus food. Some rich peasants did lose land but retained as much land as they and their family could productively farm, and because they were allowed to keep their implements they were allocated relatively more land per person than the poor or middle peasants. From 1931, the pattern of land reform, supported by rent and interest rate reductions and debt cancellation, was settled and remained in place in communist-controlled areas until after 1945. Notwithstanding the land law of the Soviet Republic of November 1931, these reforms tended in practice to favor the middle peasants. These held some land to begin with, were often allocated additional land, and, very importantly, were freed from debt. It was the agricultural laborers who benefited least. Despite its limitations, the policy was hugely popular with the vast mass of peasants. This approach was due to the economic realities of rural life. The food surplus needed to feed the Red Army could not be disrupted, so the CCP had to tread carefully around the most productive peasants, the rich and middle peasants. Collaboration with the merchants had to be maintained because anything manufactured had to be imported, from salt to kerosene, and only the merchants supplied these. The goal of the CCP was a democratic dictatorship, not a proletarian revolution, and for this to be achieved the rich peasants and the merchants had to be kept on side. Already in Western Fujian by 1930, the CCP had compromised with local merchants to resolve difficulties with the import and export of supplies. The merchants were exempted from taxation while the peasants paid a 15% land tax. Price rises by the merchant were ignored, and sometimes the economic struggles of shop employees and workers were restrained. Even after the experience of Wuhan, the theory of the democratic dictatorship, which had been so thoroughly tested in 1925 to 1927, remained the CCP's major ideological weapon. In 1925-7, this perspective had led them to dependence on the bourgeoisie with disastrous results. Now it provided justification for leading a purely peasant movement, relying, as before, on class interests which were separate from those of the proletariat. To the peasantry with its internal divisions and conflicting interests, the Communist Party claimed that it brought proletarian leadership. It based its claims on the abstract proposition that because the Communist Party was, by definition, the party of the proletariat, its presence guaranteed working-class hegemony in the peasant revolt. It strengthened this illusion by importing a trickle of workers from the cities and giving them positions in the Red Army and governmental committees that had been established. The net effect of its policies was to deprive the workers in the cities of their most advanced representatives. Removed from their factories, working within a Stalinized party and in an overwhelmingly peasant milieu, these workers soon succumbed to petty bourgeois ways of thinking and working. If KMT terror did not cut militants off from the labor movement, the CCP did. 7.3 Women's Liberation and the Jiangxi Soviet. In 1928, the 6th CCP Congress resolution on the peasant movement accepted that failure to win over the women in the villages would result in the failure of the agrarian revolution. Communist progress was everywhere affected by its attitude to women, by their social status, by their relationship to men, and by their symbol as an object of property. The Jiangxi Soviet set up a women's department with specific responsibility to care for the interests of women. This progressive step was reflected in the many reforms undertaken in the Jiangxi Soviet to improve the position of women. Often these measures were the results of personal efforts by Mao Zedong, fervent fighter for the liberty of love since the era of the May 4th movement. The conservatism he had to struggle against within the party can be seen in the editing of Mao's collected works. In the original version of his report on an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan, Mao made the point, from the sexual point of view, the poor peasants dispose of a fair amount of liberty. In the villages, triangular and multilateral relationships are almost universal among poor peasants. This was cut out of the official version. However, the life of peasant women was such that any measure enacted by the CCP meant little or nothing while they were confined to the home and forbidden to speak to any male other than a relative. The CCP established women's associations, WA, which attempted to meet and coordinate women in the villages. The first and immediate concern of these associations was to put a stop to the almost universal habit of wife-beating, both by husbands and by mothers-in-law, because any woman who attended an association meeting would receive a thrashing when she got home. The organizers found a practical solution that worked wonders. A violent husband was selected. He would be stopped in public by a group of association members and asked to mend his ways. Invariably, the man's reaction was arrogant disbelief that such a thing could be happening, and his reaction would arouse a furious protest from the women surrounding him. Within moments, he would be knocked to the ground and given his very own drubbing, which did not stop until he promised to cease beating his wife. Soon a visit from a WA representative was enough to bring most erring husbands into line. However, Hinton reports that the first secretary of the WA in Longbao village was made to resign because her husband, a CCP cadre, demanded she spend more time at home. In August 1930, the Soviet government of Jiangxi issued a decree that said simply, "Let those men who do not have wives be free to find themselves wives as rapidly as possible, and let those women who do not have husbands be free to find themselves husbands as rapidly as possible." To the delight of both sexes, the CCP, at a stroke, had removed the exorbitant cost of getting married. Immediately, there was a frenzy of activity throughout the entire Soviet zone. Within 2 months, nearly all the middle, poor peasants and artisans who had not previously taken wives had done so. As for laborers, the proportion of those married leapt from about 1% to nearly 50%. The regulations on marriage enacted by the Chinese Soviet Republic was a good example of the rapid transformation of a feudal patriarchal matrimonial system based on a superstitious belief in predestination. Isaac Deutscher looked at this as an application of the law of combined and uneven development. China, possibly the most archaic of nations, avidly assimilated the latest doctrines and translated them into action before more industrially advanced countries. The regulations were preceded by a preamble which outlined what could be called the 3 principles of marriage. 1. In the Soviet areas, the economic independence of men and women being assured, marriage must be concluded according to the principle of free choice. 2. Attention must be paid to the protection of children. 3. The suffering of women under feudalism, which included deliberately subjecting them to physical abuse such as having their feet bound, meant that they had not yet succeeded in acquiring complete economic independence. Thus, in the matter of divorce, women's interests must be protected. Measured against traditional Chinese morality, these principles were revolutionary. But an even greater innovation is found in the regulations concerning divorce. There are only 2 clauses. 1. Divorce is granted if both parties desire it, but it is equally granted when only one of the 2 parties insists. This would later be curtailed so that the wives of serving soldiers could obtain a divorce only with the consent of their husbands. And 2. All divorces must be registered with the authorities of the Soviet zone. There is absolutely no question of having to obtain previous authorization for marriage or divorce from the local CCP or the local Soviet. The 1931 Constitution of the Jiangxi Soviet Republic expressly stated that one purpose of the government was to guarantee the thorough emancipation of women. During the Jiangxi period, the party formally enacted the marriage laws described above, but Johnson claims that there was stiff opposition from many local cadres, and only when the party leaders from Shanghai arrived was there any effective attempt to implement the law. Even then, cadre behavior was not uniform and some abused their position. In the North Zone, the local party men insisted that marriages had to have the prior approval of party or the local Soviet, and in certain counties women were forbidden to ask for divorce. Official CCP policies regarding women were undoubtedly immensely progressive, but their implementation depended on the balance of forces locally, and so was neither uniform nor consistent. Thus, there were ongoing simmering differences between party needs, the conservatism of the male peasants, particularly the richer male peasants, and the drive for greater liberation by peasant women and young CCP cadres. In practice, a peasant-based strategy made the promotion of women's rights difficult because the many male peasants who felt their patriarchal rights threatened vigorously resisted such policies, fearing the loss of their property. Their conservatism and their material interests made it very difficult for them to tolerate free choice marriage, divorce, female equality, and women's roles outside the home. The CCP backed off from implementation of much of the marriage law in the face of this male hostility because it needed the support of these people since they produced most of the food for the Red Army and party officials. The CCP land reform heroically granted women important property and economic rights for the first time. But in a peasant economy with traditions going back 1,000 years and with the traditional family structure largely intact, if a parcel of land was to be redistributed and a woman was to receive a share, the deeds for her share would be ceremonially handed to the male head of the household, accepting that the woman's land de facto belonged to her husband. Within the CCP, a quota system was established in response to the instruction that every local party should do its best to reach the goal set up by the Central Committee, which requires that women comrades in the movement should occupy 1/3 to 2/3 of the party positions. Unfortunately, even the lower target was rarely met. Nevertheless, the continual drive to meet the manpower needs of the Red Army meant a shortage of men to work the land, and women stepped into the breach. Women who did not have bound feet came out of the home, worked on the land, and performed tasks that had previously been for men only. True, the women were expected to surrender these newly gained positions when the men returned, but they demonstrated abilities that culture and tradition said they could not possess. The move to the countryside and the setting up of peasant soviets had serious long-term adverse effects on party ideology, policies, and practices. Despite its initial good efforts, in the end the Jiangxi period imposed a move away from commitment to gender equality. Many party members felt that in the countryside women's participation in the revolution was marginalized, and that their liberation was restricted in order not to impinge adversely on other party policies. By the time the party left Jiangxi in 1934, in conflicts between issues concerning women's rights and the demands of male peasants, the party was openly supporting the latter. Chang analyzed the dynamic of land reform in the Jiangxi Soviet and concluded, despite the efforts of the CCP, the household-based economy and the remnants of patriarchal ideology combined to allow husbands and fathers to manipulate women both to improve their own situations and to subvert the party's stated goal to transform the basis of women's class status. It seems clear that women cannot have an independent class status within a household-based economy under patriarchy. The CCP was, of course, a very long way from challenging patriarchy. 7.4 The Futian Incident. By the time he arrived in Jiangxi, Mao had been singled out for public praise and advancement by the ECCI and Pavel MIF. In its letter of October 1929, the ECCI called on the CCP to strengthen and expand guerrilla warfare, especially where Mao Zedong has been active. We must fight firmly against the tendency in the party to overlook the revolutionary significance of the peasant struggle, particularly guerrilla warfare, emphasize the importance of military work, and build up the Soviet base areas in the places where the peasant revolutionary struggle is active and well developed. Mao had taken care that his opposition to the Li-Lisan line was always within the limits of what was acceptable, but the Mao machine is reported to have eliminated a long list of local leaders as part of his takeover of the Jiangxi Soviet. Eventually, Mao was able to impose his sidekick and manager of his machine, Sang Shan, as chair, and other members of his entourage, including his two brothers Mao Zedong and Mao Zemin, as leaders of the Soviet. 33. It was here that Mao demonstrated definitively that the Jiangxi Soviet was not a Soviet in any meaningful sense. He determined that it was quite acceptable to use physical violence against Soviet members when his personal interests were at stake. Mao introduced the Stalinist concept only recently adopted in the Soviet Union, that loyal party members who honestly differed in their opinions could be objectively counter-revolutionary and be imprisoned or executed. While Mao was at Changsha, July-August 1930, those previously ousted by Mao, encouraged by his absence, formed an anti-Mao group, rallied support, and removed his appointees from office. There are no claims that they did this by violent means. This anti-Mao group showed there were political differences when they proposed a more radical land policy. They raised the slogans: oppose the practice of dividing land on the basis of the possession of tools and labor power, oppose the rich peasants, divide the land equally, oppose the capture of the government by landlords and rich peasants. The basis of the anti-Mao forces was for land allocation on the more egalitarian basis of the number of persons in a family. It was this that led to the infamous Futian incident. In the words of Mao, the fate of the revolution depended on the outcome of this struggle, i.e. his own prestige and position. On his return from Changsha with the army, Mao set about removing his opponents. First, he claimed they were following the Li-Lisan line, which allowed him to appear as supporting the new Wang Ming leadership while in fact strengthening his own position. On December 7, 1930, Mao had some 70 members of the Jiangxi Soviet arrested. The 20th Corps of the Red Army was so incensed by this mass arrest that some 400 men attacked Futian prison and liberated more than 20 of the accused. During this attack, a number of Mao's supporters were killed. Mao now falsely accused his opponents of being members of a secret nationalist organization, the Anti-Bolshevik League (ABL), and began purging them using the methods of the Stalinist witch hunt vigorously and extensively. Active oppositionists were arrested and the most merciless torture, authorized to obtain confessions and the names of others, who were tortured in their turn, and so on. The number of killings rose steeply, as each confession produced a new clutch of victims, and each victim a new confession. The tortured confessed to all kinds of wild schemes, not least of which was that they were planning an uprising against the CCP. It is claimed that in the First Front Army more than 2,000 were summarily shot. Next, Mao turned his attention to the Jiangxi Communist Party. The details of this witch hunt make horrific reading and are as bad as anything done in Soviet Russia. However, unlike in Russia, the torture was often carried out in public. The revolt was finally quelled to Mao's satisfaction. Depending on whose version is accepted, the total number executed in this purge, which was aimed at suppressing the egalitarians and the left in the party, ranges up to 10,000. In principle, Mao was repeating what the 28 Bolsheviks had done in Moscow, but on a larger scale, more ferociously and with fewer constraints. At the plenum of the CC in January 1931, the execution of the Futian rebels was explained as a move against Li-Lisan supporters, with explicit parallels being made to the anti-Li-Lisan measures being taken in Shanghai. An investigation by the Central Committee, led by Zhou Enlai, which was completed by mid-1931, did not condemn the witch hunt, the methods used, nor the deaths which resulted. It did contain the mild rebuke that too many ABL suspects had been summarily executed. They should have been interrogated first. By such means, the local leadership of all three Soviets in Jiangxi was brought under much tighter central control, with those in charge owing their immediate loyalties to Mao. 7.5 The KMT bandit extermination campaigns. Chiang and the KMT classified the communists as bandits, so the campaigns to destroy them and their bases were known as bandit extermination campaigns. At the start of these campaigns, multiple Soviets and their corresponding Red Armies existed, of which Jiangxi was the most significant. 5 campaigns later, it would be claimed that only one Soviet stronghold remained, in the wilds of Shenxi in northern China. This annihilation, as much as anything else, enabled Mao to climb to the top of the CCP. In November 1930, the KMT, in response to the capture of Changsha the previous July, launched the first of 5 bandit extermination campaigns. At Jiangxi, this was beaten back relatively easily using tactics developed by Zhu De and Mao, of retreating to lure nationalist forces deep into the Red area and striking when they were exhausted and isolated. When these very tactics would be used by others, Mao would condemn them as flight before the enemy, emphasizing their inherent weakness of surrendering the peasants to the tender mercies of NRA troops. Zhu's and Mao's tactics were greatly helped by intelligence information provided by Russian intelligence, who had more than 100 moles in the KMT, some in very senior positions, and a smaller but very effective network of agents at the top of the KMT security services recruited by Zhou Enlai. The Russians had broken the cipher codes used for the transmissions from the KMT General Staff to operational units, which allowed details of troop movements on the ground to be fed to Mao. All this information helped the Red Army to avoid superior nationalist forces and, when it chose to engage, to do so with numerical superiority. It would take Chiang Kai-shek 5 extermination campaigns before he developed a strategy and tactics which offset these intelligence advantages. However, the radio set in Jiangxi was not sufficiently powerful to transmit directly to Russia, and messages had to be sent to Shanghai and forwarded to Moscow and vice versa. The office also acted as a center for distribution of ECCI and CC instructions and party information, thus giving Wang Ming a high degree of control and authority over the Red Army. In early and late 1931, the second and third extermination campaigns were beaten back, and Mao's success in leading the fight against the KMT forces gained him enormous prestige in the Red Army and in the party. His prestige was now sufficient to make him a natural contender for the leadership and protect him from accusations of brutality against those who opposed him. In September 1931, the Japanese invaded Manchuria and established a puppet regime. The Japanese invasion of Manchuria caused Chiang Kai-shek to momentarily digress from the encirclement campaigns, and this allowed the Red Army to reform. More scared of the masses than the invaders, the KMT regime did not dare mobilize for a popular war of self-defense. Instead, it took the course of non-resistance, conceding ground and hoping Japan would be content with Manchuria, or, at most, with Manchuria and North China. In response, the party decided to redesignate the Soviet areas as a state power without waiting for the capture of a major city. On November 7, 1931, the anniversary of the Russian Revolution, the small town of Juchin, badly damaged by bombing raids, was designated the Soviet capital and hosted the first All-China Conference of Soviets to formally declare a provisional central government of the Chinese Soviet Republic, officially designated a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, despite there being no democracy nor any proletariat. To maintain its control, Moscow insisted that its chosen people be the leadership of the Chinese Soviet Republic, so the CC of the CCP, many in their absence, were elected en masse onto the Central Executive Committee of the new government. This was a contradictory situation. The CC formally had Soviet authority in its hands, but now CC members sat with previously obscure party members who held the real power, had their own local loyalties, and no interest in accepting control from arrogant, ill-informed booksellers from Shanghai. With the external pressure of the NRA forcing them together, confrontation between the different groups would be postponed until the CCP and Red Armies fled Jiangxi to escape extermination. A central government gave a uniform structure to the communist-controlled areas. It approved a number of radical laws already in operation: land, 1931, labor, 1931, marriage regulations, 1931, and enacted new laws such as the regulations for punishing counter-revolutionaries, 1934. It also formally introduced a system of people's courts to administer these laws. The laws on labor were the first to be breached in the interest of the bloc of 4 classes. Agricultural laborers and other rural workers working singly or in 2s or 3s were scattered over the land and occupied a subsidiary position in the peasant economy. They lived by selling their labor power for wages, and in that sense were proletarians. But unlike factory workers, they played no independent role in production and so tended to be part of the general petty bourgeois mass of the peasantry. The capitalist cannot exist without the factory worker, but the peasant can get along without a hired hand. Operating on the slimmest of margins, the peasant resisted when his laborers demanded shorter hours or an increase in wages, usually by firing them. Similarly, in the shops and small enterprises, the merchants countered employees' demands by the simple threat to close down altogether. This would have meant slow suffocation of trade, and the merchants knew they held the whip hand. Thus it was that the admirable labor law adopted by the newly established Provisional Soviet government was never enforced and was quietly abandoned. Its limits on working hours, its requirements for improved working conditions and wages were widely publicized by the Comintern for propaganda purposes, but never enacted in the face of merchant-peasant opposition. Lo Fu, Chong Wen-Tian, one of the 28 Bolsheviks, writing in the party journal Struggle in June 1933, would explain that the workers must understand that while they were the masters of the state, they had to consent to remain the exploited class and refrain from making excessive demands or conducting strikes whose only effect was to wreck the worker-peasant alliance. This was the real essence of the democratic dictatorship within the Soviet areas. The party called upon the peasant poor, the rural workers, the artisans, and handicraftsmen to sacrifice their own interests in order not to alienate the rich peasants and the merchants. Across China at this time, in response to Japanese actions, there was a spontaneous boycott of Japanese goods and a great wave of student unrest in opposition to appeasement. This began in Shanghai, November-December 1931, and soon spread to all the major cities of China. Japan responded by attacking and capturing Shanghai in January 1932. Rather than retaliate, the KMT actively suppressed the boycott and protest campaigns, and subsequently crushed every manifestation of an independent anti-Japanese movement. The huge resentment against Japanese imperialism grew as the KMT concluded a succession of deals with Japan. But this popular feeling had no organized expression, not least because the CCP failed to propose an effective program. The isolation and impotence of the CCP can be seen from the near-zero response it got in working-class areas to its ultra-left proposals for the defeat of the Japanese invasion, the immediate setting up of Soviets, and for workers to leave the urban centers to join the Red Army. The CCP could not rally the masses against Japanese imperialism because it had no program that voiced their aspirations, but by this time neither did it have the forces to take the slogans into the proletariat. The mass boycott of Japanese goods temporarily made the wheels of Chinese factories turn faster, which stimulated greater self-confidence amongst the workers. Strikes began to take place, but most workers had no organization, and those that did were in the yellow unions. The strikers were soon clubbed into submission. It was just such circumstances where the great mass of the Chinese people were sincerely demanding opposition to the Japanese attacks that the political call for a constituent assembly, supported, of course, by slogans for freedom of association, freedom of speech and assembly, an end to usurious loans and land to the peasant, would have given the CCP a good chance of regaining leadership of the proletariat. However, Moscow was seriously worried about Japan's advances, and in response to the invasion of Manchuria, the ECCI called for China to launch a national revolutionary war against the Japanese imperialists. In no significant aspect was this different from the Li-Lisan line, except that Ganzhou in southern Jiangxi stood in for Wuhan. The results were even worse. Ganzhou was poorly defended, and a numerically much stronger Red Army was soundly beaten. Mao was an adept military commander and had assessed that the attack would be a failure. His lack of enthusiasm was noted, and he was severely criticized by the CC. This attack was taken by Chiang as confirmation that the communists were a greater menace to Chinese capitalism than the Japanese invasion. Under the slogan "First Internal Pacification, then External Resistance," he organized the Fourth Extermination Campaign, which began in the summer of 1932 and succeeding in destroying the Yuan Soviet and forcing the Fourth Front Army to leave and flee to safety in North Sichuan. The Soviet at Xiangyexi was destroyed, and the Third Front Army just survived. Reduced to less than 3,000 soldiers, it barely existed as a disciplined force until it reunited with the 6th Army Corps in October 1934. The 12th plenum of the ECCI, September 1932, again called for strengthening the Red Army and the Soviets. It also called for linking of the Soviet government with the urban masses through the tactic of the so-called United Front from below. This ultra-left strategy was the continuation of the very one that had separated the CCP from the urban proletariat in the first place, and in Germany was a major factor in the Nazi victory. As Stalin's grip on the world communist movement tightened, Pacu followed Moscow's diktat ever more closely without reference to the realities of China. Thus, his politics became increasingly unaccountable, which inevitably meant the party was plagued by factionalism, with the leaders using the methods learned in Moscow to crush criticism. The new leaders depended solely upon Stalin and the ECCI for their positions in the party, whereas Mao had a solid and extensive base within the Jiangxi Soviet. Hence, he was both feared and mistrusted by Wang Ming. As the NRA advanced, the party leaders discussed how best the Jiangxi Soviet could defend itself. Official policy was to defend the peasants in the Jiangxi Soviet against the incursions of Chiang's forces, but Mao argued that the Red Army should stick to tried and tested tactics and avoid large defensive battles, which meant the sacrifice of entire villages. Such policies were, of course, extremely unpopular with the peasants, and the party leaders took the opportunity to attempt to reduce Mao's influence and remove him from his military and political posts. In October 1932, a conference of 8 top CCP members was held at Ningdu to discuss military affairs. Mao was heavily criticized for his guerrilla mentality, and it was agreed he take sick leave. This meant retirement from military matters, which would last until after the beginning of the Long March. Mao received a second slap when he was not re-elected to the CC but appointed chairperson of the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet government. In this post, he would remove collectivization from the land program and liberalize the land laws to permit the buying and selling of land. On hearing of Mao's removal, the political secretariat of the ECCI sent a telegram: "With respect to Mao Zedong, it is necessary to employ maximum patience and comradely influence, providing him full opportunity to engage in responsible work." The ECCI representative in China, Arthur Ewart, added, "We ask you work closely with Mao Zedong." The reasons why they sent these messages were obvious. A new and bigger extermination campaign was on the way, and the new leadership lacked Mao's experience on the battlefield. Also, there had been a hostile reaction by Red Army personnel and local CCP members to the incomers' moves against Mao. During the 4th extermination campaign, which lasted through the winter of 1932 to 1933, Pacu, Lo Fu, and the remaining CC members moved from the Shanghai headquarters to Juchin, while Wang Ming left for Moscow, where he served from 1932 to 1938 as Chinese representative. He was replaced as Secretary General by Pacu, who, with Zhou Enlai's support and under Wang Ming's direction, remained in control of the party until the Long March. Intelligence information and greater resourcefulness enabled the Red Army defending Jiangxi to ambush and destroy 2 KMT divisions, which forced an end to the 4th extermination campaign. Pacu and the party center moved quickly to claim the credit for this victory and consolidate its leadership within the Soviet by accusing a number of middle and second-rank CCP members who were known Mao supporters of indecision and factional activities, and replacing them with their own people. The 28 Bolsheviks now took 3, including Wang Ming, of the 6 seats on the Standing Committee of the Politburo, and with Zhou Enlai's support had control of this key body. However, the heroic efforts and victories of the Red Army in defeating Chiang Kai-shek's 4th extermination campaign were the beginning of the end. It was clear that it was only a question of time before the superior strength of the Kuomintang prevailed. Within the Jiangxi Soviet, the pressure of the KMT economic blockade was leading to an ever more conciliatory attitude to the richer peasants and to the merchants who maintained trade with the nearby towns. As the KMT blockade of Jiangxi became ever tighter and food scarcer, Wang Ming would prohibit further redivision of the land because this practice had become one of the most serious obstacles to an improvement in peasant agriculture. By the end of 1933, a Soviet government official is reported to have said that of the 3 million inhabitants of the Central Soviet district, 2 million were oppressed by rich peasants and landlords, and the Soviets themselves had become instruments for oppressing the poor. The land was divided, but the landlords and rich peasants also received land, and better land at that. Not a few of them are in control of party and government institutions and use them to carry out their own class interests. In many places, the land problem seems to be fully solved, but upon close scrutiny, it appears that even landlords are found to have received land, and the rich peasants still retain their superior land. For Chiang, the military success of the Jiangxi Soviet in defeating the extermination campaigns made its elimination a priority. For the 5th campaign, which began in September 1933, Chiang's bombers devastated whole districts while his troops moved inexorably down the province, building impenetrable fortifications as they advanced. Chiang abandoned the previous strategy of sending columns deep into Red territory, where they were cut off and annihilated. No units were allowed to advance without strong support. Blockhouses were built to control and defend an area, after which the army moved forward to the next position. His army of more than 500,000 men, schooled by the German General von Seeckt, supported by some 300 American, British, and Italian bombers and armed with the latest weapons from the munitions factories of Europe and the United States, closed in on the Jiangxi Soviet like a fine mesh steel net. The philosophy of the attacking forces was that it was impossible to draw a line between a good citizen and a red partisan. As many as 1 million people died during this final campaign, by bomb, gun, or starvation. 7.6 The Zunyi Conference and the Long March. In response to the gradual encroachment of the KMT blockhouses, the Soviet adopted a more defensive strategy proposed by Zhou Enlai of so-called protracted war, which meant defending the territory of the Soviet and protecting its inhabitants from the ravages of KMT troops. This strategy required the construction of static fortifications. The key fort was at Guangchang, blocking the approach to Juchin. The alternative strategy was proposed by Otto Braun, who arrived in Juchin in October 1933, fresh from military academy and appointed by the ECCI to be military advisor to the Red Army. Braun wrote under the alias Hua Fu and advanced the strategy of short, swift thrusts that laid stress on the mobility of the Red Army, which would choose a target and strike with all its energy in one blow, and then retreat, not giving the KMT forces time to prepare or respond. In the background, but no longer a serious contender, was Zhu De's strategy so successfully used by Mao to defeat the first 3 campaigns, now deemed inappropriate because it offered no defense of the civilian population. In January 1934, seeing the seriousness of the situation, the Comintern intervened directly and insisted Mao be a full member of the Politburo. However, not receiving an offer of a return to military command, Mao chose to remain a sick man. Pacu was the faithful servant of the ECCI, but his limitations were recognized by the Comintern, and Mao's abilities and experience sufficiently valued that Stalin intervened to ensure Mao's presence in the CCP's leadership structure. The popular view that Mao was a dissident communist who defied Stalin and defeated Wang Ming, the proxy of the Comintern, and thereby saved the Chinese Revolution should have been buried long ago. A major assault with extensive use of heavy artillery destroyed Guangchang, which fell to the KMT on April 28. As it became clear that Guangchang would fall, Zhou distanced himself from the defense strategy by moving to Juchin while Otto Braun went to the front, took command and directed military operations, thus associating himself with the defeat. The fall of Guangchang was not decisive militarily but was a major psychological blow and led directly to the decision by a 3-man committee of Pacu, Zhou Enlai, and Otto Braun that Juchin was no longer defendable and the Soviet should be evacuated. The CC was informed in late August 1934 and agreed to the strategic transfer, or the famous and heroic Long March as it would be known. In August 1934, the 6th Red Army of about 10,000 men, led by Xiao Kh, broke through the KMT cordon and escaped westward as one of a series of diversions which successfully deceived Chiang's troops. In November, the main force moved out from Yutu some 100 kilometers, about 60 miles, west of Juchin, virtually unopposed. NYM Wales reported that it took the more than 86,000 marchers, the majority teenagers, some as young as 13, 3 days to evacuate, but that only 30 women were allowed to join the march, an observation confirmed by Agnes Smedley. 67-68 that so few women were officially included, though many tagged on, is a clear and damning observation on how significant the CCP leadership saw women comrades in the revolutionary struggle. The intention was for a relatively short march to join with Xiao Kh, who was active in northwest Hunan, and that is why they took everything that they could carry, including an X-ray machine. With the fall of Guangchang and the decision to evacuate, Moscow built Mao up as a heroic figure, clearly indicating who it wanted leading the Red Army during the evacuation. Mao's name appeared in Comintern publications being praised as the leader of the Chinese Soviet movement and the preeminent young politician and military strategist of the Chinese Soviet Republic. The Comintern even published a volume of his selected works, probably the first of its kind. Then the journal abroad carried an approving sketch of Mao and Zhu De. The linking of the two was an unmistakable nudge. And finally, in September 1934, the ECCI advised the CC of the CCP to follow the example of Zhu De and Mao Zedong and work directly in the guerrilla detachments. On November 10, 1934, almost exactly 3 years after the proclamation of the Chinese Soviet Republic. Chiang Kai-shek's troops triumphantly entered Juchun, the Soviet capital. Chiang had failed to exterminate the communists as he had promised, but he had succeeded in winning Jiangxi back for the landlords. Stalinists worldwide needed victories to demonstrate the successes of the Comintern, and because events in China were virtually unverifiable, Moscow reported the desperate flight of the Red Army as a series of victories and successes. To escape the encirclement, the Red Army, still under the command of Otto Braun, had to break through 4 lines of blockhouses. The first 3 were easy, but at the 4th, on the banks of the river Xiang, where it crossed the Hunan-Jiangxi border, the column was ambushed after one half had crossed, and by December 1, 1934, only about 45,000 marchers were left to flee towards the west. Such figures are estimates because few records were kept and fewer survive. What can be said is that over half of those who started the Long March were killed or deserted in the initial stages. The top CCP military leaders met in a series of meetings beginning on December 12, 1934, to discuss how to proceed. Mao was invited due to his relevant experience and pressure from the Comintern. He sensibly proposed that the Red Army not bang its head against entrenched KMT forces to the north but march west to Guizhou, Quaichao province. His proposal was supported first by one of the 28 Bolsheviks, Wang Jiaxiang, and then by a second, Zhang Wentian, and then by Zhou Enlai. Mao had won the day. The Red Army moved into Guizhou, attacked but failed to capture Quyang, Guiyang, and moved towards Zunyi, capturing that town on January 14, 1935. The available Politburo members met with the chief military officers and Otto Braun from 15 to 17 January in the Zunyi Conference to determine military strategy for the remainder of the Long March, at that time destination unknown. The extent of the military disaster, defeat of the Jiangxi Soviet, and the terrible losses sustained in the initial stage of the Long March badly damaged the standing of Zhou Enlai and Otto Braun and created an authority crisis in the CCP. At Zunyi, Mao blamed Braun for the disasters to the Red Army and in his contribution amalgamated the short, sharp thrust and protracted war strategies, putting the blame for the defeat at Guangchang on Braun, letting Zhou Enlai off the hook. Zhou, as ever, shifted his support to the likely winner. The direct results were that Braun's proposals were rejected, Mao's accepted, the 3-man group of Zhou Enlai, Otto Braun, and Paku abolished, and the total loss of military influence by Braun. How did Mao have the courage to place the blame on the ECCI representative? 2 reasons spring to mind. Mao stressed that he was making military, not political, criticism, so there was no challenge to the authority of the ECCI. And he had been consistently praised by the ECCI and CI, and this gave him the necessary confidence. The Zunyi Conference resulted in Mao being promoted to membership of the Standing Committee of the Politburo. Mao would not take the party throne for some time but emerged from the Zunyi Conference with the reputation as a man who could lead the revolution to victory. By mid-March, Mao had been appointed political commissar to the front commanding headquarters, with Zhu de commander-in-chief, and as the lead figure on a 3-person standing committee, with Zhou Enlai and Wang Jiaxiang, in which capacity he handled all crucial military matters. Mao was now primus inter pares in the leadership of the party, but he was not undisputed leader. He did not control the whole party and the army, because individuals such as Zhang Guotao, Chang Quartieo, who had established the Yuan Soviet and was commander of the Fourth Front Army, and followers of Wang Ming such as Xiang Ying, commander of the rear guard remaining behind in Jiangxi, Anhui, and Chekiang, were not ready to accept Mao's leadership. It would not be until the 7th Congress of the CCP in 1945 that Mao would gain complete supremacy over the party. The defeat in Jiangxi did not terminate the Peasant War, but it dealt a stunning blow to the insurgent peasant movement and consequently to the labor movement in the cities, then at its lowest ebb. New waves of terror, of capitulation and betrayals destroyed most of the small groups of communists remaining in the principal cities. Events laid the ghosts of 1,000 Comintern propaganda myths. In the months after the Zunyi Conference, the Red Army continued to roam Guizhou, northeastern Yunnan, and southern Sichuan provinces. Red forces marched and countermarched across Hunan, Quaichao, Yunnan, and Sichuan into Shenxi, suffering incredible hardships and performing incredible feats of valor and cunning. The Long March has been recorded as a most remarkable military exploit, but it carried the Red Army ever farther from the political and economic centers of the country. The Communists marched into the sparse desert land of the Chinese northwest toward a new impasse. Chiang Kai-shek had his own agenda for the march. Chiang's intentions were to force the Red Army to march into provinces which he did not control, and offer his assistance to the local warlord, and soon the guest would become the master. He also intended the Red Army should move away from the Chinese heartland while gradually depleting the Red Army until it had served its purpose, after which he would deliver the coup de grace. Chiang could be pleased with himself. By the end of the long march, he had increased his area of control by 1 million square kilometers with a population of 100 million. The Soviet areas had been largely eliminated save for an isolated and poverty-stricken area controlled by the CCP so far north that Chiang could claim the Reds had been chased out of China proper. But he had failed to deliver the hoped-for coup de grace. 7.7 The Red Army arrives in Yan'an. The First Front Army left Zunyi in mid-January and headed south for a short while before Mao and Zhou Enlai disrupted Chiang's plan somewhat by marching north into Shenxi rather than west into Sichuan. Shenxi was close to the border with the province of Gansu, outside the area controlled by Chiang Kai-shek, and contained the only remaining secure Soviet in China. Marching in the general direction of the Japanese army allowed Mao to rename the march as the Anti-Japanese March and claim that this had been his aim all along. The long march ended when Mao led between 4,000 and 7,000 troops into Baoan in the province of Shenxi in October 1935. Mao had reached the Shenxi Soviet led by Louis Chitan, with about the same number of troops as he had in his very first days at Jiangxi. Baoan would be the Communists' capital until December 1936 when they seized Yan'an. So backward was this region that there were no major roads, railways or navigable rivers to carry relief supplies during the Great Northwest Famine of 1928-33 when about 1/3 of the population starved to death. During the famine, peasants had borrowed to stay alive, and by 1934-36, in a typical village in the eastern part of the county of some 85 households, 3 small landlords, 11 rich peasants, 39 middle peasants, 28 poor peasants, 3 farmhands and 1 tenant farmer, all had their land and property sequestered by creditors, and the land had passed into the hands of a finance company. This was fertile ground for the CCP. Jiangxi had been poor enough, but this area of Shenxi was absolutely impoverished with poor soil and low levels of productivity. The area of the Soviet fluctuated but did at various times extend into the 3 adjoining provinces of Shenxi, Kansu, and Ningxia. It was inhabited by scattered tribes that numbered less than 1 million. Most villages consisted of no more than 4 or 5 farms. Only Yan'an, a town with a population of less than 4,000 people, could be reached by lorries, and these traveled along a dirt track. Outside of the towns, most people, and this includes Red Army troops, lived in caves or even just holes dug in the ground into which the water from melting snow ran. Food was barely adequate. The soldiers' clothes were threadbare and their straw sandals falling to pieces. With winter coming on, Chiang corralled the communists in these appalling conditions, making sure they could proceed no further north, thus cutting them off from any possible supplies from Soviet Russia. Mao sent Chun Yun as courier to Moscow to report on his success in reaching Shenxi, and on December 13, 1935, Pravda carried an edited version of the report as a major article headed, "Leader of the Chinese People, Mao Zedong." By June 1936, the radio link with Moscow had been restored, but now Mao controlled the Chinese end with a consequent increase in his authority and prestige within the party. The first telegram sent to Moscow from the party center was dated June 16, 1936, and the first one from Moscow was received by the party center on July 2. The restoration of CCP Moscow communication immediately strengthened Mao's position. In the telegrams which the center sent to the Fourth Front Army under Zhang's control, Mao often used phrases such as, "according to the Comintern telegram," which forced Zhang to accept his authority. There are many cases of Mao going to great lengths to maintain radio contact with Moscow. For example, organizing complex and dangerous missions to get kerosene to run the generators. It is inconceivable that if Mao was opposed to Moscow's policy, he would have made such persistent efforts. When the communists settled in Shenxi, they again faced the problems of securing political support and maximizing economic output. 2/3 of peasants formally owned their land, but nearly all were drained by usury. The CCP gained mass support with its radical policies of lowering rents, taxes and interest rates and negating debts to the landlords and usurers. There was little capital for agricultural development. Mao recognized this and stressed that in such a poverty-stricken region, increases of revenue could only come from increased production, and that the support of the population would depend on their gains in income being greater than the increase in taxes to support the Red Army and local administration. The solution was to require all party members and troops to work in the villages to help produce the food and goods they consumed, and cooperate with villagers to mobilize labor for land reclamation, mutual aid in farming, and marketing cooperatives. Returns from these activities over and above the food taken by the communists went back to the villages, to the surprise and delight of the peasants who, previously, had only been robbed by any troops stationed with them. Once again, under pressure from Mao, the CCP took the very positive step of introducing the same marriage law as in Jiangxi and, once again, backed off when faced with the hostility of the local male population, introducing restrictions on a woman's ability to get a divorce which, of course, reduced her social position and the value of the formal right to own land. 7.8 Summary. Soviets were founded in China as the result of a series of defeats of the working class and peasantry, resulting from a class collaborationist policy that gave the interests of the bourgeoisie priority in order to maintain a united front with them. Nevertheless, the Soviets introduced a number of vital reforms: abolition of debt to usurers and large landowners, reductions in interest rates, rents, taxes, and mortgages. Land redistribution also improved the lives of most middle and poor peasants, and some landless laborers. These changes ensured peasant support for and loyalty to the CCP. The CCP also introduced progressive legislation regarding women, including marriage reform, abolition of foot binding, and the right to own land and property, reforms which were essential for improving the lives of women. These reforms and all other progressive measures taken by the CCP were wholeheartedly supported by Chinese Trotskyists, but who also pointed out that the Soviets were not islands of socialism. They were part of a class collaborationist strategy with the goal of a so-called democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, which would be, in fact, a national bourgeois democratic capitalist state. Trotskyists also pointed out that these so-called Soviets lacked an essential prerequisite, being completely undemocratic. In the Leninist sense, they were not Soviets at all. Despite strong peasant support, the armed strength of the KMT armies overwhelmed the early Soviets and forced the Red Army onto the Long March. The defeats suffered allowed Mao Zedong to successfully challenge the existing leaders and, with Stalin's support, to re-enter the Politburo as its most authoritative figure. By the time of Mao's arrival in Shenxi province, third-period Stalinism was dead and had been replaced by the Popular Front strategy, which, in China, was interpreted as political subordination of the CCP to the KMT in a way that mirrored the tragedy of 1925-27. Mao welcomed this strategy of right opportunism as his own. Lenin, it should be remembered, had considered such coalitions a betrayal and fought against them the whole of his political life. To him, it was the epitome of revisionism, and upon his return to Russia in April 1917, he had threatened to split with those Bolsheviks, who, incidentally, included Stalin, who favored merging with the Mensheviks and supporting the coalition government established after the February Revolution. Yan'an, the Second United Front, and the War against Japan. 8.1 Introduction. The Long March was a major factor in consolidating the peasant-slash-soldier brand of Maoism with its authoritarian and privileged command structure, and confirmed the lack of any genuine orientation by the CCP towards the urban working class. This chapter shows how the so-called Second United Front in China was the Chinese version of the Popular or People's Fronts being implemented in Europe, America, and elsewhere under the direction of the Comintern. It describes the abrupt about-face from adventurism to social patriotism, and the abasement of the CCP before Chiang Kai-shek in order to achieve a temporary and false unity with the KMT against the Japanese invasion. Mao's New Democracy synthesized this class collaborationist doctrine, would threaten the creation of a Chinese worker state, and would eventually form part of the conceptual basis for capitalist restoration. After arriving in northern Shenxi in 1935-6, the Chinese Communists, under the direction of the Communist International, made a strategic shift climaxing in the formation of a so-called United Front with the Nationalists. In a parallel move intended to bolster Chiang against the Japanese, the USSR signed a non-aggression pact with the KMT on August 21, 1937, and began delivering military supplies to it. Under the terms of the agreement with the KMT, the Chinese Soviet government was renamed and notionally replaced by a border regions authority, nominally under the nationalist regime. The CCP continued to promulgate its own laws and regulations, but now these were based on the nationalist codes and in many cases simply adopted relevant and useful nationalist laws, such as those against opium and banditry. During the Yan'an period, the primary task of the people's courts in the border regions was to defend the anti-Japanese Popular Front and the party bureaucracy, to punish traitors, criminals, and other harmful elements. The agreement with the KMT required the CCP to halt the seizure of landlords' lands, which caused many peasants to fear that the land that had been distributed might be taken back. Backtrack on women's rights, which was strongly opposed by the more radical elements in the party. And propose an alliance with the NRA, which was seen by many soldiers as a shameful betrayal of the sacrifices they had made in 10 years of civil war. To overcome this opposition, the CCP would launch a rectification program of structured political indoctrination that sought to unify the thinking of the entire membership and give the leadership a degree of control much greater than Stalin had exerted in the Soviet Union. 8.2 The Second United Front. The ultra-left policies of third-period Stalinism had split the German working class in the face of the Nazis and allowed Hitler to come to power without breaking a pane of glass. A frightened Stalin turned to diplomacy to protect the Soviet Union from the results of his own policies. The Soviet leadership cynically manipulated the national communist parties in its own interests to relieve the twin pressures of Germany in the West and Japan in the East. The national communist parties would seek to control the class struggle using so-called popular fronts. In return, their own bourgeoisie would extend goodwill towards the Soviet Union. Thus, the Seventh World Congress of the CI, 25 July 21 August 1935, advocated a popular front policy for a number of countries of which China was one. The CCP was to reach a détente with nationalist China to protect the Soviet Union's eastern seaboard. The CCP itself almost never used the term Popular Front, preferring instead United Front. In this way, it hoped to demonstrate the similarity in political and social content with the so-called United Front of 1925–27, and to preserve the fiction that this venture was a continuation of the unity of 1925–27. The Seventh World Congress had Wang Ming announce that the anti-imperialist People's United Front was the only means for the general mobilization of the entire Chinese nation for the sacred National Revolutionary War against Japanese imperialism. Only 18 months previously, the same Wang Ming had, at the 13th plenum of the ECCI, boldly affirmed that no improvement in the condition of the Chinese masses was possible without completion of the agrarian revolution, without the overthrow of the Kuomintang and its replacement by a communist government. Many Marxists in Western Europe have made strenuous efforts to differentiate Mao from Stalin. The adoption of the United Front strategy is one example. While the Seventh World Congress was in session, the Red Army was resting in the town of Mauricai, from which it issued the Mauricai Appeal on August 1, 1935, calling on all classes and armies in China to form a political and military alliance against Japan. It promised the CCP would cooperate with the KMT if it stopped attacking its own people and fought the Japanese invaders. The Mauricai Appeal thus appeared to anticipate the Comintern's own Popular Front appeal made the very next day. However, with the opening of Soviet and CCP records, it is now clear that the Mauricai Appeal was drafted by Wang Ming in Moscow and an integral part of the Comintern move towards the Popular Front strategy. Naturally, at this stage, the appeal was not directly to Chiang or the KMT. How could it be? KMT armies were at that very moment attempting to annihilate the Red Army and the CCP. It would take a little time before Chiang would be claimed as the ally of the CCP and savior of China. The call was largely ignored by Chiang Kai-shek. The Red Army had been defeated at Jiangxi and had been reduced to a small rump. There had been a bumper crop in 1935. There was an economic upturn as world trade revived, and an accompanying political stabilization. Still hoping a compromise could be reached with Japanese imperialism, the Chinese bourgeoisie conducted a purely defensive struggle which slowed down the Japanese advance but could not withstand a determined imperialist attack nor ever achieve Chinese national liberation. With moves towards popular frontism underway, the Chinese contingent to the Seventh Congress led by Wang Ming approved a series of proposed changes to CCP policies that would make them more acceptable to the KMT. These included making landlords who actively supported the resistance to Japan exempt from expropriation. This, if effected, would end land redistribution and the land revolution. The changes were considered sufficiently important for an envoy carrying details of the 7th Congress decisions and Wang's proposals to be airlifted into North Shenxi. Moscow now called for the CCP to enter an alliance with the nationalists and for a joint military struggle against the Japanese to protect the Soviet Union from attack. With such a strategy, the natural choice of leader for the CCP was Mao, and at the 7th Congress he was singled out for praise as an outstanding and valiant standard-bearer of the communist movement. In Moscow's exhibition hall of CCP history, the only personal portrayals of CCP leaders were Mao and Zhu De. In the Communist International, number 33-34, 1935, Mao was praised as the legendary leader of the Chinese people. The myth of Mao versus Wang, with Wang the Red Comprador, was spread later by Maoist historians to absolve Mao from responsibility for mistakes in party policy. Unfortunately, many young militants in the West were deceived by this into believing that Mao was politically opposed to Wang, and that Mao had adopted an anti-Stalin stance. The last stages of the Long March had been named the Anti-Japanese March, and the Red Army was supposedly in preparation for fighting the Japanese, but in its day-to-day activities it had to defend itself from the immediate enemy, the troops of the Chinese traitors. This was reflected in a continuation of its policy of resist Japan and oppose Chiang. We can safely assume that this policy was a pretty faithful reflection of the hatred of Chiang felt by most of the Red Army troops. At the end of March 1936, the ECCI intervened to accelerate the process of forming an anti-Japanese front with the KMT. On May 5, 1936, Mao Zedong, as chairperson of the Soviet government of China, and Zhu De, commander-in-chief of the Red Armies, made the first formal overtures in an appeal addressed to the Nanjing government and the Military Affairs Commission, of which Chiang Kai-shek was chair. This appeal called for cessation of hostilities between the Red Army and the Nanjing troops, and called for a peace conference in order to realize our common aim of resisting the Japanese. Chiang felt he had nothing to gain from discussing terms with a vanquished adversary. His position was enormously strengthened when, on June 24, Pravda condemned as a Japanese plot an attempt by local authorities in Guangdong and Guangxi to force Chiang into fighting the Japanese. The Chinese Stalinists would have to do a lot more belly-crawling before they would shake Chiang's blood-stained hand. In public, the ECCI declared its sympathy with the internal difficulties faced by the CCP in making a complete about-face. From defending the Soviets against the attacks of KMT armies to transforming and restructuring those same Soviets to be subordinate to the national government and placing the Red Army under the command of Chiang Kai-shek. In private, in his notes made during a meeting with Stalin, Dimitrov was more obdurate. The CCP must take a leading role in the war against Japan, and for that the confiscation of land must stop. There was to be only one slogan for a free China against Japanese warmongers: no further fighting against Chiang Kai-shek until victory in the war against Japan. It was not advisable for the CCP to engage in theoretical discussions. They could leave such discussion until after the war. It can be understood why, even in such an obedient party as the Chinese, there was a delay in adjusting to the Moscow line. However, the CCP's move towards a second united front was by no means exclusively the result of pressure from Moscow. It also had its Chinese line of descent. After all, Mao had been an active protector of the rich peasants in Jiangxi, and before that had been strongly in favor of alliance with the KMT. But now there were two big differences. The KMT and CCP had been at war since 1927, and it was clear that even if Chiang were forced into an alliance, he would turn on the communists as soon as he felt able. Secondly, Mao was within grasp of party leadership, and this would be a factor in his decisions. And as we know, the struggle for leadership in undemocratic Stalinist parties could be a matter of life or death for hundreds, even thousands of comrades. These considerations led to a difference in emphasis, but not in political line, between Moscow and Mao, which would later be presented by some as a fight for the independence of the CCP from Moscow. With direct CCP Moscow radio contact re-established, July-August 1936 formed a watershed in the CCP's transition towards the Popular Front. On July 22, the party endorsed Wang's land policy and began a campaign in its press to convince the KMT that it offered no threat to essential bourgeois interests. To do this, Wang Ming reminded the bourgeoisie how the CCP had renounced the agrarian revolution and attempted to keep the peasants in check during the peasant upsurges of 1925 to 1927. Mao Zedong outstripped even this, offering the Chinese bourgeoisie the same renunciation of revolutionary struggle as in 1927. He then went one step further, offering guarantees that should the forces of the revolution raise their heads, should rank-and-file militants speak of class against class, the CCP stood ready to play the role of executioner. The Politburo meeting on August 10 formally endorsed Zhou Enlai's statement that the old slogan, "To resist Japan one must oppose Chiang first," is no longer suitable. The government was renamed the People's Soviet Government, and the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army became the People's Red Army, later to be renamed People's Liberation Army. The name Communist Party was ordered to be removed from all governmental institutions and replaced by Anti-Japanese Salvation Association. The omnipresent red star was replaced by the Chinese sun on a blue field, the symbol of the Anti-Japanese United Front. All previous laws in the Soviet districts limiting the civil rights of the bourgeoisie were repealed and a decision made not to confiscate the land of rich peasants. The CCP would protect the property and the factories of the big and small merchants and capitalists. In an echo of the worst decisions of 1925–27, the CCP pledged to limit itself to demanding a bourgeois democratic republic and declared the estates of serving officers and anti-Japanese big landowners were no longer subject to confiscation. An ECCI directive of August 15 advised the CCP to negotiate with Chiang directly and to immediately announce that the CCP was prepared to send a delegation to Chiang or welcome a KMT delegation in the Soviet area. However, the directive contains several warnings. The establishment of a Japanese National United Front should not be used to reduce Soviet power, nor should the Red Army be integrated into the KMT armies. This might sound a big step forward in the thinking of the ECCI, but no such luck. The Russian bureaucracy had observed Chiang's dealings with the Japanese and appreciated that Chiang would be only too keen to accept a face-saving deal with Japan that left the Imperial Army free to attack the Soviet Union. It was a necessary defensive measure to preserve an armed force loyal to the CCP because that might become the only barrier between the advancing Japanese army and the USSR. The Red Army had to be maintained independent of the bourgeoisie, under the exclusive leadership of the CCP. Submerging the Red Army into the NRA could lead to its destruction. What was being suggested was still the same old goal of a national bourgeois democratic regime, but now the Red Army would fight for it in parallel with, rather than as part of, the nationalist armies. The degree of separation and subordination would depend on circumstances. The struggle for socialism would, as previously, take place at some unspecified time in the future. As a result, the CCP sent an open letter to the KMT on August 25, appealing for KMT-CCP unity against Japan. The open letter to the KMT, drafted by Mao, followed ECCI advice. "We are prepared to form a strong revolutionary united front with you, as was the case during the Great Chinese Revolution of 1925–7, when there existed a broad united front for struggle against national and feudal oppression, for that is the only proper way to save our country today. You have not yet forgotten the glorious history of collaboration between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang. It was precisely thanks to this collaboration that all the national and feudal oppressors shook before us. At that time, our national oppressors, and Japanese imperialism in particular, were very much afraid that our collaboration might lead to final victory and the complete emancipation of China. Therefore, they sowed the seeds of strife between us and set in motion all possible means, threats, and temptations, as a result of which one side gave up its collaboration and buried the united front. Do you feel no pricks of conscience when you recall this today? Such a blatant falsification of events was not meant to deceive the leadership of the KMT, who, after all, were still intent on destroying the CCP and killing every Chinese communist. It was meant to counter the very real mistrust felt by the majority of the party. On September 1st, the party center directed party organizations to formally relinquish the old slogans of "Resist Japan and Oppose Chiang" and "Down with Chiang Kai-shek." The directive stated that political and military agreement with the KMT would require the Soviets and Red Army to be placed under the unified command of the National Defense Government and allied anti-Japanese armed forces, but added, "The independence of the Soviets and the Red Army in their organizations and leadership shall not be abolished. KMT officers and administrators would not be allowed to join the Red Army or Soviet area government." The CCP would continue to enlarge and consolidate its own political and military forces to assure a thorough victory in the anti-Japanese war and the creation of a bourgeois democratic republic. But in 1927, the CCP could have led a mighty mass movement of many millions in a revolutionary situation. In 1937, it stood at the head of 100,000 badly equipped, poorly disciplined peasant soldiers without the faintest concept of the working-class movement. In 1927, the CCP had stood in opposition to the peasant struggle and had suppressed its demands. Now, 10 years later, it was promising to repeat its mistakes. Before the call for the Popular Front, the CCP had repeatedly addressed itself to the front-line units of the KMT, offering a fighting alliance against the Japanese army, setting only the elementary conditions: an end to the offensive against the Soviet districts, democratic rights for the people, and the right for volunteers to organize and arm themselves into anti-Japanese fighting units. Appeals of this kind were designed to tear the supports from under the Kuomintang, thereby relieving the pressure on the Soviet districts, promoting the anti-Japanese struggle, and preparing for the defeat of Chiang Kai-shek's regime. This was accompanied by a propaganda campaign along the lines that Chiang Kai-shek and the whole KMT had been unmasked as preparing to partition China in the face of the Japanese advance. To aid this process, prisoners taken by the Red Army, after first aid treatment, were subject to intensive political instruction and released. All this good work was now found to have been an error and was summarily ended. The anti-imperialist front was to be promoted in a new manner. The arguments used in 1926–27 were dusted off and brought out to justify the Second United Front, but on their own, were clearly inadequate. 3 new reasons were produced. The first was the universal indignation of the Chinese people at the expansionist policies of Japan. In fact, popular opposition with mass boycott and student actions was greatest in 1931–32 when Japan seized Manchuria. The second was the increased strength of the Red Army, which had grown to a mighty military factor throughout China. In fact, the Red Army, having been defeated at Jiangxi, had arrived in Shenxi on the outskirts of China, a shadow of its former self. The third reason was that the national bourgeoisie were freeing themselves from their illusions in the KMT and were turning towards the toiling masses. In fact, the national bourgeoisie had opted to support the KMT in 1926–27 and were still clinging to it. Anyone who stated the elementary truth, only recently promulgated by the CCP, that the overthrow of the KMT was the condition of a successful national revolutionary war, was branded an enemy of the Chinese people and an agent of Japanese imperialism. The policies of class struggle and agrarian revolution were publicly jettisoned. The theme of Stalinist propaganda welcomed the People's Anti-Japanese United Front, embracing all parties and groups. In practice, the CP and KMT, leading to the establishment of an all-Chinese government of national defense. Care was taken to remove any suggestion that the CCP was even hinting at the overthrow of the KMT regime, even as a distant aim. Wang Ming declared any such suggestion to be an absolutely false and unfounded legend spread by pro-Japanese elements. It is slander provocation. 8.3 The Xi'an Incident. During 1936, Chiang was under pressure to resist the Japanese advances from nationalist troops, particularly those in the northeast who were most threatened. These troops had engaged the Japanese forces on a number of occasions, and were vigorously opposed to Chiang's continuous retreat and his refusal to fight. By the end of 1936, a de facto truce existed between local generals and the Red Army, to the extent that the Red Army was given uniforms and weapons, and the CCP allowed access via Yan'an to communist groups in nationalist China. On December 12, 1936, Chiang flew to Xi'an, capital of Shenxi province, to personally remonstrate with General Chang Suliang, the local commander, and induce him to begin an offensive against the Soviet area. In an astounding turn of events, the younger officers seized Chiang and refused to release him unless he agreed to a bold anti-Japanese program. The rank-and-file soldiers threatened a people's trial, and there is no doubt that initially Mao also supported this proposal. Moscow intervened strongly. On December 14, a Pravda editorial, and on December 15, an article in Investia, condemned the action, calling the rebellious generals Japanese puppets. Within days, Dimitrov dispatched a telegram to the CCP calling for it to effect Chiang's release. Mao is said to have stamped his feet in rage at this proposal, but it was confirmation that he was not the undisputed leader of the CCP when Paku and Zhou Enlai immediately accepted the ECCI's directive, and Zhou Enlai stepped in to meet with Chiang to save his life, reinstate him as leader of the KMT, and send him back as national leader to Nanjing. With his life on the line, Chiang agreed to Zhou's proposals, which were so mild they were not so difficult to swallow. One reason for the CCP's sensitivity to Stalin's wishes was the material aid being received from Moscow. In 1936, the Comintern subsidy to the CCP was about $2 million, about half the annual budget of the Yan'an Soviet. 27. This level of support would continue until the defeat of Japan in 1945. It was at this time that the HQ of the Red Army moved into the walled town of Yan'an, which contained some hundreds of decent enough houses, some even with small gardens. Agnes Smedley, who was in Xi'an at the time and reached Yan'an shortly after the takeover, describes how the Red Army entered Yan'an without a fight, extended the area controlled by the Soviet by many thousands of square kilometers and about 1 million people without firing a shot because the local troops were fed up with offering no resistance to the Japanese. By the end of 1938, Yan'an was reduced largely to rubble by Japanese bombing raids, and the population moved to the surrounding hills where they again lived in caves. A short time after his return to Nanjing, Chiang called a meeting of the CEC of the KMT to consider the CCP proposals for a popular front. During February 1937, Zhou negotiated with the KMT. The CEC insisted that it remained determined to uproot Chinese communism, but would accept the CCP proposal subject to 4 conditions. 1. Suspension of the class struggle. 2. Cessation of all communist propaganda. 3. Dissolution of the Soviet Republic and the appointment of KMT officials to take charge of the local areas. And 4. Abolition of the Red Army and its incorporation into the government armies under the direct control of the Military Affairs Commission, but it must not number more than 3,000, and officers above division commander must go abroad. The CCP replied on March 15, 1937, and declared that it had already voluntarily met the first 2 conditions. Confiscation of the land of the landlords had ceased, and the Communist Party would no longer promote class struggle. To show goodwill, a Communist Youth Congress held in Yan'an in April elected Chiang Kai-shek to its presidium alongside Mao Zedong. These actions by the CCP helped save Chiang, who was facing an officer corps on the verge of revolt. In May 1937, the CCP called a national conference to assess its work, address the confusion within its ranks, approve the line proposed by the ECCI, and discuss its practical implementation. The conference was a rubber stamp, and, just as in the USSR, attendees were appointed. In Yan'an, no elections were ever held for delegates to CCP conferences. Lo Fu, described as Secretary of the CC of the CCP, was interviewed by NYM Wales, wife of Edgar Snow, on July 14, 1937. Lo gave a very positive picture of the bloc within, maintaining it had been a united front against imperialism and feudal forces, and that in July 1927 the CCP and the KMT finally split. After a decade, the Stalinists still refused to admit that the Chinese bourgeoisie had massacred peasants, workers, and communists in a bloody counter-revolution. Lo dated the Soviet program of the CCP as continuing up to the Xi'an incident, after which it continued only pending completion of negotiations with the KMT, and Lo referred to Yan'an as the ex-Soviet capital. Lo maintained, to continue with the Soviet slogan would be to demand the overthrow of the KMT, which would mean civil war and make it impossible to realize the anti-Japanese struggle. On July 15, 1937, the CC of the CCP announced the basis of its cooperation with the KMT. The CCP-CC finds it necessary to proclaim its sincere devotion to the cause of national liberation. Therefore, it once again solemnly declares to the whole nation that since Dr. Sun Yat-sen's 3 principles of the people are what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization, that we shall give up our policy of encouraging insurrection to overthrow the KMT regime, call off the Sovietization movement, and discontinue the policy of forcible confiscation of the land of the landlords, that we shall abolish the present Soviet governments and call for the practice of democracy in the hope that state power will be unified throughout the country, and that the Red Army will give up its present name and designation, that it will be reorganized as part of the National Revolutionary Army and placed under the Military Council of the national government, and that it will be ready for orders to march to the anti-Japanese front and do its duty. From here on, Yan'an surrendered the designation of Soviet, becoming a special administrative region, the Shenxigen-Suningsha border region, of the Chinese Republic, and renounced all revolutionary claims. However, the only noticeable change, apart from the name changes and disappearance of the red stars from buildings, was the discontinuation of circulation of the CCP's own currency. Post offices, schools, and all local services remained very strictly under local control. However, against KMT demands, the CCP insisted that the old Soviet area would not be divided and there would not be new local government elections. The CCP did agree that the Red Army would be nominally integrated into the NRA as the 8th Route Army. The new 4th Army was added in October 1937, reorganized into 3 divisions and placed under nominal KMT control. However, against KMT demands, the CCP insisted its command personnel would not change and each division would number 15,000. Discussions failed to resolve the differences. What decided the matter for Chiang was that the Japanese army marched into the Beijing-Tianjin area in July 1937 and Japanese gunships shelled Shanghai in August. Chiang had no choice but to accept the status quo vis-a-vis the CCP, and no doubt, the promise of arms from the Soviet Union sweetened the pill. The Japanese were determined to take all of North China and every important port on the coast. After crawling for 6 years before the Japanese, the KMT was finally compelled to offer resistance because Japanese aggression now threatened to extinguish the Chinese bourgeoisie altogether. Chiang could retreat no further without widespread revolt amongst his own troops. Within a year, the invading Japanese armies held all the main centers of the north, almost all the principal seaports, and all but 2 of the principal railways. Patriotism throughout history has been inseparably bound up with power and property. In the face of danger, the ruling classes, the so-called national bourgeoisie, have never stopped short of dismembering their own country so long as they could preserve their own power over part of it. But that was no longer an option in China. As part of Stalin's Popular Front strategy, communist parties worldwide pressurized their governments to form an alliance with Russia against Germany and/or Japan, in return for which the CP would attempt to suspend the class struggle. The CCP occupied a key place in these machinations as a pawn of Russian diplomacy, with the goal of preventing the KMT government from joining Japan in an anti-Soviet pact. The Red Army and the Communist Party insisted that they no longer struggled for either an agrarian or proletarian revolution, but for bourgeois democracy. 8.4 Wang Ming returns. When Wang Ming returned to China in November 1937, his importance was demonstrated by his being airlifted to Yan'an. Wang was accompanied by 2 other Politburo members, Kang Shang and Chen Yun, and these 3 made a substantial difference to the Politburo. With support from Zhou Enlai, these 3 were in a majority against Mao, Zhang Wentian, and Rem Bishi. Wang was a member of the Presidium of the Comintern and had received personal instructions from Stalin. When he addressed meetings, his speech resembled that of an imperial envoy transmitting an imperial decree. Despite there being no obvious or major political, policy, or strategic differences between Mao and Wang, whatever topic was discussed at the Politburo, the meeting ended in heated deadlock. It was agreed that the Comintern should adjudicate. The ECCI appreciated that the major element in the disagreements was the jockeying for leadership of the CCP between Wang and Mao. Dimitrov pulled no punches. You must tell everyone that it is necessary to support Mao Zedong as the leader of the CCP. He has been tempered in practical struggle. Such persons as Wang Ming should no longer fight for the leadership. To get him out of the way, Wang Ming was assigned to liaise with the KMT. In this role, he continued to push an extreme version of the Popular Front, e.g. that any struggle for democratic reforms should have prior KMT approval. When in December 1937, the KMT decreed the death penalty for workers who went on strike or even agitated for strikes while the war was in progress, Wang Ming told an interviewer that the CCP was fully satisfied with the Kuomintang's conduct of the war. From 1937 to 1945, the Communists opposed strikes as detrimental to the war effort and undertook no independent organization of labor or the peasants in Kuomintang-administered areas. In February 1938, Mao spelled out the CCP's perspective in answer to the question, "Will the CCP-KMT cooperation last long?" He replied, "The CCP has never wanted to break away from the KMT. In the past 10 years of split, both parties and the people have suffered enough. This painful experience will serve to reinforce our cooperation, the aims of which are joint resistance at the present and joint reconstruction in the future." On July 2, 1938, Mao explained to a visiting student delegation his view of China after victory over Japan. a free and equal democratic nation with agriculture, industry, and commerce jointly operated by the state and the people. Workers would benefit from an 8-hour day and peasants would own their land. The bourgeoisie would have complete freedom of speech, publication, meeting, and association. Such a nation would not be a socialist state, nor its government a Soviet government, but a state and a government that practiced democracy under the principle of respecting private ownership. To achieve this goal, the CCP desired to unite with the KMT and other revolutionary parties and factions, as well as with the people of the entire nation. What reformist, social democratic politician has not painted the same picture? At the 6th enlarged plenum of the CC of October 1938, Mao presented his analysis of the then current situation in China in the new stage. The tone of his report is represented by the subheading "The Kuomintang has a brilliant future" and, let it be noted, also a glorious history. Chiang is referred to as a great leader, waging a courageous war of resistance. In its 50-year history, the KMT, whenever it encountered a great revolutionary struggle, always transformed itself into an alliance of national revolution. The massacres of 1927 and the subsequent extermination campaigns are airbrushed from history. Pierre Rousset, a spokesperson for the former League Communiste Revolutionnaire and a founding member of the Nouveau Part 1 anti-capitalist, has claimed that during the Sino-Japanese War, the CCP made major efforts to reforge its links with the urban working class, and cites the work led by Liu Shaoqi as proof. In fact, Mao's speeches at the October 1938 plenum polemicized against the proposals of Liu Shaoqi that greater emphasis be placed on mobilizing the urban workers. His alternative was that the fulcrum of party activity must lie in the front zones and in the enemy's hinterland. It is quite true that there was considerable underground work by the CCP within KMT areas, but there are no records of substantial or effective work in the factories. Belden, who was present at the time, reported conversations with local CCP leaders in the liberated areas. There was little or no connection between the Central Committee of the party and its underground workers, but messengers and orderlies were dispatched to the large towns to post slogans, distribute handbills, and spread the word as best they could. General instructions were for workers, students, and farmers to unite, to evacuate the cities immediately, and to help organize guerrilla warfare. Their nuclei among the workers in Chiang's areas was almost nil. It is true that as the CCP took on the mantle of the Party of National Resistance, its support amongst university students grew. During 1947 and 1948, the KMT regime launched a campaign against the universities and middle schools in an effort to root out any traces of communism. Thousands of students were beaten up, arrested, imprisoned, and tortured. So deep was the hostility these moves engendered that many non-socialist Democrats and intellectuals saw their only hope of ending the civil war was to support the CCP. However, the emphasis of the CCP was not to encourage the students to link their demands with those of the workers, but for them leave the cities and travel to the liberated areas to help administer the border region's authority. In 1 month alone, October 1948, over 4,500 students are said to have moved to the communist areas. To justify the united front and bloc of 4 classes, Mao's writings of 1937 to 40 developed the idea that the Russian Revolution was qualitatively different from the Chinese because the Russian bourgeoisie, although military feudal, had carried out imperialist aggression against other countries and so entirely lacked any revolutionary quality. The Chinese bourgeoisie was the victim of imperialist aggression and so retained some revolutionary quality. Mao's views were colored by the needs of the moment, so, for example, the successes of the Northern Expedition were described as due to Chiang Kai-shek's brilliance, not mass peasant mobilization. Mao did realize that the relative weakness of the Chinese bourgeoisie meant the democratic revolution would have to be carried forward on the backs of the urban workers and peasants, but instead of following Lenin and recognizing that this opened the way to a socialist revolution, he intended that the peasants and workers of China would act in the service of the bourgeoisie and stop the revolution halfway. Mao not only closed his eyes to the lessons of history, he rewrote history to match his own class collaborationist perspective. The ECCI had determined that Mao was the most suitable leader for the CCP both because of his military abilities and skills and for his natural inclination towards an alliance with the KMT. In 1939, the Moscow publishing house Ogei Zeisages produced a monograph which was a shortened version of Edgar Snow's Red Star over China, with all the critical comments on Mao removed. At the same time, a brochure entitled Mao Zedong and Zhu De, Leaders of the Chinese People, appeared describing Mao as a model leader of the Chinese Communists. In early 1940, Dimitrov made a series of comments on the membership of the Politburo. Mao is described as truly the most outstanding political figure in the CCP. He knows China better than the other CCP leaders, knows the people, correctly interprets political events, and basically frames problems correctly. The KMT was fighting a progressive war, representing an oppressed semi-colonial country against Japanese imperialism. The progressive nature of the war was not negated by the fact that the struggle was led by Chiang Kai-shek, hangman of the Chinese Revolution. Surely it was the duty of all revolutionists to support him? Were the Stalinists not right, then, in making a united front with Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang? It was the duty of revolutionists to support China's struggle by all means possible, including agreements of a strictly practical nature with Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang, but not to abandon their own program, to dissolve themselves in a people's front, to relinquish the right to criticize and condemn the Kuomintang's conduct of the war. The Stalinists, spurning the Leninist United Front tactic, did just this latter, thereby aiding and becoming party to the betrayal of China's struggle. The Bolsheviks under Lenin's leadership supported Kerensky against the White Russian General Kornilov, while simultaneously preparing to overthrow Kerensky and establish workers' power. The Chinese Stalinists, however, accorded Chiang Kai-shek unconditional political support, thereby betraying the revolution and the national struggle which was indissolubly bound up with it. Just as in 1925 to 1927, KMT-CCP unity meant the political subordination of the Communists to the KMT, so in 1937 it was directed against any signs of revolutionary activity. Wang Ming wrote, "The Chinese people will judge of the degree of determination and readiness of the KMT to undertake the armed struggle against the Japanese aggressors by the KMT's attitude to Japanese agents and national traitors and, in particular, to the Japano-Trotskyist fascist agents. The government and peoples of the USSR are setting us an example of how to purge the state, military, and party apparatus of these vipers." On September 25, 1937, the 8th Route Army ambushed and defeated 2 Japanese divisions at Pinxingguan in eastern Shaanxi, a much-needed victory in time of general defeat. Because of this and the supply of arms and munitions from the USSR, the nationalist government agreed through 1938, 1939, and 1940 to provide the 8th Route Army with a cash subsidy on the basis of a strength of 45,000 and a small supply of ammunition. However, the KMT was demonstrating not its ability to defend China, but its complete rottenness. The key battle to defend Wuhan and hold the Yangtze Valley began in June 1938 and ended at the end of October with the victory of the Imperial Japanese Army. This was the longest, largest, and most significant battle of the Second Sino-Japanese War, and one of the largest battles in all of history. More than 1 million NRA troops under Chiang Kai-shek's personal command gathered to defend Wuhan. However, corruption was so rampant at the top of the NRA that Japanese General Iwane Matsui could boast to the New York Times correspondent that for $80,000 in silver dollars he had bought safe passage and landing for his troops. The key defenses for Wuhan were the forts at Matao, which fell almost without a fight because the commander was in a brothel in a town several miles away. All supplies to treat wounded soldiers had been sold to privateers, and wounded Chinese soldiers were left to crawl as best they could. The Japanese army took no prisoners. The loss of Wuhan was the loss of the most important transport hub of inland China, and the only remaining major military and economic center. As the war continued, units of the Red Army, 8th Route Army, infiltrated behind the Japanese lines and advanced into the northern provinces of Hopei, Hebei, Chahar, Inner Mongolia, and Shaanxi. The Japanese army usually sent no more than advance scouts into the villages, the sight of which caused the KMT troops to flee. The local villagers, freed from KMT domination and not under direct Japanese control, spontaneously formed their own militias and elected underground administrations, which were nuclei of anti-imperialist resistance. When the 8th Route Army arrived, it inherited these organizations. The militia units were soon coordinated and integrated into the anti-Japanese resistance. The local government organizations were also coordinated through the CCP but, given the general chaos that existed, retained a high degree of autonomy. By 1939, the CCP had set up 6 liberated zones in regions far from Japanese garrisons, which tended to confine their activities to control over the economically important areas. Each zone extended over many thousands of square kilometers, with a total population of as many as 20 million. In January 1939, a conference of 500 delegates from these zones declared themselves the Shaanxi Hopi Shantung Honan border government. This became the pattern. Wherever communist forces won control, they set up a border region government. Based on the 3/3 principle, see Section 8.5, representatives were elected by secret universal ballot, but the presence of the 8th Route Army was decisive in all important decision-making. The mass of peasants observed the new government to be the first which had not acted against the people and welcomed its policies on rents and interest rates. They were ready to grant it their support. To the delight of the poor and middle peasants, the lands and properties of those considered to be traitors were seized and shared out. In this way, some 15% of agricultural land was redistributed. Rents were cut, eviction of tenants was prohibited, and a 3-year moratorium imposed on all debts. The grain tax, which had fallen most heavily on the poor peasants, was reformed so that the richer the peasant, the more he paid. Initially, about 1/4 of the poorest peasants were made exempt, but as the demands of the war increased, so did the burden of the tax. The maximum legal interest rate was reduced to 10% annually. Payments were rigorously enforced, but there was a degree of laxity regarding the enforcement of rates which remained well above the 10% target. To prevent Japan from using the area's resources, wheat was grown instead of cotton, and after an initial dislocation, this change had the beneficial effect of increasing the food supply. It was significant that, despite the land and tax reforms, numerous wealthy citizens, merchants and landlords, who had fled at the approach of the People's Red Army, now returned. Communist Party policy was, it appears, acceptable to them. Despite having a common enemy in the Imperial Japanese Army, tension was always present between the communist and nationalist forces. This grew with the relative success of the communists in establishing extensive areas of control, initially within the limits set by the KMT but gradually extending outwards. As Chiang maneuvered his armies to fight the Japanese, vast areas adjoining those controlled by the communists were stripped of troops and the Red Army moved in, displaced KMT officials and established new local government bodies. In this way, the Shinkanning administrative area expanded considerably. The new 4th Army operated across Japanese lines in the provinces of Anhui and Kiangsu, outside areas previously agreed with the KMT and in close proximity to some of the most reactionary generals in the NRA. In January 1940, the puppet government of Wang Jingwei was launched in Nanjing, and simultaneously, both the KMT and Japanese began to prioritize the cleaning up of their hinterlands. In January 1941, Mao accepted Chiang's request to send 10,000 troops from the 4th Army across the Yangtze River. They were surrounded and attacked by more than 80,000 KMT troops. Some 5,000 to 6,000 communist troops were killed or wounded compared to 20,000 on the nationalist side. This was known as the Southern Anhui Incident. From this time onwards, the nationalists spent as much or more of their resources on attacking communists as fighting the Japanese army. American intelligence analysis made at the time claims that with the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, the best of the nationalist forces were reallocated to blockade communist areas because Chiang realized that the US and Britain could be left to defeat Japan. 8.5 Women in Yan'an. Shenxi had been largely under warlord control, so the CCP was bringing law and order for the first time, and this was widely welcomed. For local administration, Mao introduced his own variation of the block of 4 classes, dubbed the 3/3, the system whereby the communists, representing the workers and the poor peasants, and progressive elements, representing the petty bourgeoisie, and the intermediate elements, representing the middle bourgeoisie and enlightened gentry, each contributed 1/3 of the leading personnel of the government administration, was introduced in all the liberated areas. CCP members were told to sincerely cooperate with and genuinely listen to the views of non-communists. From February 1937, Yan'an was the seat of government of the Shenxigen-Suningsha border region. In this communist-controlled enclave, the CCP continued to work to win the support of the population by implementing programs that would benefit the majority of people. However, the ways these were formulated and carried out were constrained by the move towards the Popular Front, e.g. an end to radical land reform programs. Particularly affected was the policy to raise the status of women. The communists were under siege, and in the arid land of Shenxi, which provided little material comfort, the CCP depended for its survival on party discipline and, more importantly, a community spirit that was the opposite of the corrupt, decadent, and self-seeking KMT. The CCP was eager to show the world that Yan'an was organized in accordance with a fair and just social ideal, a model society where everybody, regardless of position and power, worked for the common good. However, those in Yan'an who had to battle with the harsh realities day to day saw a different picture, where uneven access to resources and privileges left many feeling disgruntled. From its earliest days, the CCP paid particular attention to the problems of women because women were a vast reservoir of support for the revolution, as they were among those who could benefit most from it. Belden quotes from a school book he came across in the liberated area, headed on women's equality. "The old society is too dark. Men and women are treated differently. The man goes to an office, the woman stays within the compound. The man wears new clothes, the woman dresses in rags. The man eats white flour, the woman husks and chaff. The man can scold until heaven bursts. The woman seldom opens her mouth. The man reads books, the woman stands at the side of the cauldron. The man 3 times changes his temperament. The woman swallows into her stomach the words she has to say." In the liberated areas, a great revolution has taken place. People are free, male and female have equal rights, men and women jointly apply themselves to production, and men and women together enjoy better times. Formally, the administrative programs of the border region ensured that women enjoyed an equal position in society, including equal pay for equal work and 5 weeks paid maternity leave. With the drive for a popular front with the KMT, the party reassessed its goals and big changes took place in its policies. The first and major shift was a change in emphasis. Criticisms of traditional family values, the extreme subjugation of women in the family home, were downplayed, and instead it was argued that women would reach equality simply by joining men in production. Of course, the CCP leadership presented their policy in Marxist terms. Great emphasis was placed on Friedrich Engels' argument that the emancipation of woman will only be possible when woman can take part in production on a large social scale, and domestic work no longer claims anything but an insignificant part of her time. But this one-sided, economic approach relegated the importance of social elements such as equality in marriage and divorce. It also omitted the important consideration that the end result of all these efforts would be a liberal bourgeois, capitalist society in which women would remain second-class citizens. The main concern of the leadership was maximizing the war effort, and the emphasis in party literature was for women to become spinners and weavers to produce their own clothing and clothing for the troops. This had a certain resonance locally in Shaanxi, where women tended to dominate in handicrafts, but it bowed to patriarchy by preserving the tradition that women remained at home and did not participate in agricultural work. The responsibilities and goals of women's groups during the Popular Front were outlined in a pamphlet entitled The Mass Movement of the Shaanxi-Gansu-Ningxia Border Region, published in 1938. Party policy was that the movement to liberate women was secondary to building unity to resist Japan. Rather than risk upsetting their allies in the Popular Front, party leaders called for the utmost caution when implementing any moves to emancipate women. Activities to eradicate traditional feudal practices, e.g. arranged marriages, foot binding, and demanding protection of human rights, had previously been pushed with vigor, but now these were put on the back burner, and it was declared that male-female equality would be achieved by women voting in local elections, participating in production, and joining in defense work. Local cadres were to tell women that by contributing to the war effort, they could break away from the traditional system that had oppressed them for centuries. In principle, this was correct, but little guidance or evidence was presented on how these activities would help achieve social equality within the foreseeable future. A similar response had occurred in the Soviet Union when the Stalin-Bukharin leadership of the party had bowed to the conservative social demands of the Kulak to restrict the rights of women. Take the question of divorce. The CCP cadres arrived in Yan'an with the example of Jiangxi fresh in their minds, and women cadres actively promoted divorce as a means of breaking up the traditional family structure. The result was a significant improvement in the treatment of women, but at the expense of disruption of the traditional family unit, which had a negative effect on the local economy. The CCP leadership, susceptible to pressure from the rich peasants and patriotic landlords, shifted its position to one of asking women to avoid drastic action and to try and find liberation within the family. Liberation Daily, the CCP's daily newspaper in the border region, now published articles arguing that the wife of even a violent and extremely abusive husband should stay with him and work to reform him rather than get a divorce. Women's associations were tasked to solidify the family unit by making them more harmonious. Women were to achieve a sense of fulfillment from the knowledge that increased production contributed to Japan's defeat. Women comrades were instructed to form study groups within the associations to raise their cultural level and political understanding, a move meant to overcome the objections of members and bring them into line with the new policy. The theme of the Liberation Daily articles was that women's liberation would be achieved if the women's movement participated in resistance work against the Japanese, but singularly failed to explain how. Nor were women given any direction on how they could obtain the skills and training needed to enter production on an equal basis with the men. In practice, in many cases, when women took more skilled positions, they were of men called away, and the woman had to relinquish that position when the man returned. While women's associations still encouraged women to participate in village politics, their main emphasis changed to the coordination of child care and other efforts to increase production. At the same time, the conservatism of certain leading cadres could be seen in reports on party work where it was claimed that promiscuous women inspired disgust and fear in ordinary peasants. These were the women Mao had referred to without prejudice in his report on an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan as having triangular and multilateral relationships. Conservative attitudes were gaining ground with the growth of the Popular Front. In an attempt to head off criticisms of the leadership, male comrades were taken to task for dominating their female partners and limiting their activities to household chores. However, the consequence of the political perspective of a democratic dictatorship meant that women's associations downplayed the importance of the fight for equality within the family. Equality was presented as one aspect of the liberation struggle, but one which could have the undesirable consequence of women blaming men, not society, for their plight. The extent to which party officials sacrificed the cause of female emancipation to political and wartime objectives can be seen in marriage reform. Traditionally, the woman was effectively imprisoned in the family house with her labor supporting the status quo. Thus, the right of women to divorce ran counter to the interests of the middle peasants, an essential support for the party. Faced with the KMT blockade and the increasing demands of the war with Japan, the Yan'an government determined not to alienate peasants by disrupting the social system. The party claimed there was no alternative but to subordinate radical reform of marriage to the immediate need to survive. Soon marriage reform was only a propaganda slogan. 8.6 Yan'an, the CCP and Wild Lilies. The bulk of the Kuomintang troops who surrendered to the Japanese became puppet troops. The CCP in its official history claims Chiang Kai-shek secretly ordered many of his troops to surrender to the Japanese invaders and then, under the command of the Japanese, to attack the 8th Route Army and New 4th Army. Because of Chiang's orders, the Japanese were able to mobilize over 90% of those who surrendered. The KMT, as a result of the Southern Anhui incident, imposed a tight blockade on the entire area controlled by the CCP and withdrew its subsidies to the 8th Route Army, worth about 10 million silver dollars in 1940. In Yan'an, prices of everything rocketed and there were substantial tax increases on all sections, including the formerly exempt poor peasants. October 1940 saw the Red Army launch a surprise attack on Japanese forces, causing significant losses of Japanese troops. In response, by January 1941, the Japanese army had concentrated nearly two-thirds of its forces on the liberated areas located behind Japanese lines, and a large-scale campaign was launched based on the policy of burn all, kill all, and loot all. The essence of this policy was to surround a given area, kill all young men, kill or steal all livestock, destroy everything possible, all the houses, furniture, farming implements, and tools, so that the area would be uninhabitable for the foreseeable future. When rallying support in the face of these adversities and attempting to make the border region economically self-sufficient, the CCP found serious divisions opening up in the party. There was conflict between the largely illiterate peasant layers recruited as a result of the land revolution, mild though it was, and who formed the great majority of the rank and file, and the more recent incomers who were invariably literate had joined the party on the basis of its popular front and reformist policies, and formed the majority of the administrators. The taxes imposed on one group supported the other, and the self-sufficiency campaign threatened to generate a division of potentially disastrous proportions. There was also grave concern about the quality of the cadres. Party membership had risen from 40,000 to nearly 800,000 between 1937 and 1940, but with the exception of the leading cadres and some intellectuals, there had been virtually no education in Marxist-Leninist ideas, or any other kind of education or training. An added complication was that, for the local population, party membership had become a route to upward social movement. Selden has provided data which shows that in at least one area, over half those who joined the party locally did so as poor peasants or landless laborers, but within a year the majority had gained sufficient land to be classed as middle peasants. Party members had been major beneficiaries in the land revolution. This had a conservatizing effect, promoting opposition within the CCP itself to the new higher taxes, a large part of which were spent in supporting the newcomers. The answer was a rectification campaign that sought to educate party members in the CCP version of Marxism, motivate them to adopt the radical measures necessary for self-sufficiency and to accept party discipline. In 1941, the CCP began a series of training programs to overcome the deficiencies in party cadres that had appeared. Possibly in preparation for this campaign, Mao, in early 1938, had made a study of the works of Stalin to determine which should be translated into Chinese. The character of this initial rectification campaign can be seen from material which participants were expected to read, study, and make notes on prior to discussing them. Stalin, on Bolshevization of the party; Stalin, Problems of Organizational Leadership; Dimitrov, Cadre Policy and Cadre Education Policy. A selection of Stalin's writings on party discipline, party democracy and equalitarianism. The conclusions from the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. To emphasize Mao's preeminence within the CCP, 6 of his pamphlets were on the list to be studied. Within the party there was a group of intellectuals, writers and artists who were becoming increasingly dissatisfied and had come to believe the rich peasant elements within the Popular Front were putting a brake on social progress, particularly with respect to the liberation of women. This group coalesced around Ding Ling, the party's most outspoken and free-thinking woman, and took the opportunity of the rectification campaign to publish material unmasking the CCP's hypocrisy by pointing out instances of inequality in Yan'an. Ding had toured the border regions as part of a propaganda group performing plays for the peasants and had been given the job of leading the development of women's organizations in Yan'an, which put her at the focus of the contradictions between mobilizing women but limiting their activities to those not deemed divisive. She edited the literature section of Liberation Daily, which appeared several times a week. Based on her wide experience of the actual life of peasant women and women within the party, she wrote an article, Thoughts on March 8, Women's Day, which appeared in the March 9, 1942 issue of the paper. The article only hinted at some issues. Those seeking abortions risked punishment. Some babies were wrapped in soft wool and looked after by governesses, while others were wrapped in soiled cloth and left crying on their parents' beds. Its main emphasis was to blame the party for its contradictory attitude of promoting the role of wife and mother, and then when the woman's skin was wrinkled, her hair thin, and fatigue had robbed her of the last traces of attractiveness, she was blamed for her political backwardness, which was then used as a reason to get a divorce. The article was condemned as narrowly feminist. Ding Ling was removed from her post on Liberation Daily, and she and others were successfully pressured to repent and disown their criticisms. Ding's accusation that party leaders married at their convenience and divorced their wives when it suited them with little regard for the principles of equality is supported by Hua Chongming. In a situation where men outnumbered women by as many as 18:1, this behavior of the leaders must have seemed particularly reprehensible and a clear abuse of position. In Yan'an, the bureaucracy was increasingly becoming aware of itself, and defense of the family as an institution took on the character of defense of a conservative element in society which would act as a prop for the party elite. This was very similar to the defense of the family taking place in the Soviet Union at about this time. Zhou Enlai took the lead to emphasize the importance of motherhood, to argue that women had a natural predisposition to look after the welfare of the home within the context of family life. He laid down ground rules that the party would faithfully follow. Mao, in 1958, would return to this theme and claim that not only did Chinese society need the family, but that the family needed a head. Ding Ling's article was the first of several that criticized the ruling party elite. The most damaging came from Wang Shiwei, a young writer and translator who had been to study in Moscow in the late 1920s and early 1930s. He had associated with a Trotskyist group in Shanghai for which he translated a number of Trotsky's works. In 1936, he traveled to Yan'an to become a research officer in the translation department of the Academy for Marxist-Leninist Studies. In this post, he enjoyed privileges of cadre clothing and extra food, and was close to the party elite. Wang was also employed on the Liberation Daily and specialized in the short essay, Zaun, traditionally used in China to expose social ills and often used by communist writers in political debates. Wang Shiwei was by no means the only one who spoke out against the CCP's leadership, but he was unique in that he refused to recant and remained unrepentant. His Wild Lilies, which criticized the hierarchical structure and privileges of the party bureaucracy, appeared in two parts in the literature section of the paper on the 13th and the 23rd of March 1942. The title Wild Lilies was itself a barb against Mao's taste for women, especially young actresses from Shanghai, which was common gossip. Mao had married one such actress, Lan Ping, Jiangqing, in 1939. Ostensibly, Wild Lilies is a story about 26-year-old Li Fan, a student comrade who was handed over to the authorities by her uncle because she was a communist. Before going to her death, she put on all her 3 sets of underclothes and sewed them tightly together at the top and the bottom. This was because the troops in Pausatanji often incited riffraff to debauch the corpses of young girl communists they had shot. Li Fan is presented as a model of sexual reticence and self-sacrifice, which stood in stark contradiction to the activities of the party elite, who were well known for their parties, dances and drinking, and which were a clear symbol of the social stratification that existed. Readers could well contrast the woman Li Fan, to whom the article was dedicated, with Mao's taste for dramatic beauty. In case the lessons were missed, Wang wrote the articles in a parody of Mao Zedong's renowned colloquial style and salty peasant language. More importantly for the bureaucracy was the criticism of the hierarchical system of ranks maintained by the party and justified by attacks on petty bourgeois egalitarianism. Rank-and-file communists had little or no money with which to buy food or clothes on the open market, and so depended on the food and clothing allocated by the local Soviet administration. Wang made his often-quoted criticism of the 5 levels for food. At present, there is no noodle soup for sick comrades to eat, and young students only get 2 meals of thin congee, a type of rice porridge, a day. When they're asked whether they have had enough to eat, party members are expected to lead the rest in a chorus of, "Yes, we're full." What is more, relatively healthy big shots get far more than they need or than is reasonable to eat and drink, with the result that their subordinates look upon them as a race apart. Wang also attacked the 3 levels of clothing, whereby the higher the party rank, the better the clothing provided. The bureaucracy had been challenged where it was weakest on its privileges. The CCP machinery swung into action and pressured Wang Shiwei to retract his criticisms. Wang refused. The CCP's initial attacks only made him more intransigent and popular amongst his supporters. Wang was put on trial for disrupting party unity, slandering party leaders, espousing Trotskyist ideas, and being a member of a group of subversive Trotskyists within the CCP. The trial took the form of a series of public struggle sessions in May and June of 1942, and on June 10 Wang was found guilty of absolute egalitarianism, being hostile to democratic centralism and party discipline, and hence anti-party. The Liberation Daily produced a day-by-day diary of the anti-Wang meetings, including his public cross-examination. This diary was to act as a guide for future public meetings in CPC rectification campaigns. Its purpose was to popularize the party's view and guide the readers to accept the leadership's rationale for the social differentiation that existed and the predetermined verdict of the trial. Mao and the party leadership broadened the scope of the rectification campaign to include all critical writers, first in Mao's Yan'an talks in May 1942, and then in the campaign against Wang Shiwei. The Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art was held in relative secrecy and was not reported in the Liberation Daily. Mao published his talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art about 1 year later. His themes sound familiar: literature, especially, must serve the workers, peasants, and soldiers. Content should be party-directed and form should suit the needs of the Chinese peasants and workers. All the party's newspapers were reorganized to fit with the party's rectification movement, i.e. no dissident writers allowed. Mao sidestepped the content of the criticisms and counterattacked along true Stalinist lines. There are a few people who speak from an incorrect standpoint, that is, the concept of absolute egalitarianism and the methods of covert attacks. Mao was simply repeating in a Chinese context the arguments for proletarian or socialist art given a decade earlier in the Soviet Union. Despite the propaganda, the arguments that sought to reduce literature to an expression of the immediate political and practical needs of the Chinese workers and peasants were, in reality, arguments to protect the interests of the bureaucracy. Since the bureaucracy equated its interests with those of the socialist revolution, it interpreted any attack on itself as counter-revolutionary. After Mao's Yan'an talks, the rectification program to correct unorthodox tendencies took on a much darker character and was extended and deepened to eradicate all independent criticism within the party. The thought reform movement, which was carried out in Yan'an during 1941–44, would become a well-established part of CCP cadre training. As with the Futian incident, to both stimulate and justify the excesses of the campaign, it was suddenly announced that as many as 10% of CCP members were KMT agents who had to be rooted out. Benton has described Mao's intensive purging of the party from 1942 to 1944 as the fourth Bolshevization of the CCP, and has claimed that it was even more effective than when Stalin mastered the Comintern after 1924. The 1942 rectification campaign did not use the term Bolshevization largely because it sounded too foreign for a movement that was purporting to unite Marxism-Leninism with the concrete reality of the Chinese Revolution. The purpose was to root out and destroy all remaining leftist opposition to the leadership of the party, especially those influenced by the Trotskyists who opposed the Popular Front. It also had the aim of extending the rule of the Mao Group into the subsidiary bases established outside the main Shaanxi base and to politically homogenize the new raw recruits. What made this campaign uniquely sinister and effective was the extent it extended into the lives of ordinary party members. In Yan'an, the same comrades tended to sleep and socialize in their work groups. One of the first instructions by the leadership was to limit contact between different groups to trusted party cadres. These semi-isolated groups then became the basis for the campaign, which was managed so that the personal ties and links that had formed within a group became a weapon against the individual members. Group criticisms isolated individuals and subjected them to the rebukes and admonishments of all others present, which was intended to shake their self-confidence. These meetings, which could be daily and last for 3 or 4 hours, could result in demotion and additional work that placed the offender in a humiliating position. It is claimed that all members of the CCP had their activities reviewed, and if sufficient ground were found, a chance remark, even cracking a joke, they were made to provide additional information on themselves and their life experiences sufficient for their peer group to subject them to extensive criticism. Individuals who were believed to require thought reform were reported to a party committee, and the next step, if necessary, was one or more public struggle meetings where the individuals were publicly accused and humiliated before a large and usually jeering audience, allegedly representing the community. In Chinese society, where great emphasis was, and is, placed on group esteem, these were powerful and effective methods of obtaining obedience to authority. Mao did not exempt the top of the party if he sensed any weaknesses. In the case of Peng Dehuai, deputy commander of the 8th Route Army, who took equality and fraternity too seriously, these sessions are said to have lasted 40 days, while for Zhou Enlai, who had been too close to Wang Ming, 5 days was deemed enough. The combination of one's workmates, colleagues, comrades, friends, and companions exerted an almost irresistible pressure to conform. As the pressure increased and individuals found no escape from the denigration of their old selves, they were made to write and rewrite confessions of their evil conduct, analyzing the reasons why and asserting their desire to change. Pressure was often increased by a period in jail, possibly in solitary confinement, but more likely in a cell with others. This prepared them for the final stages of recantation and reconciliation. When the confession was finally accepted and the party welcomed them back into the fold, the accused naturally experienced a tremendous relief and elation and willingly accepted party guidance. Whether this psychological experience did change personalities is less certain than the fact that it was a highly unpleasant experience to be avoided in future. One way or the other, the result was conformity to the party line. The rectification campaign, which lasted from 1942 to 1944, was largely successful in eliminating the last vestiges of democracy, free speech, and open criticism of the leadership within the CCP. How many were driven mad, to nervous breakdowns or to mental disorder will never be known, but it is certainly in the thousands. Sad to say, the main way of protest was suicide, with some desperate individuals killing their families first. During the upsurge of Maoism in the West, during the 60s and 70s, it was often claimed that Mao had shown a qualitative difference from Stalin in that the rectification program had not massacred dissidents but had re-educated them. This, it was argued even by certain leading Trotskyists, was a qualitative difference between Mao and Stalin. The outcomes of the purges in the Soviet Union and of the rectification campaign in the CCP were the same: complete domination by the leader. Mao had shown in the Fujian incident that he was prepared to kill thousands of party members and Red Army troops to secure his position. In Yan'an, he used a different approach for many reasons, including the CCP was part of a popular front and promoting unity. It would have been very difficult to launch a mass extermination campaign simultaneously. Stalin purged the Bolshevik Party, a party which had led a successful revolution and had a history of internal democracy. To ensure bureaucratic rule, he had to remove all those whose activities extended back to 1917 and before. No such situation existed in China. The CCP had been thoroughly Stalinized by the time of the defeats of 1927. Party membership did not pose the same threat to the leadership as in the USSR. Mao, unlike Stalin, was not yet in total control of the party. Any moves to physically eliminate dissidents were likely to have been seen as a threat to his opponents, such as the 28 Bolsheviks, who would, to save their skins, have had to fight back, and they still held a large number of leadership positions within the party. Stalin was seeking to eliminate any possible threat to the bureaucracy's hold on state power after a successful revolution. The CCP was still in the stage of making a revolution. Mao had time to achieve his domination of the party by other means. By the time Mao launched the rectification campaign, it was clear that the Great Purge in the USSR had resulted in widespread chaos in government departments, an atmosphere in which no one would make a decision, and there had been a sharp drop in recruitment to the party. From Mao's viewpoint, the Great Purge had been a wasteful and disruptive process. The rectification campaign could achieve the same goals much more efficiently and without the disruption. Unlike Stalin, Mao had played a leading role in the development of the CCP and PLA and could honestly lay claim to the leading position. To be accepted as Lenin's lieutenant, Stalin had to imprison or kill those who knew the real history of 1917. It was openly argued that, in the Yan'an period, Mao emphasized magnanimity towards his opponents. This was part of the so-called Yan'an spirit. However, the scientific truism that the exception tests the rule is applicable here. Acceptance of the rectification campaign in the West was because Mao appeared relatively benevolent to those whom he considered a political threat. Wang Shiwei spent 5 years in prison making matchboxes and was allowed to meet a number of outside visitors to demonstrate the nobility of the CCP. In 1947, when Yan'an once again came under KMT attack, the communists were forced to quickly retreat. Wang Shiwei was summarily executed during the evacuation from Yan'an. Sources differ, but all agree he was killed, either shot or hacked to pieces with an axe, most likely on the direct orders of Mao, confirmed by Tong Shau, head of security of the Communist Party. While Wang Shiwei was imprisoned and then murdered for revealing the layers of bureaucratic privileges that existed in Yan'an, eminent socialists such as Isaac Deutscher could write that Mao had lived all those years amongst the poorest peasants, had allowed no differences in food rations and uniforms, and no social estrangement between officers and men. At the start of 1942, as the rectification campaign swung into its stride, the CCP abandoned any attempt to mobilize women behind appeals to emancipation and gender equality. A meeting of senior cadres agreed that raising women's political consciousness was generally permitted, but that cadres should ensure it took second place to economic mobilization, because of both war needs and concerns about potential resentment from male peasants. For the next period, the CCP would continue to emphasize women's participation in production as opposed to a wider general equality, and moved decisively to shore up the patriarchy of its civilian and military forces on the grounds that to make the border region self-sufficient required avoiding intersocial conflict. On February 26, 1943, the CC issued a statement apparently criticizing itself for the lack of progress towards equality for women. In reality, it was a reorientation of party work away from women's self-organization, women-specific projects, and slogans. These were now considered a waste of labor power and material resources. Now the party emphasized the need to overthrow feudalism gradually and called on women to achieve liberation through working harmoniously within the patriarchal family towards common economic goals. There followed a stream of articles in Liberation Daily explaining that work in production and the economic freedom it brought was the way for women to gradually liberate themselves from feudal discipline. In fact, the CCP needed to revive the old handicrafts that had been destroyed by the influx of Western machine-made goods because these articles could no longer be obtained due to the KMT blockade. To supply the cloth for uniforms, weaving and spinning were reintroduced. The drive to get women into production resulted in major successes such as the development of the textile industry, in which the Women's Federation took a leading role. The CCP used local technical knowledge to develop cotton and hemp production, based almost completely on women's labor and expertise. Much of the raw product was grown through women's work teams, with virtually all the spinning and further processing outsourced to cooperatives of women working at home. The articles carried by Liberation Daily now focused almost exclusively on promoting such activities and praising the women involved for their contributions. However, the Yan'an women were too successful at organizing themselves, and by 1945, lack of coordination and planning by the party tops led to serious supply and distribution problems. Bureaucratic direction and lack of involvement of the women concerned in overall planning soon became apparent. There was no work plan to match production with need. There was little or no matching of training and personnel with equipment available. The places where cotton was grown were too far from where the spinning was done. The party cadres had emphasized spinning so that a village could be without weaving facilities, and there were no plans on how to train women to effect repairs, etc. Goodman has pointed out that, in words, the CCP formally remained committed to gender equality, but this was not supported by practical activity. The previous encouragement for women to participate in politics now gradually disappeared whilst their mobilization for production was highly praised. The emphasis on social issues was placed on the rights of the male. Despite constant pressure from the Women's Federation, the traditional practice whereby widows were forbidden to remarry was repeatedly upheld. It was only under the pressure of food shortages that this finally changed in 1944, resulting in the marriage of 300 bachelors and widows. However, the same logic that a lower number of households should be generally encouraged because they required less food had also led a year earlier to divorce being banned. Of course, occasionally, in some places, outstanding women did take the lead and create opportunities for genuine participation in social and political activities, but these were exceptions to the general rule. Despite the Popular Front, progress was made in women's liberation up to about 1945, particularly in taking women out of the home and into production because this required eliminating such feudal customs as foot binding and the isolation of women. However, radical social measures could only be enacted if self-financing. So the party developed a system, for example, whereby women suing for divorce, besides supporting themselves, took on the additional burden of paying their husbands grain or money to compensate for the loss of a worker. 8.7 Summary. The KMT united all reactionary influences, including the feudal remnants, to resist the masses and to suppress them. It was consequently unable to fulfill any of the bourgeois democratic tasks, not even such a slight reform as a 25% reduction in rents. It was mainly characterized by consummate Asiatic despotism, corruption, and inefficiency. These characteristics were completely revealed during the War of Resistance. Following the twists and turns of Moscow and the ECCI, the CCP returned to the class collaborationist policies that had ended in white counter-revolution and the massacres of tens of thousands of communists and millions of peasants. The so-called United Front was revived, and the political direction of the CCP was determined not by the needs of Chinese workers and peasants, but by Stalin. The political program adopted by the CCP, in particular its land program, was limited so as not to offend the KMT. This unity had other consequences, such as undermining the gains made by women in society by backtracking on freedoms gained in marriage and divorce. The CCP presented to the world the rose-tinted picture of a Yan'an as a fair, just and equitable society where everybody worked for the common good and enjoyed a common standard of living. However, within the Soviet areas and within the party, the bureaucracy was quietly acquiring for itself material and social privileges that set it apart from the rank and file. This behavior was corrupting the party, and many Shaanxi peasants who joined did so in the hope of acquiring land and or stock to rise from being a landless laborer or poor peasant to a middle peasant. Mao, the major figure in the party, was determined to silence criticism of the bureaucracy and, if necessary, was quite prepared to kill the individuals concerned. Within the party, extreme methods were used in rectification campaigns to ensure unquestioning obedience by the mass of party members. This approach to party discipline and democracy was Stalinist through and through. The CCP was a Stalinized organization. It accepted the theories of socialism in one country and of stages, was part of the Stalinist International, and had the corresponding bureaucratic centralist party structure and norms. Party democracy was stifled and the cult of the individual promoted, first Stalin and then Mao. As would be expected, the general direction of the CCP program was towards class collaboration. Occasionally, in specific circumstances, it would zig to the left to strengthen peasant support before zagging to the right and returning to its natural path. Thus, land expropriation and redistribution policies varied with date and location. The fable that Mao had fought against Stalin and put the interests of the Chinese before those of the Russian bureaucracy has been debunked by documents released in Moscow and Beijing. Before and during the Yan'an period, the ECCI and Moscow consistently promoted Mao's interests, and finally in 1938, the General Secretary made it plain that Mao Zedong was his choice for leader of the CCP. The final collapse of the KMT. The CCP assumes power. 9.1 Introduction. In 1934, as a coherent and coordinated force, well-funded, well-armed and supported by imperialist bombers, the nationalist armies drove the communists from the Jiangxi Soviet and hounded them to the border with Manchuria. The Japanese invasion of China in 1937 saved the communist stronghold in Shenxi from its own bandit extermination campaign, and subsequently the People's Liberation Army, PLA, was able to extend its control to large areas behind Japanese lines. In purely military terms, the PLA could not match the nationalist armies, but in a civil war politics are decisive, and here the PLA had key advantages. During the Sino-Japanese War, the forces tearing Chinese society apart, famine and the peasant hunger for land, accelerated rapidly, and riding on the crest of a wave of peasant rebellion, the PLA was able to destroy Chiang Kai-shek's armies. This occurred in the short period after World War II when bring the troops home movements made it impossible for the imperialists to intervene directly in China. The CCP took the leadership of the Third Chinese Revolution, secured national independence, and united mainland China. Broadly speaking, Mao's thought boiled down to the strategy of peasant war for an extended period on a national scale, and the application in China of the theory of revolution by stages, whether expressed in adventurist or opportunistic terms. This class collaborationist approach was the ideological and political expression of Mao-Stalinism and showed itself in Mao's attempts to slow the disintegration and collapse of the Kuomintang regime with the offer of coalition government. This was a crime not only against the Chinese masses and the Chinese Revolution, but against the world proletariat and the world socialist revolution. 9.2 Mao becomes supreme leader. The Politburo meeting of March 1943 appointed Mao its chairman, with the authority to single-handedly settle disputes. On July 8, 1943, the Liberation Daily used the phrase Mao Zedong thought for the first time, after which it began to be widely used within the party. By the end of the 1942-44 rectification campaign, "Long live Chairman Mao" had become an acceptable slogan within the CCP. Liberation Daily began to carry headlines such as, "Comrade Mao Zedong is the savior of the Chinese people. All bureaucracies require a supreme leader to arbitrate between conflicting groups." Mao was on the point of achieving that position within the CCP. Having completed the rectification campaign, Mao convened the 7th Party Congress in Yan'an from April 23–11 June 1945. Germany had surrendered in May, and it was certain that Japan would soon be defeated. Mao's ideas and theories would guide the party on the major task of how to deal with KMT regime. Mao delivered the main report on coalition government and dominated all the sessions. The CC meeting immediately prior to the Congress adopted a resolution on certain historical questions which rewrote CCP history and elevated Mao to omniscience. The catastrophes suffered by the CCP prior to the Zunyi Conference became a chain of deviations from Mao's correct line. Chen Duxiu was blamed for the defeat of the 1925–27 revolution. Chiu Pai and Li Lisan were blamed for the defeats during the adventurous Third Period. Wang Ming was held responsible for the defeat of the Red Army in Jiangxi, which made the Long March necessary. Stalin and the Comintern received no rebuke whatsoever. A new party constitution was adopted at the Congress. This was proposed by Liu Shaoqi in a fawning report exalting Mao and naming Mao Zedong thought as the ideological foundation of the CCP. The preamble of the Constitution read, "The CCP takes the theories of Marxism-Leninism and the combined principles derived from the practical experience of the Chinese Revolution, Mao Zedong thought, as the guiding principles of all its work." By 1948, at the start of village and CCP meetings, all those present would stand, face a portrait of Mao and bow their heads 3 times exactly as had been done with the emperors. In the primary schools, the children were taught to sing, "Mao Zedong is like the sun. He is brighter than the sun. Little brother, little sister. Everyone clap hands, come and sing." At the first plenum of the Central Committee of the CCP following the 7th Congress, Mao was elected chairman of the CC, of the Politburo, and of the Secretariat. At the end of August 1945, he finally and formally concentrated all power in his hands when he was elected chairman of the newly reorganized Military Council of the Central Committee. Stalin rose to leadership over the bodies of Lenin's Central Committee, and the bureaucracy sustained itself only with a police state and by burying an entire generation of Bolsheviks. The major achievement of Stalin's policies was the rise to power of Hitler in Germany. No wonder then that free discussion and dissent were impermissible in the CC of the AUCP-B. This was not the situation for Mao. True, he had been favored by Stalin and the ECCI, but he had genuinely played a leading role in the activities of the CCP. This gave a very different character to CCP Politburo and CC meetings. There could be genuine discussion and dissenting opinions tolerated within a Stalinist framework, at least for a time. We should note that over this period the CCP was making every attempt to show the political lines of Stalin and Mao as being essentially the same. Comrade Mao Zedong's views on the nature and tactics of the Chinese Revolution were based on the teachings of Stalin and were identical with the views of Stalin. Comrade Mao Zedong is Stalin's outstanding disciple and has been able to lead China's revolution to victory because his method of work and his way of reasoning are those of Stalin. Pata also quotes Mao on Stalin. "Stalin is the leader of world revolution. This is of paramount importance. It is a great event that mankind is blessed with Stalin. Since we have him, things can go well. As you all know, Marx is dead and so are Engels and Lenin. Had there been no Stalin, who would be there to give directions? But having him, this is really a blessing. Now there exists in the world a Soviet Union, a Communist Party, and also a Stalin. Thus, the affairs of the world can go well." In the spring of 1950, Stalin sent academician Pavel Yudin, rector of the Institute of Red Professors, part of the Department for Agitation and Propaganda, to edit a new version of Mao's selected works to be published in Russian. Yudin was charged with checking the ideological content, and after 2 years in Beijing, during which time he had a number of nocturnal meetings with Mao to thrash out doctrinal issues, he reported to a private meeting of the Russian Politburo, "They are Marxists, Comrade Stalin." Stalin died March 5, 1953, and in his funeral oration, Mao said, "All the writings of Comrade Stalin are immortal Marxist documents. His works, The Foundations of Leninism, The History of the CPSU Bolsheviks, and his last great work, The Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, are an encyclopedia of Marxism-Leninism, the summation of the experience of the world communist movement in the past 100 years. The list embodies Stalin's betrayal of Leninism, his falsification of the history of the Bolshevik Party and the theory of socialism in one country. It was these texts that CCP members, the cadres of every organization, teachers, students, trade unionists, women's groups, etc., were instructed to study as the ideological underpinnings of Mao's leadership. 9.3 Mao attempts compromise with Chiang. In July 1945, the Red Army was entrenched in the economically primitive Shaanxi-Gansu-Ningxia border region covering 30 counties and 18 large liberated zones, primarily in the northeast and east of China. The total combined area was about the size of France, with a population of tens of millions and a militia of nearly 500,000. In Russia in 1917, the dual power took the form of Soviets of workers, peasants and soldiers on one side against the provisional government on the other. In China, it would take the form of opposing armies. This situation was encouraged by the CCP because it gave them greater control of the revolutionary dynamic and enabled agrarian reform, for example, to be presented as a gift from above, for which the peasants should be grateful and which maximized their political passivity. Stalin declared war on Japan on August 9, 1945, the same day the second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki. The Soviet armies launched an offensive into Manchuria on a front extending over 1,000 miles. In the space of a few weeks, 700,000 Japanese troops surrendered, and the Soviet army occupied Manchuria, Inner Mongolia, and North Korea. With the removal of Japan as a military threat, there was a short honeymoon period during which Stalin mistakenly believed he could peacefully coexist with the imperialists who had been his wartime allies. Stalin urged Mao to meet Chiang Kai-shek, do a deal, and enter the KMT government as a junior partner. Behind enemy lines in the liberated zones of North China, most of which the Japanese did not consider worth occupying, the Stalinist authorities, within the constraints imposed by the war and their class collaborationist perspective, had considerably improved the lives of the peasants under their control. In these regions, the big landlords were prevented from expanding their holdings, so the independent middle peasants remained predominant, and the poor peasants were able to maintain themselves. The same was not true in KMT areas. Traditionally, it had taken tax collectors generations to rob the peasants of their land and leave them so impoverished that they rose in rebellion. The degree of corruption of the KMT regime meant a race as local officials got as rich as they could before the regime collapsed totally. Taxes were heaped on the poorest peasants until in aggregate they were greater than the crop value. For the first time in Chinese history, land was left idle. In Honan province, taxes were so high that the peasants not only lost all their grain, they lost their land, clothing, farming implements, and had to sell their children as slaves, and their wives and daughters as servants and concubines. Belden claims that this phenomenon was observable as early as 1941 and contributed substantially to the great wartime famines. As Belden put it, they were taxed to death. Starvation in KMT areas was rampant. The peasants were being forced into conditions that were intolerable, conditions that had traditionally meant widespread rebellion. The great masses of peasants were making their own forcible entrance onto the stage of history. The peasants flocked to a party which was actually fighting the hated KMT regime, stood for lower taxes and interest payments, offered order and democratic reforms, and, in the liberated areas, ensured peasants were not starving. In August 1945, Chiang, under pressure from the Americans, invited Mao Zedong to Chongqing, Chungking, the KMT capital, 1937–45, for peace negotiations. American imperialism had accepted that the CCP could not be eliminated using only military means, and so long as civil war raged in China, it was difficult, if not impossible, for it to cash in on the victory over Japan. A country torn by armed strife is hardly a safe field for profitable investment. Nor, under such circumstances, could it proceed with its plans for converting China into a base for military operations against the Soviet Union. Thus, the United States urged Chiang Kai-shek to compromise with the CCP, democratize his regime, and broaden the base of the nationalist government. The U.S. ambassador to China, Patrick J. Hurley, visited Mao in Yan'an and was successful in persuading him to meet Chiang in Chongqing on August 28 and to order the 8th Route Army to halt its progress in the liberated areas. Stalin was delivering on his promises made at Yalta and elsewhere to U.S. and British imperialism, and on August 14, 1945, the Soviet Union signed a Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship and Alliance with Chiang, so that when the handover of Manchuria took place, it was KMT forces that moved into the cities. However, the situation internationally was changing, and from October 1945 the Red Army began quietly supplying the PLA with munitions seized from the Japanese. The first signs of the Cold War were emerging, and Stalin wanted to keep all his options open. Negotiations with Chiang lasted 43 days. On October 10, 1945, an agreement between the KMT and CCP announced that it accepted Chiang as leader of China, and on January 30, 1946, a truce was formally signed between the KMT and CCP. During the negotiations, U.S. Marines occupied key railroads and the two main cities in northern China, Tianjin and Beijing, holding them while Chiang organized his armies. In keeping with the alleged end of class war, the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army were merged and renamed the People's Liberation Army. With Japan's surrender, Chiang Kai-shek, with American approval, ordered the 400,000 Japanese puppet troops to remain at their posts and to act as his garrison until nationalist troops arrived. During the negotiations at Chongqing, the U.S. transported to North China 3 Kuomintang armies of 500,000 troops. In accord with the CCP agreement to recognize Chiang's regime as the official government, the PLA halted its attacks on the cities and industrial complexes. However, the PLA retained control of the countryside. From September 1945 to the end of 1946, there was a considerable revival and growth of the mass movement in China. The students and working masses in the great cities, particularly Shanghai, protested against civil war and called for a coalition government including the communists. Workers demanded the right to organize trade unions, and there were more than 2,000 strikes in Shanghai alone over this period. These struggles were limited to democratic and economic demands and did not reach a nationwide level, but did show that the masses were confident enough to raise their heads and fight to improve their living conditions. The CCP made no attempt to link the factory workers' struggles to either those of the peasants or the students, nor to transform the strikes into political struggles. Instead, it attempted, as it had done so many times before, to persuade the working masses not to go to extremes, and not to hinder the united front with the national bourgeoisie, and it worked closely with the leaders of the yellow trade unions to check excessive demands. In the liberated areas, those peasant militias least controlled by the CCP were carrying through their own land grab, killing landlords, expelling rich peasants and sharing out the seized lands at village meetings. Initially, many lower-rank CCP cadres were carried along by these initiatives, and in some areas there was a significant transfer of land to the poor and middle peasants. The PLA was instructed to step in and to contain this upsurge within the official policy of double reduction of rent and debt. Nevertheless, many poor peasants accrued sufficient land to feed their families and so graduated to being middle peasants with the added bonus that their debts and rent repayments were either greatly reduced or abolished. During the negotiations in Chongqing, the CCP and the Kuomintang convened a political consultative conference to determine the basic organization of a new government. The conference began on January 10, 1946, and was attended by representatives of the KMT, the CCP, and, as window dressing, the Democratic League, which would be banned on October 13, 1947, the Youth Party, and notable public figures. A military truce was declared on the first day of the conference in the names of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek and Chairman Mao Zedong. The major documents agreed at the conference were the Resolution on Government Organization and the Resolution on Military Problems. It was widely expected that the military question would be the make-or-break issue because the CCP was at the conference only because of the existence and strength of the PLA. However, in 1946 Chiang was confident of victory on the battlefield, and this misassessment led to his intransigence on every question. Even the composition of the 40-strong State Council, the supreme organ of the government, became an irreconcilable difference. The State Council was to decide matters by a simple majority vote, except in those cases where the decision involved changes in administrative policy when a two-thirds vote of the state councillors was required. Chiang quite deliberately provoked the communists by destroying the effectiveness of this safety measure. Against the advice of the American ambassador, he demanded the CCP be restricted to only 13 delegates, one short of being able to exercise a veto. Simultaneously, he demanded the CCP immediately withdraw the PLA to designated areas and begin decommissioning. Mao drew back from political suicide but otherwise did everything to maintain the agreement, even appealing to U.S. imperialism to intervene on his behalf, which it did. But the Generalissimo insisted on unconditional surrender. As the Sino-Japanese War had progressed, the KMT had retreated inland and had been cut off from the industrial centers, with the result that the specific weight of the conservative and backward sections of the big landlords increased substantially. The big landlords were convinced that the freedoms enjoyed by the peasants in the communist-occupied regions would spark widespread peasant uprisings and seizure of the land. To avoid this catastrophe, the rapid reconquest of these regions was needed. These landlords were Chiang's strongest support in his military adventure against the CCP. They urged immediate action while the balance of military forces appeared favorable to the KMT. To convince the KMT it was prepared to make real concessions to be accepted into a coalition, the CCP issued a decree on May 4, 1946 permitting landlords to own 50% more acreage than middle peasants, and 100% more if they had been active in the war against Japan. Any excess land was to be purchased, sold to peasants with the funds to buy it. Reductions in rent and interest were presented as solving the land problem. This policy did not reflect the wishes of the peasant masses. What they wanted was agrarian revolution. Middle and poor peasants and land laborers comprised over 90% of the peasant population, and events in the liberated areas had shown they were prepared for revolutionary seizure of the land. If the CCP had called on the peasants to seize the land and merged that with the demands of the urban workers, the Chiang Kai-shek government would have collapsed like the house of cards that it was. Such a call would have transformed the pre-revolutionary situation that existed into insurrection, and power could have been taken in the most propitious way for the Chinese people. But that was not Mao's goal. All parties to the Chongqing Conference agreed that an independent PLA controlled by the CCP was quite impossible within a unified bourgeois democratic China. Thus, the resolution on military problems laid down the fundamental principle: separation of army and party. All political parties shall be forbidden to carry on party activities, whether open or secret, in the army. The resolution also covered practical methods for creating a new army for the new Democratic Republic of China. Washington made strenuous efforts to effect this compromise between the KMT and the Stalinists because the alternative was massive intervention by its own armed forces, taking over the Chinese government and overseeing its economic, military, and governmental affairs. This was excluded. The Bring the Boys Home campaign within the U.S. Armed Forces and public opinion at home made large-scale intervention impossible. 9.4 Chiang breaks off negotiations. To work out how to implement the resolution on military problems, a 3-person committee was convened, consisting of General Chan Chi-chun, National Government, Zhou Enlai, CCP, and U.S. General George C. Marshall, Chairman and Advisor. Only unanimous decisions were to be implemented. Naturally, the committee was paralyzed. Nationalist forces were moving into the towns, major industrial complexes, and communication routes in Manchuria, while PLA units were extending the liberated areas as fast as they could. Clashes were inevitable. In June 1946, the Generalissimo unilaterally called a 15-day halt to activities in Manchuria and demanded that the PLA withdraw within that period or suffer the consequences. The ultimatum was condemned by the CCP as a violation of the January Agreement. At this, on June 30th, Chiang launched a general offensive against the PLA. The disparity in weaponry and troop numbers meant that initially the nationalist forces scored important victories, forcing the PLA to retreat, leaving the nationalist armies in control of all the major and strategically important towns and the railway lines. Up to this point, no one has suggested differences in policy between Mao and Stalin. Mao had faithfully adhered to Stalin's post-war Popular Front coalition strategy. However, in China there was now a resumption of hostilities between the nationalists and communists, which was leading to full-scale civil war. It was this escalation which led many to believe there was a break between Mao and Stalin on the grounds that Stalin still wanted a coalition government in China. But it was just at this time that Winston Churchill announced the Cold War in his Iron Curtain speech on March 5, 1946. This had given Chiang the confidence to harden his position, convinced Washington would bail him out. On November 15, 1946, Chiang convened a hand-picked National Assembly and the CCP was excluded. From now on, the question of governmental authority, let alone state power, would be resolved by force of arms. Still enmeshed in the theory of stages, the CCP now pressed for a coalition government of liberals, Democrats, independent groups and organizations, and social luminaries, but without Chiang Kai-shek and KMT reactionaries, shades of Wuhan. There were strong similarities to the trajectory followed by Stalin in Eastern Europe. Stalin had initially declared that the USSR intended only to replace fascist collaborators by governments friendly to the USSR. There was no intention of altering the social system of these countries. They were to be bourgeois democracies in which the communist parties would play an important but not decisive role, and there was no question of the dictatorship of the proletariat as the state form. Of course, in Eastern Europe, the factor determining the course of events was the presence of the Red Army, but the political direction pursued by Stalin and Mao was parallel. Meanwhile, the Cold War continued to escalate, and rather quickly. On March 12, 1947, Truman laid down the Truman Doctrine. Washington would defend the free world against communist aggression. It seemed that once again war against the Soviet Union was high on imperialism's agenda. The coalition governments in Eastern Europe artificially imposed by the Soviet Army were unceremoniously thrown into the dustbin and replaced by people's democracies in which the leading and decisive role was given to the national communist parties loyal and subservient to Stalin. Soon Eastern Europe would become a buffer zone protecting the Soviet Union, and with a matching economic system. A nationalist or even a coalition regime in which the CCP was stripped of the PLA would have meant China becoming a puppet of American imperialism, placing U.S. air and naval bases at Stalin's back door. Stalin had launched the Second United Popular Front between the CCP and KMT to protect the Soviet regime from a war on two fronts. Now, precisely the same considerations pushed him in exactly the opposite direction. The Soviet Union needed an ally on its eastern frontier, and the only real chance of getting one was for the PLA to win the Civil War. Stalin had no reason from either a political or military viewpoint to break with Mao. Instead, the Soviet army rushed to assist the PLA in its preparations for a counteroffensive. Initially, the nationalists had an estimated 5-to-1 advantage in troops and a virtual monopoly of heavy equipment, transport, and air power. The PLA, on the other hand, enjoyed the advantage of already holding liberated zones not only across the crucially important area of Manchuria but also across much of China that had been behind Japanese lines and was now in the rear of the nationalist armies. The total amount of American aid given to the KMT was considerable. It is a flagrant lie when reactionary circles in the United States and the world try to explain the victory of Mao Zedong by the insufficient support Washington gave Chiang. After the end of the war against Japan, strictly military aid, besides numerous American advisors in China and the transport of soldiers and material in American ships and planes, amounted to nearly $30 billion in today's money. Additional economic aid amounted to a further $30 billion. In fact, no amount of US dollars paid to Chiang Kai-shek would have held back the mounting flood of the Third Chinese Revolution. The nationalist army swept westwards and reached the peak of its military successes when it seized Yan'an in March 1947. The greater number and firepower of the nationalists pushed the PLA back to the Russian/Manchurian border where Stalin gave it sanctuary and allowed it to recuperate, rearm, and retrain. Despite the Soviet bureaucracy's desire for a compromise with American imperialism on a world scale, in its own immediate interests it had to offer help to Mao. The Soviet army provided the PLA with huge amounts of light and heavy weapons taken from the Japanese army and supplied numerous Soviet technicians and advisors. Modernized, well-armed, well-led, well-motivated, and determined, the PLA soon occupied villages, smaller cities and towns and laid siege to the great cities where Chiang's huge armies with the best American equipment were stationed. Despite the massive U.S. aid, the war was turning against the nationalists. The PLA used the same tactics as during the bandit extermination campaigns, cutting communications and destroying bodies of troops, but now it was advancing on the cities. Defending the cities of Manchuria fragmented Chiang's armies, and finally they would become death traps. The peasant armies under CCP leadership differed greatly from any former peasant armies. Here was a force systematically organized and trained, equipped with modern techniques, endowed with a national and up-to-date program of democratic reform even though of an opportunist nature. In the face of the KMT armies, the CCP needed the active support of the peasants and so carried through its reformist program of rent and interest rate reductions and cancellation of debts in a much more vigorous manner. However, to remain within the limits of the new democracy, no revolutionary land seizures were called for even in CCP-controlled areas such as the provinces of Jiangsu, Hebei, and Hunan. Nationalist morale was rapidly ebbing away. The military structure was demoralized and permeated from top to bottom by a general feeling of helplessness. The communist forces they were facing now had weapons as good as their own, a better sense of solidarity and a fighting spirit. Nationalist soldiers were isolated and besieged with little hope of reinforcements. Their generals had gained their positions through being cronies of Chiang, not ability. Their officers abused the soldiers under their command, were openly corrupt and using the war to enrich themselves, and they faced a hostile population. 9.5 CCP Land Policy 1945–49. During the initial period of the Jiangxi Soviet, the CCP enacted its most radical land programs when it began seizing the land of the landlords and rich peasants and distributing it to the middle and poor peasants. But maximizing food production in an isolated community imposed limits on seizure and redivision of the land, and the lands of the rich peasants were soon protected. In Yan'an between 1937 and 1945, For the sake of the anti-Japanese united front with Chiang Kai-shek, the Stalinists renounced the revolutionary content in their agrarian program and proclaimed themselves defenders of private property both in land and in industry. They declared their opposition to the expropriation of landlords, save those that had collaborated with the Japanese, and limited the peasant struggle to the reformist demands of lower rents, reduced by 25%, but to be no more than 37.5% of the crop, and lower interest rates, less than 15% annually. These reforms were important and their implementation greatly improved the lives of the peasantry, saving many from starvation, but the Stalinists did not use them as a means to build a revolutionary movement, rather to put a brake on it. After Japan's surrender, cadres in the liberated areas found it difficult to square party policy with the demands of the peasants who wanted revolutionary seizure of the land. In many villages where the 8th Route Army had only a notional presence, even the rich peasants rose spontaneously against the landlords and those who had collaborated with the Japanese. The peasants demanded a settlement of scores, and in many cases this meant killing the landlords, but it always meant seizing their land. So fierce was this movement that CCP cadres hid as peasants settled accounts and took revenge. Where they could, the landlords fought back, relying on thousand-year-old traditions and strong arm tactics. Some succeeded in forcing the peasants to momentarily take a step back, but new peasant leaders invariably stepped up to replace those who had been murdered and led the masses forward. With the breakdown of the truce and the advance of the Nationalist Army during 1946–47, the CCP reappraised and radicalized its agrarian program and acknowledged that the peasants were not satisfied with the reformist People's Front policy. Under attack from KMT armies and pressured by the peasants, the CCP effected a left turn in its agrarian policy. During late 1946, a great show would be made of bringing landlords and rich peasants who had collaborated with the Japanese before village meetings where they would be judged, and if found guilty their lands seized and divided. The CCP put on a radical face by seizing landlords' excess land, holdings more than twice that of a middle peasant. Hinton has described in some detail how in individual villages, inexperienced cadre could be swept along by the general mood and take measures popular with the peasants. All landlords would have all their lands redistributed. But official CCP policy still stopped well short of general land reform, and these actions would later be condemned by the CCP leadership as extreme leftism. The CCP was on the horns of a dilemma. Mao had to explain why the party had to balance between opposing forces and how to control dissent. Reforms were needed to arouse enthusiasm for the war effort, which was good. But cadres had to ensure that the enthusiasm did not spill over into land expropriation, which was bad. To avoid this, the reforms must be modest. This is not the time for a thorough agrarian revolution. Our present policy should stipulate that the landlords shall reduce rent and interest, for this serves to arouse enthusiasm of the basic peasant masses. But the reductions should not be too great. The hope of a popular front alliance with the KMT was more important to Mao than the demands of the peasant masses for land. Land to the tiller and the expropriation of pre-capitalist landholders has been the core demand of bourgeois revolutions, beginning with the French Revolution of 1789. In China, official CCP policy was that the distributed land was personal property with title deeds supplied by the government and its resale was permitted. Thus, the seizure and distribution of land was not the end of class divisions in the countryside, merely a new starting point. Richer peasants were allowed to buy land confiscated from the landowners, and hence take the first step to being a landlord, perpetuating the very practices that were supposedly being abolished. The measures deliberately provided landlords with ways to evade the worst effects of land reform. The families of communist soldiers and cadres were allowed to retain 50 to 100% more land than the standard holding. This meant in practice that many landlords could retain most, if not all, their best land by sending one son to serve in the PLA. As land reform progressed, it became increasingly clear that the most needy were benefiting least. In April 1947, Liu Shaoqi carried out a survey and found that in the Qinsui border region, after 2 years of land reform, redistribution had been fully satisfactory in only 200 of 1,500 villages. Many poor peasants remained without land. As part of its Popular Front policies, the CCP had encouraged rich peasants in the rural base areas to join the party, and Liu concluded that landlord and rich peasant elements had infiltrated into village party branches, peasants' associations, and local militias, and had successfully limited the land reform measures. This was due not only to the limited nature of the land expropriations but also because many of those in authority, having acquired the best land and larger areas of land for themselves by underhand and/or dishonest methods, had little interest in continuing the process. The CCP attempted to solve the problem with a wash-your-face campaign, the major aims being for higher cadres to persuade local cadres to give up some or all of their illicit gains, to restore party discipline and correct the errant behavior of hooligan elements within the party and militias. In northern China, the fluid nature of the fighting first against the Japanese army and then against the KMT and the Ming Tuan meant that despite any official truces, a guerrilla war continued unabated with local militias the first line of defense of many villages. In the first stage of liberation, there was a justified gratitude towards the militias which expressed itself, for example, as the provision of free meals. Unfortunately, given the political level of the militias and the Stalinist nature of many of these groups, in numerous villages this became the start of a creeping corruption. One of the first tasks of the militiamen was to question landlords to identify who were KMT personnel and agents provocateurs. The nature of the relationship between landlord and peasant, its intimacy, its casual cruelty and violence meant that the questioning sessions had a revenge element and often degenerated into beating the suspects, many of whom died as a result. Many landlords and their sons fled, leaving their wives and daughters. Very rapidly, rape became common practice. Soon it was being used against middle and poor peasant families who raised objections or awkward questions. All too often the militia moved from being a scourge of the gentry to being a scourge of the peasants. Too often the militia commanders were CCP members who closed their eyes to what was going on. Hinton explained that the Wash Your Face campaign was an attempt to clear out these local despots. As part of the campaign, the conduct of all CCP cadres was to be reviewed at village meetings where the peasants were allowed to raise what criticisms they wanted with the promise that those cadres whose behavior was unacceptable would be ejected from the party. Initially, the process appeared to be working well and many cadres were suspended from the CCP, some even being held in jail. However, the criticisms of the CCP rapidly escalated to an extent that the leadership hurriedly intervened to bring the process to an end. Simultaneously, the CCP understood it would soon be the national government and feared the Wash Your Face campaign could undermine party cohesion and discipline. Soon, most of the cadres who had been criticized and even those jailed were reintegrated into the party. The first part of the Wash Your Face campaign was widely trumpeted to further establish Mao's populist credentials. The final outcome kept quiet. On October 10, 1947, soon after the nationalists had seized Yan'an and in a move to the left to firm up its peasant support, the CCP adopted the Outline Land Law. This law was to be uniformly and rigorously enforced in those areas controlled by the PLA. This law formally sanctioned land to the tiller, Article 1, and provided for expropriation of landlords and rich peasants' properties without compensation, Article 3. However, sequestered land was to be distributed so that each person in the village would own an equivalent area. It was intended that poor peasants would benefit, middle peasants would remain much the same, but rich peasants and landlords would lose. Importantly, the land law cancelled all prior debts, Article 4, but expressly permitted the unhindered transfer of money to invest in commercial or industrial enterprises, Article 12. Landlords and their family members would each receive an equal share, KMT soldiers would receive an equal share, even the family members of collaborators. Party cadres in the village peasants' associations were empowered and entrusted to implement the agrarian reform. They did this mainly through ad hoc people's tribunals, which were meetings of the entire village, Article 13. Stalinism is an inherently corrupt system based on privilege, so the new land reform program was often distorted to the benefit of party members just as the previous land reforms had been. The many party members from landowning families who had penetrated the ranks of the party over the past decade were now joined by cadres who had become middle or even rich peasants. The open letter to the members of the party, published in January 1948 by the Central Committee of the Shanxi-Shantung-Hunan region, described the situation. A section of the party membership is composed of landowners and rich peasants who are protecting the property of their families and relatives, and in some areas these elements occupy most of the positions in our party. Our agrarian reform policy appears to reflect the views of the landowners and the rich peasants. During the war with Japan, outside of the CCP-controlled areas, concentration of land ownership advanced at a greatly accelerated rate. At the start of the war, the Chinese village was already facing destitution. Within KMT areas, it emerged from the war completely ruined. Small, middle, and even some rich peasants had to borrow to feed their families, and as a result were largely bankrupted. Huge tracts of land fell into the hands of the big landlords, village usurers, officers of the Nationalist Army, and local KMT officials, all of whom had close ties with the banking capitalists. At the end of the war with Japan, land ownership took a new and dramatic turn. The leading circles of the murderous and foully corrupt Kuomintang government were determined to enrich themselves no matter what the social cost. Using state-owned companies, the government began to nationalize the land of collaborators in territories previously occupied by Japan, dispossessing large numbers of peasants and creating a new layer of speculators and parasitic owners. The breakdown of civil society due to the complete disorganization of the KMT regime was completed by the severe drought of the summer of 1945. Villages in KMT areas were virtually depopulated as millions of peasants died of hunger. The situation was rapidly escalating towards the classic conditions for widespread peasant rebellion. As the nationalist armies collapsed, it became clear that the CCP would soon form a government. The blueprint for the economy was to be Mao's new democracy, which meant the nationalization of only the big banks and the big industrial and commercial enterprises. The Republic will neither confiscate capitalist private property in general, nor forbid the development of such capitalist production as does not dominate the livelihood of the people. A rich peasant economy will be allowed in the rural areas. Such is the policy of equalization of land ownership. The official party line was further elaborated in a speech by Zhen Paishi on January 12, 1948, opposing hostile treatment of landlords because it might adversely affect the productive labor force in the countryside. With governmental power near at hand, the party leadership swung hard to the right. Only 3 months after the introduction of the outline land law, Zhen Paishi demanded an end to land redistribution until the peasants had been properly educated. 6 days later, Mao himself weighed in against left excesses, urging that newly rich peasants in the liberated areas should be treated as middle peasants, that former landlords and rich peasants could be reclassified as middle or poor peasants, that no one should pursue landlords into the towns, that poor peasant associations should be compelled to admit rich peasants, landlords, and the enlightened gentry. There has been an erroneous emphasis on doing everything as the masses want it done, one-sidedly propagating a poor peasant farm laborer line. The democratic government should listen to the middle peasants, the independent craftsmen, the national bourgeoisie, and the intellectuals. This change in line was ideologically driven. The combined strength of the PLA, over 90% of the peasants, students, and workers, was more than sufficient to take power against KMT forces that were dissolving. But the CCP had the perspective of revolution by stages, and this schema was now artificially imposed on the actual revolution. The turn in land policy required local cadre conferences to explain the new line. There was great confusion in the ranks of the party and a substantial degree of hostility. To sweeten the pill, the leadership instructed that henceforth the families of cadres would receive the same support as those of soldiers fighting at the front. Cadres would now be released from a substantial burden and freed to concentrate on party work. Those who had been found to have stolen goods during the land redistribution would face no charges if they returned the goods. Those cadres still being held in jail on, e.g., rape charges, would be freed on making an apology.